The world is beautiful, yet it requires strength for its protection. Beneath Sato Kaede's tranquil exterior lies a fervent heart yearning to transcend fate. Dear companions, are you willing to ascend to the pinnacle of the world with me? This is not a solitary battle, but an epic woven together with the most trusted of spirits. From an ordinary trainer to a peak powerhouse, each battle is a struggle against destiny, and every moment of growth is a step closer to dreams. When the bonds between trainers and spirits transform into their greatest strength, the breathtaking vista at the summit awaits their shared witness. Chapter 1. Jiangcheng and Sato Kaede. In the Kanto region, in the outskirts of Nibi City, a rundown shop selling small spirit items sits surrounded by the tranquility of the suburbs. A young man, approximately 15 years of age, occupies a public bench diagonally across from the shop. Clad in a pair of faded, ill-fitting garments, his relatively handsome face betrays signs of malnourishment and bruises. Judging by his appearance, it is evident that he hails from a humble background. This young man is named Sato Kaede, a villager from the rural outskirts of Nibi City, currently toiling away in the city to earn a living. Unfortunately, the hard-earned money he saved from working at a convenience store was swiftly snatched away by a group of despicable thugs. Initially, Sato Kaede attempted to resist, but upon noticing the thugs wielding pokeballs, he promptly chose to surrender, understanding that resistance could lead to a loss of both life and livelihood. Regarding the theft of his money, Sato Kaede harbored little self-pity. Such incidents had become commonplace since he left his rural life for the city. It seems that no matter the world, this way of living means my future is always in the hands of others. To seize my own destiny, I must first acquire formidable strength. Leaning back on the bench, he retrieved a crumpled cigarette, igniting it with a lighter as he gazed vacantly at the sunset's glow on the horizon, gradually recalling past experiences. In truth, the youth, apart from being a villager on the outskirts of Nibi City, bore another identity, was a denizen of Earth from the 21st century, known as Jiangcheng. A graduate of a prestigious university, he had worked as a programmer. Jiangcheng's background mirrors that of Sato Kaede in this new world, as he too was raised in a rural setting. However, through the transformative opportunity of the college entrance examination, he successfully gained admission to a top-tier university. With both parents being honest and simple farmers, Jiangcheng's demeanor reflected their virtues. He was always diligent and conscientious in his endeavors. After graduating from university, armed with a degree from a renowned institution and exceptional programming skills, he quickly secured a position at a Fortune 500 company, proudly stepping into the role of a programmer. Society is akin to a vast vat, teeming with individuals from all walks of life. Even if one leads a life of unwavering propriety, there are those who may approach, exploit, or even harm you for their own ulterior motives. Jiangcheng, known for his honesty, diligence, and remarkable acumen, quickly garnered the admiration of his superiors, ascending to a position of authority over many who were once his seniors. Naturally, his ascendance did not sit well with numerous predecessors who felt overshadowed by this junior of far lesser experience. Regrettably, Jiangcheng's disposition remained unchanged despite having been somewhat shaped by societal influences. He retained the essence of a law-abiding and earnest individual, one who is often susceptible to manipulation. Ultimately, in a treacherous act of betrayal orchestrated by a subordinate masquerading as a senior, Jiangcheng found himself at the center of a significant workplace blunder that resulted in substantial losses for the company. Consequently, he was dismissed and burdened with a debt so colossal that it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Jiangcheng's family had already been struggling, and his recent employment had offered a glimmer of hope. The devastating blow of his professional downfall was akin to a death knell, leading to the swift decline of his elderly parents, who could not bear the weight of this calamity. Their passing plunged Jiangcheng deeper into despair, and after arranging their funerals, thoughts of self-harm began to haunt him incessantly. However, during an unplanned encounter at a bar, he chanced upon former colleagues and overheard them divulging the truth in a drunken stupor. Realizing he had been wrongfully accused ignited a fierce anger within him. Yet, being a graduate of a prestigious university, he refrained from resorting to violence and instead sought to clear his name through legal means, promptly reporting the incident to the police. He endeavored to clarify the situation with his former employer, but too much time had elapsed, and crucial evidence had been deliberately obliterated, rendering the pursuit of truth futile. Jiangcheng found himself devoid of any means to vindicate his honor. Generally mild-mannered, he was provoked to a degree that could no longer be contained. Faced with the arrogance of those who had wronged him, his sense of injustice festered within him. Eventually, he chose to embark upon a perilous path if the law would not deliver justice. He would take matters into his own hands. Having emerged from a humble background to attend one of the nation's premier universities, Jiang Cheng was not only exceptionally diligent, but also possessed a high intellect. While he may not have been a prodigy with an IQ exceeding 200, his score of over 130 was certainly commendable. For an ordinary person to incite the wrath of a highly intelligent individual, especially one who contemplated violence, would indeed spell disaster for the former. During his university years, Jiang Cheng, in addition to majoring in the highly coveted field of computer science, developed a keen interest in chemistry. He even pursued a minor in this discipline, earning a degree in the process. Thus, the creation of incendiary and explosive devices, such as detonators, was well within his capabilities. After mastering the daily routines of his predecessors through the adept application of hacking skills, Jiang Cheng successfully ensured that a series of packages were delivered punctually to their homes. Ultimately, he exacted his revenge, yet he became a notorious fugitive in the process. Under the relentless force of the state apparatus, Jiang Cheng found it exceedingly difficult to evade capture. He was swiftly identified as a suspect and placed on a nationwide wanted list. After nearly 2 years of a fugitive existence, he grew weary of the unending pursuit and chose to return to his hometown, where he ultimately took his own life. When the police located him, he had already drawn his last breath at his parents' graves, leaving behind a farewell letter expressing his desire to be buried alongside them. For Jiang Cheng, his life was undeniably a tragedy. His wish was simply to live well and provide his parents with happiness. Yet, he discovered that even such a modest aspiration could be easily shattered without adequate protection, proving that sometimes excessive honesty can be a grave error. Regrettably, by the time Jiang Cheng recognized this truth, it was far too late. It seemed that fate, feeling pity for Jiang Cheng's tragic life, granted him a second chance, allowing him to traverse into a world of elves. In this new existence, he found himself in a humble yet warm family. For someone who had experienced the loss of both parents at a young age, this was an invaluable gift. Hence, Jiang Cheng remained devoted to the elderly couple who had taken him in, earning a reputation in the village as a dutiful son. In truth, the Jiang Cheng who had crossed over was Sato Kaede, an abandoned child rescued by this elderly couple, who also had a biological son. Unfortunately, in stark contrast to the filial Jiang Cheng, this biological son was a quintessential prodigal, known for his laziness and vices, including gambling and alcoholism. Before Jiang Cheng arrived in this family, the biological son had disappeared after accruing a significant debt, and to this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. The elderly couple, struggling financially, often face creditors at their doorstep. When Jiang Cheng turned 14, the couple, having been lovingly cared for by him, finally passed away peacefully. Shortly after their demise, the ungrateful biological son returned not out of remorse to honor his parents, but with the intent to seize their inheritance. Although the couple had left a will bequeathing their house and land to Jiang Cheng, his status as an adopted child complicated matters. To spare the elderly couple, who had treated him with great love, from distress, Jiang Cheng selflessly relinquished the property and land to the biological son, demanding only that he refrain from disturbing the graves of the elderly couple. After the biological son swore an oath in the presence of the villagers, Jiang Cheng departed with nothing. Regarding the world of Pokémon, Jiang Cheng found himself neither unfamiliar nor overly acquainted. In truth, during his childhood, he too was a Pokémon trainer. However, due to his family's circumstances, he mostly borrowed the game from his peers. After entering university, he seized the opportunity to fulfill his childhood aspirations through the complimentary internet access provided on campus, immersing himself in the game's animations. Coupled with his remarkable memory, he became well-versed in the lore of many Pokémon, rendering him not entirely a stranger to this enchanting realm. Yet, a game remains a game, and an animation is but an animation when juxtaposed with the authentic Pokémon world. One quickly discerns myriad discrepancies. For instance, in the animation, Ash merely emerges charred after being struck by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, whereas in reality, although the physical constitution of humans in this world is significantly superior to that of Earth, without special measures, being hit by such an electric shock could indeed be life-threatening. Only Pokémon, endowed with their extraordinary physiology, could withstand such a jolt and continue to thrive. Indeed, in this realm inhabited by Pokémon, the status of most humans is rather precarious. Even a diminutive Rattata possesses the strength to effortlessly shatter solid rock, making it exceedingly simple to eliminate an ordinary human. To contend with Pokémon, one must rely on Pokémon is a phrase Jiang Cheng has heard repeatedly since arriving in this world, and he firmly believes in its validity. With the advent of Pokeballs and similar tools, humanity finally attained the means to combat Pokémon, giving rise to a profession known as Pokémon Trainer. This vocation has become a vital force in humanity's gradual ascendancy over this world. As the name suggests, a Pokémon trainer is one who tames and trains these creatures. In simpler terms, they are akin to beast tamers. For ordinary humans wishing to engage with wild Pokémon, the singular, most effective approach is to become a trainer. Once upon realizing he had traversed into the Pokémon world, Jiang Cheng was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the chance to become a trainer and embark on a journey akin to Ash's in the animations. Alas, the profession of trainer, entailing prolonged interactions with Pokémon, is inherently perilous. Each year, thousands aspire to become trainers, yet only a scant few can truly stand on their own. It is easy to comprehend that despite possessing Pokémon, trainers remain human. If they fail to wisely utilize and protect themselves with their captured Pokémon, they too may swiftly become mere soil. While power is alluring, the accompanying dangers are exceedingly high, and not everyone can endure such risks. To become a genuine trainer, the first step is to be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Those who approach this vocation with a mere sense of curiosity or amusement will inevitably find themselves in peril. Moreover, not everyone is cut out to be a trainer. This profession is not only fraught with danger, but also entails considerable financial investment. To become a trainer, after solidifying one's mental fortitude, the next step is to devise a means of acquiring a Pokémon. The existence of creatures known as sprites is well known to all, as long as one does not provoke them. They remain benign, however. Should you incite their wrath, they possess the capacity to subdue you effortlessly, potentially even taking your life. Most individuals who have attempted to capture sprites with mere bare hands have long since met their demise. In any realm, currency holds immense significance within human society. Undoubtedly, the most expedient and secure method to acquire a sprite is through monetary purchase. As many aspire to become trainers, a profession known as sprite hunter has emerged, catering to those whose coffers are sufficiently filled. These profit-driven sprite hunters will diligently assist you in capturing even the most legendary of beasts, provided your wealth is ample. Of course, sprites available for purchase are categorized by tiers. The more one spends, the finer the sprite one can acquire. It is essential to recognize that even a seemingly ordinary Rattata commands a price in the thousands of alliance coins, a daunting figure for those from financially constrained backgrounds. In truth, for the majority of trainers, the initial sprite holds considerable importance. After all, one individual may begin their journey with a mere Rattata caught at the roadside, while another may start with a meticulously bred starter like Charmander. Which sprite is likely to achieve greater success in the future? This question is rather straightforward. Once you have completed the preliminary preparations for your journey as a trainer, you will soon discover the stark inequity of this world. Upon becoming a trainer, ordinary individuals must invest time and effort into nurturing their sprites, with the method of cultivation largely dependent on the trainer's abilities. Typically, common trainers are left to their own devices, a situation that can easily lead to the development of subpar sprite. Each of the 100 trainers may possess a distinct understanding of the same sprite, leading to 100 varying approaches to its training, of which only the most practical methods can truly unlock the sprite's full potential. Moreover, nurturing a sprite demands significant resources. The costs of healing a sprite after battles can be exorbitant, compounded by the expenses of food and various essential items for sprites in the wild, which can accumulate into a substantial financial burden. Thus, in addition to employing effective training methods, aspiring trainers must also secure a degree of economic backing. Without sufficient financial support, one can only foster their sprite's growth at an agonizingly slow pace. Witnessing newer trainers, who embarked on their journeys after you, rapidly surpass, you may evoke feelings of frustration and despair. In summary, being a trainer is not only a perilous profession, but also a high-risk investment. It is a pursuit that ordinary families may find untenable. For commoners aspiring to become formidable trainers through conventional means, the challenge is akin to traversing the treacherous paths of Shu. After a period of contemplation, Jiang Cheng, a man who has lived 2 lives, quickly grasped the essence of the trainer profession. Born into a destitute family, the notion of becoming a trainer seemed exceedingly distant to him. In summary, he could not afford to pursue such aspirations, especially as he continued to care for 2 elderly individuals who had shown him immense kindness. Thus, even upon reaching the age of 10, he harbored no thoughts of becoming a trainer. It was only after the passing of the two elders and his subsequent solitary existence in Nibi City that the idea of becoming a trainer resurfaced in his mind. The reason was quite simple. Upon relocating to Nibi City, he realized he was still considered an undocumented resident. Consequently, many employers were reluctant to hire him, and those who were willing often engaged in severely exploitative practices. Adding to his misfortune, due to his status as an undocumented resident, local ruffians in Nibi City frequently targeted him, regularly coming to rob him of the meager earnings he managed to acquire. Thus, the past year had been exceedingly arduous for Jiang Cheng. At present, he had just been dismissed from his job, and the little money he had earned was snatched away, leaving him on the brink of starvation. Simultaneously, Jiang Cheng was also known as Sato Kaede. He had grown weary of his current dismal existence. In this life, he had fulfilled his filial duties to the two elders who raised him, leaving him with few regrets. Now, it was time for him to strive for a life worth living for himself. He yearned to seize control of his destiny in this world, rather than passively endure a life as mediocre and tragic as the last. Sato Kaede finished his cigarette in one deep inhale, exhaling a plume of white smoke before rising from the long bench and heading toward the dilapidated shop. In this life, I will undoubtedly take charge of my fate and live it to the fullest, he thought with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented determination. Simultaneously, a fleeting glimmer of blue light flickered in his gaze. Chapter 2. The Rookie of the Rockets. With a tinge of nervousness, Sato Kaede approached the shabby little shop, eyeing the elderly man reclining in a chair behind the counter. The shop was situated on the outskirts of southern Nibi City, in the least prosperous area of the region, surrounded by a sparse collection of other establishments. However, apart from the shop before Sato Kaede, all others were adorned with a prominent sign, reading store for rent. The apartment he currently rented was nearby, and after a year of living in the area, he had keenly observed the state of this little shop. In fact, since his arrival a year ago, the shop had remained unchanged. Given that this region was already economically deprived, it was only natural that no one was willing to take over these failing businesses. However, Sato Kaede discovered that on certain specific days, a number of individuals would gradually gather in the vicinity, making their way to this dilapidated little shop to purchase goods. From the attire of these patrons, it was evident to Sato Kaede that most of them, like him, were individuals burdened by the hardships of life. Ultimately, through his deliberate engagement, the true nature of this shabby establishment was unveiled before him. In reality, this worn-out shop served as a contact point for the notorious rocket gang of Kanto, and those frequenting the shop were there to undergo initiation tests for new recruits. Today was indeed one of those designated days. Have you thought this through? Once you enter, escaping will prove to be quite challenging, the old man remarked, his murky eyes slightly opening as he regarded Sato Kaede, his voice gravelly. Please, tell me the address. Old sir, I have nothing left to lose, Sato Kaede responded in a remarkably calm tone to the elder's inquiry. He was acutely aware of his current predicament as an undocumented individual. He lacked any legitimate means to become a Pokémon trainer. The League would never accept a trainer with such a status and might very well apprehend him at the first opportunity, leading him straight to imprisonment. Thus, in his pursuit of becoming a trainer and acquiring resources to further his journey, he recognized the necessity of cautiously selecting a powerful illicit organization. At this juncture, the Rocket Gang of Kanto emerged as the most viable option. From various manga, games, and animations, it was abundantly clear that the Rocket Gang was the most formidable dark organization across the regions, particularly in Kanto, where its strength and vast resources far surpassed those of other regional factions. For someone like Sato Kaede, who hailed from poverty, joining the Rocket Gang undoubtedly presented a promising opportunity to become a formidable trainer. In his recollections, Sakaki stood out as an exceptionally suitable leader, possessing both charismatic charm and a magnanimous spirit that surpassed those of other dark organization leaders. He was unrelenting in nurturing talent. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, the elder's half-closed eyes widened, and he retrieved a device resembling a tablet from a concealed corner. After tapping on it a few times, a dossier materialized on the screen, prominently featuring Sato Kaede's likeness in the upper left corner. Ha ha ha! It seems you truly have reached a point of no return. Take this time is of the essence, and you must act swiftly. Do you see the markings on that tree across the way? Follow those signs, and you shall reach your destination. The elder chuckled after glancing at the information on the screen. He then tossed a small object to Sato Kaede before closing his eyes once more. Upon examining the object handed to him by the elderly man, Sato Kaede discovered it to be nothing more than an unremarkable black stone. However, it was remarkably translucent, and after a moment of contemplation, he directed the stone toward a nearby illuminated streetlight. Under the glow of the light, a blood-red letter are materialized within the depths of the stone, indicating that this object served as a token of sorts. Without it, it was likely that even if he reached his intended destination, nothing would come to fruition. Subsequently, Sato Kaede followed the direction indicated by the old man's finger and soon located the tree he was meant to find. Upon arriving at the tree, he meticulously searched its surroundings and eventually discovered a subtle arrow marking in an inconspicuous spot on the trunk. Following the guidance of this small arrow, he ventured forth to a large rock, which, unsurprisingly, bore another discreet arrow. Throughout his journey, Sato Kaede adhered to these interconnected markers, ultimately arriving at a quaint cabin nestled within a grove just outside the city. By this time, the sun was nearing the horizon, and the moon gradually emerged in the sky. A robust man clad in hunting attire was leisurely closing the cabin door. However, upon Sato Kaede's appearance, the man's action halted, and he swiftly turned to regard the intruder stepping out from the woods. In the next moment, a cacophony of cawing echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to him, a flock of ominous crows had materialized around the cabin, their expressions mirroring the man's malice as they fixated on Sato Kaede. Fortunately, Sato Kaede, having lived 2 lives, possessed a certain mental fortitude. Despite feeling a flicker of tension on his face under the scrutinizing gaze of the formidable man and the menacing crows, he remained composed and raised the black stone high above his head. Though the light was dim, the man's eyesight appeared remarkably acute. The instant Sato Kaede lifted the stone, the man subtly waved his hand, causing the menacing crows to vanish abruptly from sight. Enter, fortunate little one. Had you arrived even 10 seconds later, even with your token, you would have met a grim fate, the man remarked coldly, reopening the door. The door swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness within, akin to a void that devoured all light. After presenting the token to the burly man at the threshold, Sato Kaede stepped into the pitch-black cabin with unwavering resolve. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the man promptly shut the door behind him. In the next heartbeat, Sato Kaede found the wooden floor beneath him mysteriously vanish, plunging him into the depths of an all-consuming darkness. During the descent, Sato Kaede swiftly succumbed to a terrifying sound and lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the floor of a brightly lit plaza, surrounded by individuals either standing or seated. Upon noticing his awakening, the onlookers merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their indifference, occasionally shifting their gaze toward a podium situated above. Is this the place where the Rocket Team accepts newcomers? Their methods are truly ruthless. I no longer know the way back and must obediently accept whatever arrangements the Rocket Team has in store for me, Sato Kaede thought, his expression darkening as he recalled the scene upon entering the cabin in the woods. Time passed quietly, and during this interval, Sato Kaede counted the number of people in the plaza exactly 100. The spacious area made their presence appear sparse. He endeavored to engage with others, but found the individuals here to be exceedingly wary. His attempts to approach were met with cold disregard. After several fruitless attempts, he resigned himself to leaning against a wall, waiting in silence. After what felt like over an hour, members of the Rocket Team finally arrived. Suddenly, doors appeared along the nearly sealed walls of the plaza, save for a single vent. Subsequently, several team members clad in rocket uniforms swiftly emerged through the doors, aggressively dispersing those at the edges of the plaza. They then organized themselves in an orderly manner around the perimeter, encircling the newcomers. At the same time, numerous small creatures emerged from the pokeballs in their hands, joining the encircling formation. Once the encirclement was complete, a man dressed in an elite rocket uniform made his way to the podium, settling into a chair. He was a well-proportioned middle-aged man, his face marred by several menacing scars, and his eyes sharp as those of a hawk. An aura of coldness radiated from him, exuding a formidable presence that instantly conveyed his ruthlessness. Upon his appearance, the atmosphere in the plaza shifted under his piercing gaze. Both the rocket grunts and newcomers like Sato Kaede involuntarily shuddered, rendering the surroundings eerily silent, with everyone holding their breath. Welcome, everyone. I am Caesar, your instructor for this group of fresh recruits. I trust you will all listen attentively, as I shall not repeat myself. Now come forward, the middle-aged man announced with commanding authority. As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, And in the next moment, several Rocket Team members hurriedly pushed out large display racks, positioning them on the ground in front of the podium. These racks were arranged neatly with an abundance of red and white Pokeballs. I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity. You have all witnessed the initial benefits bestowed upon you newcomers by our Rocket Team. Go forth and select one, but bear in mind that you must not release the little sprites contained within, and once chosen, no alterations may be made. Once the carts laden with the Pokeballs were properly arranged, Caesar spoke once more. As soon as Caesar finished, he resumed his indifferent observation of the newcomers' actions. Under the watchful gaze of Caesar and the surrounding Rocket Team members, the newcomers displayed signs of hesitation, yet their faces were alight with excitement. After a few bold individuals successfully approached and collected their Pokeballs without incident, the remaining crowd erupted into a frenzy, desperately scrambling forward in hopes of securing a remarkable initial sprite by seizing the opportunity. Among those at the rear of the newcomer line, Sato Kaede felt a stir of desire, but upon witnessing the chaotic throng ahead, which had resulted in a trampling incident, he wisely chose to remain in place, patiently waiting for others to complete their selections. As the Rocket Team members brought forth the carts filled with Pokeballs, Sato Kaede noted that each display housed no fewer than 60 Pokeballs. With 5 displays positioned before the podium, and considering that each individual could select only one Pokeball while being prohibited from releasing the contained sprites, there was truly no need for haste in the selection process. After several minutes elapsed, the newcomers had nearly completed their selections of favored sprites. At this juncture, Sato Kaede, along with a few others who had similarly opted for patience, slowly approached to choose their initial sprites. Upon his arrival, Sato Kaede could not help but wear a wry smile indeed. The selection of sprites offered by the Rocket Team was limited to merely 6 varieties, 4 of which were exceedingly common in the vicinity of Nibby City. The 6 types of sprites included Rattata, Spearow, Geodude, Zubat, Coughing, and Ekans. In terms of combat prowess, Ekans undoubtedly emerged as the strongest among these 6, followed closely by Coughing and Spearow. Observing the current distribution of the Pokeballs, it was evident that the majority of selections were for Ekans and Coughing, with Spearow and Geodude following, while Rattata and Zubat were chosen by only a few. Chapter 3. The initial Pokémon. To be candid, upon encountering these 6 types of Pokémon, Sato Kaede's immediate inclination was to select the formidable Arbok. However, after a moment of reflection and careful consideration, he ultimately shifted his gaze towards the display featuring the great Zubat Pokeball. As an avid Pokémon enthusiast, Sato Kaede was well acquainted with these 6 common Kanto Pokémon. Among them, both Arbok and Weezing were quintessential choices for Team Rocket, being poison-type Pokémon that represent some of the more potent initial forms in that category. Arbok, a majestic purple serpent, is renowned for its intimidating presence, primarily characterized by its ability to instill fear. In the wild habitats of Pokémon, Arbok commands a significant position in the food chain, often causing lesser Pokémon to flee at the mere sight of it. Weezing, on the other hand, serves as Team Rocket's ultimate escape mechanism. Adept at creating dark smoke to confound adversaries and executing self-destructive maneuvers in critical moments. Weezing's indiscriminate feeding habits make it both easy to care for and remarkably powerful. However, these 2 poison-type Pokémon are evidently unsuitable as initial companions for a novice trainer. It is crucial to recognize that while trainers select their Pokémon, the Pokémon also evaluate their trainers. If a trainer lacks the skill to earn a Pokémon's respect, abandonment is a real possibility. This is particularly true for Pokémon that begin with no emotional foundation, as demonstrated when Pikachu incapacitated Dr. G with its electric attack. If even Pikachu could exhibit such behavior, one can only imagine the peril posed by a fierce Pokémon like Arbok or the volatile Weezing. Especially with Arbok's notoriously aggressive temperament, even the containment of a Pokeball does not guarantee safety, as trainers must remain vigilant to avoid being harmed. Otherwise, they risk becoming a meal for the serpent. Weezing is equally dangerous, as its very name suggests an abundance of toxic gas within. It is common knowledge that a mere spark amidst a concentration of gas can lead to a catastrophic explosion. Moreover, despite Weezing's seemingly dull demeanor, it possesses a rather temperamental nature, rivaling even that of the mischievous Electrode. A slight provocation could easily result in a self-detonation display. Thus, after further contemplation of his current capabilities as a trainer, Sato Kaede wisely decided against unleashing Arbok and Weezing. He had no desire to face the unfortunate prospect of disability at such a tender age. Among the remaining 4 small creatures, Rattata and Geodude were swiftly dismissed by Sato Kaede. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Although Rattata is relatively easy to care for, its potential for growth is exceedingly limited. Had it been an Alolan Rattata, he might have reconsidered. As for Geodude, despite its commendable defensive prowess, it possesses numerous shortcomings, making it susceptible to being outmaneuvered and often relegated to a disadvantageous position in battles. Consequently, Sato Kaede engaged in a profound deliberation between the final two options, Spearow and Zubat. In terms of combat prowess, Spearow undoubtedly surpassed Zubat. However, true to its name, Spearow is notoriously temperamental, making it a challenge to tame within a short time frame. Conversely, Sato Kaede held a deep admiration for Zubat, primarily due to its nocturnal nature. Although Zubat's combat ability diminishes during daylight, its exceptional reconnaissance skills are unmatched by the other 5 creatures. Additionally, its dietary needs are easily met, significantly reducing the resources required for training. With its echolocation capabilities, Zubat can provide trainers with effective warning signals, thereby diminishing the likelihood of encountering perilous situations. It must be noted that Zubat proves immensely beneficial for novice trainers, who generally lack substantial combat power, facilitating a smooth transition through their initial stages. Moreover, Zubat's diminished strength during daylight instilled Sato Kaede with considerable confidence in swiftly capturing it. Based on his understanding of bats, he recognized that Zubat is particularly averse to bright light. Thus, identifying this vulnerability would simplify the process of capturing Zubat. Furthermore, Sato Kaede harbored great confidence in nurturing Zubat. The name itself elucidates its innate talent. Indeed, echolocation is Zubat's inherent ability. As a former science prodigy, Sato Kaede possessed a profound comprehension of the physical phenomenon of sound waves, aware of their formidable strength. Should he succeed in harnessing Zubat's innate capabilities, it would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable companion. Having determined his target for the initial creature, Sato Kaede directed his full attention to the display housing Zubat's Pokeball, a flicker of subtle blue light igniting in his eyes. As a transmigrator, Sato Kaede, apart from the advantages of his previous life's memories, also possessed a unique asset typical of such individuals, a so-called golden finger, referred to as a system. Unfortunately, in comparison to other transmigrators, his system was decidedly underwhelming, failing to provide a starting Pokémon or endow him with extraordinary abilities from the Pokémon world, such as the powers of nature, aura, or psychic phenomena. Thus far, Sato Fang's exploration and understanding of the functions of the internal system reveal that its sole purpose is to detect Pokémon. Naturally, Sato Fang harbors a sense of satisfaction with this capability, as it allows him to swiftly discern the levels and skills possessed by Pokémon, enabling him to anticipate his opponent's moves during battles, thereby greatly assisting him in Pokémon confrontations. Under the pervasive influence of the system's detection functionality, the data of the Zubat contained within the Pokeballs displayed on the shelf swiftly materializes before Sato Fang's eyes. In any realm, aptitude is undeniably of paramount importance. Alas, at times, fate appears rather unjust. After all, certain attributes are innate and can only be altered through extraordinary serendipity. In the Pokémon world, aptitude is equally crucial for the creatures themselves. Within a Pokémon community, there naturally exist members of varying talents. Typically, those with higher aptitude ascend to become formidable leaders, while their less gifted counterparts are relegated to lesser roles. Regrettably for Sato Fang, the system he possesses lacks the ability to assess a Pokémon's aptitude, permitting him only to view their levels and skills. Thus, he is left to speculate on how to differentiate a Pokémon's innate qualities. Currently, the sole method Sato Fang employs, based on the information provided by the system, is to examine whether these Pokémon possess powerful inherited or taught skills. Generally speaking, those Pokémon capable of inheriting formidable skills that require high levels to learn, or which cannot even be acquired through their own level advancements, are indicative of commendable aptitude. Such Pokémon typically descend from 1 or 2 exceptionally strong parents. Similarly, for wild Pokémon to acquire skills unattainable through their own level advancements, they must either engage in self-discovery or collaborate with one another. The skills learned through self-exploration are akin to ancestral knowledge and are rarely shared freely. They are usually passed down only to offspring or very close companions. Thus, Pokémon that manage to learn skills through self-exploration, skills that their levels do not allow them to acquire, undoubtedly possess commendable aptitude, at least in terms of comprehension. From this analytical perspective, those Pokémon endowed with taught skills either have exceptionally capable parents or possess a remarkable bond with a strong companion, with the likelihood of the former being significantly greater. With the assistance of the system's detection feature, one by one, the levels and skills of various Zubat appeared before Sato Kaede's eyes. However, he felt a certain disappointment as among these Zubat, whose levels reached a maximum of merely 20. Only 2 possessed inherited and taught skills. The details of these 2 Zubat are as follows. Pokémon. Zubat. Number 1. Level. 13 type. Poison flying ability. Inner focus gender. Female skills. Absorb, supersonic, scare, bite. Wing attack, ultimate absorb, inherited. Aerial ace, taught. Pokémon. Zubat. Number 2. Level. 13 type. Poison flying ability. Inner focus gender. Male skills. Absorb, supersonic, scare, bite, wing attack. Hypnosis, inherited. Shadow Ball, taught. Upon comparing the profiles of these 2 Zubat, it became evident to Sato Kaede that they represented the finest qualifications among all Zubat currently presented by Team Rocket. Naturally, it is conceivable that there might be Zubat of even greater potential, but due to the inability to observe them directly, Sato Kaede could only assess their capabilities based on the available information. Beyond the inherited and taught skills offering a glimpse into the Pokémon's potential, one could also discern a Pokémon's aptitude from its physical development. Generally, unless nurtured by a trainer, wild Pokémon must rely on their own abilities to procure sustenance. It stands to reason that the more qualified a Pokémon is, the stronger its capabilities will be during growth compared to its peers, thus allowing it to acquire more resources and achieve superior development. Alas, the laws of nature are indeed harsh. Within the Pokémon realm, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Unless one is fortunate enough to defy fate, the strong remain strong, while the weak remain weak. This is an inevitability. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, Sato Kaede ultimately chose Zubat number 2 as his Pokémon. In his view, as a fragile Pokémon, Zubat was ill-suited for frontline combat. It would be wiser to remain in the rear, focusing on support and damage output. He believed that Hypnosis and Shadow Ball were far more fitting for Zubat than Ultimate Absorb and Aerial Ace. I hope we can become great companions. I will do my utmost to nurture you, Sato Kaede silently contemplated as he held his Pokémon. Subsequently, under the impatient gazes of others, Sato Kaede, the last to select a Pokémon and the one who took the longest, calmly returned to the line of newcomers, showing no hint of embarrassment. Chapter 4. The Untamed Wilds. Interesting. Observing Sato Kaede's composed return to the lineup amidst the scrutiny of his peers, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Caesar's eyes as he stood upon the podium. Soon, the selection process for the new recruits of Team Rocket came to an end. The few Team Rocket members who had pushed the display stand over were astutely aware of their surroundings, promptly returning the stand to its original position. Now that you all have taken the Pokémon according to your preferences, I urge you to release them immediately. Those who can effectively command their Pokémon will be rewarded handsomely, for instance, with this exquisite Pokémon egg from the Kanto region. Though time is of the essence as the reward is limited. Once the display stand was moved aside, Caesar continued to speak, revealing an egg adorned with red patterns. As Caesar spoke, Sato Kaede, hidden among the crowd, noted the Team Rocket members surrounding the new recruits. Their faces bore expressions of mockery, observing the newcomers with keen interest. Arbok, heed my command and unleash Poison Sting. Weezing, execute Tackle. Come forth, Geodude, and use Rock Throw. Spearow, utilize your Screech. Rattata, also employ Tackle, and Zubat. Swiftly use Supersonic. Upon hearing Commander Caesar's words and seeing the Kanto egg in his hand, most of the new recruits from Team Rocket displayed expressions of sheer elation. Clearly, they believed themselves to be exceptionally skilled, viewing Caesar's challenge as a mere opportunity for rewards. They hastily released their Pokémon, issuing common attack commands without hesitation. In an instant, brilliant white light emanated from the open Pokeballs, and as the light faded, the Pokémon emerged onto the Grand Plaza. Observing this turn of events, Sato Kaede's expression changed, sensing an ominous shift. He quickly maneuvered out of the crowd of newcomers and approached the nearest Team Rocket member. It was evident that Sato Kaede was not alone in his apprehension. Many other newcomers, mirroring his concern, refrained from releasing their Pokémon and hurriedly sought refuge near the nearest Team Rocket personnel. The Pokémon emerging from the new recruits' Pokeballs initially surveyed their surroundings warily. Upon spotting the imposing figure of Caesar, their eyes reflected a mix of fear and wariness, completely disregarding the commands of the trainers who had released them. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, as the once confident newcomers now wore expressions of embarrassment and astonishment. In truth, the majority of those who joined Team Rocket came from impoverished backgrounds, having lived in relatively isolated environments, possessing only a superficial understanding of Pokémon. Having glanced at a few televised Pokémon battles and competitions, they naively assumed that simply releasing their Pokémon would compel them to obey commands. Subsequently, some determined novices began to angrily berate the Pokémon before them. with a few of the more hot-tempered individuals even resorting to physical punishment against the disobedient creatures. Indeed, the majority of these individuals had been raised by the Alliance like livestock, living within the fairy tale spun by the organization, possessing only a superficial understanding of Pokémon, believing them to be mere tools for enslavement. Seeing someone resort to force to command a Pokémon elicited a wry smile from Sato Kaede, who stood at the edge of the scene. Having lived in Nibi City, he had rarely encountered reports of Pokémon harming humans in newspapers or on television. When such incidents did occur, they were typically framed as tales of brave trainers subduing rogue Pokémon with ease. Overall, the Alliance seldom allowed the populace to grasp the terrifying nature of wild Pokémon, instead propagating the notion that these creatures were humanity's devoted friends and companions, leading the vast majority who had never experienced a Pokémon attack to accept this narrative as truth. Moreover, the Alliance's regional competitions showcased young trainers deftly commanding their Pokémon in battles, leaving older spectators, who had not traveled, to ponder their own capabilities. The world is rife with self-assured individuals who mistakenly believe that what others can achieve is easily attainable for themselves. In reality, certain challenges can only be comprehended through experience, and the profession of a trainer is undoubtedly perilous. As fate would have it, some of these overconfident individuals soon faced dire consequences. While Pokémon might initially refrain from confronting a trainer due to the presence of a Pokéball, should a trainer provoke them, they would not remain passive. Those who dared to strike at the defiant Pokémon swiftly incurred their wrath. A wild Arbok retaliated with a vicious bite, sending its trainer crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, a Gasball, without hesitation, self-destructed, causing grievous injuries to nearby individuals and Pokémon alike. A Geodude delivered a crushing blow, sending its assailant flying. A ferocious Spearow viciously pecked at the head of its trainer, quickly causing the Team Rocket rookie to bleed profusely. And Zubat unleashed a disorienting sonic wave before sinking its fangs into its trainer's neck to siphon his blood, while a Rattata simply bit into its trainer's thigh, leaving a gaping wound. In an instant, the Grand Plaza descended into chaos, with numerous rookie members of Team Rocket emitting anguished cries. Some of the more timid individuals were so horrified by the gruesome scene before them that they lost control of their bodily functions. Fortunately, this turmoil was swift to dissipate. Under the guidance of the rookie instructor Caesar, the onlooking Team Rocket soldiers promptly sprang into action. They efficiently commanded their Pokémon to vanquish those that had attacked the new recruits, subsequently recalling them into their Pokéballs. Quickly, a small contingent of these soldiers took it upon themselves to carry away those who had been assaulted by the Pokémon, transporting them to the infirmary for urgent care. The situation was perilously dangerous. Without special means, it was nearly impossible for humans to triumph over Pokémon. The creature I held in my hand was undoubtedly untamed, and had I released it unprepared, I too might have found myself en route to the emergency room. Observing the unfortunate newcomers being taken away, Sato contemplated the Pokéball in his grasp, simultaneously having witnessed the formidable power of the Pokémon. His desire to become a trainer capable of commanding such magnificent beings surged within him, and a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Soon, the entire plaza fell into a profound silence, with the majority of newcomers gazing fearfully at the Pokéballs they held. Some even hurled their Pokéballs far away. Having just witnessed the ferocity of the Pokémon's assault, they no longer believed themselves capable of commanding these terrifying creatures. Such a pathetic group. Caesar scoffed from his elevated platform, his expression cold. It seems none among you are worthy of the gifts I possess. By the way, I must inform you that the Pokémon you hold were recently captured in the wild and remain untamed. Witnessing the shameful demeanor of the crowd, Caesar's expression hardened with disdain. The vast majority of newcomers lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze, while a small minority displayed defiance, straightening their backs and keeping their heads held high. At this moment, Caesar observed their performance keenly. Recognizing that a few promising individuals still remained among them, he felt a slight sense of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. As the rookie instructor, nurturing new talent for the organization was his duty. Failing to meet the minimum training standards would significantly hinder his prospects for advancement. In truth, every rookie instructor was among the elite of Team Rocket and also served as prospective cadre personnel. The organization has summoned these elite individuals to mentor newcomers, and the intention is quite evident. Firstly, it is to leverage their expertise to cultivate a greater number of exceptional members for the Rocket team. Secondly, it serves to empower them in establishing their own influence within the organization. Presently, the Rocket team in Kanto is largely divided into three formidable factions: the Athena faction, the Apollo faction, and the Poseidon faction. These three factions coexist in a delicate balance, each governing a distinct region. Caesar belongs to the Apollo faction. Now, I shall refrain from further trivialities. You have 1 week, and regardless of the methods employed, only those who successfully tame their Pokémon shall be deemed true members of our rocket team. Those who fail will be relegated to the most menial of tasks. We do not sustain an efficacy within the rocket team. Take them away. With this proclamation, Caesar waved his hand and abruptly vanished from the podium. Subsequently, the ordered rocket team members proceeded to escort the newcomers, including Sato Kaede, from the Grand Square as if they were prisoners. Chapter 5. The Points Redemption System. After Sato Kaede and the others were led away from the Grand Square, they officially entered the expansive underground secret base constructed by the rocket team in Nishi City, ultimately arriving at a communal dining hall. Within the stipulated 10 minutes, they consumed their dinner before being escorted to the barracks designated for new recruits. Once all the newcomers had assembled, a long-awaited squad leader from the rocket team explained the specific regulations of the base, outlining the accessible areas for recruits and the fundamental rules that must be adhered to within the facility. Approximately 10 minutes later, Sato Kaede found himself in his private room, which, although modestly sized, was adequately furnished. Despite its smallness, the room was complete with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. The furnishings were quite rudimentary, consisting of a bed, a table, a chair, and an antiquated desktop computer. Additionally, 3 sets of pure black uniforms were neatly arranged on the bed, accompanied by a peculiar wristwatch. According to the squad leader's introduction, these 3 black uniforms were specifically designated for new recruits. Within the base, they were required to don these uniforms. Failure to do so would result in being treated as intruders. It is noteworthy that these uniforms are not merely ordinary attire. They are crafted from special materials by the rocket team, characterized by their lightweight and durable nature, as well as their fire-resistant and electrical insulation properties. Wearing such a uniform is akin to donning a lightweight armor, providing the wearer with a degree of protection. And this is merely the standard uniform for newcomers within the rocket team. The peculiar timepiece, known as the identity card for every member of Team Rocket, not only serves the purpose of identification but also encompasses a myriad of functions, including a space backpack, communication capabilities, and features akin to those of a bank card. Within the ranks of Team Rocket, a virtual currency known as points serves as the standard medium of exchange. This currency wields considerable influence. With sufficient points and permissions, one can redeem a variety of items within the Team's point exchange system. As a large dark organization with a vast network spanning the Kanto and Johto regions, Team Rocket possesses an abundance of resources. The point exchange system is replete with an assortment of items that Team Rocket has acquired, ranging from rare Pokémon items to precious skill discs, and even renowned quasi-legendary Pokémon from various regions. Thus far, as a perk for newcomers, individuals such as Sato Kaede have each received a complimentary 200 points in their accounts to serve as initial funding for nurturing Pokémon. Overall, Team Rocket demonstrates a commendable commitment to the development of its recruits, whether through the provision of initial Pokémon or the recent distribution of protective gear and points, highlighting their emphasis on nurturing new talent. With only a week to train and a mere 200 points at their disposal, careful consideration of resource utilization is paramount. Lying in bed, Sato Kaede forced himself to remain awake, striving to devise a plan for the days ahead. Eventually, he rose from his bed and seated himself at his desk, powering on the desktop computer. Before long, the screen illuminated, revealing a sparse desktop with merely 2 icons, my computer and point exchange system. Upon noticing the latter, Sato Kaede eagerly clicked it, only to be met with a prompt for identity verification, something the team leader had failed to mention. Fortunately, having been a programmer in his previous life, he found the computer in this world to be quite familiar. Remaining calm despite the situation, he pondered briefly before meticulously exploring the machine. Ultimately, he discovered a slot near the top of the computer case, adjacent to the wall, resembling that of the Team Rocket watch. With a spirit of experimentation, he placed the watch into the slot, and in an instant, the desktop interface transitioned, successfully completing the identity verification and granting him access to the point exchange system. In summary, the items available for redemption within the point exchange system are categorized into 4 primary types. The first category comprises various Pokémon items. The second encompasses skill discs, the third includes Pokémon themselves, and the fourth consists of training manuals. The exchange items within the realm of sprite tools typically encompass various spray potions, evolution stones, and an array of held items. Beyond these, they also include a myriad of common trinkets, and even some gadgets invented by Team Rocket. The category dedicated to skill discs naturally comprises an assortment of diverse skill discs. A cursory glance by Sato Kaede reveals that, aside from certain moves unique to legendary Pokémon, Nearly every type of skill disc is available for exchange. Regrettably, given Sato Kaede's current status as a novice, he can only redeem some of the more commonplace skill discs. In the sprite exchange category, one may acquire various sprites. However, compared to the comprehensive range of skill discs, the variety of sprites available for exchange is relatively limited, predominantly comprising those from the Kanto and Johto regions. Lastly, the cultivation manuals refer to various guides designed to expedite the proper training of specific sprites. Unfortunately, most of these manuals are mere remnants, with the training methods showing signs of significant truncation. Upon entering the points exchange system, Sato Kaede felt as though he had discovered a new world, his weariness dissipating instantly. Armed with a formidable memory stemming from an intellect exceeding 130, he swiftly memorized the names and point values of the various items available for exchange. In fact, after successfully accessing the points exchange system, he quickly identified the items he possessed for taming his Zubat: a powerful flashlight, an iron net, a pair of noise-canceling ear muffs, and several packs of blood plasma. As previously mentioned, Zubat, like ordinary bats, is a nocturnal creature with severely impaired vision, making it extremely sensitive to bright light. Thus, Sato Kaede resolved to exploit this vulnerability in his pursuit of capturing it. The intense illumination from the flashlight would effectively harm Zubat. The inclusion of the iron net and noise-canceling ear muffs was a precaution for personal safety. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a sprite that is exponentially stronger. To prevent Zubat from feeling cornered, necessary safety measures must be in place. Lastly, the blood plasma was prepared as a means to entice Zubat, which possesses an almost obsessive greed for blood. Often, even when satiated, they continue to drain their prey, leading to a weight that renders them incapable of flight. If Sato Kaede could leverage Zubat's gluttonous nature to swiftly foster a bond and gradually earn its trust, it would undoubtedly be a source of great joy for him. He is well aware that Zubat's final evolutionary form, Crobat, requires a certain level of intimacy to evolve. As for why Crobat can also be found in the wild, that remains unclear for now. Currently, the items selected by Sato Kaede consist of various low-value goods within the category of miscellaneous items. The portable spotlight requires 30 points. The small iron mesh costs 20 points. The soundproof earplugs are priced at 10 points, and plasma is 5 points per small pack. Given Sato Kaede's current needs, he would require approximately 5 packs of plasma. Therefore, the total points required for these items amounts to 85 points, which comfortably falls within the range of points Sato Kaede possesses. However, he did not hasten to exchange them immediately. Instead, he spent nearly 2 hours meticulously noting down the names and prices of various items within the points exchange system before shutting down his computer and drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Rationalizing resources. By 9 o'clock the following morning, Sato Kaede slowly awakened from his slumber. The first thing he did, still somewhat drowsy, was to gaze at the red and white Pokeball placed on his desk. Realizing this was not a dream, he glanced at the time displayed on his Team Rocket watch, then closed his eyes once more. After about a minute, he opened his eyes again, now fully alert and devoid of any remnants of sleepiness. After a brief routine of washing up, Sato Kaede donned his Team Rocket rookie uniform, fastening the Pokeball containing his Zubat to his belt, and subsequently exited his room. As the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people. With a rumbling stomach, Sato Kaede's first destination was naturally the communal dining hall. Team Rocket takes good care of its members, as long as one contributes to the organization. There is food to be had, and it is plentiful. Although Sato Kaede, as a rookie, had yet to make any contributions, he still enjoyed certain privileges, including free meals that ensured he was well fed. Of course, one should not expect too much from these complimentary meals. They are rather simple and modest fare. While rice can be replenished, the variety of dishes is limited, and to indulge in better options, one must spend points to purchase them. By now, it was already past 9 in the morning, and those Team Rocket members with assigned tasks had long departed from the dining hall. Currently, only rookies like Sato Kaede remained. Most of them had already finished their meals and were gathered in small groups, wearing frowns as they discussed strategies for capturing the Pokémon within their Pokeballs. They were not foolish. They understood the wisdom of collective effort, recognizing that a single individual might struggle against a Pokémon, but a group of 10 prepared individuals could stand a fighting chance. If one person succeeded in capturing a Pokémon, the subsequent efforts would become much simpler, as the first successful captor could assist the others in their endeavors. The arrival of Sato Kaede did not garner much attention from the others. The newcomers had already formed their initial small teams autonomously, showing little interest in the latecomer who was as thin as a rail. Consequently, Sato Kaede smoothly obtained a share of free breakfast from the cafeteria staff and sought out a secluded corner to quietly finish his meal. He was indifferent to how others intended to capture the little spirits. He had already devised a method for capturing the Zubat and merely needed to acquire the appropriate tools for the task. From a practical standpoint, the most straightforward approach was to directly exchange points within the Team Rocket's internal redemption system. However, Sato Kaede, having perused the various items available for exchange multiple times and having a rough idea of their prices etched in his mind, understood the crucial importance of points within Team Rocket. They were the lifeblood of the organization, permeating its very essence. To thrive within Team Rocket, one must accumulate as many points as possible. Outside, raising little spirits required money, but within Team Rocket, it demanded points. The bountiful resources available within Team Rocket included numerous items that, even at exorbitant prices, might not be obtainable elsewhere, and the redemption prices were quite reasonable. Thus, in the eyes of Team Rocket members, points were deemed more valuable than money. Presently, as a rookie, Sato Kaede possessed a mere 200 points as his initial resources. It was paramount for him to judiciously utilize these resources to secure greater rewards in the future. During the speech given by the Team Rocket squad leader yesterday, while the introduction to the areas accessible to the new recruits was cursory, Sato Kaede remembered it vividly. The locations he and the other newcomers could freely access were limited to 4: the communal cafeteria, the new recruits' dormitory, the public training grounds, and the public market. He had naturally visited the first 2 locations, and the third was unnecessary for him at this stage since he had yet to tame a Zubat. However, the 4th location was where Sato Kaede longed to explore. If he was not mistaken, he anticipated it would yield fruitful discoveries. Wherever there are people, there exists a marketplace. And the purpose of this market is to effectively optimize resources. Most individuals within Team Rocket, like these newcomers, had once faced similar predicaments. Their successful persistence indicated that they had employed various methods to tame little spirits. Although the methods might have been diverse and peculiar, it was likely that someone had considered leveraging Zubat's fear of bright light as a means to capture it. Thus, those who tame the supersonic bats using this method undoubtedly possess what Sato Kaede yearns for. Presently, a significant influx of newcomers is entering the base, with Sato Kaede and his companions being merely a fraction of this wave. Each newcomer is endowed with 200 points, acquired free of charge. While this may seem modest, the sheer number of newcomers transforms it into an enticing bounty. As seasoned members of Team Rocket eye this delectable prize, they will not easily overlook the opportunity. Although today marks merely the first day of the newcomers' arrival, and they have not yet boldly employed various strategies to seize the precious points from the newcomers, Sato Kaede is confident that within a day or 2, even if individuals have yet to consider seeking assistance from these veterans, seasoned members will inevitably approach them to establish contact. Moreover, the instructor known as Caesar previously stated that regardless of the method employed, as long as one can tame a Pokémon, it is deemed satisfactory. Therefore, the prospect of compensated assistance from veterans is certainly appealing to the newcomers. Naturally, time favors the veterans. The more pressing the urgency, the higher the cost of the assistance they provide. Particularly for those newcomers who have yet to tame a Pokémon by the final day, they will spare no expense, possibly even offering future gains as collateral. Sato Kaede, possessing a keen intellect, has contemplated numerous scenarios. After learning from a painful lesson, he tends to approach tasks with utmost caution. While others may only consider 1 or 2 steps ahead, he strives to envisage 4 or 5 potential outcomes, preparing several contingency plans in the process. Having lived 2 lives, Sato Kaede has indeed matured. The tragedies of his first life resulted in significant losses, yet they also bestowed upon him invaluable insights. Chapter 7. Industry and Hierarchy. A complimentary breakfast consisting of a substantial piece of dry bread and a bottle of milk took Sato Kaede over half an hour to consume. By this time, the clock approached 10 o'clock. It was time, as he anticipated a bustling atmosphere at this hour. Sato Kaede swallowed the last morsel of bread and finished the final sip of milk, glancing at the time displayed on his Team Rocket wristwatch, deep in thought. In reality, the public market had opened at 7, but due to the daily duties of most Team Rocket members, arriving too early yielded a sparse crowd. The formidable strength of Team Rocket stems from its vast enterprise, boasting numerous industries across various cities, the majority of whose workforce comprises Team Rocket members. In truth, the actual number of combat personnel within Team Rocket is relatively small. Most members fulfill logistical roles. After all, the members of Team Rocket are human beings who require sustenance. Moreover, the cultivation of armed forces inherently consumes vast resources. Without sufficient logistical support, the members of Team Rocket would be left to endure the bitter winds. Many might erroneously believe that the dark organizations acquire resources solely through direct plunder, Yet this notion is fundamentally flawed. Plunder is merely the most primitive method of resource acquisition. Unlike most dark forces, Team Rocket excels not only in theft, but also in the creation and cultivation of resources. For instance, consider the Silver Company, which operates under the covert control of Team Rocket, or the Rainbow Casino, the largest gambling establishment, or the expansive amusement park for oversized Pokémon established by Sakaki in the animation. These enterprises epitomize the lucrative ventures that Team Rocket has ingeniously created and nurtured. Currently, Team Rocket's industries have become remarkably diversified. The collection of protection fees from the black market constitutes only a minor portion of their economic sources. It is the concealed black industries, thriving in the shadows, that serve as their primary economic foundation. Thus, Team Rocket possesses formidable strength, to the extent that even the League dares not provoke them lightly. After all, Team Rocket has successfully entrenched itself within the very fabric of the League. Should the League attempt to uproot Team Rocket, it would undoubtedly incur significant repercussions, potentially triggering widespread social upheaval. However, the extensive nature of their enterprises necessitates a substantial human resource base. Utilizing their own personnel is deemed the safest approach, especially as they covertly engage in competition with the League and other dark forces. Consequently, personnel attrition is quite pronounced. Therefore, in terms of human resources, Team Rocket finds itself somewhat strained, which underscores their relentless efforts to cultivate new talent. This is particularly true in the realm of training elite operatives, an area in which Team Rocket places immense importance. After all, human resources are the most invaluable asset, should one of these newcomers emerge as a top-tier trainer. Team Rocket's dominion could expand further. In summary, Team Rocket does not harbor idlers. Nearly every member is assigned specific tasks to accomplish each day. This is especially true for the logistics personnel, whose responsibilities are considerably more demanding than those of combatants. Nevertheless, the rotation of personnel within Team Rocket is reasonably structured, allowing members to leave early if they fulfill their designated workload. At present, it is just past 10 o'clock, a time when Team Rocket personnel are transitioning for their breaks. As the hour until mealtime stretches ahead, the internal public market of the base buzzes with activity. After placing his tray in the designated area, Sato Kaede departed the cafeteria alone, navigating towards the public market based on the route he memorized the previous day. In truth, the public market is situated quite close to the dining hall. However, due to insufficient accessibility, he was compelled to take a longer path. As he journeyed along, Sato Kaede encountered numerous members of Team Rocket, and upon meeting these individuals, he instinctively stepped aside to allow them to pass. Within Team Rocket, the hierarchy is strictly observed. For instance, those of lower rank are required to yield to their superiors. If two individuals share a direct superior-subordinate relationship, a respectful bow is expected. Oh, how intriguing that someone has already ventured into the public market. What is your name, newcomer? And what Pokémon have you acquired? By the way, who is your instructor? Just as Sato Kaede was about to enter the public market, a Team Rocket member clad in a captain's uniform approached him and halted to engage him in conversation. The personnel hierarchy within Team Rocket generally comprises 9 ranks: Grunt, Squad Leader, Lieutenant, Captain, Elite, Officer, Senior Officer, Regional Commander, and Leader. At present, the highest-ranking official in the underground base of Nibi City, where Sato Kaede is situated, is an officer named Hina, who serves directly under Apollo, the regional commander of the northeastern region. The lieutenant who stopped Sato Kaede was a mature woman of tall and curvaceous stature, particularly notable for her ample bosom. Her appearance was quite enchanting, characterized by long, wavy pink hair and a subtle application of makeup that accentuated her mature allure, reminiscent of the elder sister of the infamous female thieves from the Water City. Greetings, Lieutenant. I am Sato Kaede, and I have just obtained a Zubat as my Pokémon. My instructor is Lord Caesar, he replied, lifting his gaze slightly with a calm expression despite standing before someone of significantly higher rank. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's response and observing the unassuming demeanor on his youthful face, the lieutenant, exuding a confident charm, expressed a hint of surprise and regarded him with interest through her beautiful amber eyes. Little brother, do you not find me beautiful? Why do you not show any reaction? That is quite unappealing, she teased. After a few moments, noticing Sato Kaede's continued indifference, the lieutenant frowned and, with a playful demeanor, leaned closer to him, playfully confronting him with a flirtatious gaze. Evidently, Sato Kaede's lack of response caused her to question her own allure. Meanwhile, several Team Rocket members passing by cast envious glances at the scene. The men wished to replace Sato Kaede in an instant, while the women turned away in haste, muttering disparaging remarks about the lieutenant. The lieutenant is named Miyamoto Sakura, aged 25, and she has been a member of Team Rocket for 6 years. Like Sato Kaede, she hails from a humble background, but through her determination and hard work, she has ascended to the rank of captain, commanding her own squad. Despite her current amiable and enchanting demeanor, she is notoriously known as the thorny rose within the underground base of the Nibi City Rocket Team. Among the captains of the Rocket Team, her prowess stands unparalleled. Any member daring to offend her, unless of a superior rank, faces formidable consequences. Sato Kaede's indifferent behavior has successfully captured the attention of this thorny rose, who is now keen to ascertain whether he truly remains impervious to her allure. She harbors a particular disdain for pretentious men. Truth be told, had another boy of Sato Kaede's age faced the tantalizing provocations of Sakura Miyamoto, he would likely have succumbed to temptation. However, Sato Kaede, having lived 2 lives and experienced death once, possesses a remarkable fortitude against beauty. Concurrently, he senses a subtle yet lethal threat emanating from Sakura, rendering any thoughts of her physical allure inconceivable. The intoxicating fragrance wafts through the air, and as he gazes upon her alluring, porcelain skin, he cannot help but swallow slightly. Nevertheless, he maintains his silence, striving to quell the flames of desire kindled within him. Humph, what an utterly unappealing little brother you are. Consider this a token of my goodwill towards you, a gift to welcome you as a newcomer. I have high hopes for you. After a brief 10 seconds of observing Sato Kaede's continued lack of reaction, Sakura's expression shifts to one of resignation. She tosses an item to him and resumes swaying her hips as she walks away. Sato Kaede catches the object she has thrown, realizing it is a crimson handheld flashlight. A flicker of delight glimmering in his eyes, though he quickly regains his composure. Thank you for your generous gift. It will be immensely useful to me. However, I believe in reciprocity. May I inquire your name, so that I might purchase this handheld flashlight with points from the exchange system? He calls out to the retreating Sakura, who, regrettably, pays him no mind. Instead, she continues her alluring sway, casting a slightly seductive glance over her shoulder and offering a fleeting smile before vanishing from his sight. Chapter 8. An uncommon public market. I shall remember this small favor and repay it when the opportunity arises. With Sakura having disregarded him, Sato Kaede places the crimson handheld flashlight into the storage compartment of his Rocket Team watch, contemplating inwardly. After this brief encounter, he finally arrives at his intended destination, the public market within the underground base of the Nibi City Rocket Team. The public market, though modest in size, approximately a quarter the size of a standard football field, buzzes with activity at this hour. Numerous stalls dot the ground, amounting to over 50 in number as he surveys the bustling scene. The presence of Sato Kaede, a new recruit, was rather conspicuous. Upon entering, many official members of Team Rocket shifted their gaze towards him. However, these individuals merely cast a fleeting glance at Sato Kaede before resuming their own tasks. Yet, even that fleeting glance left Sato Kaede feeling as if he were the object of their scrutiny, as he acutely sensed a hint of malice emanating from them. Their eyes betraying a predatory greed, akin to that of looking upon a lamb destined for slaughter. Simultaneously, a distinctive odor wafted through the air, emanating from the majority of those present. Although this scent was nearly imperceptible, the sheer number of individuals, coupled with Sato Kaede's own history of taking lives, allowed him to discern it swiftly. It was the unmistakable stench of blood that could never be cleansed. It became evident that each member of Team Rocket within this public market was a hardened survivor, individuals who had endured brutal battles and, to varying extents, had blood on their hands. It was clear that this public market was not a place for the ordinary. The palpable sense of oppression suggested that these individuals were the true operatives of Team Rocket, starkly different from the lesser grunts he had previously encountered. This sensation was reminiscent of his experiences with the instructor named Caesar. Observing the bustling Rocket members around him, Sato Kaede pondered quietly. Since his entrance into the public market, the atmosphere felt almost suffocating, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. The reason for this tension was apparent. The Team Rocket members were subtly vying for position, perhaps even warning one another. Much like powerful beasts, they did not engage in immediate conflict upon encountering one another. Rather, they faced off, their auras clashing in a silent display of dominance. Now, as Sato Kaede found himself amongst this fierce assembly, he felt akin to a young creature amidst a pack of formidable predators, even if the beasts bore no ill will towards him. The mere presence of such ferocity was enough to instill fear within him. Although in his previous life Sato Kaede had taken a few lives, it was evident that his experiences paled in comparison to those of the seasoned Team Rocket members who had engaged in real combat with actual weaponry. After all, his method of assassination involved crafting bombs and delivering them via courier to his enemies' doorsteps, devoid of any direct confrontation. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Sato Kaede's courage and willpower far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. After merely acclimating to his surroundings for a brief moment, he gradually adapted. As his courage surged and combined with his unwavering resolve, a formidable aura began to emanate from him. The members of Team Rocket, situated near Sato Phone, acutely sensed the transformation within him. The mockery that once danced in their eyes when they gazed at him gradually shifted to a cautious recognition of kinship. As Sato Phone adeptly acclimated to his surroundings, the once overwhelming sensation of being an outsider diminished significantly, and the oppressive weight upon him largely dissipated. Clearly, he had earned the acceptance of the majority within the public market, relinquishing any feelings of alienation. At this moment, he could finally embark on his quest to procure what he sought. The stalls laid out on the ground were primarily adorned with a clean cloth, upon which a myriad of items was displayed. Most of these offerings fell into 2 categories: various Pokémon tools and the Pokémon themselves. As Sato Phone traversed the market, he encountered an array of Pokémon tools, with the most prevalent being an assortment of spray-based potions and an assortment of berries, each with distinct effects. These commonplace items were reasonably priced, with a basic healing spray potion costing around 10 points in Team Rocket's internal exchange system, while the standard price here was merely 8 points. In summary, the vast majority of goods in the public market were priced lower than those in the points exchange system, which was quite logical. After all, if items were priced equally or higher than the exchange system, one might as well redeem them directly from the system, especially since those were brand new. Moreover, all participants in these transactions were acutely aware that the items sold by vendors were likely to be of dubious origin. Hence, regardless of any agreement or disagreement, such items were inherently tagged as secondhand, rendering their lower prices entirely justifiable. Generally speaking, the only items that might exceed the prices in the points exchange system were Pokémon themselves. The Pokémon obtained through the internal exchange system were assigned a standard price, meaning they could be either relatively low or high. Naturally, it was the buyers who had received these Pokémon who best understood whether the exchange price was fair. After all, Pokémon obtained through the points exchange system were random, with no guarantees regarding their quality. Thus, knowledgeable members of Team Rocket typically refrained from redeeming Pokémon through the exchange system. They preferred to capture them themselves or engage in trades with others. To illustrate this concept vividly, one might compare it to online shopping. In essence, Pokémon from the points exchange system resemble those purchased online, while Pokémon from the public market are akin to those bought in physical stores. When shopping in a physical store, the buyer's discernment is paramount, and savvy sellers are not oblivious either. Experienced trainers can easily discern the quality of a Pokémon. Currently, Sato Kaede noticed a booth selling a rather rare little sprite, a Bulbasaur of remarkable stature, approximately twice the size of a typical specimen. Its coloration was exceptionally vibrant. This Bulbasaur, confined within a glass enclosure, was evidently not a docile creature raised by the Alliance, but rather a wild one, exhibiting fierce instincts. It would lash out with its vine whip at anyone attempting to approach, though all its strikes were thwarted by the specially designed glass box. Thus, it was clear that this wild Bulbasaur possessed exceptional potential. The vendor was asking a price 5 times higher than that in the points exchange system, a staggering 10,000 points. Yet, despite the exorbitant cost, numerous members of Team Rocket approached to negotiate, many of whom were clad in the uniforms of squad leaders and captains. While the seller remained steadfast, Sato Kaede utilized the system to assess the Bulbasaur, discovering its outstanding qualities. Although its level was modest, it boasted several inherited and taught skills. Bulbasaur information: Pokémon, Bulbasaur, level 21, type, grass poison, ability, overgrow, gender, male, learn skills, tackle, growl, leech seed, vine whip, poison powder, sleep powder, take down, leaf tornado, toxic, inherited, energy ball, taught, nature power, taught, giga drain, inherited, grass whistle, inherited, and root, inherited. Upon seeing the Bulbasaur's impressive attributes, Sato Kaede felt a surge of excitement. Having such a formidable starter Pokémon right from the outset would undoubtedly smooth his journey as a trainer. However, despite his envy, he quickly averted his gaze from the spectacle and continued his search at the booth for the items he sought. Having unexpectedly acquired a portable spotlight, he was now merely in need of a sturdy iron net. As for the blood bags and noise-canceling ear muffs, those could only be purchased with points. After all, who would sell blood without reason? Moreover, it was far better to buy new ear muffs for hygiene's sake. Unexpected find after a meticulous search, Sato Kaede finally discovered the iron net he required at a booth tucked away at the edge. Upon seeing the other items at the stall, He felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world, his eyes lighting up in delight. In contrast to other booths brimming with a variety of Pokémon tools and creatures for sale, this stall offered a rather meager selection of second-hand training equipment. Among the items were various sizes of dumbbells and weighted sandbags designed to enhance a Pokémon's limb strength, frisbees for improving coordination, and weighted vests to bolster physical prowess. Among other training aids, based on the condition of these second-hand training tools, it is evident that they have been in use for quite some time. Their surfaces are marred with numerous scratches, and the paint has significantly faded. However, upon examining the overall structure, these second-hand training implements remain remarkably intact, showing no severe cracks. With a bit of caution, they could still be functional for a month or two without issue. Greetings, esteemed senior. May I inquire about the price of this iron net and the training tools? Upon spotting items that seemed perfectly suited to his needs, Sato Kaede approached with utmost politeness to ask about the cost. The vendor, a robust man with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes that squinted slightly, exuded an aura of simplicity and honesty. This brawny fellow, formerly a low-ranking soldier, sat cross-legged on the ground. Upon noticing the new recruit approaching, a flicker of joy appeared on his earnest face. How rare it is for a new recruit to venture here alone on the very first day. Your eye for quality is commendable. These are indeed fine training tools. Though they may appear a tad worn, they should still serve well for a year or so. I won't overcharge you. The iron net along with the set of training tools will be 200 points, he said, revealing a broad, genuine smile in response to Sato Kaede's courteous inquiry. However, upon hearing the price the man quoted without a hint of embarrassment, Sato Kaede's expression shifted to one of mild discontent. He recognized the simplicity of the training tools from the points redemption system, which valued them at merely 300 points. Considering the hefty depreciation rate, their value had undeniably plummeted by at least 80. As for the iron net, its redemption price stood at 20 points, reflecting a similar depreciation. Thus, the vendor's claim of not overcharging was utterly ludicrous. In Sato Kaede's estimation, the iron net and the training tools combined could not exceed 86 points. And factoring in their second-hand status, a price around 50 points seemed far more reasonable. Senior, you must be jesting. Surely you forgot to offer me a discount. How about a twofold reduction? If that is not feasible, I propose a price of 50 points for both items. Sato Kaede replied with an even demeanor to the amiable giant. At this, the friendly smile vanished from the brawny man's face, and his keen gaze widened with interest as he scrutinized Sato Kaede from head to toe, seemingly committing every detail to memory. The moment his sharp eyes opened wide, a palpable aura of predation emanated from him, directly affecting Sato Kaede. In an instant, Sato Kaede felt that the person before him was not merely a man, but a fierce tiger cornering him into a desperate situation. Yet, despite the overwhelming aura of the burly figure, Sato Kaede's eyes remained tranquil, undisturbed by the tension surrounding him. Having faced death once already, he bore no attachments. To him, death held no terror. How could one who feared not even death cower before a mere beast? What experiences had this individual endured that rendered him so unafraid? Such a gaze was truly vexing. The imposing man, initially pleased by Sato Kaede's signs of trepidation, found his pride and arrogance dissipating upon meeting Sato's unwavering stare, replaced by an unsettling sense of danger lingering in his heart. In truth, Sato Kaede was not the first to venture to the public market. 12 individuals had arrived before him. However, 5 of them were promptly deterred by the market's terrifying atmosphere. The remaining 7, like Sato, possessed discerning eyes that recognized the second-hand training equipment offered by the burly man and approached him to inquire about the prices. The man's responses mirrored those he had given to Sato Kaede, but it was evident that those daring enough to explore the market on its inaugural day were not easily intimidated. Unsurprisingly, they echoed sentiments similar to those of Sato Kaede. Soon, it was the man's turn to perform, employing his formidable presence to overpower these unruly newcomers. Ultimately, the 7 inexperienced individuals, unaccustomed to the harshness of reality, succumbed to the lethal aura that the man exuded, begrudgingly spending 200 points to purchase a set of second-hand Pokémon training tools from his stall before retreating in shame from the public market. The man, known as Baron, was 23 years old and specialized in fighting-type Pokémon training. He had been a member of Team Rocket for 3 years, having participated in nearly 100 operations and battles. In fact, Baron had long possessed the potential to ascend to the rank of squad leader or even platoon leader. However, he preferred to remain a soldier, shunning leadership roles. His brash demeanor, bolstered by his formidable strength, rendered him somewhat aloof and prone to alienating others, resulting in his continued status as a mere foot soldier within Team Rocket. Recently, having suffered significant losses in gambling, Baron found himself financially strained. Remembering that this period was when new recruits were flocking in, he seized the opportunity to earn some extra income. The worn-out Pokémon training tools at his stall served as bait to attract these unsuspecting newcomers. Practical experience had proven that Baron's tactic of aggressive selling was remarkably effective. After deducting the cost of each set of training tools, which he had acquired at a mere 10 points each, he had already amassed 330 points through this venture, making it astonishingly easy to profit from the naivety of newcomers. However, as the saying goes, one cannot stand by the river without getting their shoes wet. It was only after he encountered the fearless Sato Kaede that Baron's strong-arming schemes met their Waterloo. According to the internal rules of the Rockets, mutual attacks among members are strictly prohibited unless there is an act of betrayal. Any violation is treated as treason against the organization. Baron's intimidation tactics were not technically against the rules, but now that such threats had failed, he found himself at an impasse with Sato Kaede. Most significantly, the unwavering gaze of Sato Kaede instilled a sense of crisis in Baron. Despite his usual arrogance and carefree existence, Baron was acutely aware of his own exceptional strength and keen perception, which allowed him to discern whom to offend and whom to avoid. He regarded the newcomers who cowered before him with disdain, untroubled by any potential reprisals from these weaklings. However, Sato Kaede was evidently different. Baron could easily perceive that someone like him would be difficult to eliminate. Given a bit of time, he would undoubtedly become an outstanding trainer. Upon further reflection, Baron questioned whether he had achieved such a feat at a young age, ultimately recalling his own 15-year-old self, who was little more than fodder on a construction site, living like a mere pawn. In conclusion, Baron realized that it was unwise to offend Sato Kaede over a trivial matter of mere 200 points, and he resolved to make amends promptly. "Indeed, my friend, what is your name?" "I am Baron, let us be friends. Consider this iron net and training equipment as a token of our meeting." Understanding the importance of remedying the situation, Baron immediately adopted a more affable demeanor. As he reverted to his usual self, Sato Kaede exhaled in relief, his body ceasing to tremble. Upon witnessing the sudden and dramatic shift in Baron's attitude, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, Sato Kaede, possessing remarkable insight, quickly grasped Baron's thoughts, and his astonishment vanished. "I truly appreciate it. These items will be immensely useful to me. My name is Sato Kaede, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Baron. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Aware of Baron's intentions, Sato Kaede adeptly reciprocated with an amiable response. Ultimately, after an enjoyable exchange with Baron, Sato Kaede not only acquired the iron net and second-hand training equipment without spending a single penny, but also gleaned some crucial intelligence. Chapter 10. The First Partner Unexpectedly. Sato Kaede obtained a portable flashlight from Miyamoto Sakura and secured an iron net and training equipment from Baron. Now, the only items he needed to capture the Zubat were a blood plasma pack and soundproof earplugs. Wasting no time, Sato Kaede exchanged contact information with Baron before bidding farewell. He swiftly departed from the public market and retraced his steps back to his room, guided by memory. Upon entering his room, Sato Kaede promptly powered on his computer and accessed the point redemption system through his Rocket Team watch. He then expended 45 points to purchase 5 packs of plasma, a pair of soundproof ear cups, and a durable Pokémon dish, priced at 10 points each. After approximately 10 minutes, there was a knock at Sato Kaede's door. He opened it to find a middle-aged man clad in the attire of a menial worker, holding a parcel. As previously mentioned, within the Rocket Team, menial workers occupy a status even lower than that of recruits. These individuals have failed to pass the initial trials and exist at the very bottom of the organizational hierarchy, tasked with the most menial and laborious duties. However, they are not entirely devoid of opportunities for advancement, yet their path to promotion is infinitely more arduous compared to that of recruits. Being subjected to severe exploitation, they lack any source of points, with their grueling tasks merely ensuring their daily sustenance and accommodation. They have lost the ample free time and complementary points afforded during their recruit phase. Once this phase concludes, unless they ascend to the rank of a minor soldier, all accrued points are forfeited. In this context, the challenge for menial workers to tame Pokémon becomes exceedingly daunting, with only 1 or 2 out of every 100 achieving success. Without any exchange of words, Sato Kaede accepted the parcel from the seemingly dazed menial worker and closed the door once more. There was no room for lamentation. The path taken was of his own choosing, and the Rocket Team is indeed a nefarious organization rather than a benevolent one. Those unable to pass the recruit trials are destined to endure significant exploitation. With the plasma packs and soundproof ear cups at hand, all preparations for taming were complete. Sato Kaede illuminated the room and arranged the necessary tools before gripping the solitary Pokeball from his belt. Everything was ready. Come forth, Zubat. After taking a deep breath and donning the ear cups, Sato Kaede pressed the button at the center of the Pokeball and tossed it into the air. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot forth from the opened Pokeball, and as the light dissipated, a Zubat of normal size materialized before him. Its blue body, oversized wings, and a pair of gradually tapering ears atop its head, combined with two sharp teeth protruding from its mouth and the two pointed tail wings at its rear, unmistakably identified it as a Zubat. However, this particular Zubat seemed to have been confined within the Pokeball for quite some time, as evidenced by its emaciated belly. Now ravenous, it immediately detected Sato Kaede, its next target, through its echolocation. Upon discovering Sato Kaede, the famished Zubat wasted no time and swiftly flapped its wings, propelling itself towards him. During its flight, a disorienting ultrasonic wave erupted from its cavernous mouth. Unfortunately for Zubat, Sato Kaede, equipped with noise-canceling ear protection, remained impervious to the impact of the ultrasonic assault. It became evident that force was necessary, a consequence of Zubat's own actions. Observing the creature's predatory approach, Sato Kaede's gaze hardened, and he promptly activated his portable spotlight, directing its blinding beam towards the oncoming Zubat. In the next moment, the Zubat, struck by the intense light, appeared as if it had suffered a grievous blow. Emitting a pained shriek before hastily retreating, desperate to escape the harsh illumination. Though devoid of eyes, Zubat harbored a profound fear of bright light. Prolonged exposure would render it exceedingly weak. Seizing the opportunity, Sato Kaede relentlessly kept the spotlight trained on Zubat, ultimately cornering it in a dead end. With Zubat trapped, he deployed a sturdy net reminiscent of those used by the infamous Team Rocket to ensnare Pokémon, successfully ensnaring the creature within its confines. Having secured Zubat in the net, Sato Kaede extinguished the spotlight, ceasing the barrage of light. Zubat, I know you can comprehend my words. You are now in my grasp, and I harbor no desire to inflict further harm upon you. How about you obey my commands and become my Pokémon? He proposed, crouching at a distance from the ensnared creature. Yet, to Sato Kaede's disappointment, this wild Zubat was evidently unwilling to submit easily, exhibiting a cunning nature. As Sato Kaede approached and crouched, the Zubat swiftly flipped over, conjuring a small black energy sphere within its gaping maw, aimed directly at Sato Kaede's head. However, Zubat's covert maneuver was destined to fail. Sato Kaede, ever vigilant, would not fall prey to such a lapse in caution. As Zubat turned, he deftly dodged the Shadow Ball with a swift motion. Realizing its hidden attack had been evaded, Zubat struggled fiercely to break free from the confines of the net. Yet, before it could make any significant progress, a blinding beam of light surged towards it. In an instant, under the onslaught of the piercing light, Zubat suffered immense damage, akin to a vampire from Western mythology. On this occasion, even though he wished to shield himself from the blinding light, Sato Kaede, with a stern visage, denied him that opportunity. He swiftly adjusted the iron net, turning him to face the direct onslaught of illumination. Soon, under the relentless glare, the ultrasonic bat began emitting desperate sounds of surrender, yet Sato Kaede remained unyielding, continuing to shine the bright light upon him. Sato Kaede understood that to subdue this cunning ultrasonic bat, which had previously sought his demise, he must first conquer it head-on to earn its respect and submission. After approximately another minute, the ultrasonic bat, its cries growing feeble, lay resigned on the ground. At this moment, with his own eyes beginning to ache from the intensity of the light, Sato Kaede finally extinguished the strong beam. He then retrieved the fallen Pokeball from the ground and expertly captured the ultrasonic bat within it. With a decisive throw, he cast the Pokeball towards the captive bat. The ball struck true, ensnaring the defenseless creature within. After a few flashes of red light from the button at the center of the Pokeball, a resounding click echoed as the light extinguished, signifying the ultrasonic bat had officially been captured by Sato Kaede through his own prowess. Sato Kaede picked up the Pokeball from the ground, and after a brief moment, he released the ultrasonic bat once more. As the effects of the bright light began to wane, the bat regained some of its strength, managing to hover in the air. The instant it spotted Sato Kaede and the handheld bright light, it instinctively recoiled in fear. Do not worry, ultrasonic bat, you are now my Pokémon. I shall not harm you again. Here, eat this, it is your nourishment, Sato Kaede reassured with a gentle smile. Upon uttering these words, he tore open the blood packet resting on the table, pouring the fresh blood into a crimson Pokémon dish. The moment he opened the packet, a potent scent of blood wafted through the air, immediately detected by the ravenous bat, which began to salivate. However, still apprehensive of the bright light in Sato Kaede's grasp. It merely gazed longingly at the dish from a distance. After several gentle coaxings from Sato Kaede, the bat could no longer suppress its hunger. Cautiously approaching the dish under the watchful eye of Sato Kaede, who still held the bright light. Before long, the ultrasonic bat was nestled in the dish, savoring the blood within, while Sato Kaede, with an expression of excitement, crouched on the ground, observing the bat's indulgence. "Become my companion, ultrasonic bat." Sato Kaede extended a hand towards the satiated creature, inviting it to join him. As Sato Kaede stood there, having lost his powerful flashlight, the hovering Noivern hesitated for a brief moment before gently descending onto the outstretched arm of Sato Kaede, quietly observing him. From that instant, the bond between man and bat began to forge a nascent friendship, marking the official commencement of Sato Kaede's journey as a trainer. Chapter 11. Contemplating the enhancement of Pokémon's strength, seeing Noivern gracefully land on his arm, Sato Kaede's face illuminated with surprise. It was evident that the creature had begun to acknowledge him. With this newfound connection, he felt a flicker of self-preservation in this world. "I am genuinely pleased to receive your recognition, Noivern. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sato Kaede, and I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come." Sato Kaede placed Noivern in front of him, speaking with utmost sincerity. Perhaps sensing Sato Kaede's heartfelt joy and honesty, Noivern's initial wariness dissipated. It let out a soft call and nodded before alighting upon Sato Kaede's right shoulder. In truth, most Pokémon possess a simplicity of spirit. They are sentient beings capable of emotion, and if treated kindly, they will reciprocate with affection. In the subsequent moments, Sato Kaede endeavored to communicate with Noivern. With a companion to confide in, he unburdened his thoughts that had long been bottled up inside him. Naturally, he refrained from discussing matters of little consequence, choosing not to reveal his previous life's experiences. During their conversation, Sato Kaede shared his aspirations of becoming stronger. In return, Noivern, through Sato Kaede's various inquiries, conveyed its own dream, to become a powerful Pokémon like its father, the formidable Golbat. Perhaps due to the mutual sharing of their dreams, which bore striking similarities, the bond between Sato Kaede and Noivern grew even closer. Eventually, as the clock approached 1 in the afternoon, Sato Kaede's stomach began to voice its discontent. Reluctantly, he paused his discourse, stowed the now yawning Noivern, and made his way to the communal dining hall for a meal. At this hour, the dining hall was nearly closing, with only a handful of patrons remaining. Sato Kaede arrived just in time to partake in the last moments of mealtime. This particular lunch, perhaps due to the presence of a companion and the release of pent-up thoughts, transformed what would have been a simple, unremarkable meal into a feast filled with delight. Sato Kaede savored every bite, his face beaming with joy, making it seem to the unknowing observer as though he were indulging in a banquet of rare delicacies. Half an hour later, Sato Kaede finally finished all the dishes on his plate, savoring each bite. Amidst the somewhat disgruntled gazes of the cafeteria staff waiting for the end of their shift, he placed his tray in the designated area and calmly exited the public dining hall. During this half-hour meal, Sato Kaede managed to calm the excitement of having captured his first Pokémon and began contemplating the next steps. As a trainer, what should Sato Kaede do after capturing a Pokémon? Naturally, it involves enhancing the strength of his Zubat, which translates to devising effective training methods. To be candid, Sato Kaede's understanding of Pokémon training is still in its nascent stages. Previously, in the realm of video games, he would merely battle wild creatures, and whenever his Pokémon's health dwindled, he could effortlessly restore them at the Pokémon Center, thereby leveling them up. However, in the real world, such simplistic methods are evidently impractical. The power of a Pokémon cannot solely be augmented through battles. Consistent training in daily life is paramount. In Sato Kaede's perspective, the enhancement of a Pokémon's capabilities hinges on 3 primary factors: the physical constitution of the Pokémon, the mastery of its inherent skills, and its battle acumen. It is widely acknowledged that each Pokémon's physical attributes far surpass those of an average human. Nonetheless, there exists variability in these attributes. Each Pokémon possesses unique physical qualities. According to Sato Kaede's understanding, a Pokémon's physical constitution can be categorized into 6 critical factors: stamina, physical attack power, physical defense, special attack power, special defense, and speed. Indeed, a Pokémon's physical constitution is akin to the numerical values attributed to various strengths in the game. The methods to enhance these values in the game are twofold. First, by raising the Pokémon's level, and second, by acquiring effort values, which bolster the Pokémon's attributes. This theoretical framework is equally applicable in the real world, where Pokémon evidently exhibit distinctions in levels. The concept of effort values can be interpreted as the diverse training experiences imparted by the trainer, aimed at augmenting the Pokémon's various strength metrics. Based on Sato Kaede's preliminary thoughts, the stamina value of a Pokémon can be improved through its physical development and robustness. The physical and special defensive capabilities can be enhanced through its ability to withstand blows, essentially, enduring hits. While the speed metric can be increased by enhancing the Pokémon's cardiovascular capacity, as this determines a creature's explosive power. In contemplating how to enhance the physical and special attack values of the little sprite, Sato Kaede pondered for an extended period without being able to leverage his knowledge of physics for a clear interpretation. The physical attack value was somewhat comprehensible, yet the special attack value remained rather abstract. Consequently, Sato Kaede could only temporarily set aside the methods for improving these two metrics, hoping that a deeper understanding of the sprite in the future would yield answers. It is no small feat for the author to have conceived four methods for enhancing these values. The second factor contributing to the sprite's prowess is the degree of skill mastery. This mastery can be further divided into the number of skills the sprite possesses and its proficiency with various techniques. It is evident that a sprite with a diverse array of skills holds a significant advantage in battle over one with a limited repertoire, particularly if it has mastered skills that counter its opponents. Thus, enabling the sprite to learn more skills can swiftly augment its strength. Moreover, beyond merely acquiring skills, the ability to execute them proficiently is crucial. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and this adage holds true for a sprite's skill proficiency as well. Generally, the proficiency of a sprite's skills can be categorized into four levels: novice, proficient, expert, and mastery. The novice level indicates that the sprite has just begun to utilize a particular skill. At this stage, the skill's effectiveness is minimal, and the time taken to execute it is relatively long. The proficient level signifies that the sprite can flexibly employ the skill, effectively harnessing its power while reducing execution time. The expert level denotes a deep understanding of the skill, allowing the sprite to execute it almost instantaneously, and, provided it has sufficient stamina, it can even perform continuous casts for ranged skills or sustained use for melee or transformation skills. When a sprite reaches the mastery level, it signifies a profound integration of the skill, drastically increasing its power and versatility. At this stage, the sprite can even blend this technique with others. Lastly, the third factor in enhancing the sprite's capabilities is its combat acumen, which can be succinctly described as the sprite's battle experience. How can one improve the sprite's combat acumen? According to Sato Kaede's understanding, there are several methods, with the first being the trainer's combat training for the sprite. This combat training refers to the various battle guidance that trainers provide to their Pokémon during their daily routines. In simpler terms, it is a form of simulated training conducted before battles, aimed at equipping Pokémon with the knowledge of how to respond to different types of adversaries. While the variety of Pokémon is extensive, they can indeed be categorized based on their species values and the skills they possess. Generally, they can be classified into three primary types: melee, defensive, and ranged. Among these, melee Pokémon can be further divided into assassin type and warrior type, defensive Pokémon into physical and special defensive types, and ranged Pokémon into physical and special ranged types. Although each type of Pokémon employs distinct combat strategies, there remains a recognizable pattern in their attack sequences. For instance, assassin-type melee Pokémon boast remarkable agility and explosive damage output, but their fragility and limited sustained damage output are notable drawbacks. When confronted with such adversaries, should one be unable to defeat them through ambush and must engage them directly, the optimal strategy is to employ various survival skills to preserve oneself and avoid being overwhelmed by a single onslaught. If one can withstand the initial wave of attack, the tide of battle may begin to turn. In everyday training, trainers must specifically instruct their Pokémon on how to tackle different combat types, ensuring that the Pokémon remember their teachings during battles to better grasp the rhythm of combat. The second method to enhance a Pokémon's battle prowess, of course, is through real combat experience. True strength is forged in the crucible of battle, no matter how proficient simulation training may be. Only through the trials of actual combat can a Pokémon undergo genuine transformation. Every formidable Pokémon has undoubtedly endured countless battles, including life and death encounters. It is through these experiences that they come to understand pain and recognize their shortcomings during combat. Each powerful Pokémon's journey is marked by numerous victories as well as failures, and these experiences ultimately contribute to their invaluable battle wisdom, thus augmenting their strength. Chapter 12. Energy Cubes. Thus far, the new recruits have had free access to 4 areas, and Sato Kaede has visited 3 of them. The remaining public training ground, now reclaimed after successfully capturing a Zubat, is the next destination he must prioritize. However, Sato Kaede is not in a hurry. Before commencing training with the Zubat, he must first prepare the necessary training equipment. Without proper preparation, the training's efficacy will be significantly diminished. Generally speaking, training equipment encompasses both training apparatus and supplies. Currently, after acquiring a second-hand set of Pokémon training tools, Sato Kaede has barely satisfied the requirement for training apparatus. But he has yet to prepare the necessary supplies for training. During the training of the little sprites, they expend a considerable amount of stamina. To ensure the sprites can engage in sustained training and thereby enhance training efficiency, it is imperative to provide quality training supplies. According to Sato Kaede's understanding of training supplements, an excellent training supply must possess attributes such as delightful flavor, high energy content, and the ability to swiftly restore the sprite's stamina. After careful contemplation, Sato Kaede, a devoted enthusiast, conceived a particularly suitable item for sprite training, the Energy Cube, which made its debut in the 3rd generation. In the game, Energy Cubes are specifically designed for sprites participating in dazzling contests, enhancing certain aspects of their charm. These cubes are crafted by manually mixing 2 to 4 berries in a berry blender. The berries can be of the same variety or different types, with the flavor determined by the types of berries used. Furthermore, the anime also introduces energy cubes, highlighting their numerous benefits for the sprites, as they are concocted from a concentrated blend of various berries, rich in energy and readily absorbable by the sprites. Thus, Sato Kaede believes that energy cubes may serve not only as training supplies, but also as suitable everyday sustenance for the sprites. However, the key item for crafting this sprite food is the berry blender. Without it, even with an abundance of berries in his possession, Sato Kaede can only lament his predicament. Compounding his distress, he discovered that within the Team Rocket's points exchange system, such sprite items were indeed available for purchase, yet the cost was far beyond his current means, as the berry blender required a staggering 200,000 points for redemption. Consequently, although Sato Kaede initially envisioned the Energy Cube as a promising solution, he had to temporarily abandon this idea due to financial constraints. Fortunately, opportunity often favors the prepared, and today, Sato Kaede encountered a benevolent individual, none other than Baron, a senior member of Team Rocket he had recently met. It must be said that having a seasoned mentor can significantly guide newcomers, allowing them to avoid unnecessary detours. Through his conversation with Baron, Sato Kaede gleaned several crucial pieces of information, one of which pertained to the berry blender. According to Baron, several sprite cube sets exist within the underground base of Team Rocket in Nibi City, specifically designated for the use of lower-tier Team Rocket members. Of course, utilizing the berry blender is not without cost, as each use requires 10 points. The concept of energy cubes is well known among many, despite the fact that the essential tool, the berry blender, requires manual operation, often necessitating the collaboration of several individuals. Generally speaking, the complexity of the operation remains quite significant. It appears that the mechanics of the game are rather challenging as well. If mishandled, the energy cubes produced by the berry blender will be of inferior quality, and one cannot reasonably expect much from subpar energy cubes. Typically, trainers aiming to create high-quality energy cubes must engage in extensive training. Those with innate talent might succeed after just a few attempts, while those less gifted may require 1,000 trials or more. It is evident that the majority of residents in Kanto possess little knowledge of energy cubes, which originate from the Hoenn region, let alone the intricacies of producing them using the Pokémon Cube set. Consequently, although many members of Team Rocket in Celadon City are aware of the existence of energy cubes and recognize their considerable benefits, few choose to engage in their production. After all, points hold significant importance within Team Rocket, and lower-tier members are unlikely to spend hundreds or even thousands of points for practice, especially when the berry materials required for such practice also entail a considerable expense. While higher-ranking members of Team Rocket may not be concerned, they certainly would not allow their Pokémon to consume such inexpensive items, nor would they be inclined to invest time in creating them. Sato Kaede vividly recalls Baron S' expression of ire when discussing the Pokémon Cube set, indicating that he has suffered considerable setbacks in the production of energy cubes. Art, in his capacity as a senior, specifically advised Sato Kaede to limit his exposure to such endeavors, suggesting instead that he initially opt for juice milk, a cheap, nutritious Pokémon item, as a training supplement. Notably, juice milk has appeared in the Pokémon games, animations, and comics. In the game, it restores 70 HP and costs 350 yen, making it a far more economical choice compared to the Super Potion, which restores only 60 HP yet demands 700 yen, epitomizing affordability. In fact, when access to energy cubes was not an option, Sato Kaede's first thought for training supplies was indeed juice milk, as he had consistently purchased it for Pokémon recovery during the early stages of gameplay to save money, thus leaving a lasting impression. However, with the newfound possibility of acquiring energy cubes, Sato Kaede promptly abandoned the notion of juice milk. Although juice milk is relatively inexpensive compared to other supplements, it still requires 5 points per bottle. During an extended training session, one would typically need at least 2 to 3 bottles, especially considering that Sato Kaede currently possesses only the small Pokémon, Zubat. In contrast, energy cubes are remarkably different, being a highly concentrated product. Merely 2 or 3 high-quality energy cubes can be equivalent to a bottle of juice milk. The optimal production of energy cubes involves using 4 berries as materials, yielding approximately 20 energy cubes per batch. Berries, a common item among Pokémon, are quite affordable, typically costing only 1 point each. Assuming the produced energy cubes are of high quality, the cost incurred for manufacturing a single energy cube is around 14 points. Thus, with 14 points, one can produce 20 energy cubes, which, when equating 2 to 3 high-quality energy cubes to a bottle of juice milk, indicates that these 20 energy cubes are worth at least 35 points, equivalent to 7 bottles of juice milk. Clearly, the more economical choice is evident. However, Sato Kaede's preference for energy cubes over juice milk extends beyond mere cost-effectiveness. His confidence in his ability to produce energy cubes plays a significant role. From a young age, Sato Kaede has recognized his exceptional dynamic vision, which allows him to accurately perceive the trajectories of swiftly moving objects with concentration. Coupled with his prior experience in manufacturing energy cubes in his previous life, Sato Kaede believes that creating high-quality energy cubes is not a daunting task. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for profit as well, prompting him to explore this avenue further. As Sato Kaede leisurely strolled toward the new recruit dormitory, he was deep in thought. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from a dormitory on the building ahead, and he witnessed the flames firsthand. Upon witnessing the explosion, Sato Kaede froze, gazing in disbelief at the billowing smoke emanating from the floor. When he discerned that the affected dormitory was in close proximity to his own, he could not help but offer a silent prayer. Without a moment's hesitation, Sato Kaede understood the events that had transpired. It was undoubtedly a failed attempt by his neighbor to tame a small Pokémon that led to this chaos. There was an 80% chance that the creature in question was a gas ball. Fortunately, he had not been in the dormitory at the time. Otherwise, he might have found himself caught in the crossfire. Thick smoke began to billow from the newly exploded recruit's dormitory, and flames swiftly spread to the nearby accommodations, creating an imminent threat to Sato Kaede's own residence. Shortly thereafter, numerous newcomers emerged from the dormitory, racing down in a frantic dash, wishing they had more legs to escape. Each face bore an expression of anxiety. Simultaneously, several members of Team Rocket rushed to the scene with their water-type Pokémon to combat the flames. With the assistance of these water-type Pokémon, the fire was swiftly contained and extinguished, effectively quelling the disaster. The Team Rocket members gradually departed the scene, carrying away several black plastic bags containing unknown objects. As these bags passed by, those who had narrowly escaped the inferno turned pale, particularly those clutching Pokeballs containing gas balls or Geodude. Despair flickered in their eyes. May you find a better life in your next reincarnation, Sato Kaede thought, watching the black plastic bags carelessly discarded onto a garbage truck. A wave of sadness and sympathy washed over him. Yet, amid this sorrow, his desire for strength intensified. The fragility of life was painfully evident. To survive tenaciously, one must become formidable. Listen well, you inexperienced recruits, a member of Team Rocket, clad in a squad leader's uniform, advised before departing, his expression reflecting annoyance. If you wish to tame Pokémon in the future, do not attempt it here in the dormitory. You have seen the consequences. It endangers both yourself and others. Go to the public training grounds instead. It is much safer there, and you won't risk your lives. Upon hearing the squad leader's disdainful suggestion, many newcomers had their eyes light up with realization, their faces reflecting contemplation. Sato Kaede, among the group, nodded slightly, committing the well-intentioned leader's words to memory. After the fire had concluded without incident, Sato Kaede rejoined the throng of recruits entering the dormitory building and made his way to his room. Fortuitously, his dormitory had suffered minimal damage, aside from some charring on the door. As he opened his door, he discovered he had hit the jackpot. 3 sets of Team Rocket uniforms lay quietly on his desk, a surprising reward awaiting him. In addition to the 3 sets of Team Rocket uniforms, on the table in Sato Kaede's room lay a uniquely designed Team Rocket watch, a black card emblazoned with red letters, and 6 Pokeballs, each similarly inscribed with red lettering, showcasing a black and white design. Despite having not disclosed to anyone that he had captured a Zubat, Sato Kaede felt no surprise at the knowledge of others regarding this matter. If his instincts were correct, every action of the new recruits was under the vigilant observation of Team Rocket. The efficiency was astonishing. It appeared that in this new recruit trial, he was among the first to complete the challenges. Upon noticing the additional items in his room, a radiant smile graced Sato Kaede's face as he pondered. Aside from the matter of energy cubes, the most valuable intelligence he had garnered from Baron pertained to the Outstanding Newcomer Award and the Newcomer Battle Excellence Award. As the name suggests, the Outstanding Newcomer Award is bestowed upon exemplary recruits, typically awarded to the top 10 newcomers who successfully tame Pokémon first in each cohort. The rewards for the Outstanding Newcomer Award are as follows. First place, 2,000 points and 1 starter Pokémon egg. Second place, 1,500 points and 1 month's worth of Pokémon food, the standard quantity for a single Pokémon. Third place, 1,200 points and 6 Team Rocket Ultra Balls. Fourth to fifth place, 500 points. Sixth to 10th place, 200 points. It is noteworthy that Sato Kaede was not the earliest to tame a Pokémon among the newcomers. Within this cohort of 302 recruits, he was the third to achieve this feat on the first day. However, he was the first among those led by Caesar to tame a Pokémon. This batch of new recruits for Team Rocket in Nibi City was divided among 3 instructors. Since Caesar had only recently arrived to teach in Nibi City, he held the least authority within Team Rocket there, making him the last to select new recruits. As the final selector, Caesar naturally faced disadvantages. Those who displayed potential in the records had already been claimed by the other 2 instructors, leaving behind recruits deemed less favorable. To clarify, there are 5 opportunities for instructors to lead new recruits within Team Rocket. If the recruits they train excel, the instructor not only has the chance for promotion, but also the privilege to select a few as personal guards from among them. Initially, Caesar held a rather dismissive view of his current recruits, merely hoping to find the best among the less desirable options, as was customary for a new instructor. He understood that only after the terms of the other instructors concluded would he have the opportunity to select recruits preferentially. Due to his late entry, Sato Feng was ultimately selected by Caesar as the newest recruit. It was evident that Sato Feng's presence was a delightful surprise for Caesar. He had never anticipated that one of the new soldiers he led would earn a place among the top 10 outstanding newcomers. Overjoyed by this news, Caesar promptly ordered that the award for outstanding newcomers be presented to Sato Feng, formally promoting him to the status of a Rocket Team soldier. Along with this promotion, he received the official Rocket Team uniform and the latest Rocket Team watch. However, Sato Feng did not immediately pay attention to the uniform laid out on the table. Instead, he swiftly approached and picked up the modern Rocket Team watch, pressing the button to check his points. Upon discovering that his account had increased by 200 points, a look of sheer delight spread across his face. The insignia of his promotion to Rocket Team soldier was not only the uniform, but also the watch he now held, which held immense significance. In reality, the Rocket Team watches were divided into 9 categories, each representing not only status, but also various privileges. Only by obtaining the appropriate Rocket Team watch could Sato Feng formally acquire the corresponding permissions, enabling him to exchange for more items within the Rocket Team's internal points redemption system, as well as access greater benefits. Compared to the new recruits and support staff, the higher-ranking Rocket Team soldiers were considered officially accepted members of the Rocket Team. Among the most substantial benefits was the ability to receive treatment in the Rocket Team's medical room and a fixed monthly salary of 300 points. This is fantastic. With this, I can finally gather the conditions to create energy cubes. However, before that, I need to move, Sato Feng mused, donning his new rocket watch and picking up the black card resting on the table. Turning the card over, he found the inscription Area 403, indicating that this black card was indeed his room key for his new accommodation. To be continued. Chapter 14. The emergence of a sacrifice. Sato Feng donned his soldier uniform and neatly arranged 3 sets of new recruit attire on the bed. Before departing, he cast a final glance at this room, the starting point of his training journey, then pushed the door open and stepped outside. As soon as Sato Feng emerged, the striking Rocket Team uniform immediately drew the attention of other new recruits wandering the floor. Shock and envy were evident on their faces. Have you captured your Pokémon already? What was your initial Pokémon? A male Rocket Team recruit approached, his expression one of disbelief as he posed the question to Sato Feng, his eyes filled with astonishment. Following his inquiry, the other recruits in the vicinity gazed at Sato Feng with eager anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory response. Indeed, as you can presently observe, I have officially ascended to the rank of a Rocket Team novice. As for my initial Pokémon, it is a Zubat. Confronted with these two trivial inquiries, Sato Kaede did not conceal the truth, but answered candidly. It is indeed a Zubat, my friend. My chosen Pokémon is also a Zubat. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to capture it? I implore you. Upon hearing that Sato Kaede's initial Pokémon was a Zubat, two nearby Rocket Team recruits exhibited expressions of astonishment and promptly approached him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. However, in response to the flattery from these older male peers, Sato Kaede maintained his usual impassive demeanor, betraying no sign of emotion. That is indeed possible, but what price are you willing to pay? Sato Kaede replied with an expressionless countenance. At his words, the sycophantic smiles on the faces of the two male recruits vanished, replaced by looks of irritation directed at Sato Kaede. Yet, they chose silence and retreated to the side without uttering a word. Observing their abrupt change in demeanor, Sato Kaede inwardly shook his head, choosing not to comment as he continued his stride towards the staircase. Don't be this way. We are all newcomers from the same batch and should assist one another. Please help us, a tall and robust male Rocket Team recruit interjected, blocking Sato Kaede's path with a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, others among the Rocket Team recruits skillfully surrounded Sato Kaede, effectively sealing off his escape routes. The two earlier recruits, who had sought Sato Kaede's guidance, wore faintly malicious smiles on their faces. Humph. Do you think that just because I recently captured a Pokémon, I am an easy target? I shall not repeat myself. Step aside. I am your superior now, and should you dare to offend me, I possess the authority to eliminate you, Sato Kaede remarked, a slight cold smile emerging on his face as he assessed the situation. In the next instant, Sato Kaede opened the Pokeball that he held firmly in his hand, releasing the Zubat within. A beam of white light shot forth from the open Pokeball, and, as the light faded, the Zubat gracefully soared into the air before obediently landing on Sato Kaede's right shoulder. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words and witnessing the Zubat's compliance, the Rocket Team recruits encircling him displayed panic on their faces. They were well aware of the Pokemon's formidable power, which was beyond human capability to contend with. The tall male recruit, who had initially underestimated Sato Kaede's threat due to his slender build, was now drenched in sweat. As he locked eyes with Sato Kaede's chillingly calm gaze, he felt as though he were a mere clown in a grand performance. Before their meeting, the towering male rookie of Team Rocket seemed to be intimidated by the supersonic bat. Sato Kaede gently patted the supersonic bat on its right shoulder and then passed by the towering rookie, who appeared as rigid as a sweating statue, continuing toward the staircase. Suddenly, with a thud, the rookie knelt before Sato Kaede after he had walked past. I beg you, please help me. My initial Pokémon is an Arbok, and those despicable individuals have swindled all my points away. I am truly at my wit's end. I do not wish to become a mere lackey. Please assist me. The towering male rookie pleaded, kneeling on the ground before Sato Kaede. Sato Kaede was taken aback by the rookie's behavior, and several other rookies from Team Rocket displayed expressions of indignation and helplessness. Clearly, many of the new recruits still possessed a modicum of intellect, understanding the necessity to seek assistance from the veterans. However, it was equally evident that the vast majority did not share Sato Kaede's determination to capture Pokémon through personal effort. Instead, they sought to rely entirely on external forces to achieve their goals. The unfortunate result was that these Navi newcomers had their precious points deceitfully taken by the veterans, who remained comfortably in control. The fate of these pointless rookies was undoubtedly grim. Once their critical resources were stripped away, their chances of capturing Pokémon dwindled to nearly zero. I empathize with your plight, but I must express my regrets. I am merely a newly minted soldier myself, and I cannot disrupt the order of this grand feast for your sake. To receive assistance, one must pay a price, a truth you are undoubtedly aware of. Why must you place me in such a predicament? Sato Kaede cast a deep glance at the towering rookie before uttering these words and turning to descend the stairs. Without rules, there can be no order, and this rookie trial was governed by its own unwritten regulations. Although not explicitly stated, Sato Kaede, having been tempered by the national machinery's scrutiny and possessing rich social experience, understood the unspoken truth. This rookie trial was a banquet, specifically orchestrated for the veterans, with the reckless and self-important newcomers serving as its sacrificial lambs. Now that Sato Kaede had ascended to the rank of a formal Team Rocket member, he automatically gained the privilege to partake in this banquet, necessitating adherence to its rules. To do otherwise would invite the hostility of other veteran members, who viewed such transgressions as severe offenses akin to murder in the context of financial ruin. Having only just embarked upon his journey as a trainer, Sato Kaede could not afford to make such a blunder. Moreover, these individuals were not his kin, Aside from a flicker of sympathy, he felt predominantly disdain. What were these minor setbacks in the grand tapestry of life? They were neither the onset of a profound personal crisis nor the loss of a loved one. Nor were they a descent into despair. They were merely relegated to menial tasks, a situation far from hopeless. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's response, the tall male rookie of the Rockets team could not help but reveal a hint of shame and profound despair on his face. Watching Sato Kaede walk away, he opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent until Sato Kaede disappeared at the stairway. One cannot blame others. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon his own naivete. How could the Rockets team possibly be a charitable organization in this harsh environment where the strong prey upon the weak? Those who manage to survive are far from simple characters. The Navi souls have already been extinguished by the brutal system of the Rockets team early in the morning. Chapter 15. Conversations and unwelcome guests. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of numerous Rockets rookies, Sato Kaede departed, becoming the first to leave dormitory number 3. As Sato Kaede exited the dormitory, in the opulent core area of the Rockets' underground base in Nibi City, Caesar was intently observing the images displayed on the large screen before him, which prominently featured the dialogue between Sato Kaede and the tall rookie. Quite impressive, Caesar remarked. Swirling the red wine in his goblet and savoring it before continuing, he possesses a calm demeanor and a keen understanding of interpersonal dynamics. Indeed, a promising prospect. Seated in the room alongside Caesar were a robust man and 2 strikingly beautiful female members of the Rockets, all of whom held captain-level ranks. These 3 captains were direct subordinates of Caesar. The sturdy man, named Ryoichi Sakata, was Caesar's most trusted aide, while the alluring woman with rose-colored curls, named Alice, was his lover. The ice-cold beauty with straight, sky-blue hair was named Sophia, Caesar's younger sister. Each woman had her own unique charm, yet in terms of beauty and poise, Sophia, with her ethereal presence, undoubtedly surpassed the others. Congratulations, my lord. It seems you are destined to acquire another formidable general, Alice said. Intertwining her arm with Caesar's and resting her head on his shoulder, her smile radiant. Meanwhile, Ryoichi Sakata, resembling a devoted steward, refilled Caesar's empty goblet with red wine. Sophia, perched on a single sofa, cast a sidelong glance at Caesar before returning to groom the cat resting on her lap. Haha, that is difficult to predict, Alice. How far he can go will depend on his future fortunes, Caesar replied, clearly pleased by the flattery from the woman beside him. He then turned to the steadfast Ryoichi Sakata, who remained focused and attentive. Thank you, Ryoichi. How is the investigation I requested coming along? Yes, my lord Caesar. I have prepared the information for you, Ryoichi promptly replied, placing his goblet carefully on the table before retrieving a detailed dossier from his Rocket's wristwatch and presenting it to Caesar with a courteous bow. Upon witnessing this, Caesar released his embrace of Alice, accepting the documents handed over by Ryoichi Sakata, which he then scrutinized intently before him. On the top right corner of the first page of this detailed dossier was affixed a photograph of Sato Kaede, dressed in the garb of a village farmer. An abandoned infant adopted by a farmer, his identity could not be more innocent, and he was also a deeply affectionate and dutiful son. It seems I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. Sophia, how about you take this promising talent under your wing? After meticulously perusing the information regarding Sato Kaede, Caesar's smile grew increasingly radiant as he lifted his gaze to his sister Sophia. I do not wish to be a caretaker. Brother, let Alice handle it. She has been idling away her days and could use something to occupy her time. Sophia, the mountain beauty, immediately retorted without a second thought. Who is idling away? I am constantly assisting Lord Caesar with his little sprite. If anyone is to be accused of leisure, it is certainly not me, who spends her days wandering about without fulfilling her duties. Alice, evidently not one to tolerate such remarks, quickly responded, her relationship with Sophia strained. Upon hearing Sophia's accusation, the 2 women were soon at odds, their piercing gazes clashing in the air, igniting an invisible spark that thickened the atmosphere of the room. At that moment, Ryoichi Sakata, keenly perceptive, discreetly stepped aside, choosing not to interfere in the intricacies of the trio's relationship, entirely ignoring Caesar's pleading glance for assistance. Ahem, enough of this commotion. Let us settle this matter. Sophia, you shall assist your brother in training him. Otherwise, I risk losing face in the upcoming newcomer contest. I have already taken care of that matter you previously requested. Caesar, seeing Sakata falter at a critical juncture, feigned a cough to mediate, then assumed an authoritative demeanor, subsequently adopting a conciliatory tone with his sister. Upon hearing that her brother had resolved her prior request, Sophia's expression brightened, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she nodded in agreement. The usually stoic beauty transformed into a captivating sight. Her smile illuminated the room akin to a radiant glow, leaving Sakata momentarily entranced, a flicker of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Meanwhile, as Caesar and the others discussed Sato Kaede, the young man himself had just finished moving into his new home and stepped outside. To his surprise, he found 2 male and 1 female Team Rocket grunts stationed at his doorstep. As soon as they spotted Kaede, the 2 male grunts instinctively flanked him on either side, while the female grunt stood with her arms crossed, regarding him with an air of arrogance. 2 male members of Team Rocket, one tall and robust, the other short and slender, presented a striking contrast, while the female member exuded a sweet charm and had a notably graceful figure, qualifying her as a beautiful girl. Each of the trio was accompanied by a small Pokémon. The stout male had a Geodude, which was impressively large, roughly the size of 2 basketballs, while the lean male was flanked by a cold-eyed Arbok. Perched on the shoulder of the female member was a vibrant and muscular Spearow. Without uttering a word, the 3 Team Rocket members blocked the paths to the front and sides of Sato Kaede, clearly approaching with ill intentions. The gaze of the familiar-looking lean male and his menacing purple serpent instilled a sense of danger in Sato Kaede. Nevertheless, Sato Kaede remained remarkably composed, knowing well that Team Rocket's internal regulations prohibited members from attacking one another. If one were to initiate aggression, they would be deemed a traitor, facing the dire consequence of execution. Do you have business here? If not, kindly step aside, Sato Kaede said calmly to the trio, simultaneously releasing his Zubat to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. A beam of white light burst forth from the open Pokeball, landing on his right shoulder. Upon noticing the formidable presence of the 3 adversaries, Zubat narrowed its eyes, ready for a fight. Humph, I didn't expect the 3rd member to be you little brat. Listen closely. Return the reward for my rightful 3rd place, or I assure you that you will regret it in the upcoming rookie battle. That Zubat of yours will surely become sustenance for my Arbok, the lean male declared darkly. This male, known as Rondo, served as a rookie under the command of Instructor Kondo at Team Rocket's underground base in Nibi City, and he was the 4th rookie to successfully capture a Pokémon after Sato Kaede. In fact, both the stout male and the female were also rookies under Instructor Kondo, named Kanjuru and Tion Yuner respectively, and they were the 2nd and 1st to capture Pokémon. Notably, Tion Yuner was the only rookie to successfully capture a Pokémon during the rookie assembly. Since the 3 belonged to the same rookie cohort and were the most distinguished among them, it was only natural for them to unite, with the exceptional Tion Yuner leading the way. In reality, the time difference in capturing Pokémon among Kanjuru, Sato Kaede, and Rondo was minimal. Furthermore, in a certain sense, Rondo, being the 4th to capture a Pokémon, was more impressive than Kanjuru and Sato Kaede, as he had to capture an Arbok, a feat considerably more challenging than Kanjuru's Geodude or Sato Kaede's Zubat. It is precisely for this reason that Rondo had to invest a considerable amount of time in subduing the Arbok. He originally believed he would be the 3rd to complete the rookie trials, anticipating the delightful prospect of claiming the rewards reserved for the top 3. However, to his dismay, he was ultimately outmaneuvered by Sato Kaede, who swooped in and snatched the accolade from under his nose. Rondo hailed from a modest background as a small-time gang leader in the city of Nibi. Being a local figure, he was well acquainted with the Rockets, often collaborating with them on various illicit endeavors. Thus, he possessed a certain understanding of the rookie trials conducted within their ranks. Rondo, being an ambitious individual, found himself discontent with the limitations of his identity as a mere gang leader. After much contemplation, he decided to bring along 3 loyal followers to join the Rockets, which he perceived as the most promising dark organization for his future. As a gang leader, Rondo was no fool, leveraging the combined strength of his 3 subordinates. He swiftly succeeded in capturing the Arbok, the most challenging of the 6 novice Pokémon offered by the Rockets. It is worth noting that prior to joining, no rookie was permitted to bring any Pokémon, otherwise they would be confiscated, as was customary. Unfortunately, the harsh reality he struggled to accept was that he became the 4th rookie to successfully capture a Pokémon. Rondo's ascension to gang leadership was not solely due to his intellect. His ruthless demeanor and exceptional combat prowess also played significant roles. Before his affiliation with the Rockets, he was a trainer, possessing a Rattata and a Beedrill. Consequently, he found his current standing unsatisfactory, particularly lamenting his missed opportunity for the top 3 rewards. The disparity in points between 3rd and 4th place was staggering, over twofold. Rondo understood that points within the Rockets served as a universal currency. Accumulating enough would enable him to grow stronger through their ranks. Thus, he was highly attentive to any avenues that could yield points. His fervent desire to capture the Arbok swiftly was motivated by the coveted rewards meant for the top three, especially since the difference in points between third and fourth was a staggering 24-fold. However, reality proved to be quite unforgiving. His choice to pursue the most challenging Pokémon in the early stages ultimately cost him the lucrative rewards intended for the top three. Faced with his dissatisfaction regarding his rank, Rondo contemplated a provocative approach to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. Of course, Rondo was no fool. He held a deep respect for Tion Yuner, the current frontrunner, who was not only exceptionally gifted but also favored by Instructor Kondo. He had witnessed firsthand her remarkable skills in taming a fire sparrow, leading him to believe he would not stand a chance against her. Thus, the first target he set his sights on was the second-place competitor, Qin However, to his astonishment, Qin proved to be exceptionally formidable. In response to his provocation, Qin bluntly proposed to resolve their conflict through a battle of petite Pokémon. The outcome was that his recently captured Geodude triumphed over Qin Ekans. In light of this, Long Duo had no recourse but to accept defeat gracefully. Ultimately, he reluctantly redirected his attention to the third-place contender, Sato Kaede. Upon investigation, he learned that this individual had emerged from the notoriously weak cohort of the third batch of trainees, which naturally incited a sense of indignation within Long Duo. After a series of persuasive attempts to rally support, Long Duo successfully enlisted the company of Tion Yuner and Qin to confront the one who had claimed the lucrative rewards intended for the third-place trainee. Their collective purpose was not only to witness the prowess of Sato Kaede, who had forged a path from the weakest group, but also to contemplate a strategy to coerce him into relinquishing a portion of his bountiful prize. Upon encountering Sato Kaede and observing that his initial Pokémon was a feeble Zubat, Long Duo's disdain only deepened when he recalled that Kaede was the very weakling who had been robbed of his belongings by Long Duo's cohorts not long ago. Consequently, when Sato Kaede instructed them to step aside, Long Duo seized the opportunity to threaten him, claiming he would eliminate Kaede's Pokémon in the upcoming newcomer competition. At that moment, Sato Kaede recognized Long Duo, recalling him as one of the petty thugs who had recently participated in the theft of his money. However, Long Duo had merely served as a lookout during the incident, remaining at a distance, and his unremarkable stature rendered him less memorable to Kaede, who only felt a vague sense of familiarity. Shortly after Long Duo and his companions surrounded Sato Kaede, numerous veteran members of Team Rocket began to gather. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, they observed with keen interest, eager to see which side would falter first. Who do you think you are? Do you honestly believe this is a realm where a petty thug like you can assert dominance? As for your threat to kill my Zubat in the newcomer competition, let me offer you a word of caution. Do not provoke me. If I find myself in a foul mood, I will not hesitate to end you, Sato Kaede retorted, his expression chilling as he leaned closer to Long Duo. In the next moment, an aura of palpable menace emanated from Sato Kaede, causing Long Duo, who was seething with barely contained rage, as well as the visibly displeased Qin and the inscrutable Tion Yuner, to momentarily flinch. The nearby veterans of Team Rocket also displayed a slight shift in demeanor, with several nodding subtly in acknowledgement of Kaede's imposing presence. Now endowed with the powers of the sprites, Sato Kaede is no longer the feeble individual who could be easily bullied. He has evolved into a formidable trainer. Perhaps he maintains his usual composure and tranquility, yet the latent ferocity within him has been fully awakened. Sato Kaede will no longer choose to endure humiliation or compromise. Anyone who dares to provoke him shall face retribution in kind. Confronted by these outstanding new recruits, Sato Kaede feels no fear. He is confident that given a modicum of time for development, bolstered by the experiences of a transmigrator and the support of his system, he will swiftly surpass those before him. Team Rocket is merely a stepping stone. His stage is destined to encompass a far grander expanse. Meanwhile, Long Duo's once arrogant demeanor has begun to wane. Although he is indeed a notorious thug with a ruthless reputation, he is still young and has yet to shed blood. Faced with Sato Kaede's menacing aura and his piercingly calm gaze, a flicker of fear stirs within him. Turning away, he seeks assistance from Tion Yuner and Qin yet they remain indifferent to his plight, their serious expressions fixated on Sato Kaede. You too, do not provoke me. I care not who you are. Should you incite my wrath, I will not let you go unscathed, Sato Kaede declares, addressing the now solemn Qin and Tion Yuner after dismissing Long Duo. With that, he coldly strides past Long Duo, departing down the staircase under the watchful eyes of the three. Why are you two silent? Did we not agree to scheme together to share the points from him? You have accepted my points, Long Duo snarls, frustration etching his features as he speaks to Qin and Tion Yuner, who remained unfazed by his ire. With a disdainful glance at him, Tian Yun'er turns silently and departs with Lai Quebec. I'll return your points, and you would do well to be cautious. That fellow exudes a far greater danger than your venomous self, Qin states expressionlessly before following Tian Yun'er. The surrounding veterans, witnessing this spectacle, disperse amidst derisive laughter. Sato Kaede, we shall see what unfolds. And you, Tian Yun'er and Qin, how dare you deceive me? I will not let you escape either, Long Duo seethes. His gaze filled with malice as he stares at the now vacated staircase. Beside him, the ABO snake seems to sense the intense malevolence radiating from Long Duo, its frigid eyes narrowing as it instinctively coils around Long Duo's leg. Chapter 17. Barry after boldly extricating himself from the encirclement of Rondo and the other two. Sato Kaede swiftly exited the dormitory building and made his way toward the public market. Having achieved the rank of a junior member with the exceptional performance of 3, he not only received generous rewards, but also gained access to most areas of the underground base of the Nebby City rocket team. This meant he had finally gathered the necessary conditions to manufacture energy blocks. The purpose of Sato Kaede's visit to the public market was to procure the raw materials for creating these energy blocks. Berries. Berries, as an item cherished by Pokémon, are quite familiar to many. Since the advent of the Pokémon games in the second era, berries have made their debut. By the time of the third era, the berry system began to take shape, evolving into a more sophisticated system in subsequent Pokémon games. The varieties of berries are numerous, among which the most recognized include the Oran berry, which restores 10 HP, in reality, replenishing the user's stamina and vitality, the Chesto berry that alleviates paralysis, the Rest berry that dispels sleep, the Pecha berry that cures poison, the Citrus berry that removes burn, the Lum berry that thaws freezing, and the Persim berry that clears confusion. Beyond these well-known berries with pronounced effects, the Pokémon world boasts a multitude of other berry types, each serving different purposes and utilized by its inhabitants across various fields. Among the most prevalent uses of berries is in the realm of Pokémon food. In the current reality of the Pokémon world, berries are regarded as a quintessential item, as they constitute one of the essential raw materials for crafting a variety of Pokémon food. It can be said that berries are a vital pillar supporting the profession of Pokémon trainers. In a certain sense, energy blocks also qualify as a form of Pokémon food, yet their availability in the market is exceedingly limited, primarily found in the Hoenn region, and typically of only ordinary quality, commanding a rather steep price. Energy blocks are handmade, as per the setting. In contrast to the cost of energy blocks, Pokémon food made from a blend of various crops, including berries, is much more affordable, leading most trainers to opt for ordinary Pokémon food to nourish their companions. Pokémon food of varying quality remains the mainstream choice for trainers. Dressed in the uniform of a Rocket Team junior member, Sato Kaede found his journey to the public market significantly expedited, as he no longer needed to frequently stop or detour. What once took him over 10 minutes now took merely a few. Since experiencing his previous mental rejuvenation, this visit to the public market was markedly different. He seamlessly blended into the environment, much like a drop of water merging into the ocean, attracting little attention and successfully integrating into the distinctly oppressive atmosphere of the bustling market. The recent rookie rewards have proven to be a timely boon for Sato Kaede. Although the 6 high-level Rocket Team Pokeballs are of little use at present, the substantial base reward of 1,200 points has significantly bolstered his financially strained purse. Currently, Sato Kaede possesses a total of 1,355 points, providing him with the means to realize several plans that had previously been stifled by a lack of funds. His immediate objective is to produce a large quantity of high-quality energy cubes, thereby laying a solid foundation for the upcoming training of his supersonic bat. In the public market, stalls selling berries are plentiful and easy to locate. Given their abundance, Sato Kaede refrains from rushing into purchases and embarks on a comparative shopping journey. Mindful that while his points are currently ample, it is prudent to conserve his initial funds where possible. After a few minutes of diligent comparison, he arrives at a stall that he deems to offer the most reasonable prices. The vendor at this particular berry stall is a young female member of Team Rocket. Judging by her appearance, she appears to be around 18 years of age, and her physique suggests she has not yet fully matured, with her modest bosom failing to capture Sato Kaede's attention. As for her looks, the vendor is reasonably attractive, but when Sato Kaede catches sight of her strikingly beautiful eyes, his assessment of her elevates significantly. She possesses a pair of exceptionally rare violet eyes, complemented by an expressive gaze that could easily place her among the ranks of top-tier beauties. It seems that in the realm of Pokémon, there are few unattractive females. The quantity of berries at this stall is likely the highest among those in the market, However, the variety is considerably more limited compared to other stalls. The most abundant berry here is the orange berry, which constitutes more than half of the total stock. The remaining varieties include the sweet peach berry, which cures poison, the awakening berry that dispels sleep, and the cherry berry that alleviates paralysis. From Sato Kaede's recollection, the internal point redemption system of Team Rocket offers very low prices for berries, with the orange berry being the most affordable, costing just 1 point each. The other 6 berries that remedy various status ailments are priced at 15 points each. Thus, with points, one could typically exchange 100 points for a basket of berries. However, the prices at the female vendor's stall are remarkably lower, with the orange berries priced at only 0.5 points each, while the other 3 varieties are available for just 1 point each. Moreover, if a customer purchases a substantial quantity at once, discounts are available. A 10 discount for buying 100 berries, 20 off for 300, and up to a 40 discount for larger purchases. The female vendor, with her seemingly rock-bottom prices, undoubtedly attracts numerous bargain-hunting customers. Her stall thrives in comparison to other fruit vendors, drawing a crowd that surpasses the combined foot traffic of several other stalls. The remarkably affordable offerings of this female vendor bring immense joy to Sato Kaede, as he firmly believes that the orange fruit is an exceptional sustenance for small sprites. It possesses the ability to restore their health and stamina to a certain extent without any processing. In Sato Kaede's mind, the primary ingredient for the energy cubes he intends to create is the orange fruit, given its restorative properties. The energy cubes, crafted from highly concentrated orange fruit, will undoubtedly inherit its healing effects. Furthermore, due to their super concentration and superior quality, the restorative benefits of the orange fruit energy cubes will be significantly enhanced. Without a moment's hesitation, Sato Kaede purchased 210 orange fruits, 30 peach fruits, 30 berry fruits, and 30 cherry fruits. Because the total quantity of fruits reached 300, he enjoyed a 20 discount on this transaction, ultimately spending 156 points to acquire this batch of fruits. After completing the transaction, the female vendor promptly handed her business card to Sato Kaede, now her new customer, and before he departed, she informed him of her home delivery service. To be continued. Chapter 18. The Mission Hall. After procuring a substantial quantity of fruit materials, Sato Kaede took the business card and left the vendor's stall, heading towards another fruit vendor. It is well known that the taste of orange fruit is rather unpalatable, as per the Pokémon encyclopedia, as it is a medley of various flavors. Consequently, while small sprites may consume this fruit, they do not tend to indulge in it frequently. They prefer to seek out fruits that align more closely with their palates. If Sato Kaede were to rely solely on orange fruit as the ingredient for crafting energy cubes, it would evidently inherit the flaw of containing a blend of disparate tastes, which could potentially deter his Zubat from consuming them. As gamers are aware, the final evolution of Zubat, Crobat, necessitates a high level of intimacy with its trainer for evolution to occur. With this consideration in mind, Sato Kaede must ensure that Zubat enjoys the energy cubes he creates, ideally fostering a deeper bond with it. To achieve this, he must flavor the energy cubes to suit Zubat's preferences. Generally, there are 5 types of fruits used to enhance the flavor of energy cubes: the spicy cranberry, the astringent blackberry, the sweet banana fruit, the bitter pear fruit, and the sour pineapple fruit. The myriad flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and astringent ensure that there exists a variant that every little sprite will adore. This time, Sato Kaede is drawn to a stall that stands as the sole purveyor of all 5 types of flavoring fruits in the entire public market. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the prices of these fruits at the stall are not particularly affordable. Each flavor fruit costs 3 points in the redemption system, while at this stall, they are priced at 2 points each. Upon arriving at the fruit stall, Sato Kaede promptly selected one of each of the 5 flavor fruits and placed them beside him. The male vendor, observing Sato Kaede's peculiar actions, merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction without any apparent concern. "Come forth, Zubat, and behold these 5 fruits. Which do you prefer?" In the next moment, Sato Kaede released Zubat, allowing him to choose the fruit he fancied, thereby discerning Zubat's taste preferences. Zubat quietly perched on Sato Kaede's right shoulder and obediently followed his lead, fluttering down to the neatly arranged flavor fruits. After sniffing each of the 5 fruits in turn, he ultimately opened his mouth wide for the sweet-scented banana fruit, devouring it in only a few bites. "It seems your little sprite has a penchant for sweetness. The banana fruit is 2 points each. If you buy 100, the one your sprite just consumed will be my gift to you, and I shall grant you a 20% discount. What do you say?" The male vendor, having observed Zubat's enthusiastic consumption of the banana fruit, immediately addressed Sato Kaede. However, as soon as the vendor finished his sentence, Zubat turned his attention to the spicy raspberry fruit and consumed it just as quickly. That one doesn't count, right? If so, I'll take 50 of each type. And remember to apply that 20% discount, Sato Kaede replied with a smile, somewhat bewildering the vendor. In the end, Sato Kaede spent a total of 160 points to purchase 50 banana fruits and 50 raspberry fruits. Surely, you must enjoy a sweet and spicy flavor, my friend. Rest assured, I will always procure such delightful treats for you in the future. Now, return to your Pokeball and rest, Sato Kaede said, smiling at Zubat perched on his shoulder. Before recalling him into the Pokeball, with a cheerful chirp, Zubat obediently transformed into a beam of red light and returned to his capsule. It is noteworthy that after acquiring 6 Team Rocket Ultra Balls, Sato Kaede replaced Zubat's previous standard Pokeball with an Ultra Ball, akin to moving from a humble abode to a luxurious mansion. Consequently, Zubat expressed great satisfaction with his new dwelling, thereby further enhancing his bond with Sato Kaede. After gathering the final seasonings necessary for the creation of energy cubes, Sato Kaede promptly made his way towards the area housing the Berry Blender, a modified version of the previous Fairy Block set. According to the intelligence provided by Baron, the Berry Blender was located within the Mission Hall, which itself resided in the central area of the Team Rocket underground base in Nibi City, not far from the public market. The Mission Hall, as its name suggests, serves as the venue for both accepting unfinished tasks and submitting completed ones. Within Team Rocket, personnel can be broadly categorized into 2 types: logistical staff and combat personnel. Logistical staff are permanent members, typically engaged in daily tasks, akin to daily quests in an online game. Upon completion of these tasks, they are entitled to rest in shifts. Conversely, combat personnel have their tasks classified into 2 categories: assigned missions and freelance tasks. Generally, as long as they fulfill 2 mandatory assigned missions each month, the remaining time is theirs to choose between resting or undertaking freelance tasks for additional points. Notably, the criteria for transitioning between these 2 types of personnel differ significantly. Logistical staff can apply to become combat personnel at any time, whereas combat personnel are restricted from applying to become logistical staff unless they suffer severe injuries or have served for 5 years. Following the signs along the path, Sato Kaede swiftly arrived at the Mission Hall of Team Rocket's underground base in Nibi City. The hall, not particularly large, approximately the size of a basketball court, was oval-shaped, with the most prominent feature being the central task columns. These massive stone pillars were adorned with numerous freelance tasks. At this time, around 3 in the afternoon, the hall was bustling, with very few individuals available for tasks, as most preferred to take advantage of the opportunity to enhance their strength using their accumulated points rather than engage in constant peril. Most personnel were clustered together, forming various task groups. These groups moved in and out of the hall with remarkable order, some arriving to submit tasks, others to accept them, and some simultaneously submitting and accepting tasks, all shuttling between the task columns and the task counter. In addition to these task groups, a handful of lone wolves could be seen, exuding a formidable presence and accompanied by a small Pokémon that remained vigilantly alert to their surroundings. Many members of the task groups instinctively kept a respectful distance from these individuals, who radiated an aura of danger. The solitary wanderers exhibit an indifference towards their surroundings, swiftly replenishing their necessary supplies at the provisioning stations flanking the task hall after completing or re-accepting their missions, before departing the hall without leaving a trace. Observing the ebb and flow of individuals around him, Sato Kaede maintained his customary calm demeanor as he navigated through the task hall, seeking an opening in the crowd to locate the objective of his visit. Ultimately, he discovered his target nestled in the far left corner of the provisioning station, a neglected fruit mixer, forlornly positioned in a secluded nook. Chapter 19. The gem-like energy cubes. This solitary fruit mixer, residing in the corner of the provisioning station, bore a striking resemblance to the one etched in Sato Kaede's memory, with the notable exception of the additional fee detection devices affixed to it. In front of the provisioning station lay a modest resting area. However, it appeared that the station was experiencing some difficulties, rendering it temporarily closed. Consequently, the few individuals present in the task hall were congregated at the resting area of the operational provisioning station on the right side. The absence of interruptions was a boon for Sato Kaede, who approached the fruit mixer in the corner with deliberate steps and scrutinized the device before him. His singular thought was a fervent hope that this fruit mixer operated in a manner akin to that in the game. To provide a brief overview, the fruit mixer was square-shaped, featuring a sizable circular glass receptacle at its center, within which a cross-shaped pointer resided. Above this pointer was a crushing mechanism, while each of the 4 corners of the mixer boasted a red button. Additionally, Each side of the mixer had a small door through which energy cubes would be dispensed, with one side also equipped with a dial to adjust the crushing speed. The operational steps for the fruit mixer were straightforward, allowing for simultaneous manipulation by up to 4 individuals due to the presence of the 4 buttons. The method was remarkably simple, similar to the game. As the cross pointer rotated alongside the crushing mechanism, the operator was required to visually track the pointer's speed. Whenever any arm of the cross pointer aligned with a red button, the operator was to promptly press it. Generally, the rotation speeds of the cross pointer were categorized into low, medium, and high, with the majority of ordinary individuals, due to their average dynamic vision, only able to keep pace with the slowest speed. According to the principle that a faster rotation resulted in superior energy cubes, the 3 speeds corresponded to 3 distinct qualities of energy cubes. Indeed, this is merely a theoretical origin. At present, few individuals can keep pace with the rapid rotation of the 3rd level of the cross pointer using dynamic vision. Essentially, high-quality energy cubes have rarely been produced, and those so-called high-quality energy cubes available in the market are merely crafted at the rotation speed of the 2nd level of the cross pointer. Sato Kaede placed 3 orange fruits and 1 banana-scented fruit into the glass chamber above the golden tree fruit mixer. He then aligned his Team Rocket watch with the specially designed groove on the charging detection machine, took a deep breath, and pressed the start button on the detection machine. In the next moment, both the cross pointer and the grinder began to rotate, albeit at a sluggish pace initially, causing the fruits within to be slightly crushed. Observing this, Sato Kaede promptly adjusted the acceleration button before him to a moderate rotation speed. In an instant, the cross pointer and grinder roared to life, spinning wildly. At this point, the eyes of an ordinary person could no longer keep up with the speed of the cross pointer, perceiving only faint afterimages. Meanwhile, Sato Kaede had completely focused his mind, his pupils nearly becoming pinpricks. With his heightened dynamic vision, the rotation speed of the cross pointer appeared as leisurely as it had at the outset. Assisted by this exceptional dynamic vision, Sato Kaede effortlessly pressed the red button when the cross pointer indicated towards him. All the while the fruits in the glass chamber were rapidly transforming into a murky juice. As Sato Kaede increased the grinder's rotation speed to its maximum and accurately pressed the corresponding red button indicated by the cross pointer, a unique oscillation frequency emerged from the fruit mixer. Under this special frequency, the impurities within the murky juice began to be swiftly pulverized. After more than 2 minutes of diligent effort, the juice in the glass chamber had transformed into a clear, bottomless liquid exuding a certain resplendent sheen. Upon witnessing this, Sato Kaede immediately ceased his intense concentration and pressed the stop button for the cross pointer and grinder. Next, Sato Kaede patiently awaited the subsequent automatic operation of the fruit mixer, which was now utilizing a powerful, super concentration ability to transform the clear, lustrous blue liquid into energy cubes. After nearly 3 minutes of high-intensity concentration, Sato Kaede appeared as if he had just emerged from a severe illness. His complexion was pale, and he seemed utterly drained, his mind overwhelmed by a cacophony of noise. He had not anticipated such a strain. It seemed that the duration limit for my temporarily enhanced dynamic vision is around 3 minutes. Sato Kaede closed his eyes, striving to clear his mind, hoping to alleviate the throbbing discomfort in his head. Sato Kaede aptly named his temporary ability to enhance dynamic vision as bullet time. In this state, his reflexes experienced a remarkable improvement, albeit at the cost of considerable physical and mental stamina. Prolonged use could potentially lead to permanent psychological damage. The duration of his recent application of bullet time to create energy cubes exceeded his expectations, nearly exhausting him to the point of fainting. After diligently clearing his mind for over a minute, the discomfort in his head gradually subsided, and his complexion slowly regained its rosy hue. At that moment, the blue liquid in the fruit mixer's glass chamber was nearly depleted, and delicate light blue energy cubes began to emerge from the small door, landing in a glass container below. These energy cubes were extraordinary in appearance, resembling pure, flawless gemstones. They shimmered and sparkled under the light, radiating a captivating luster. Could this truly be an energy cube? It seemed evident that there was a considerable disparity between reality and the game. He never anticipated that energy cubes could be refined to such an extent. His arduous efforts had not been in vain. With a smile, Sato Kaede picked up a gem-like energy cube from the glass container. Without hesitation, he placed the alluring cube into his mouth to savor it. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a look of sheer ecstasy as the sapphire-like energy cube melted in his mouth like the finest confectionery, unleashing an indescribably delightful flavor that overwhelmed his taste buds. Simultaneously, a gentle, cooling wave of energy permeated through his body, akin to the soothing sensation of a luxurious hot bath or the refreshment of an ice-cold beverage under the scorching sun. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him, and his stamina and vitality began to rejuvenate rapidly. Chapter 20. Skill Disc. Sato Kaede soon regained his composure and swiftly utilized the complimentary bags provided beside the fruit mixer to collect the energy cubes from the glass container before departing the public hall. The creation of these energy cubes significantly exceeded his expectations. After tasting them, he realized that these gem-like cubes belonged to the highest echelon of quality, possessing remarkably potent effects. After consuming a small cube of energy, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping his entire being. Both his stamina and vitality were restored to an admirable state. This remedy was undeniably ideal for those little creatures that had undergone rigorous training or combat, serving as an exceptional restorative item. Undoubtedly, the gem-like energy cube possessed such miraculous effects due to Sato Kaede's adept utilization of the 3 orange fruits through the fruit mixer, maximizing their potential to near perfection. Moreover, this unexpectedly birthed energy cube held immense value, and such substantial worth signified considerable profits. However, Sato Kaede maintained a cautious and respectful distance from these lucrative prospects. He understood that great rewards were often accompanied by equally great dangers. As a novice trainer who had only just begun to capture little creatures, he lacked the capability to safeguard such significant benefits. Should this immense value come to light, it would not only jeopardize his finances, but also his very life. It is essential to recognize that this was Team Rocket territory, a realm rife with competition. The weak, when grasping a large and enticing cake, would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. This was precisely why, upon regaining consciousness, Sato Kaede hastily concealed the energy cube he had just created. Fortunately, at that moment, there were no onlookers nearby, and no one seemed to pay attention to the individual engrossed in the neglected fruit mixer. This indicated that his secret remained undisclosed, and he was still safe, until he could ascertain that all eyes around him had been eliminated and he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. He must refrain from producing energy cubes of that nature again, lest he invite peril upon himself. Sato Kaede solemnly reminded himself. Subsequently, with the aid of a gem-like energy cube, his physical and mental states were rejuvenated, prompting him to recommence the creation of energy cubes using the fruit mixer, once again opting for the recipe of 3 orange fruits combined with 1 seasoning fruit. Of course, armed with prior experience, Sato Kaede's second attempt at crafting energy cubes was less meticulous. Although he maximized his speed, the accuracy of hitting the crosshair with the button plummeted from a perfect 100 to a mere 70, and even down to 50. Ultimately, the second energy cube he produced did not match the first in quality. It lacked the crystalline transparency and instead resembled the familiar energy cubes from his recollection. Nevertheless, even without achieving the gem-level quality, the second energy cube remained a high-quality specimen. Its surface was smooth and lustrous, unmistakably indicative of a superior, yet low-energy cube. Due to the fact that he did not need to exert himself fully while utilizing his time-slowing ability, Sato Kaede did not experience the near-fainting episode he had during his first attempt, nor did he require any restorative items. After a brief respite of merely a couple of minutes, he was able to resume the production of high-quality energy cubes. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, Sato Kaede skillfully and steadily completed the manufacturing of 30 energy cubes, expending 90 orange fruits, 15 banana fragrances, and 15 vine berries, along with a cost of 300 points. Following the deduction of the expenses for purchasing the fruit materials and utilizing the fruit mixer, he was left with 739 points. Naturally, after investing a certain amount of resources and labor, Sato Kaede reaped a bountiful reward. Based on the conclusion that each production of an energy cube yields an average of 20 cubes, he currently possessed 19 gem-grade energy cubes, over 400 medium-quality energy cubes, and nearly 200 high-quality energy cubes. Such a substantial quantity of energy cubes would suffice to sustain the dietary and training needs of his soundbat for an entire month. If the results were favorable, he might even consider engaging in a modest trade of high-quality energy cubes. After carefully stowing the last pack of energy cubes into the Team Rocket watch, Sato Kaede pondered quietly. Now that everything was in place, the conditions for the soundbat's training were fully arranged. However, after a brief assessment of his remaining points, he resolved to visit the public market once more, hoping to utilize the leftover points to acquire a life-saving item. Sato Kaede promptly departed from the now somewhat desolate mission hall and quickly retraced his steps toward the public market. This time, Sato Kaede sought to purchase a life-saving item in the form of a skill disc, a name that is quite familiar to many. To provide a brief introduction for those who may be unaware, this move is a skill that the vast majority of Pokémon can learn, with only a few exceptions. Its function is quite simple. It provides a block akin to absolute defense. Furthermore, this block can be activated instantaneously, although its drawback is that it cannot be used continuously. With successive uses, the success rate of activation diminishes. While browsing the items available in Team Rocket's point redemption system, Sato Kaede made it a priority to locate this skill disc, which he regarded as a crucial life-saving technique. To his delight, he discovered that this skill disc was indeed available for purchase within the Team Rocket point redemption system. However, he was astonished to find that, whether due to a momentary lapse in perception or an error in Team Rocket's pricing, the cost of the skill disc was remarkably low, requiring only 600 points for acquisition. At present, Sato Kaede possesses 739 points, which is more than sufficient to procure the desired item. However, he is not inclined to engage in any transactions that would result in a loss. Rather, he hopes to acquire this vital skill at a more modest cost. While traversing the public market to purchase fruit, Sato Kaede stumbled upon a stall selling skill discs, prompting him to pause for a few moments. During this brief interlude, he reaped considerable rewards, discovering numerous valuable items, one of which was a skill disc priced at merely 5/6 of its value within the Rocket team's internal point exchange system, the stall price being 500 points. Additionally, he unearthed a skill disc particularly advantageous for his current Zubat, named Tailwind. To elaborate, this move, originally known as Whirlwind, is a flying-type special attack that can be automatically learned by Pidgey at level 9, possessing a power of 40. According to the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Zubat can inherit this move through breeding with flying-type Pokémon such as Pidgey. Naturally, since Zubat is capable of learning this move, it can also be acquired through skill discs and tutoring methods. It is worth noting that I believe any move a Pokémon can learn is valid regardless of the method. Due to its commonplace nature, this move is priced at only 300 points within the Rocket team's point exchange system, while the stall offers it for a mere 200 points. Sato Kaede pondered silently, hoping it had not yet been sold, for relying solely on Shadow Ball, a non-type ranged attack exclusive to Zubat, would undoubtedly be insufficient given Zubat's relatively low output. Chapter 21. Encounters and usage. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Sato Kaede retraced his steps back to the public market. At this hour, the market was bustling with even more stalls and patrons, owing to the shift change of the staff on duty. Following his memory, he arrived at the stall selling skill discs, manned by a male Rocket team squad leader with a corpulent physique and a somewhat disingenuous smile, who appeared remarkably amiable at the moment. The variety of skill discs at the stall was limited, with approximately 10 different types available, though each type was plentiful. The discs for sale consisted predominantly of very basic skills, such as Vine Whip, Water Gun, and Ember. Among them, the most valuable and expensive was a Thunder skill disc, priced at a staggering 500 points, which was only 500 points less than its value within the Rocket team's internal point exchange system. The skill discs are designed to be used in conjunction with a device known as a learning machine. By placing a Pokeball into the designated slot atop the learning machine and inserting the requisite skill disc, one that a Pokémon is capable of learning, the machine employs a unique method to directly impart the information contained within the disc into the Pokémon's mind. Consequently, the Pokémon gains a preliminary understanding of how to utilize the technique. In essence, skill discs are the scientific culmination of human researchers who have meticulously studied the skills employed by Pokémon. When combined with the learning machine and the Pokeball, these scientific advancements enable Pokémon to swiftly acquire new abilities. However, the skills learned through skill discs are often rudimentary, providing only the fundamental mechanics of the moves. True mastery of these techniques requires extensive practice and training. Due to the fact that only one stall sells skill discs, the business of the portly Team Rocket captain remains quite prosperous. By the time Sato Fong arrived, the number of remaining skill discs was notably diminished, with at least half already sold, according to his estimation. Fortunately, the skill discs for Guard and Wind appeared to be less in demand, with a substantial quantity still available, an encouraging sign for Sato Fong. To Sato Feng's surprise, he encountered the 2 Team Rocket grunts who had previously confronted him at the entrance. These individuals were Tian Yuner and Qin Shilang. Observing their positions and the tone of their conversation, Sato Fong deduced that Tian Yuner held a position of authority over Qin Shilang, who seemed to serve in a subordinate role. Upon noticing Sato Fong, both Tian Yuner and Qin Shilang exhibited a hint of hostility, likely stemming from their earlier interactions with him. If I am not mistaken, these two are among the first to have captured Pokémon before me, Sato Fong mused, deciding to adopt a resolute stance. In the face of the Team Rocket's predatory environment, Perceived weakness often leads to dire consequences. Conversely, displaying a modicum of tenacity might earn one the respect and caution of others, for even the most reckless individuals command a degree of respect. Clearly, Sato demonstrated his formidable nature in that moment, garnering both the wariness of his adversaries and the respect of the seasoned veterans present. Perhaps due to the initial Pokémon of Tian Yuner being a fire sparrow, the skill discs chosen by the opponent mirrored those selected by Sato Kaede, both opting for the skills Protect and Tailwind. Note, according to the Pokémon Encyclopedia, to acquire the ability to learn Tailwind, Fire Sparrow, like Zubat, can only obtain it through inheritance. However, according to previous settings, Fire Sparrow can also learn Tailwind through skill discs. This transaction proceeded remarkably smoothly, with Sato Kaede expending 700 points to procure the skill discs for Protect and Tailwind. Consequently, he was left with a mere 39 points, effectively making the most of the resources awarded for his third-place finish. Once the trade was completed, Sato Kaede patiently awaited his turn. At the stall, there existed a compact learning machine, specially provided by the Rotund stall owner for each customer who purchased a skill disc from him. Adjacent to the stall was a relatively spacious area designated for customers who successfully utilized the learning machine to test their skill discs in practice. From the results of these practical tests, it was evident that the Rotund stall owner's inventory stemmed from certain unique channels. The quality appeared satisfactory with minimal occurrences of ineffective skill discs. In instances where a disc proved ineffective, the owner was quite accommodating, allowing customers to choose another identical skill disc or refunding the original price. Sato Kaede stood behind Kanjiro, who seemed to be Tian Yuner's attendant. To Sato Kaede's observation, the attendant was rather extravagant, spending 1,500 points to purchase a skill disc for Rock Slide. Note, Rock Slide is a rock-type ranged physical move with a power of 75 and an accuracy of 90, capable of launching large boulders that may induce a flinch in the opponent. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, it was finally Sato Kaede's turn to use the learning machine. The machine resembled a bulky DVD player, but featured a slot for placing a Pokeball at its center. Drawing from the experiences of observing others, Sato Kaede followed the common procedure. He first placed the Pokeball containing Zubat in the slot, and then inserted the skill discs for Protect and Tailwind into the machine. When the red light on the learning machine shifted to green, it signified the successful use of the skill discs. As the disc was ejected, it had shattered into a multitude of worthless fragments. At this moment, the Rotund stall owner hurried over to collect the debris, justifying that these remnants required recycling to prevent environmental pollution. As Kanjiro's Zubat successfully unleashed its Rock Slide move and departed with the other Zubat and Tian Yuner, Sato Kaede found himself standing alone in the deserted clearing. He then released his Woobat, allowing it to demonstrate its moves. To his delight, both skill discs activated, and the Woobat successfully conjured a small, verdant energy shield and a miniature whirlwind. With the acquisition of the moves Protect and Gust, its survival and offensive capabilities were assured. Now, rigorous training awaited, for he was determined to cultivate this creature into a formidable asset in his arsenal. Sato Kaede returned Woobat to its Pokeball, contemplating his next steps. Chapter 22. Training commences. The public training ground of Team Rocket's underground base in Nibi City sprawled across an expanse comparable to that of a standard high-level football field. This vast area was devoid of any athletic facilities, save for the flattened ground. However, a few humble amenities such as public benches and water dispensers were graciously provided at no cost. Members of Team Rocket engaged in training their Pokémon in the public arena, each maintaining a respectful distance from one another while utilizing various training apparatuses. Given that the training space was complementary, it was perpetually bustling with activity, as the nature of Team Rocket was one of survival of the fittest. Those who stagnated in strength would soon find themselves replaced. By the time Sato Kaede arrived at the training ground, it was already past 5 o'clock, and the area was teeming with aspiring trainers. Fortunately, there remained ample space for him to engage in his training. Perhaps an empathetic squad leader had previously informed the newcomers that capturing Pokémon in the public training ground was relatively safe, as this encouraging news had swiftly circulated among the rookies. Consequently, Sato Kaede observed numerous novices attempting to capture their Pokémon, either through their own efforts or by seeking compensated assistance from the more experienced members. Indeed, with the guidance of veterans, the newcomers found the process of capturing Pokémon significantly safer, alleviating concerns for their personal safety. Yet, such assistance was not rendered without cost. Sato Kaede held no interest in the plight of other novices who suffered at the hands of the veterans. He chose to disregard such matters and sought out a secluded corner of the public training ground. There, he prepared to embark on his very first Pokémon training session. Come forth, Woobat. Sato Kaede pressed the switch of the Pokeball, releasing the Zubat contained within. Upon its emergence, the Zubat obediently settled on Sato Kaede's right shoulder. Zubat, you have expressed your aspiration to become a powerful Pokémon like your father, the Golbat. Henceforth, you shall train according to my instructions. I will exert my utmost to strengthen you. Are you capable of this? Sato Kaede addressed the Zubat with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the Zubat promptly flew to Sato Kaede's front, nodding in affirmation. Very well, don this vest. It will enhance your strength. Sato Kaede smiled slightly at this response. Retrieving a small weighted vest from his Team Rocket watch and placing it on Zubat. The vest weighed approximately 5 kilograms, and as Zubat donned it, it immediately felt the added burden. To maintain its altitude, Zubat had to flap its wings with greater force and frequency. Excellent. Now, attempt to fly. Circle the training ground and return. After Zubat flew at a height equal to Sato Kaede for over 3 minutes, Sato Kaede issued his command. He activated the stopwatch feature on his watch, timing how long it took Zubat to complete a lap around the training area. Based on the International Standard Football Field dimensions, 100 meters in length and 65 meters in width, the circumference amounted to approximately 328 meters. Ultimately, Zubat completed the lap in 2 minutes and 23 seconds while bearing the weight. This indicates that, under the load, Zubat managed to achieve a speed of about 23 meters per second, equating to a velocity of 82 kilometers per hour, which is rather modest within the Pokémon realm. A speed of 23 meters per second, equating to 82 kilometers per hour. Very well, our subsequent objective is to gradually surpass these benchmarks. Well done, Zubat. Come down and hydrate. Observing Zubat returning, drenched in sweat, Sato Kaede instructed it to descend for water, gently massaging its wings with his hands. This gesture evidently provided great comfort to Zubat, which emitted contented sounds while drinking. Through the massage, Sato Kaede noted that Zubat's wings, when fully extended, measured approximately half a meter, and the primary muscle groups were not particularly developed. Zubat's capabilities largely depended on its wings, necessitating efforts to enhance their development. Perhaps, akin to Nurse Joy from the Orange Islands, he could provide the Pokémon, Magikarp, with calcium supplements, aiding in its physical growth. Sato Kaede gazed at the supple wings of the Zubat, secretly pondering. In his perspective as a programmer, there were no shortcuts to nurturing a Pokémon. One could only earnestly study the various data currently available about them and gradually enhance these values through appropriate training, thereby strengthening the Pokémon's abilities. As for training the Zubat, Sato Kaede aimed to improve its stamina, and the current practice of flying in circles served as the most fundamental stamina training. Unfortunately, he lacked adequate training equipment and a suitable environment. Otherwise, he would have preferred to engage Zubat in more challenging flying techniques, such as wind resistance training, floating ring drills, and evasive maneuvers. While Zubat was in flight, Sato Kaede had also prepared a rest period for it. He poured fresh water into Zubat's feeding dish and added a high-quality energy cube. Simultaneously, he took out an old notebook to record the data from Zubat's recent flight test. After Zubat consumed the water infused with the dissolved energy cube, its initially fatigued spirit was revitalized. It happily finished the small amount of water in the dish and turned its head towards Sato Kaede with a look of longing, indicating a desire for more of that exquisite water. Upon drinking the delectable water, Zubat felt its stamina, which had been drained from carrying a heavy load, rapidly replenished. It also noticed that its wings, which had previously felt sore, were now invigorated, albeit slightly. This sensation of newfound strength filled it with excitement. To continue enjoying more of that delightful water, it would need to train diligently. Trust me, sweat does not lie. As long as you commit to your exercises, your abilities will surely improve. Rest for 3 minutes, and then fly around the training ground again. This time, complete 3 laps while maintaining at least the same speed as before. You see, I've noted your flight speed data in this little notebook, and failing to meet those numbers suggests you may be slacking off, and those who are lazy will only go hungry. Sato Kaede smiled slightly at this, showing Zubat the data in his notebook, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Upon witnessing Sato Kaede's somewhat menacing smile, Zubat felt a chill run down its spine and immediately swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. Chapter 23. The Transaction During Weighted Training. Zubat spent nearly 2 hours completing Sato Kaede's demanding requirement of flying 45 laps around the training ground. Without the intermittent encouragement from Sato Kaede and the support of the energy cubes he provided, Zubat would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Now, Zubat lay motionless on Sato Kaede's shoulder. After flying over 10,000 meters with a burden of 5, it felt as though its wings were no longer its own, and its muscles ached intensely. The bat vowed that within these 2 hours, it had flown a distance greater than the total it had covered in the preceding month, attributing this to the rigorous training imposed by its master. "You've worked hard. Eat this, and you'll recover swiftly." Noticing the bat's weary demeanor resting on its right shoulder, Sato Kaede first removed the weighted vest from the creature, then produced a high-quality energy cube, presenting it to the bat's eager mouth. As soon as the energy cube was revealed, the bat, which had previously hung its small head in exhaustion, lifted it instantly, its mouth agape, revealing its sharp fangs, gazing hungrily at the delicacy in Sato's hand. Moreover, the bat assured itself that these perfectly cubed morsels, provided by its kind master, were the most delectable sustenance it had encountered thus far, surpassing even the blood of the circular bear it had sipped alongside its father in the past. Consuming such a treat would render its body immensely comfortable, swiftly alleviating its fatigue. Upon ingesting the sweet and exquisite energy cube, a gentle, cooling wave of nourishment cascaded through its body, prompting involuntary sounds of pleasure as the discomfort in its wing muscles began to dissipate. During this time, Sato Kaede carefully placed the bat on the ground, using his hands to massage its sore wings, further invigorating its circulation. Under Sato's seemingly simple yet extraordinarily soothing ministrations, the bat felt immense comfort, and the soreness in its wings began to fade further. In contrast to the somewhat frail human physique, the resilience of the small spirit was remarkable. With the replenishment of food, energy, and external stimulation from the massage, the bat's stamina and vitality began to recover rapidly, its wing muscles growing stronger as they absorbed the nourishing energy. After nearly 10 minutes of Sato's attentive massage, the bat was once again able to soar through the air with ease. "This training session concludes here. Let us return and rest. Dinner will be ready shortly." Seeing the bat fully recovered, Sato smiled gently before recalling it into its Pokeball, allowing it to rest properly. While the energy cubes contained commendable nourishment, they were akin to high-calorie chocolates, not sufficient to satisfy hunger entirely. To ensure the bat's healthy growth and development, Sato Kaede knew he must provide it with its customary sustenance, aligned with its natural diet, to supplement the other nutrients required for its physical growth. He had already contemplated the bat's daily diet, which would consist of fresh blood, particularly the nutrient-rich blood that was the finest delicacy for the bat. Sato Kaede still possessed 4 packets of bat blood, yet he had resolved not to offer this somewhat stale sustenance to his bat Pokémon. Instead, he intended to procure a fresh and nutrient-rich liquid, ultimately deciding on bovine blood as the ideal nourishment for his bat. In the realm of sprites, many of the ordinary creatures from Earth also inhabit this world, forming a crucial part of the food chain for the sprites. By now, it was past 7 o'clock, and most individuals in the public training ground had departed for meals and rest, leaving only Sato Kaede and about 10 others still present. Just as he was about to retrieve his bat and exit the training area, a female Team Rocket member accompanied by a fiery sparrow blocked his path. This young woman was none other than Tion Yuner, a girl with dark hair. "Do you require something?" "I dislike having my path obstructed," Sato Kaede remarked coldly, his expression stern as he regarded the haughty beauty before him. "You just fed your bat that energy cube, didn't you? And it's of exceptionally high quality." "Sell me some," Tion Yuner stated directly, seemingly unfazed by his indifference. Her origins were shrouded in mystery. She was a newcomer personally brought back by the rookie instructor Masiki from the Team Rocket's underground base in Nibi City. She appeared to possess an unparalleled affinity for flying-type Pokémon, effortlessly capturing her initial Pokémon, the fiery sparrow, during the rookie meet. Following this, she garnered the favor of instructor Masiki and was rumored to have been chosen for special training. In reality, Tion Yuner had not received much assistance from Masiki. Everything she possessed was obtained through her own efforts, due to her reluctance to expend unnecessary points on the rental of a private training ground. She had come to the public training area shortly after Sato Kaede, where she began training her new partner, the fiery sparrow. During her training, she quickly noticed Sato Kaede and observed the entire process of his training with the bat. She naturally discerned that whenever the bat grew fatigued, he provided it with energy cubes as a recovery supplement. Tion Yuner also brought her own training supplies, specifically juice and milk for her fiery sparrow. However, she soon realized that, despite their training durations being nearly identical, Sato Kaede's bat exhibited an activity level 3 to 4 times greater than that of her sparrow. After a period of patient observation, she ultimately uncovered the reason. The bat required significantly less time to rest and recover its stamina than the sparrow, enabling it to accomplish 2 to 3 times the exercise within almost the same time frame. Tion Yuner was well aware that the physical constitution of small sprites far surpassed that of humans. As long as the food provided sufficient energy, their stamina recovery rate would be beyond human comparison. Thus, there was no need to worry about overexerting them. Of course, the ease with which sprites could absorb the energy from their food was a crucial factor. Only when the energy was readily assimilable could their stamina recover swiftly. The fact that Zubat could perform several times the amount of exercise in the same time frame as Pidgey clearly indicated a highly efficient training method. This suggested that, under normal circumstances, Zubat's strength would grow significantly more than that of Pidgey. The mere thought of such a possibility unsettled Tian Yuner, who was the top newcomer, prompting her to seek the underlying reasons. Why could Sato Kaede's Zubat accomplish 2 to 3 times the exertion of Pidgey in the same time span? It was only moments ago, when Sato Kaede openly revealed an energy cube, that Tian Yuner found her answer. She possessed a certain understanding of energy cubes. Initially, she had chosen them as training supplements for her sprites. However, upon realizing her inability to produce quality energy cubes, and that the cubes obtainable through points exchange were less cost-effective than juice milk, she decisively abandoned that option. Thus, upon witnessing Sato Kaede produce an energy cube of evidently superior quality, a surge of desire arose within her. The astonishing amount of exercise exhibited by Zubat indicated that the energy cubes Sato Kaede provided must have a far more potent stamina recovery effect than juice milk. Otherwise, how could Zubat achieve an output exceeding that of Pidgey by 2 or 3 times? Moreover, she believed her training regimen for Pidgey was far stricter than Sato Kaede's for Zubat. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to obtain such a training aid that could enhance efficiency. A sense of determination flickered in her eyes. Chapter 24. The first customer to speak frankly. Sato Kaede harbored no fondness towards the proud, black-haired beauty who now sought his assistance. In fact, he felt a twinge of aversion. Thus, he chose to disregard her demands, stepping past her without a second glance. However, to his irritation, as he maneuvered around her, Tian Yuner abruptly grasped his clothing. You would do well to let go. Is this truly how you present yourself when in need of assistance? Such a display of rudeness. This is not your home where you can act as you please. Here, you are merely a small insect that could be easily crushed at any moment. Your arrogance holds no value. Witnessing Tian Yuner's impolite behavior, Sato Kaede's expression hardened, and he turned to glare at her with a fierce countenance, delivering his words coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Sato gently twisted the somewhat rough little hands of Tian Yuner, who appeared slightly disheartened, and continued to walk forward. I apologize for my rudeness. My name is Tian Yuner. Please, I would like to purchase some from you. I can offer a generous price. However, Sato Kaede had barely taken a few steps when he heard Tian Yuner's voice behind him. This time, although her tone remained somewhat aloof, it was a significant improvement from her previous demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Sato paused, turning around in surprise to gaze at the dark-haired beauty, whose cheeks had taken on a faint blush. The rapid shift in her attitude caught him off guard, especially her choice to offer an apology. In truth, Sato had anticipated that the energy cubes would attract attention, given that he had so boldly displayed them in a public space. However, he felt no particular concern. Most of the energy cubes he had used during his training with the supersonic bat were of medium quality. He had only employed high-quality energy cubes at the beginning and end of his training, never resorting to the gem-grade energy cubes that could potentially incite trouble. Moreover, Sato had intended to use the energy cubes in the public training area not only for practice, but also as a means of promotion, as he was left with a meager 39 points. To his surprise, his first customer turned out to be Tian Yuner, with whom he had a somewhat strained relationship. Nevertheless, there had been no substantial conflict between them, so in his eyes, she had not escalated to the level of an adversary. His only true enemy was Long Duo, who had recently robbed him of his money. Thus, as long as a customer was not an enemy, Sato was willing to engage in trade. Initially, he had been displeased with Tian Yuner's haughty demeanor and had refused the transaction. Yet, now that she had taken the initiative to apologize, he found himself more amenable. It seems you are not as stubborn as I thought. Indeed, what I just used on the supersonic bat were energy cubes. Look, this type is far superior to fruit juice milk, Sato remarked with a slight smile, retrieving a medium-quality energy cube from his Team Rocket watch and tossing it to Tian Yuner. As she caught the energy cube and examined it in her palm, a smile broke across her face upon recognizing its quality. She then summoned her visibly fatigued fire sparrow and offered the energy cube for consumption. In reality, medium-quality energy cubes bore little outward distinction from high-quality ones, yet their efficacy differed significantly. Practical experience had shown that a medium-quality energy cube provided a recovery effect comparable to that of a bottle of fruit juice milk. If a gem-grade energy cube could deliver a recovery effect of 100, then a high-quality energy cube would offer an effect of 80, while a medium-quality energy cube would yield a recovery effect between 60 and 70. It is noteworthy that the direct consumption of the orange fruit yields the least restorative effect, achieving a mere 10% of its potential recovery benefits. Upon consuming a mid-grade energy cube, Tian Yunner's fiery sparrow immediately succumbed to a state of bliss, resembling that of inebriation, and surprisingly tumbled from her shoulder to the ground, yet remained entranced, emitting a series of contented chirps. After a brief interval, the spirited sparrow rose from the ground, gazing longingly at its owner, Tian Yunner. Evidently, your fiery sparrow has an affinity for sweetness. See, I was not deceiving you. Its effects are undeniably impressive. Sato Kaede remarked with a smile at the slightly embarrassed Tian Yunner, observing the sparrow's earlier intoxicated expression and its current vivacity. It was clear to her that the energy cube provided by Sato Kaede was remarkably effective in restoring vitality, far surpassing the restorative effects of juice or milk. No wonder his Zubat recovers its stamina so swiftly. It appears he possesses such potent training supplements. This is a valuable asset, and in light of the generous rewards awaiting the upcoming newcomer competition, it is imperative to procure some from him to fortify her fiery sparrow during this period. She mused gently while petting the sparrow that had returned to her shoulder. Although Masiki did not offer her any tangible assistance, she had imparted numerous training insights to Tian Yunner, equipping her with crucial intelligence that most newcomers lacked. Among this vital information, the newcomer competition stood out, a competitive event specifically organized by Team Rocket for those who had recently become official members. Participants typically include rookies from several cities' Team Rocket factions. For instance, the current batch of newbies from the Nibi City Team Rocket, including Sato Kaede and Tian Yunner, traditionally competes against rookies from the Hualan City and Johto City teams. There remains less than a month until the competition, and after completing a week-long initiation trial, the rookie instructors will formally commence training. Those newcomers who excel in this competition will receive substantial resource allocations. It is noteworthy that many elite members and even cadre members of Team Rocket were once distinguished participants in the newcomer competition. How many of those energy cubes do you have left? I would like to purchase 200, Tian Yunner stated, solidifying her intent as she addressed Sato Kaede. To be honest, creating these energy cubes is no simple task. I have failed numerous times before successfully making just over 300. If I weren't on the verge of exhausting my points, I wouldn't consider selling them to you. I can only offer you 120, and the price is 4 points each, Sato Kaede replied after a moment of hesitation. Somewhat reluctantly, Tian Yunner, upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, had no doubts about him. She had personally crafted energy cubes before, and acknowledged that their production was indeed challenging and costly. The price of 4 points per cube was reasonable in her mind, especially considering that a less effective juice milk required 5 points. Without engaging in any haggling, she inquired about Sato Kaede's point account and swiftly transferred 480 points to him. Sato Kaede, delighted by her willingness to cooperate, promptly packaged 120 medium-quality energy cubes in a preservation bag and handed them to her with a beaming smile. Please share your internal communication number with me. Once I have utilized these energy cubes, I intend to purchase from you again. I hope to acquire 300 cubes of this quality next time, Tian Yunner stated, maintaining a cool demeanor as she took the sizable bundle of energy cubes and distanced herself from Sato Kaede. Well, let us hope for good fortune. Thank you for your patronage. You are my first customer. Farewell, Sato Kaede replied before departing without any hesitation. Chapter 25. Rest and Skill Training. Sato Kaede was in high spirits, having sold 120 medium-quality energy cubes that cost him roughly 75 points each, reaping a substantial profit of 480 points. This transaction was undeniably a remarkably advantageous deal. With his previous 39 points, his total now stood at 519 points. Alleviating his worries regarding points for the time being, Tian Yunner was quite agreeable. It would take her at least a week to consume those 120 energy cubes, granting him a reprieve from production duties. Sato Kaede maintained a poker face while secretly reveling in his good fortune. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the public dining hall, where it was now past 7 o'clock, coinciding with the dinner rush. The expansive hall was nearly filled to capacity, and several free meal distribution points had long lines of eager patrons. Faced with such a daunting scene, Sato Kaede could not help but feel a tinge of exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, he circumvented the free meal lines and made his way to a less crowded paid meal counter. With the energy cubes providing a new source of income, it was time to address his own nutritional needs. His body was still in a developmental phase and had been suffering from malnutrition. It required proper sustenance to avoid undermining his own future. He pressed his fingers against his evident ribs, pondering his situation. The prices at the paid meal counter were not cheap, with each meal costing 5 points. However, the quality of the food certainly justified the expense. In the present moment, Sato Kaede finds himself in possession of a sumptuous meal comprising generous servings of high-quality rice. A large bowl brimming with succulent beef bone soup containing several meaty bones, a substantial portion of grilled steak, a refreshing fruit salad as an appetizer, and an assortment of freshly squeezed fruit juices available for indulgence. In summary, to ensure that consumers perceive the value of the 5 points spent, the chefs in the Rocket's cafeteria strive to prepare the finest dishes while achieving a balanced nutritional offering. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Such a dinner would cost at least several hundred league coins if enjoyed outside. The flavors are exquisite. It has been quite some time since I have savored something so delectable. Sato Kaede mused contentedly at a single table within the paid section, relishing his lavish dinner. Having endured a life of hardship, he cherishes food greatly, and with slow, deliberate bites, he finishes every morsel on his plate, leaving not a trace of waste. In the process, he even returns for an additional bowl of premium rice. After completing his dinner, Sato Kaede begins preparing for the evening meal of his bat companion. This time, he ventures into the back of the cafeteria, where, at the cost of 3 points, he easily acquires a large bucket of fresh cow blood and some discarded used containers from a kitchen worker. He estimates that this bucket contains at least a dozen liters, ample enough for the bat to sustain itself for several days. Thank you, here are 5 points. Here is my contact number. I'm Sato Kaede. I'll come to you for cow blood next time, he says with a smile to the plump kitchen worker before him. Absolutely, boss. I'm Bob. And you can carry on with your business. I'll get back to work, replies the jovial Bob after receiving the 5 points from Sato Kaede. Come forth, little bat. This is your sustenance for the next few days. Use your saliva to prevent it from coagulating, he instructs. Once Bob departs, Sato Kaede releases the bat, directing it to salivate into the bucket of fresh cow blood. The bat's saliva possesses properties akin to an anticoagulant, as per its own design, aiding in the absorption of blood from other creatures without the hindrance of coagulation. Obeying Sato Kaede's command, the bat temporarily suppresses its desire to drink the enticing blood before spitting into the plastic bucket until the quantity of saliva is sufficient to avert coagulation. It then eagerly leans over the edge of the bucket to enjoy the fresh blood. After consuming nearly 2 liters of cow blood in one go, the bat's small body swells into a large blue sphere, contentedly lying on the ground with its wings cradling its round belly, a picture of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sato Kaede diligently cleans a dozen plastic bottles and subsequently fills them with the remaining blood from the bucket. Return to your Pokeball and rest well. Remember to digest quickly. We have more training to continue shortly. After spending a few minutes packing the remaining milk into a plastic bottle, Sato Kaede washed his hands and recalled the still incapacitated Zubat using a Pokeball. Upon returning to his dormitory, he rested for over an hour before commencing training with Zubat again, this time within the confines of his room. It is noteworthy that the space allocated to junior soldiers is considerably more spacious than that of the newcomers, measuring approximately 50 square meters. In contrast to the basic arrangement of a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom in the newcomers' quarters, the junior soldiers' dormitory boasts an additional room designated as a living room. However, due to Sato Kaede's lack of home furnishings, this generously sized living room, which spans at least 20 square meters, remains utterly bare. He has already contemplated transforming it into a training area. Zubat, we shall forego physical training this evening. Instead, we will focus on skill training. Now, please demonstrate the move you have just learned. Protect, Sato Kaede instructed as he entered the spacious living room. Zubat nodded in response and flew to a position in front of Sato Kaede, preparing to execute the protect move. Concentrating intently, Zubat expended its energy, and in an instant, a verdant energy shield enveloped its entire body. At that moment, Sato Kaede promptly activated the timer on his watch. After 3 seconds had elapsed, the green energy shield vanished. The duration was a mere 3 seconds, covering a diameter of approximately 0.5 meters, while the strength of the shield remained unknown. Observing this, Sato Kaede ceased the timing and recorded the data in his notebook. Excellent. Let us try that again, Sato Kaede said, quickly jotting down the information before instructing Zubat to use Protect once more. However, Zubat struggled to execute the move again, revealing the drawbacks of Protect. After a full 3 minutes, Zubat successfully performed the move again, yet appeared visibly fatigued, a clear indication of its exhausted stamina. The first use of Protect imposed a 3-minute cooldown. Sato Kaede furrowed his brow as he examined the numbers displayed on the timer. From the data collected thus far, Sato Kaede deduced that Zubat's Protect could only be utilized in critical moments and provided a very limited coverage area, making it challenging to rely on for complete protection. Moreover, the side effects of the move were evidently more complex than merely a decrease in success rate with consecutive uses. It necessitated a significant recovery period before it could be employed again, and Zubat expended a considerable amount of stamina while executing the move. Such substantial side effects. Sato Kaede reflected, contemplating the timer's readings and Zubat's weary demeanor. To be continued, Chapter 26. Tedious skill training. What is the principle behind a Pokemon's use of various skills? This question had long perplexed Sato Kaede. After considerable contemplation and meticulous observation of the Pokémon, he endeavored to explain it through the lens of elemental energy and the Pokémon stamina. It is well known that there are 18 distinct elemental types, as it currently stands. Thus, Sato Kaede theorized that these 18 types correspond to 18 varieties of elemental energy, which exist throughout the cosmos. The diverse skills employed by Pokémon could then be interpreted as their adept manipulation of a particular type of elemental energy. These skills resemble the magical spells of a fantastical realm, seemingly non-existent until conjured by the Pokémon through the agile utilization of elemental energy. The ability of Pokémon to execute various moves signifies their capacity to perceive the different elemental energies permeating the world, and they expend stamina to manifest these moves. A simple analogy would be to liken Pokémon to wizards, where their stamina serves as magical power, allowing them to harness the elemental energies of nature to create an array of techniques. Presently, how can a Pokémon enhance its skill proficiency? This conundrum has emerged as a new challenge for Sato Kaede. However, he has observed that there are no shortcuts to improving a Pokémon's skill proficiency. Only through diligent repetition can one gradually deepen their understanding of a particular technique, akin to the steady persistence of water wearing away stone. If Sato Kaede were to identify an effective method for enhancing his Pokémon's skill proficiency, it would undoubtedly be the energy cubes he currently possesses. These medium-grade energy cubes facilitate rapid stamina recovery for his Pokémon, thereby indirectly increasing the frequency with which they can utilize their skills. Within a span of 29 minutes and 30 seconds, under Sato Kaede's guidance, his Zubat executed the move Protect a total of 10 times. However, upon analyzing the data collected from these 10 skill applications, Sato Kaede noted only negligible progress. The range of the Emerald Energy Shield remained unchanged. The only observable improvement was in the move's side effect duration, which decreased from 3 minutes to approximately 2 minutes and 57 seconds, reducing the side effect time by over 2 seconds. During this period, Zubat's stamina was significantly depleted. After executing the Protect move 10 times, it was nearly exhausted. Recognizing this, Sato Kaede had no choice but to provide Zubat with a medium-grade energy cube to replenish its stamina. Considering the current stamina of the Zubat, it can only employ its signature move, Guarding Technique, a maximum of 5 times during a single battle, and that is under the condition that it refrains from utilizing any other techniques. This implies that the Zubat is only able to wield its signature move at critical moments during a confrontation. At last, Sato Kaede comprehended why the value of the Guarding Technique was so modest. After meticulously noting the gathered data in his notebook, he reflected on this with a sigh. Through experimental validation, it was determined that the Zubat's interval for employing the Guarding Technique is approximately 3 minutes. Consequently, Sato Kaede decided to conclude the practice of the Guarding Technique and transition to training other techniques. He resolved to have the Zubat utilize its signature move once every 3 minutes. Once the Zubat's stamina was sufficiently restored, Kaede instructed it to practice another newly acquired technique, Wind Rising. Obeying Sato Kaede's command, the Zubat summoned the aerial energy from the surroundings, channeling it with a specific motion to execute the Wind Rising technique. In an instant, a miniature whirlwind, approximately 0.3 meters in diameter and under 1 meter in height, materialized before Sato Kaede. As a Pokémon possessing the flying type, the Zubat demonstrated remarkable proficiency in manipulating the aerial energy, allowing it to execute the Wind Rising technique with greater ease than the more general Guarding Technique. With a measure of adeptness in controlling the flying energy, the miniature whirlwind slightly expanded just before it dissipated. The Zubat's conjured whirlwind lasted for about 1 minute, traveling a distance of 1 meter before it ultimately lost control, vanishing rapidly. After a brief 2-second respite, it was ready to employ the Wind Rising technique once more. After executing the Wind Rising technique approximately 20 times in succession, the Zubat began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The activation time for this technique was about 11 seconds. Its power was substantial, and the maximum distance it could manipulate was 1 meter, the attack range. with a cooldown period of 2 seconds. With a current stamina limit of 20 uses, it was evident that intensive training was imperative. Such a skill, mastered to this extent, would be futile in actual combat. Diligently recording the data pertaining to the Zubat's wind-rising technique in his notebook, Sato Kaede felt a twinge of helplessness. However, considering that both guarding technique and wind rising were merely newly acquired skills from the skill discs, he harbored minimal disappointment. After all, even a prodigy cannot expect to ascend to greatness overnight. You have performed admirably, Zubat. Your primary training objective henceforth is to perfect the wind-rising technique. In future battles, it will serve as a crucial combat skill, and diligent practice is essential, Sato Kaede stated gravely, setting his pen down and gazing intently at the Zubat. The bat, clearly aware of its limited mastery over the wind technique, felt a sense of embarrassment upon witnessing the astonishingly feeble miniature whirlwind it had conjured. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, it quickly nodded, indicating its determination to train diligently. As for the bat's subsequent practice of both the defensive and wind techniques, Sato Kaede could only observe quietly from the sidelines, providing training supplies and encouragement. However, after a period of observation, Sato Kaede noticed certain superfluous movements executed by the bat while employing these two techniques. The bat had a tendency to shake its tail wings vigorously when initiating a move and to tilt its head back. These unnecessary actions resulted in slight bodily imbalance, necessitating more frequent wing flaps to maintain equilibrium, which, in turn, led to instability during the execution of the techniques and a reduction in their duration. Upon identifying these issues, Sato Kaede promptly instructed the bat to cease its practice and pointed out the errors. Heeding Sato Kaede's advice, the bat began to deliberately correct its movements. Through persistent effort and with the support of Sato Kaede's energy cubes for stamina replenishment, the bat gradually improved its proficiency in utilizing the two skills. Concurrently, the data recorded in Sato Kaede's notebook steadily accumulated. Whenever he noted an improvement in the bat's latest statistics, he expressed admiration for its progress, which further fueled the bat's motivation. This mechanical training of skills was undeniably tedious. Yet both Sato Kaede and the bat possessed a heart willing to endure solitude in pursuit of strength, relishing the endeavor. As they trained with unwavering focus, time slipped away. Soon, it approached midnight, marking the conclusion of the bat's 3-hour skill training session. According to Sato Kaede's data records, the bat had executed the defensive technique a total of 43 times and the wind technique 289 times during this period, expending 12 quality energy cubes in the process. Throughout this training, the bat's mastery of these two techniques had significantly improved, most notably in the frequently employed wind technique. The defensive technique's protective range had expanded to 0.6 meters, its duration increased to 32 seconds, and its cooldown time reduced to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Meanwhile, the wind technique's activation time had decreased to 0.7 seconds, its diameter increased to 0.8 meters, its height reached 1.4 meters, and its attack range extended within 15 meters, with its power having notably improved, barely achieving the classification of a miniature whirlwind. Chapter 27. The internal network market. Sato Kaede established a private training room and subsequently returned to his residence. However, rather than immediately tending to his personal hygiene and succumbing to slumber, he devoted time to bathing and massaging his beloved Noctowl, which had diligently completed its skill training that evening. As a reward, he presented it with a gem-grade energy cube to replenish its vitality. With the trifecta of a gem-grade energy cube, a warm bath, and a soothing massage, Noctowl found itself enveloped in sheer comfort, its exhaustion and aches completely alleviated. Furthermore, Sato Kaede provided a liter of bovine blood as a nocturnal snack. After savoring its meal with a satisfying hum, Noctowl gently perched on Sato Kaede's shoulder, chirping joyfully. Despite having known him for merely a day, the warmth and kindness Sato Kaede exhibited were unparalleled. It was the first time Noctowl encountered someone so generous. Rest well, Noctowl. We have training in the morning. I must organize this data before I retire for the night, Sato Kaede said, smiling at the creature on his shoulder. His hair still damp from washing. He then began inputting the data he had recorded in his notebook into his computer. Hearing his words, Noctowl obediently nodded and, with a gentle tap on the high-grade Pokeball resting on the table, transformed into a beam of red light, entering the ball to rest. The training equipment remained rudimentary. Relying solely on basic physical training apparatuses was inadequate. Moreover, as a flying-type Pokémon, Noctowl needed to hone its aerial skills. Additionally, Sato Kaede lamented the outdated tools for data collection, realizing he must acquire an item to enhance his efficiency in gathering data. With swift fingers, He transcribed the information from his notebook into the computer's text document, contemplating his next steps. He then placed his Team Rocket watch into the designated slot on his computer case and re-entered the Team Rocket internal point exchange system, eager to peruse the available items that could aid in Noctowl's training. Perhaps due to his recent promotion to the rookie level, a new category appeared in the exchange system upon his return. Previously, the internal exchange system comprised only 4 main categories: Pokémon items, technical discs, Pokémon, and training manuals. Now, an additional category labeled internal trade had emerged. Upon discovering this new category, Sato Kaede eagerly clicked on it. As images of various items and brief descriptions materialized before him, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a smile graced his face. From his perspective, this newly added internal trade category resembled a digital marketplace, albeit one with limited reach, encompassing merely the confines of the Team Rocket underground base in Nibi City. Even so, the plethora of items available in the online marketplace is quite remarkable, often priced slightly lower than those offered through the points redemption system. However, it is essential to acknowledge that the risks associated with online transactions far exceed those of the redemption system. After all, one must pay a price for every transaction. Without the ability to personally verify the authenticity of the items, their quality remains uncertain. In contrast, the items acquired through the points redemption system are guaranteed to be of high quality and entirely new. In summary, while the items sold in the internal online marketplace are considerably cheaper than those in the points redemption system, the anonymity of most sellers, coupled with a strict no-return policy, renders the purchasing process highly precarious, reliant solely on lackluster images and descriptions. Nevertheless, for Sato Kaede, this internal online marketplace presents a pathway to prosperity. Currently in possession of high-quality energy cubes, he is hesitant to sell them openly in the public market due to personal reasons. The internal online marketplace, with its discreet selling methods and convenient channels, provides him with a means to subtly market these energy cubes, undoubtedly offering him an excellent opportunity for accumulating points. Having perused the processes involved in selling items online, Sato Kaede feels increasingly confident that selling energy cubes through the internet is a secure approach. There are 2 primary methods for selling goods in the internal online marketplace. The first involves establishing a virtual store akin to a Taobao shop for self-directed sales. The second is to enlist the assistance of a consignment system. This consignment system essentially requires one to submit the items to a location known as the network trading center within the underground base. Once the staff authenticate and approve the items, they will assist in selling them while ensuring that no personal information is disclosed. Of course, utilizing the consignment system is not without cost, as it takes a 10% commission from the transaction profits. Intriguingly, this indeed serves as a secure and harmless channel for disposing of illicit goods. With the advent of this internal online marketplace, the Rocket team can confidently entrust the management of their otherwise unsellable commodities to the organization. The mastermind behind this innovative marketplace is undoubtedly a commercial genius. After pondering the implications of the internal online marketplace, Sato Kaede cannot help but reflect on the potential impact it will have. It is evident that within the predatory environment of the Rocket team, the emergence of this secure trading channel will enhance the efficiency of resource utilization within the organization. Additionally, it provides a nurturing platform for talented individuals who, due to their current vulnerabilities, have hesitated to showcase their abilities. After a brief exploration of the internal market, Sato Kaede closed the page and returned to the main interface of the points redemption system. He then accessed the grocery option within the items for Pokémon and began to browse the available goods. Ultimately, Sato Kaede found several items that piqued his interest: a powerful electric fan, a portable laptop, and a bottle of calcium tablets. The electric fan he chose was no ordinary appliance. It was a high-tech fan specially designed by Team Rocket, capable of generating wind speeds ranging from level 1 to 8. This powerful fan was selected specifically for the flight training of his Zubat. With this device, Zubat would no longer need to fly in circles. The strong winds produced by the fan could serve as an ideal training partner. Flying against the gusts of the fan would not only enhance Zubat's flying abilities, but also help it acclimatize to various wind conditions. Most importantly, with the powerful fan, Sato Kaede could conduct physical training for Zubat within the privacy of his dormitory, thus safeguarding his personal space. As for the portable laptop, Sato Kaede intended to use it to conveniently gather training data for Zubat. Upon reviewing the laptop's features, he marveled at how the scientific advancements in the world of Pokémon far surpassed those on Earth. This portable computer not only encompassed all the functionalities of Earth's laptops, but was also engineered for trainers, possessing the ability to automatically monitor Pokémon health data. Furthermore, it offered a degree of defensive capability, allowing it to serve as a shield in critical moments. Being an exceptional programmer, Sato Kaede could utilize this personal computer to establish programs for statistical data analysis, enabling him to accurately assess Zubat's various physical and skill metrics. This, in turn, would facilitate the development of a more tailored training regimen for his Pokémon. Lastly, the calcium tablets were inspired by a scene from the anime where Nurse Joy on Orange Islands fed a Magikarp to promote its physical development. While it is true that a larger Pokémon is not necessarily stronger, size does confer numerous advantages. A larger physique often signifies heightened vitality and strength compared to smaller counterparts. Some might argue that an increase in size could lead to a decrease in speed. While this drawback does exist, it is not insurmountable. For instance, consider an individual with a body composed of fat versus one built of muscle, despite similar weight and size. Would one truly believe that the heavier individual could outpace the muscular one? Moreover, this calcium supplement is not an ordinary one. It is a remarkable product developed by Team Rocket through their own biotechnological research. It is explicitly stated to aid in the growth of young Pokémon and possesses certain healing properties. Chapter 28. Anonymous sale. The items had been located, but upon viewing the prices of the three products, Sato Kaede's expression darkened. The calcium supplement was reasonably priced at 100 points for a bottle of 100 tablets, which he could afford with his current points. However, the powerful electric fan and the portable laptop posed a significant challenge. Both of these high-tech products were independently developed by Team Rocket, and their value was indisputable. The electric fan required 1,000 points, while the laptop demanded an even steeper 2,000 points. It seemed imperative for him to sell some items to earn points, to enhance his strength more swiftly. Taking a bit of risk seemed worthwhile. Gazing at the laptop displayed on the screen, Sato Kaede mused to himself. As a programmer, the importance of a computer to him was immense. With a personal high-quality computer, he could better showcase his abilities. Collecting and analyzing data with unparalleled efficiency, a computer was undoubtedly an invaluable assistant. After contemplating his agenda for the following day, Sato Kaede closed his computer, set the alarm on his Team Rocket watch, and lay down. He swiftly cleared his mind and drifted into a peaceful slumber. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the alarm on his Team Rocket watch rang punctually, and Sato Kaede quickly opened his bleary eyes to silence it. After closing his eyes again to ponder for a moment, he reopened them with clarity. Without delay, he released his Noibat and provided it with 2 bottles of premium blood and a high-quality energy cube for breakfast. After a brief grooming session, Noibat finished its meal. Subsequently, Sato Kaede recalled Noibat into its Pokeball and departed the dormitory, heading straight for the communal dining hall. In an effort to restore his vitality, Sato Kaede did not skimp on himself. He spent 5 points to purchase a lavish breakfast, which included a 500 milliliters bottle of premium milk, the most valuable, a large bowl of nutritious wheat porridge with free refills, and several fresh fruits. Note: after deducting the 5 points spent on dinner and the 5 points for the blood, Sato Kaede currently had 504 points remaining. True to his habitual dining style, Sato Kaede ate slowly, taking nearly 35 minutes to savor the sumptuous breakfast while contemplating the day's events. Following his meal, he quickly exited the dining hall and made his way toward the mission hall. In the early hours of the day, the task hall was notably deserted, with only 3 solitary adventurers perusing the stone columns in search of their desired free missions. Upon his arrival, Sato Kaede's presence elicited but a fleeting glance from these wanderers. The sparse attendance in the expansive task hall brought a sense of joy to Sato Kaede, who chose to disregard the aloof aura of the trio and swiftly made his way to the isolated fruit mixer nestled in the corner. As was the case the previous night, the supply station housing the fruit mixer remained closed, leaving Sato Kaede alone in the empty space. After having expended over 50 energy cubes and selling 120 medium-quality cubes to Tian Yuner, he was left with more than 400 energy cubes, of which fewer than 250 were medium quality. This time, he resolved to sell medium-quality energy cubes in the internal network market, necessitating a substantial replenishment. Familiarity breeds efficiency, and owing to the straightforward nature of crafting medium-quality energy cubes, Sato Kaede completed the task in under 20 minutes. Utilizing the remaining 120 orange fruits, 20 banana fruits, and 20 cranberry fruits, along with a cost of 400 points, he successfully manufactured 832 medium-quality energy cubes. With the replenishment of energy cubes accomplished, Sato Kaede promptly exited the now desolate task hall and proceeded towards the network trading center located in the southernmost region of Team Rocket's underground base. The architecture of the trading center resembled that of a rectangular black box, featuring a single entrance and small exits on either side. In stark contrast to the quietude of the task hall, the network trading center buzzed with activity. Upon his arrival, Sato Kaede found a considerable gathering of Team Rocket members, all donned in various Pokémon masks, orderly standing in line. At that moment, Sato Kaede himself wore a Pikachu mask, a gift from a Team Rocket member stationed at the entrance, who informed him that newcomers were required to wear masks in this venue. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Sato Kaede's turn finally arrived, and he stepped into a small enclosed room, which contained only himself and another masked Team Rocket member, akin to a bank counter. Quickly present what you wish to sell. Do not waste time. The member adorned with a ghostly mask instructed as the door closed behind Sato Kaede. Without hesitation, he placed his neatly packaged energy cubes on the table, and the other party promptly took possession of them, inspecting them with keen interest. The energy cubes, and of notably excellent quality. Are these your creation? How many do you have in stock? Moments later, a member of Team Rocket, donned in a Jengar mask, spoke urgently to Sato Kaede. As an appraiser who had handled countless items, the masked member was well aware of the energy cubes and their intricate production process, as well as their remarkable restorative effects. Although the energy cubes presented by Sato Kaede were not the finest he had ever encountered, they were certainly commendable. It seems you have quite an affinity for them. This implies you are willing to accept my sales commission. I shall be direct. I currently possess over 800 energy cubes of this quality, and I request that you sell them at a price of 5 points each. Sato Kaede replied in a calm tone, directly addressing the first inquiry. He was not surprised that the energy cubes would be accepted, but the appraiser's evident enthusiasm for his creation caught him off guard, prompting a subtle increase in his vigilance. My apologies for my presumptuousness in asking an inappropriate question. Indeed. Sir, there is no issue. We accept your sales commission. I personally recommend selling them at a price of 10 points each, as this quality of energy cube is quite rare and serves as an exceptional supply for training Pokémon. I believe many would be willing to pay a premium for them, and your quantity seems somewhat limited. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's response, the perceptive appraiser quickly composed himself and spoke in a normal tone. No need for that. I will sell them at my stipulated price. As for the quantity, I shall replenish it periodically. Sato Kaede nodded in agreement, continuing to respond in a measured tone. Although the prospect of substantial profit was enticing, he understood the significant risks involved and knew better than to be overly greedy. A moderate price was sufficient, and he must ensure that the quantity remained within a prudent range. The 800 energy cubes of this quality were but a drop in the ocean for the Team Rocket market in Nibi, making it unlikely for him to attract unwanted attention. He thought to himself that a strategy of low-key development and discreet accumulation of wealth would be the wisest choice. Their conversation lasted approximately 2 minutes, after which Sato Kaede provided his points account and promptly exited the network center through the designated exit. Chapter 29. Training Effects and Challenges. Having completed the process of entrusting the sale of the energy cubes, Sato Kaede proceeded to the public training grounds to commence the morning training session for his Zubat. He had devised a plan. The morning and midday intervals would be dedicated to physical training for Zubat, while the evenings would focus on skill training. Now, only 6 days remain in the new recruit's trial period, and he must seize the moment to elevate the prowess of his bat Pokémon, ensuring it stands apart from the other recruit's diminutive creatures. Furthermore, he has learned from the amiable Baron about the upcoming new recruit competition scheduled for a month later. If he aspires to make a mark within Team Rocket and achieve remarkable results in this contest, it is imperative for him to enhance his bat Pokémon's abilities as swiftly as possible. In fact, following yesterday's training, the bat Pokémon has already ascended a level, now standing at a commendable level 14. A few minutes later, Sato Kaede arrived at the public training grounds, where numerous individuals had already commenced training their Pokémon. Among them, he spotted Tian Yuner and her Geodude, engaged in a friendly sparring match with her Fearow and the Geodude. Their battle was conducted with great care, as it was not a matter of life and death, but rather an exercise in mutual practice. Simultaneously, Sato Kaede noticed Long Duo, who had also recognized him, casting a furtive glance with his Arbok. Moreover, he observed several newcomers, whom he had seen in the cafeteria on a few occasions, donning the recruit uniforms and diligently training their Pokémon. Subsequently, Sato Kaede directed his gaze to an unoccupied corner of the training area, where he began his morning training session with the bat Pokémon. Come forth, bat Pokémon, let us continue yesterday's training here. I shall time you, he declared as he released the creature and equipped it with a 5-fold weighted vest. The bat Pokémon, well aware of what was expected following yesterday's training, donned the vest and immediately began to flap its wings vigorously, soaring around the entire public training ground. At this moment, Sato Kaede activated the timer on his Team Rocket watch, calculating the duration of the bat Pokémon's flight around the training area. In comparison to the first day's endurance training, the bat Pokémon exhibited noticeable improvement. Its robust physique, coupled with an exercise regimen several times more demanding than its peers, along with exceptional recovery provisions during training, contributed to the rapid enhancement of its abilities. Despite the added weight of the vest, the bat Pokémon maintained its full-speed flight, returning to Sato Kaede's side after 2 minutes and 13 seconds, an impressive reduction of 10 seconds from the previous day's time of 2 minutes and 23 seconds. The data comparison clearly indicated that the bat Pokémon's flight speed had indeed improved from the day before. Effort never goes unrewarded. Look, bat Pokémon. Under the same conditions, your flight speed has significantly increased since yesterday. Continue training like this, and you shall grow ever stronger, Sato Kaede remarked, smiling as he presented the recorded data before the bat Pokémon. The sound of zizzes, the Noibat, fluttered joyfully before Sato Kaede, responding with a series of cheerful cries. Although the Noibat lacked eyes and could not comprehend the contents inscribed in the little notebook held by Sato Kaede, this did not hinder its belief in the words of its master, who had diligently trained it the previous night. Upon realizing that its hard work had rendered it stronger, the Noibat became increasingly attentive to Sato Kaede's training demands. After emitting a joyful series of sounds, the Noibat once more flapped its wings, continuing to soar around the training ground. This time, perhaps due to its excitement and having warmed up, its speed noticeably surpassed that of its initial flight. It seemed that fluctuations in emotions could indeed affect a Pokémon's abilities. This observation must be duly noted. Seeing the Noibat's evident increase in speed, Sato Kaede promptly pressed the timer while jotting down his findings in the notebook, reflecting on the implications of this discovery. After a duration of 1 minute and 58 seconds, the panting Noibat returned to Sato Kaede, having astonishingly shattered its previous record. However, such a burst of speed evidently required considerable stamina, as it was now enveloped in white steam, dripping with sweat. Observing this, Sato Kaede promptly recorded the new flight record and swiftly removed the weighted vest from the Noibat. He then offered the creature a glass of purified water infused with a high-quality energy cube while commencing a muscle relaxation massage for its wings, aiding in its recovery from exertion. As Sato Kaede tended to the Noibat, for uninvited guests approached. Leading them was the brooding Rondo, flanked by 3 delinquent youths, unmistakably troublemakers. These 3 individuals were associates of Rondo, having recently aligned themselves with Team Rocket, evident from their uniforms, which signified their successful completion of the initial rookie trials and their ability to tame the Pokémon assigned to them. In truth, following his initial success in taming the Arbok, Rondo had sought to assist his 3 subordinates in capturing their own Pokémon. Given that they had chosen relatively easy-to-tame creatures like the Magnezone, he managed to facilitate their captures within a single day. Sato Kaede, aware of Rondo's unwelcome presence, chose to ignore them entirely, maintaining his focus on the Noibat's muscle relaxation exercises. "Hey kid, looking for a fight, are you?" One of Rondo's hot-tempered subordinates barked angrily, pointing a finger at Sato Kaede, incensed by the latter's blatant disregard for their presence. As he bellowed, the other members of Team Rocket training in the public arena immediately turned their attention to the commotion. Upon witnessing someone intentionally provoking, most of their faces displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Unfortunately, to the furious outburst from Rondo's subordinate, Sato Kaede merely cast a sidelong glance before nonchalantly resuming his previously interrupted massage routine. However, the Zubat, unlike Sato Kaede, was evidently less composed. It slightly raised its head to regard the individual who dared to shout at its master. In the next moment, the Zubat swiftly detached from Sato Kaede's hands and alighted on his right shoulder, glaring intently at Rondo's irascible henchman, baring its fangs and emitting a wave of ultrasonic sound. "Calm down. There's no need to pay heed to a mad dog's incessant barking. Let him howl to his heart's content. If he dares to lay a hand on us, we shall break his legs. But before that, we certainly must not stoop to his level and bark in return. How disgraceful that would be." Observing the Zubat's eagerness to confront Rondo's subordinate, Sato Kaede gently patted the creature to restrain its impulsive behavior, deliberately raising his voice. The rule prohibiting any direct conflict among members was firmly etched in Sato Kaede's mind. Regardless of the provocation, he would never initiate a confrontation in such a public setting. Simultaneously, he had nothing to fear. Within this Team Rocket base, Rondo and his 3 lackeys were nothing but a band of foolish jesters. Unless they were seeking their own demise or had lost their wits, they would never dare to act against him. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, those nearby who were watching erupted in laughter, causing Rondo's subordinate, who had previously shouted at Sato Kaede, to flush with anger. All right, Sato Kaede. We are not here to quarrel. How about a Pokémon battle? Just as the hot-headed subordinate was on the verge of unleashing his fury upon those mocking him, Rondo, standing at the forefront, promptly curtailed his foolish behavior, arrogantly addressing Sato Kaede to express his intent. Chapter 30. Acceptance and Gambling Challenge. Rondo issued a challenge to Sato Kaede, causing the latter's pupils to constrict and a grave expression to emerge on his face. What is the most fervent pursuit among humans in the Pokémon world? Undoubtedly, it is the exhilarating and intense Pokémon battles, which every trainer must inevitably face, regardless of where one may be or who one may be. When challenged to a Pokémon battle, one must respond. This is a truth known even to centenarians and toddlers alike in the Pokémon realm. A Pokémon battle? Intriguing. What kind of battle do you propose? Sato Kaede inquired, his face expressionless as he scrutinized Rondo's grotesque visage. To speak candidly, when Rondo initiated a battle with his Pokémon, Sato Fong sensed impending trouble. This was, in essence, an unavoidable trap. Why is it deemed an inescapable snare? There are two compelling reasons. Firstly, within the predatory environment of Team Rocket, how would members perceive those who choose to decline a challenge? Unless the disparity in strength is overwhelmingly vast, leading the stronger party to find the challenge uninteresting. Those who opt to refuse will undoubtedly be looked down upon by their peers. In the ranks of Team Rocket, those who are scorned by others often meet a dire fate. Secondly, Sato Fong was acutely aware that Rondo was originally a trainer, and his ascent to the role of a leader among ruffians indicated his considerable prowess as a trainer. Presently, Sato Fong was merely a fledgling trainer. Despite having extensive gaming experience in his previous life, he could not confidently assert that he could triumph over Rondo, who had undoubtedly engaged in numerous Pokémon battles. Shall we engage in a formal Pokémon battle, without any conditions? Do you accept my challenge, Sato Fong? Upon the conclusion of his words, Rondo smirked, his scheme having borne fruit, and promptly responded in a loud voice. Rondo's deliberately elevated tone captured the attention of nearby Team Rocket members, who began to display interest at the prospect of an imminent Pokémon battle. Simultaneously, the purple Arbok coiled beside Rondo fixed its cold, serpentine gaze upon Sato Fong and his Zubat perched on his shoulder, rendering them both quite uncomfortable. Long before this moment, Sato Fong had noticed the imposing purple serpent alongside Rondo and had utilized the system's scanning capabilities to analyze its data. The information on Arbok was as follows: Pokémon, Arbok level, 15 type, poison ability, intimidate gender, male moves, bind, glare, poison sting, bite, gaze, iron tail, inherited. Rock Tomb, top move. Upon reviewing the data, particularly the presence of Rock Tomb, a rock-type move highly effective against Zubat, Sato Fong felt a slight heaviness in his heart. For context, Rock Tomb is a physical rock-type attack with a power of 60, which creates rocks to strike the enemy, thereby hindering their movement and reducing their speed. However, Sato Fong found himself in a precarious position. Should he refuse this battle, his future within Team Rocket would be fraught with difficulties, with troubles continuously surfacing. Very well. I accept your challenge. However, my Zubat has just completed rigorous flight training, and I require 30 minutes to prepare, Sato Fong replied, casting a deep glance at Rondo, his expression impassive. Very well, let's meet on the battlefield shortly, Sato Kaede replied, and an ominous smile crept across Rondo's face as he promptly responded and swaggered away with his three subordinates. Just as Sato had contemplated earlier, Rondo aimed to exploit the fact that Sato Kaede was merely a novice trainer, intending to pressure him into accepting this Pokémon battle. Humph. Thinking I'm an easy target just because I'm a newcomer? You are gravely mistaken. I shall ensure you regret your arrogance. Watching Rondo and his entourage depart with such hubris, Sato Kaede suppressed a cold chuckle within. After a moment of reflection, Sato Kaede felt his chances in this Pokémon battle were rather promising for three reasons. First, his Zubat, being a flying-type Pokémon, held a significant advantage against Rondo's grounded Arbok, possessing both Shadow Ball and Gust, two formidable ranged attacks that enhanced his kite-flying capabilities. Second, Rondo had only recently acquired Arbok. No matter how skilled he was, mastering such a notably sinister serpent in just one day was an impossible feat. Third, while Rondo undoubtedly had more experience in genuine Pokémon battles, Sato Kaede was not without merit. Armed with the knowledge from his previous life and aided by a system, he possessed a distinct advantage in this encounter. As the battle was imminent, a suitable arena was essential. The public training grounds were abundant with open spaces, and challenges of this nature were not uncommon. Hence, several standard battlefields were readily available. 30 minutes later, Sato Kaede and Rondo stood at opposite corners of a battle arena. surrounded by a sizable crowd of onlookers. Most of them were low-ranked trainers, with only a couple of team leaders present. Among the spectators, one team leader initiated a betting pool, naturally centered around the outcome of the clash between Sato Kaede and Rondo. Based on the wagers, the current odds were 1 to 10, favoring Rondo. Clearly, the odds indicated that the majority had little faith in Sato Kaede. In fact, during the betting process, the team leader succinctly outlined the comparative strengths of both trainers. Upon hearing that Sato Kaede was merely a novice while Rondo was the notorious leader of a gang controlling a street in Nibi City, nearly 90% of the bettors placed their stakes on Rondo, with only 10% daring to risk their fortunes on Sato Kaede, believing the odds were too low. Notably, Sato Kaede wagered all of his remaining 104 points on himself. As both parties were about to commence their duel and the betting was about to close, Tion Yunner approached the captain of the betting team and placed all of her remaining 500 points on Sato Kaede. Beside her, the bodyguard Qin Shilang contemplated for a moment before also wagering his remaining 200 points on Sato Kaede. Do you have such unwavering faith in this lad? This is our last remaining stake. If we lose, our subsequent plans will be in jeopardy, Qin Shilang remarked, his complexion darkening as he gazed at Tion Yunner after the betting was finalized. I am not coercing you into this wager, Tion Yunner replied coldly. I can only warn you that this individual is not to be trifled with. Underestimating him could lead to significant losses. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. With her words barely spoken, the battle was declared to commence. In the following second, both Sato Kaede and his opponent simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs into the air. Upon opening, two beams of white light shot forth from the spheres, landing both in the air and on the ground. As the white light dissipated, a Zubat hovered above while an Arbok slithered on the ground, both glaring intently at one another, the tension in the arena palpable. Chapter 31. The initial battle. As the two Pokémon made their entrance, Arbok's Intimidate ability activated immediately. However, Zubat was only slightly affected. Its attack power reduced by 1 level due to the intimidating presence of Arbok, which hissed menacingly with cold, piercing eyes. Meanwhile, as the battle commenced, Sato Kaede's heart raced with anxiety. Yet as he took a deep breath, his composure returned. This was no ordinary match. It was a fight for survival. At that moment, Sato Kaede's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning steely. For him, this seemingly simple Pokémon battle was a life-or-death struggle, demanding a fierce resolve alongside an unwavering calm. The transformation within Sato Kaede was most evident to his Pokémon, Zubat, which sensed a complete change in its trainer. Typically, Sato Kaede exuded a gentle aura, but now he appeared as a composed yet ferocious individual, suppressing an inner tumult. During his 2 years of evasion, to avoid the pursuit of law enforcement, Sato Kaede had become entangled with the underworld, ultimately evolving from a NA-VE programmer into a cunning and resourceful fugitive. Feeling the shift in her master, Zubat responded with excitement. Its spirits lifted as it emitted a series of enthusiastic cries, regaining the momentum that had initially been suppressed. Humph, a trickster indeed. It seemed to declare. Rondo, who was closely observing Sato Kaede, had evidently noticed the change in Sato Kaede since the battle commenced. Although he maintained a facade of nonchalance, a sense of vigilance was gradually taking root within him. Simultaneously, a series of high-frequency ultrasonic waves began to subtly emanate from the mouth of the Zubat, directed towards the front. Prior to the onset of battle, Sato Kaede had conferred with the Zubat, agreeing to utilize its innate ability to unleash ultrasonic waves at will during the confrontation. Imagine, if the Zubat could continuously emit these disorienting ultrasonic waves throughout the battle, the dynamics of the conflict would undoubtedly tilt in favor of the Zubat. Of course, without extensive training, it would be challenging for the Zubat to maintain a constant release of disorienting high-frequency ultrasonic waves. At present, it could only discreetly employ this ability at intervals, and the range of its attack was limited, unable to achieve comprehensive coverage. When the Zubat executed this maneuver, the high-frequency ultrasonic waves resembled circular ripples seen in animated games. In reality, sound waves are colorless and odorless, imperceptible to the naked eye or nose. The energy contained within the ultrasonic waves caused a slight vibration in the air as they swiftly approached the Arbok. If the Arbok were to be struck by these high-frequency waves, it would not only find itself in a state of confusion, but could also sustain injury. After all, sound waves can transmit energy, and when they reach a sufficient intensity, they can shatter objects. Given that ultrasonic waves possess frequencies exceeding 20,000 Hz, and humans can only perceive sounds within the range of 20 to 20,000 Hz, Rondo, being human, remained oblivious to the Zubat's subtle maneuver. However, as a Pokémon, Arbok's auditory senses far surpassed those of ordinary beings. It was not deceived by the Zubat's subtle tactics. When the ultrasonic waves surged forth, Arbok swiftly evaded the invisible onslaught with a serpentine movement, continuing to advance rapidly towards the Zubat. Noticing Arbok's unusual behavior, Rondo, positioned behind it, sensed something amiss. He hastily mimicked Arbok's actions, distancing himself from his original position. Nonetheless, due to his slower pace compared to Arbok, he was still slightly affected by the ultrasonic waves emanating from the Zubat, experiencing a momentary dizziness. Humph, merely engaging in futile antics, Arbok. Leap forth and execute your biting technique against the Zubat. Rondo's willpower was commendable. After a brief shake of his head, he regained his composure and promptly issued an attack command to Arbok, which was now less than 5 meters away from the Zubat. Upon hearing Rondo's command, Arbok's vertical pupils constricted, its purple serpentine body instantly coiling like a spring, and with astonishing speed, it prepared to launch a biting assault on the Zubat, which was hovering approximately 7 meters above the ground. The movement of the Arbok was evidently the result of countless hours of training, executed with remarkable finesse. The duration from initiation to completion was less than a second. In the gaze of the astonished onlookers, he appeared as a streak of purple lightning, launching a strike at the unsuspecting Noivern. The gaping maw of the Arbok, measuring nearly half a meter in length, posed a grave threat. Should it successfully bite the Noivern, it could easily engulf the entire creature, leaving it utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, the terrifying intimidation exuded by the Arbok, combined with its inherent menacing traits, instilled a flicker of fear even within the mind of the psychic Noivern, causing its movements to momentarily stiffen. Witnessing the Arbok's lightning-fast assault, Rondo, the creature's owner, felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. During the time he had subdued the Arbok in the low environment, he had narrowly escaped being the victim of such a seamless ambush. If Rondo's intuition served him well, this ferociously skilled Arbok had a penchant for avian prey, and this very technique seemed meticulously honed for hunting flying creatures. "Hold your ground," Sato called out, recognizing that the Noivern was momentarily daunted by the Arbok's swift strike. The speed of his voice, albeit slightly quicker than the Arbok's physical attack, reached the keen ears of the Noivern. Empowered by its psychic abilities, the creature's fear dissipated in an instant, and it promptly executed its defensive maneuver. In a fleeting moment, a verdant energy shield enveloped the Noivern. Just as the Arbok's bite met the shimmering barrier, the ensuing sound of cracking echoed as the Arbok's formidable jaws clamped down on the shield. Although the attack left slight fissures in the verdant energy barrier, the Noivern successfully withstood the assault. However, the shield crumbled within less than 2 seconds, shattering into fragments that glimmered like emerald dust before vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the Noivern seized the opportunity to escape the range of the Arbok's menacing jaws as the serpent's attack failed to find its mark, causing it to plummet towards the ground. Capitalizing on this chance, the Noivern unleashed a sonic wave at the Arbok while it was suspended in the air, unable to regain its footing. Sato Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he observed the Noivern's narrow escape, prompting him to issue a command. "Stay calm, and immediately use Iron Tail on the Noivern before you." Meanwhile, Rondo was equally swift, issuing commands to the airborne Arbok. Under the command of Rondo, the tail of the Arbok was suddenly coated in a metallic sheen. Relying on its physical strength, it twisted its body forcefully and unleashed a powerful Iron Tail against the nearby Noctowl. Fortunately, the Noctowl was not sluggish, just as the Iron Tail was about to strike. It utilized its well-honed innate ability to emit a barrage of high-frequency ultrasonic waves from the air. Due to the proximity, these rapid sound waves reached Arbok first, hitting it before the Iron Tail could connect. Nonetheless, propelled by inertia, Arbok's Iron Tail successfully struck Noctowl, sending it flying with immense force, while Arbok itself descended rapidly to the ground. As Arbok safely landed, Noctowl had just stabilized its form in the air, using its robust wings, panting slightly. After executing its defensive move and enduring Arbok's Iron Tail, Noctowl's stamina had noticeably diminished. Meanwhile, the spectators at the edge of the battlefield had shifted from an initial relaxed demeanor to a tense and even grim expression. It became evident from the recent clash that Rondo's Arbok had failed to gain any significant advantage over Sato Kaede's Noctowl. In fact, it had suffered considerable losses. Now, having been struck by Noctowl's close-range ultrasonic wave, Arbok was in a state of disarray, its once icy serpent eyes now of vivid crimson. Regardless of Rondo's desperate calls, Arbok seemed to be facing an internal battle, furiously pounding its head against the ground, soon drawing blood. Could this individual truly be a novice trainer? It felt as if his commands were more seasoned and adept than Rondo's. Observing Sato Kaede calmly directing Noctowl to attack the confused Arbok from a distance with Shadow Ball, the gamblers who had placed their bets on Rondo wore expressions of dismay. Chapter 32. The first battle, one misstep led to another. Upon seeing Arbok in chaos, Sato Kaede recognized the opportunity for a counterattack. However, he maintained a cautious demeanor, instructing Noctowl to attack from afar with Shadow Ball. Given Arbok's self-destructive state, Noctowl's somewhat sluggish Shadow Balls landed successfully in succession. Although their power was modest, the sheer number compensated for it, leaving Arbok battered and bruised from both self-inflicted harm and the relentless assault. "Come on, snap out of it, Arbok," Rondo shouted anxiously. Witnessing Arbok being continuously toyed with by Noctowl while remaining in its self-destructive state. Yet, it was evident that the bond between Rondo and Arbok was weak. The confused creature disregarded Rondo's calls entirely, continuing to smash its head against the ground in a frenzy. The lethal prowess of this Arbok is formidable, otherwise it would not have transformed into such a fearsome visage in the midst of chaos. Proximity combat with the Zubat is out of the question, for should it fall prey to Arbok's bite, it would surely meet a grim fate. Indeed, Rondo's intentions are far from benevolent. He aims to incapacitate my Zubat amidst the fray. Witnessing the bloodthirsty glare of the Arbok ahead, Sato Kaede's thoughts turned dark, and his gaze hardened with resolve. Meanwhile, Zubat dutifully obeyed Sato Kaede's command, soaring to a height of 12 meters and maintaining a safe distance from Arbok before unleashing a Shadow Ball attack. Lacking rigorous training, Zubat's Shadow Balls were rather unimpressive, roughly the size of a chicken egg. However, perhaps due to their diminutive scale, Zubat's Shadow Balls traveled with remarkable speed, nearly 1 per second. In this moment, Zubat unleashed a barrage of Shadow Balls akin to a machine gun, striking Arbok with commendable precision, approximately an 80 hit rate. Each successful hit sent a pang of anxiety through the hearts of the spectators at the edge of the battleground, due to the competition's rules against interference. They could only pray for Arbok's swift recovery. Otherwise, their wagers would be in vain. After a relentless 12 seconds, Arbok finally emerged from its state of confusion. Though it bore numerous wounds, its skin marred and crimson blood pooling beneath it. Yet, Arbok's willpower was indomitable, and its self-healing abilities astonishingly potent. Upon regaining consciousness, the bleeding from its wounds ceased almost instantaneously, and the scabs formed at a visible pace, restoring its condition to near normalcy. However, this remarkable regenerative capacity came at a cost. Following its recovery, Arbok's aura diminished significantly, resembling a patient just recovering from a grave illness. At this juncture, it was evident to all that Arbok was nearing its limit. If Sato Kaede employed a strategy of keeping Zubat at a distance, Arbok was destined for defeat. Rondo seethed internally, realizing that this newcomer had taught Zubat the vital skill of guarding. He recalled that this individual was a mere country bumpkin, devoid of any elemental knowledge, and wondered where he had acquired such insights about Pokémon. Witnessing Arbok being so thoroughly dominated by Sato Kaede's Zubat left Rondo with a sour expression. He had never anticipated that Sato Kaede would impart such a life-saving technique to Zubat. Underestimating his opponent due to a disparity in information, Rondo had naively assumed that dispatching Sato Kaede's Zubat would be a trivial task, leading him to recklessly command Arbok to employ its signature move to eliminate Zubat. Indeed, Rondo harbored the intent to vanquish Sato Kaede's Zubat amidst the fray of battle. After all, in the heat of combat, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable, are they not? As long as Sato Kaede was devoid of his little spirit, he would be akin to a toothless tiger, malleable to any manipulation. However, all of Rondo's malevolent schemes were deftly countered by Sato Kaede's concealed ultimate move, which subsequently unleashed a wave of ultrasonic waves that disoriented the Arbok, turning the tide of battle increasingly against him. Arbok, surge forth and execute Rock Tomb, Rondo commanded, yet he had not resigned himself to defeat just yet. He had initially intended to keep a potent strategy in reserve for a future confrontation with Tion Yuner's fletchling. However, under the current circumstances, he was compelled to unveil his last gambit. Upon hearing Rondo's command, the cold gaze of Arbok briefly flicked towards him before it executed a serpentine twist, deftly evading a Shadow Ball launched by Zubat. With an eerie undulation, it swiftly approached Zubat. As it drew nearer, its icy serpentine eyes glimmered with a rich, earthy hue, and in an instant, numerous shards composed of rock-type energy materialized around it, advancing steadily towards Zubat. When Arbok was merely 5 meters away from Zubat, these minute yet sharp rock fragments transformed into a volley of projectiles aimed at the airborne Zubat. Given their conical structure, the shards experienced significantly reduced air resistance, allowing them to rival the speed of conventional arrows. Typically, Rock Tomb is a technique that consumes the Pokémon's stamina or magical energy to conjure large boulders for an assault. However, this technique exhibited a slight transformation in Arbok's execution. To effectively target the agile, airborne Pokémon, Arbok ingeniously altered the form of the rock constructs formed from rock-type energy, creating a variant that, while less potent than another move known as Rock Slide, could be viewed as a weakened version of it. A flurry of piercing sounds erupted as the sharp rocks launched forth, clearly exceeding a range of 12 meters, with numerous jagged stones hurtling towards Zubat, completely encompassing a 2-meter radius around it. Quick, evade, Zubat. Upon witnessing the real-life manifestation of Rock Tomb, Sato Kaede's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently shout at Zubat. The mechanics of the game ultimately clouded Sato Kaede's judgment, leading to a miscalculation of the attack range of Arbok's Rock Tomb. With over a minute remaining on the cooldown for Zubat's ultimate move, he could only command Zubat to evade. Regrettably, Zubat managed to dodge only the first 2 sharp rock projectiles before succumbing to the subsequent onslaught. With a resounding crash, sharp rocks composed of rock-type energy struck the supersonic bat, detonating like miniature explosives and instantly inflicting double damage, causing the scars on the supersonic bat's body to accumulate rapidly. Observing the effectiveness of Arbok's rock blockade, Rondo promptly commanded Arbok to unleash another rock-sealing attack against the supersonic bat. The spectators at the edge of the battlefield were overtaken by expressions of delight, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Supersonic Bat, utilize your wind gust for defense. Despite the supersonic bat's earnest attempts to evade the barrage of sharp rocks, it was evidently challenging to completely avoid the swift, numerous projectiles. In a moment of urgency and empathy, Sato Kaede suddenly issued a command to the beleaguered supersonic bat. Responding to Sato Kaede's directive, the supersonic bat, enduring the relentless onslaught, instinctively unleashed its wind gust. Perhaps driven by desperation or sensing Sato Kaede's current anxiety and concern, the supersonic bat's potential erupted, depleting its remaining energy in an instant. With a piercing screech, the supersonic bat unleashed its full power, and in a heartbeat, a white whirlwind with a diameter exceeding 2 meters and a height surpassing 5 meters materialized before it, rotating counterclockwise toward the center. The sharp rocks, once again manipulated by Arbok, were swiftly drawn into the vortex by the whirlwind's formidable winds. Well done, supersonic bat. Direct the whirlwind to attack Arbok. Seeing the supersonic bat's explosive response, Sato Kaede shouted with calm enthusiasm. The supersonic bat rose to Sato Kaede's expectations, vigorously flapping its wings and directing the swirling vortex, laden with sharp rocks, toward the grounded Arbok. What? Arbok, quickly dig underground to evade. Rondo's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded Arbok to burrow into the earth to escape the impending assault. However, Rondo was met with despair as the ground was covered in a mixture of steel plates and concrete, rendering Arbok unable to dig effectively. After a futile attempt, Arbok sought to evade by moving its body, only to find itself ensnared by the nearby white whirlwind's fierce winds, severely hampering its speed. Ultimately, it could only watch helplessly as the whirlwind engulfed it. Once Arbok was caught in the whirlwind, the invisible wind blades within relentlessly sliced at it, while numerous sharp rocks struck and exploded upon impact. Due to the supersonic bat's full exertion, the duration of the white whirlwind was a mere 7 or 8 seconds. When the whirlwind dissipated, Arbok, battered and bruised, plummeted heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling, clearly devoid of combat capability. With the battle concluded and Arbok incapacitated, victory belonged to Sato Kaede and his supersonic bat. In the next moment, the referee swiftly announced the outcome of the battle. Chapter 33. Evaluation Victory had been achieved. After an intense contest, the Zubat had ultimately triumphed in this Pokémon battle. However, Sato Kaede felt no joy in this victory. Despite being a newcomer, he had performed commendably in his first Pokémon battle, yet he was still plagued by shame for misjudging the attack range of the Arbok's Rock Tomb, which had put his Zubat in jeopardy. As soon as the battle concluded, Sato Kaede promptly offered an energy cube to his Zubat, uttering a few words of praise before returning it to its Pokeball, ignoring the gazes of onlookers. He maintained a stoic expression and swiftly made his way toward the medical room. This was not a turn-based game. Pokémon were not mere statistics. His command had been inadequate, and his understanding of Pokémon moves was too superficial. He resolved to deepen his knowledge in this realm as he walked, his fists clenching in determination. Furthermore, Sato Kaede recognized the significant shortcomings in Zubat's abilities, such as its evasion reflexes, insufficient move power, and underdeveloped innate talents. Meanwhile, Long Duo was paying the price for his overconfidence, having lost the match. As he felt the hostile glares from those around him, his face turned pale. Now that he had lost, he appeared to the other Team Rocket members as an easy target, a piece of prey. His initial intention to undermine Sato Kaede had backfired, landing him in a precarious position. After Sato Kaede left without a glance in his direction, Long gritted his teeth and recalled Arbok into its Pokeball before hastily retreating with his 3 subordinates through another exit, as if fleeing for his life. Some Team Rocket members, disgruntled by their gambling losses, cast cold stares at Long Duo and his companions, with a few even trailing behind them. See, he won. This guy is even stronger than you anticipated. I have a premonition that he will be a formidable opponent in the upcoming newcomer tournament. Tian Yun'er remarked to the elated Qin as she watched Sato Kaede's departing figure. After finishing her statement, she left with a hint of a smile. Having turned her 500 points into 5,000 points by betting on Sato Kaede's victory, which greatly uplifted her spirits. Is he truly a novice trainer? If so, he seems far too composed, she mused. Qin nodded thoughtfully in response and followed closely behind Tian Yun'er as they exited the public training grounds together. Meanwhile, in Caesar's chamber, he and his sister Sophia were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the screen before them, which vividly displayed the battle between Sato Kaede and Rondo's Pokémon. Aya, what do you think of that young fellow named Sato Kaede? Caesar inquired with a smile after witnessing the moment when Sato Kaede commanded his Zubat to triumph over Arbok. Not much. It's evident that he possesses no practical battle experience whatsoever. Moreover, his Pokémon training leaves much to be desired, while his opponent is clearly far more seasoned. Had it not been for his opponent's carelessness and the initial failure to allow Arbok to use Rock Tomb on Zubat, or the latter's unexpected surge at the end, he would never have emerged victorious in this encounter, Sophia replied, casting a disapproving glance at her brother. For Sophia, a seasoned commander of Team Rocket, the duel between Rondo and Sato Kaede was nothing short of an amateur skirmish, devoid of any entertainment value. She could easily defeat both their Pokémon with her weakest one in mere seconds. Such an assessment does not reflect the perspective of an elite trainer toward a novice. I believe his command during this battle was quite commendable. Did you not notice? He executed the battle without a single error and maintained absolute composure throughout. That is certainly a marked improvement over someone who nearly wept at the onset of learning Pokémon battles, Caesar remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded his sister with a curious gaze. Haha, I was merely jesting, he added, though he regretted his words as Sophia shot him a fierce glare, casting an ominous shadow over him. Immediately, he forced a nervous laugh in response. After glaring at her brother for a moment, Sophia turned away in a huff. Despite her outward disdain for Sato Kaede's seemingly naive command, she was internally astonished by his performance. Setting aside other considerations, it was indeed remarkable that, during his debut Pokémon battle, Sato Kaede managed to maintain a calm demeanor and not falter. Furthermore, Sophia astutely observed that throughout the entire battle, aside from Zubat's brief emotional shift when confronted by Arbok's Rock Tomb, Sato Kaede's expression remained unchanged, even post-victory, his face a mask of inscrutable composure. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Provided he does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to become a formidable trainer. If we cannot befriend him, we must consider eliminating him at the earliest opportunity. This encapsulates Sophia's true assessment of Sato Kaede at that moment. After the new recruits trial period concludes, he will rely on you, Yaya. The rookie competition is of utmost significance to my brother. If you train him well, he will undoubtedly shine in the newcomer contest. Shortly thereafter, Caesar spoke to his sister with a serious expression. Sophia's assessment of Sato Kaede was such, and Caesar, whose strength surpassed even Sophia's, felt similarly. Were it not for his obligation to train dozens of new recruits, he would have personally taken the time to guide Sato Kaede. After all, the outcome of the rookie competition directly impacts his future promotion within the ranks. His trust in his sister's abilities prompted him to assign her the task of teaching Sato Kaede, simultaneously ensuring that Sato would firmly align himself with his faction. Through his investigation, Caesar discovered that Sato Kaede was of impeccable character, someone who valued loyalty, a rarity within Team Rocket. Since he had encountered such an individual, it was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Fine, I understand. I will fulfill my promise to you. You can be so tedious, I'm leaving now. Upon witnessing her brother's expression, Sophia pouted and picked up her cat before exiting the room. Sighing, Caesar remarked, daughters grow up too fast. I miss that little Yaya who used to be so affectionate with me. After Sophia left, he shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 34. Healing wounds. Approximately 10 minutes after the Pokémon battle, Sato Kaede followed the directional signs and successfully arrived at the medical room located in the central area of Team Rocket's underground base in Nibi City. Although the Zubat had ultimately triumphed over the Arbok in a fierce battle, it had suffered considerable injuries in the process. Zubat's body was covered with numerous wounds, particularly its wings, which bore several small punctures, and one wing even showed signs of fractures. Sato Kaede was deeply troubled upon witnessing Zubat's condition. Fortunately, most of the injuries were superficial and did not pose a fatal threat. Additionally, the Pokeball had some capacity to prevent the deterioration of injuries, a feature enhanced in higher-tier balls. So, overall, Zubat was not in any immediate danger. I underestimated the moves of the Pokémon, and I apologize. This battle was a misjudgment on my part. Please forgive me. I assure you, it will be the first and last time. I will do everything in my power to help you become a formidable Pokémon. Sato Kaede sat on a public bench, holding Zubat's high-tier Pokeball tightly, his expression grave as he contemplated. Though their time together has been brief, Sato Kaede has already come to regard the shiny Noibat as his most cherished companion. In this vast world, he is devoid of any family. Thus, the Pokémon that accompanies him has become akin to kin. The thought of causing harm to a loved one due to his own mistakes is something Sato Kaede cannot bear. In the medical room, the number of individuals awaiting treatment for their Pokémon is substantial. Consequently, Sato Kaede, a mere grunt of Team Rocket, finds himself dutifully queuing at the hospital, patiently awaiting his turn as the numbers are announced over the loudspeaker. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, his number finally appears, and he is escorted by a nurse into a room filled with the sharp scent of antiseptic. Inside the room stands a mature woman clad in a doctor's coat alongside a well-developed Audino. The doctor, unmistakably hailing from the Western Hemisphere, possesses fair skin, lustrous golden hair styled in the latest fashionable curls, and deep blue eyes. Her tall, curvaceous figure is accentuated even beneath the somewhat oversized medical attire, radiating a natural elegance and intellect. The Audino beside her is remarkably large, towering over Sato Kaede. It presents as a pink giant, adorned with a nurse's cap marked with letters. It dons a specially designed nurse's outfit. However, the Audino appears to be in a foul mood, casting a disdainful glare upon Sato Kaede as he enters the room. Noticing the Audino's apparent bias against him, Sato Kaede utilizes the system's detection function to examine her details, which fills him with astonishment. Looking back at the beautiful doctor, he senses a shift in his demeanor, now tinged with gravity. Audino's details are as follows. Pokémon, Audino, level 40, type, fairy, ability, magic guard, gender, female, moves, spotlight, charm, pound, sing, encore. Play nice, assist, round, gift, wake up slap, transform, helping hand, cosmic power, lucky chant, heavy slam, heal pulse, inherited, misty terrain, inherited, moonblast, taught, wish, TM, heal bell, TM, ice beam, TM, flamethrower, TM, thunderbolt, TM, dazzling gleam, TM. From Audino's formidable abilities, it is evident that this well-developed creature possesses significant strength, suggesting that the attractive doctor before him may indeed be a powerful trainer in her own right. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Pikachu utilizing the Healing Wave, Wish, and Healing Bell, its remaining restorative abilities, Sato Kaede felt a considerable sense of relief. The prowess of this Pikachu was evidently formidable, especially for a Pokémon residing in a medical facility, demonstrating a profound mastery of the Healing Wave technique. Entrusting her care to heal his Zubat seemed a most prudent choice. Hello, doctor. My Zubat has sustained severe injuries during battle. I implore you to treat him. Sato Kaede promptly addressed the strikingly beautiful doctor before him, employing respectful language. Without hesitation, he released his Zubat from its Pokeball, placing it gently on the hospital bed within the room. The physician, named Fiori, was a 24-year-old woman who, despite her Western appearance, was a native of Kanto. Indeed, her parents had relocated from the region of Hajong to reside in Kanto. Understood, Pikachu, let us commence our work. First, apply the ointment for external wounds. Then utilize the Healing Wave. She instructed her somewhat disgruntled Pikachu after examining Zubat's injuries with keen scrutiny. As a Pokémon doctor who graduated from Team Rocket's Medical Academy 5 years prior, Fiori quickly discerned that Zubat's injuries were merely superficial, negating the need for further nutritional treatment. Upon hearing the command, Pikachu shot Fiori an indignant glance before sticking out its tongue at Sato Kaede, and then proceeded to the bedside, assisting its trainer in healing the battered Zubat. My apologies for the trouble. This little one has been sulking with me these past few days. However, rest assured, she remains exceedingly diligent when it comes to treating Pokémon. Fiore reassured Sato Kaede, noticing the concern etched across his face, and smiled sweetly. That is of no consequence. As long as she can tend to Zubat's injuries, I am immensely grateful, Sato Kaede replied with a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement while casting a worried glance at Zubat on the bed. However, Sato Kaede's anxiety dissipated swiftly, for as Fiore had stated, Pikachu was indeed a competent healer. During the treatment of Zubat, the signs of impatience and discontent vanished from Pikachu's face, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. It first employed its sing ability, lulling the suffering Zubat into a tranquil slumber with its melodious voice. Subsequently, after Fiore meticulously applied an unknown ointment to Zubat's battered body, Pikachu initiated the Healing Wave. Note, the Healing Wave is a Psychic-type transformation move, capable of restoring 50 HP to the Pokémon. The efficacy of Pikachu's Healing Wave was remarkable. After 2 applications, Zubat's wounds were completely healed, and it regained its vigor, fluttering back onto Sato Kaede's right shoulder with renewed vitality. Chapter 35, Calcium Tablets and Thoughts. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Witnessing the complete recovery of the bat, Sato Kaede felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. He immediately bowed in gratitude to Fiore and Pikachu. No need for thanks. We merely fulfilled our duties. Fiore replied with a gentle smile, readying herself to see him off. Pikachu nodded in agreement and waved at Sato Kaede and the bat, signaling them to depart promptly. Understanding the doctor's hint to leave, Sato Kaede was quite perceptive, knowing there were many other wounded patients awaiting treatment. He nodded and turned to leave with the bat. By the way, may I ask, Doctor, do you have calcium tablets here? The kind that's available for 100 points per bottle in the exchange system? I would like to purchase 2 bottles. Just as Sato Kaede was about to exit, he suddenly remembered the calcium tablets and casually inquired of Fiore, who had resumed her duties. After all, being in a hospital, it was reasonable to assume that calcium tablets would be available. Since he was already here, there was no need to exchange points for them. He could simply buy them directly. While waiting for his turn for treatment, Sato Kaede had received a total of 1,040 points from the recent wager, in addition to 225 points earned from selling 50 mid-quality energy cubes. Thus, he currently possessed 265 points, making the expenditure of 200 points for 2 bottles of calcium tablets quite feasible. Calcium tablets? Yes, we have those. Pikachu, please fetch him 2 bottles, Fiore responded, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. She slightly raised her exquisitely groomed eyebrows and directed Pikachu. Pikachu looked bewildered, glancing at Fiore in confusion. Don't you remember? I'll retrieve them myself if you've forgotten, Fiore said with a hint of displeasure at Pikachu's perplexed demeanor, before proceeding to the pharmacy herself. After a brief wait, Fiore emerged from the adjacent pharmacy with 2 bottles of calcium tablets. Once Sato Kaede transferred 200 points to her designated account, she handed him the bottles and promptly continued her dismissal. Upon confirming that the 2 bottles of calcium tablets appeared identical to the images he had seen in the exchange system, Sato Kaede had no doubts about Fiore's provision. Following the transfer of points, he left the examination room with the bat. After Sato Kaede closed the door behind him, Pikachu pouted at Fiore, displaying evident dissatisfaction. What does it matter? Those calcium tablets have minimal effect on you anyway, and they're just a way to earn a little extra. All right, I understand. These 200 points are all yours, and I will use them to buy you your favorite spicy puff pastry. Seeing the displeasure on her partner's face, Fiole could only say this to Pikachu. Upon hearing that her master would use the 200 points to purchase delicious spicy puff pastries, Pikachu's expression shifted from anger to a smile, nodding in agreement. In fact, the calcium tablets that Fiole had given to Sato Kaede were the latest innovation developed by Team Rocket, successfully created a year ago. However, due to Sato Kaede's inadequate authority, they did not appear in the points redemption system. Tests have demonstrated that these new calcium tablets are significantly more effective than those available in the points redemption system and have no side effects. It was these very tablets that allowed her Pikachu to grow to such a size. However, it seems that every Pokémon has certain limitations on their growth. They cannot continue to grow indefinitely. After approximately 1 year of consuming these special calcium tablets, Pikachu's growth ceased. According to Fiole's medical estimation, this phenomenon of halted growth is likely due to Pikachu developing a resistance to the special calcium tablets. Thus, the value of the calcium tablets Fiole provided to Sato Kaede far exceeds that of the ordinary ones in the points redemption system. The reason Fiali chose to give these special tablets to Sato Kaede is quite simple. She found him likable and wanted to invest a little, in addition to the fact that these tablets were provided to her for free. Furthermore, since her only Pokémon, Pikachu, no longer requires these tablets, she figured she could earn a bit of extra income. After leaving the examination room, Sato Kaede stored the recovering Zubat in its Pokeball and promptly exited the medical facility, heading towards the public market. This initial battle made a significant impression on Sato Kaede, revealing many of his shortcomings. He realized that, in addition to further enhancing Zubat's stamina and the proficiency of its skills, he must also swiftly improve Zubat's evasiveness and his own knowledge of Pokémon battles. Among the methods to enhance Zubat's stamina, weight training has shown to be particularly effective, so Sato Kaede does not need to consider changing his training approach just yet. As for skill training, he decided to temporarily conclude the slow progress of mastering the defensive move and instead focus on improving Zubat's training with the Shadow Ball technique. From the recent Pokémon battle, Sato Kaede discerned that the Shadow Ball's long-range attack distance is quite impressive, possessing a range of at least 20 meters. Had Zubat's mastery of this move not been at such a low level, resulting in its diminished power, the Arbok would have been defeated by Zubat's continuous barrage of Shadow Balls long before the battle reached its conclusion. Upon realizing the advantages of the Shadow Ball technique, Sato Kaede promptly altered his current approach to skill training. While mastering this signature move undoubtedly serves as an effective life-saving skill, its inherent limitations are glaringly apparent. The complexity of its execution poses considerable challenges, particularly in the heat of fierce battles, relegating it to the status of a one-time escape maneuver. Consequently, Sato Kaede concluded that merely understanding this technique suffices. To enhance the combat capabilities of his Pokémon in the short term, he would be better served by training other, more pragmatic offensive skills, with Shadow Ball emerging as a commendable option. As for the evasive training of his Zubat, Sato Kaede currently harbors aspirations of teaching it to evade various moves. However, he presently lacks a Pokémon capable of fulfilling these criteria. To address this, he contemplates temporarily employing machinery as a substitute. He has already formulated a plan regarding the selection of such machinery. Given that the Rocket Team's underground base in Nibi City offers a complimentary public training space, it stands to reason that a paid training facility would also exist, likely equipped with the necessary apparatus for Zubat's evasive training. Moreover, to enhance his Pokémon's combat experience, Sato Kaede has devised two strategies. The first involves seeking out opponents for practice battles, allowing him to rapidly improve his understanding of Pokémon combat through first-hand experience. The second strategy consists of spectating battles to gather valuable data and gradually augment his knowledge of Pokémon confrontations. Sato Kaede's current visit to the public market serves two purposes: to scout for the elusive Pokémon he requires, and to search for individuals selling discs documenting numerous Pokémon battles. Chapter 36. The Omniscient and Omnipotent Pokémon. Arriving at the public market just past 10 o'clock, Sato Kaede found it to be bustling with activity. After spending approximately 20 minutes exploring all the stalls, he regrettably realized that he had not encountered the items he sought. It was hardly surprising. Who among the Rocket Team would bother to record and sell discs of Pokémon battles? Moreover, the specific Pokémon he desired was exceptionally rare, making its absence in the public market entirely reasonable. If all else fails, he may have to resort to purchasing one through the point exchange system, albeit regretfully, as he would be unable to assess its potential. Sato Kaede concluded his tour of the last stall selling Pokémon, his expression tinged with disappointment. In Sato Kaede's plans, the evasive training for Zubat should ideally involve genuine skill attacks as the basis for training, allowing his Pokémon to familiarize themselves with various moves. This knowledge would ensure they remain proactive and composed during battles, even when confronted with unfamiliar techniques. In the impression of Sato Kaede, the one capable of utilizing the myriad techniques of various Pokémon was none other than Mew. He recalled that Mew possessed the genes of all Pokémon, enabling it to employ their diverse moves. However, Sato Kaede found himself in a predicament as a novice trainer. The notion of capturing Mew seemed as fanciful as a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat, entirely unrealistic. Even in the future, should he grow stronger, capturing Mew would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task. After all, had not Team Rocket expended countless resources without ever managing to seize Mew? Consequently, Sato Kaede considered another Pokémon, namely Smeargle. With its unique sketch ability, theoretically, it could learn any move from other Pokémon. Yet, he remained uncertain about the capabilities of Smeargle in reality. In the games, it could only learn a new sketch move every 10 levels, subsequently allowing it to replicate the techniques of others. If Smeargle in the real world adhered to this pattern, it would be limited to mastering a mere 10 moves. leaving Sato Kaede's aspirations far from realization. Ultimately, he contemplated another Pokémon that could theoretically learn a variety of moves. Indeed, many may have already guessed it, Ditto. Ditto possessed the remarkable ability to transform, and in the games, it could become any Pokémon, acquiring the exact moves of its counterpart. However, whether Ditto could replicate this ability in reality remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Sato Kaede was eager to experiment, even if Ditto could not deliver the desired results. Its intrinsic value to him was immense. Though Ditto's combat prowess was generally regarded as lacking due to its base stats, its shape-shifting abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. If harnessed effectively, such capabilities could significantly enhance a trainer's survival skills. For instance, consider its disguising potential. Should a trainer possess a Ditto, their ability to masquerade would experience a qualitative leap. By allowing Ditto to adhere to their face and transform into a lifelike mask, followed by a change of clothing and an entirely different demeanor, they would essentially become another person. For an ordinary individual lacking special skills or abilities, uncovering such a disguise would be an insurmountable challenge. In the present, Sato Kaede, being relatively weak and possessing a means of generating points through the energy cubes, found himself in a precarious situation within the ruthless environment of Team Rocket. If he could leverage Ditto's transformation abilities to assume a new identity for undertaking perilous endeavors, it would undoubtedly enhance his safety significantly. In truth, Sato Kaede does not wish to remain with the Rocket Team for the entirety of his life, enduring a relentless journey into darkness. After all, his ultimate dream is to seize control of his own destiny and live joyfully in this world, rather than languish like a rat in the shadows. Initially, Sato Kaede was compelled by circumstance to align himself with the Rocket Team, as he found no other viable means to embark on his dreams. Had he been able to enter the League through legitimate channels, he would undoubtedly have chosen not to join the Rocket Team. Presently, if Sato Kaede could acquire a Ditto early on and train it well, it would provide him with significant support when he eventually departs from the Rocket Team. Unfortunately, as things stand, there appears to be no one in the public market who has captured a Ditto. This is quite understandable, given the inherently scarce population of wild Dittos and their ability to transform, making it exceedingly simple for them to disguise themselves. In simpler terms, as long as a Ditto remains undetected, it would be nearly impossible for even the most elite Pokémon hunters to locate it in the wild without specialized tracking methods. This has resulted in the rarity of Dittos being captured. Of course, the formidable dark power of the Rocket Team is not something that most solitary Pokémon hunters can rival. In Sato Kaede's recollection, the inventory within the points redemption system includes rare Pokémon, such as Ditto. However, what troubles Sato Kaede is the steep price of 6,000 points required to redeem a Ditto, which is 1,000 points more than what is needed for the Kanto starters. Furthermore, the most critical aspect is that the Pokémon obtained through the points redemption system are given at random. Sato Kaede's system lacks the capability to bypass the points redemption system to examine the qualifications of the Pokémon, meaning he cannot ascertain the quality of the Ditto before acquiring it. It is worth noting that purchasing the Kanto starters necessitates at least captain-level authorization. Based on Sato Kaede's understanding of human nature, it would be rather foolish for anyone to place high-quality Pokémon within the points redemption system. After all, the Rocket Team is composed of ambitious individuals, and such core resources would undoubtedly be coveted. The superior quality Pokémon would have likely been claimed by the higher-ups long before, leaving only the mediocre behind. The insufficient points to redeem a Ditto, coupled with the uncertainty regarding the quality of the Ditto available through the points redemption, are the two significant factors currently hindering Sato Kaede's quest to obtain one. Let us await the developments surrounding the shape-shifting creature for a while longer. Perhaps in the future, the public market will offer readily available transformations for sale. Although there currently exists a means of generating points through the sale of energy cubes, the accumulation of points remains quite precarious. It is imperative to avoid risking substantial losses for minor gains and to prioritize one's safety above all. Energy cubes must be sold at intervals, and it is preferable to earn fewer points than to jeopardize one's well-being. Sato Kaede sat contemplatively on a public bench, pondering these thoughts. Ultimately, as Sato Kaede turned to depart from the public market, he stumbled upon something that piqued his interest, a new stall he had not previously noticed. The proprietor of this stall was earnestly arranging an assortment of goods, each item being a round, enchanting Pokémon egg. Chapter 37. The Ace of Uncertainty. Intrigued, he decided to investigate further. Upon witnessing the sale of Pokémon eggs, Sato Kaede's eyes brightened, and he hurried over to take a closer look. These creatures, known as Pokémon, are rather peculiar. Despite many resembling mammals, Their reproductive method is oviparous rather than viviparous. The eggs they lay are commonly referred to as Pokémon eggs. Unlike wild Pokémon that have already hatched, the Pokémon within these eggs are akin to blank slates, making them relatively easy to tame. Purchasing Pokémon eggs to capture these creatures is undoubtedly the best way for an ordinary individual to obtain their initial Pokémon. However, the safety and harmlessness of this method, coupled with the loyalty of Pokémon that have been hatched from their own eggs, often results in Pokémon eggs being priced higher than their already hatched counterparts in the market. Moreover, newly hatched Pokémon are akin to uncut gems, possessing great potential. Provided their innate qualities are not lacking, they typically develop into valuable allies or primary Pokémon for trainers. Of course, there are drawbacks to Pokémon hatched from eggs. The most notable being the significant resources required, which far exceed those necessary for capturing wild Pokémon, particularly during the early stages of a newly hatched Pokémon's life. Trainers must devote considerable attention to caring for these Pokémon infants. It is essential to remember that this is not merely a game. The needs of Pokémon infants are comparable to those of human babies, requiring nourishment, hygiene, and sleep, and they will express discontent through cries when unhappy. Aside from certain exceptional Pokémon, the primary distinction between Pokémon infants and human babies lies in their remarkably rapid maturation process, often transitioning from infancy within a week, a month, or even just a few hours. While Sato Kaede had hatched Pokémon eggs numerous times in the realm of gaming. This marked the first occasion he had witnessed Pokémon eggs in reality, thus igniting his enthusiasm as a devoted Pokémon aficionado. The vendor selling the Pokémon eggs is a member of Team Rocket, adorned with a white mask that conceals his identity. The chilling gaze seeping through the mask's eye slits emanates an icy ruthlessness, and a strong scent of blood pervades the air around him. Even before approaching the stall, Sato Kaede is acutely aware of this overwhelming odor of blood. Undoubtedly, this vendor is a cold-hearted villain, his hands stained with the blood of others. And these Pokémon eggs are likely spoils of his nefarious deeds. As he draws closer, Sato Kaede notices several of the eggs are marred with dried blood and faint cracks. A lone wolf, he muses inwardly, observing the vendor whose demeanor radiates an unmistakable aura of danger. This member of Team Rocket is reminiscent of the operatives he encountered in the mission hall, each a formidable lone wolf. Due to the vendor's menacing presence, many Team Rocket members interested in the eggs choose to keep their distance, while only a few audacious individuals dare to inquire about the types and prices of the eggs. However, the vendor proves to be anything but amiable, communicating solely through a written note detailing the types of eggs and their respective prices. The note states, Nidoran eggs, each for 500 points, account number included. From the information provided, it is evident that these eggs were seized from the Nidoran clan, and the bloodstains and cracks on the shells suggest they were acquired through a fierce battle. Upon reading the note, the crowd around the stall diminishes by half, with those departing casting disdainful glances at the cold vendor, as if judging a swindler. It is indeed outrageous that the eggs of Nidoran and Nidorina are priced so exorbitantly. The vendor's greed is palpable. Sato Kaede cannot help but smirk at the note's contents. According to the exchange system, the redemption price for Nidoran and Nidorina is merely 300 points, and even the eggs should not exceed 400 points in value. Furthermore, given that these small Pokémon inhabit the nearby moonlit mountain in abundance, the market price is bound to plummet. While it is true that the final evolutionary forms, Nidoqueen and Nidoking, are exceptionally powerful Pokémon, both species share a significant flaw. Their evolution requires the rare Moonstone. It's important to note that within the Team Rocket exchange system, the price of a Moonstone is steep, 10,000 points for a single stone, while in the external market, it starts at a staggering 1,000,000 Alliance coins, often with no availability. Note, in the realm of reality, evolution stones are not particularly precious. Although there are designated locations for their production, these sites are generally occupied by various Pokémon clans, making acquisition exceedingly challenging. Take, for instance, the Moonview Mountain. Known for yielding moonstones, this place is home to numerous large Nidoran clans since the Moonstone is crucial for the ultimate evolution of the Nidoran species, effectively monopolizing the resources. For various reasons, members of Team Rocket at the underground base in Nibi City generally exhibit little interest in Pokémon such as Nidoran and Nidorina. The absence of these species among the 6 Pokémon offered to newcomers at the Nibi City Rocket base speaks volumes. Ultimately, the resources required to nurture these 2 Pokémon far exceed those needed for the other 6 provided, rendering them ill-suited for beginners. As the crowd around the stall dwindled by more than half, the stall owner remained indifferent, continuing to sit on a small stool with his eyes closed. He paid no heed to customers attempting to haggle. If they grew bothersome, he would regard them with an icy, disdainful gaze. Consequently, this behavior further diminished the number of patrons, leaving only Sato Kaede standing at the stall. Is this truly a business? It is the first time I have encountered a seller who drives customers away, Sato Kaede mused quietly, shaking his head at the stall owner's rudeness. Nevertheless, he chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he decided to utilize the system within him to probe the Pokémon eggs before him. Curious if the system could also detect the Pokémon within the eggs. A faint blue glow sparkled in Sato Kaede's eyes, and in the next moment, a look of delight crossed his face. The experiment proved successful. His system was indeed capable of detecting the Pokémon within the eggs, and the data displayed was identical to that of a Pokémon already hatched. Moreover, while employing the system's probing function, he unexpectedly uncovered a delightful surprise. Among the several Nidoran eggs before him, one possessed a hidden ability, and the displayed inherited skills indicated that this particular Nidoran had remarkable potential, suggesting its lineage was quite extraordinary. The details of the Nidoran are as follows: Pokémon, Nidoran, type, poison, ability, vital spirit, gender, male, learned skills, Leer, Peck, amnesia, inherited, Psybeam, inherited, disable, inherited. Not only did this Pokémon possess a hidden ability, but it also inherited 3 skills. My goodness, is this a blessing from the heavens? Sato Kaede's heart surged with excitement as he gazed at the Nidoran egg positioned at the far left of the stall. Note: the vitality characteristic enhances attack power by 15-fold while diminishing the accuracy of physical moves by 20. Special moves and transformation moves remain unaffected. The term attack power herein refers specifically to physical attack power. After confirming he had not misread, Sato Kaede, without a moment's hesitation, transferred 500 points to the stall owner. Upon the owner's nod of acknowledgement regarding the transaction, he promptly acquired the Nidoran egg, which possessed a hidden characteristic. Chapter 38. Hidden characteristics. Pokémon characteristics are generally categorized into standard and hidden traits. Typically, the majority of Pokémon possess standard characteristics, with only a select few exhibiting hidden traits. It is essential to note that hidden characteristics are not inherently superior to standard ones. Rather, Pokémon endowed with hidden traits can easily confound adversaries. Given the scarcity of Pokémon with hidden characteristics and the limited knowledge of those who recognize such traits, opponents may fall victim to misconceptions, thereby placing themselves at a disadvantage. In the realm of battle, every factor can be a decisive weapon, and Pokémon characteristics play a pivotal role in combat. A trainer who cannot discern the characteristics of an opposing Pokémon is unlikely to thrive in their journey. As an ardent Pokémon enthusiast, Sato Kaede possesses considerable knowledge regarding hidden characteristics. In his view, many hidden traits are remarkably potent. For instance, consider the hidden traits of some starter Pokémon: the solar power of Charmander, the reckless of Totodile, and the speed boost of Torchic. Note: the solar power trait boosts the Pokémon's special attack by 15 in sunny weather, with a health reduction of 1/8 each turn. Note: the reckless trait enhances the power of moves with additional effects by 30, although the additional effects do not activate. Note: the speed boost trait increases the Pokémon's speed level by 1 at the end of each turn. Regarding Nidoran's vitality characteristic, Sato Kaede is acutely aware of its effects. This characteristic significantly amplifies the Pokémon's attack power by 15-fold while reducing the accuracy of its physical moves by 20. In Sato Kaede's estimation, the advantages of the vitality trait outweigh its drawbacks. An increase in attack power by 15 signifies a substantial enhancement in the potency of physical moves, resulting in explosive physical output. As for the accuracy reduction stemming from this vitality characteristic, Sato Kaede believes it can be perfectly mitigated with the move Sharpen, which Nidoran can learn via technical machine. Note: during the 4th, 5th, and 6th generations, Nidoran was able to learn certain moves, but this capability vanished in the 7th generation. However, the author believes that the existence of moves transcends generations, as the world depicted within is deemed real. Thus, the author posits that Nidoran in reality can learn every move available throughout its various eras. Please refrain from harsh criticism. Note: Sharpen, a dark-type move, enhances the user's physical attack and accuracy by 1 stage each. By merely employing the Sharpen move, Nidoran's hidden ability shortcomings can be flawlessly addressed, simultaneously augmenting its physical offensive prowess, truly a dual benefit. Moreover, Sato Kaede is well aware that Nidoran's ultimate evolution is Nidoking, which possesses the hidden ability Sheer Force. As previously elucidated, the effects of this formidable ability are quite remarkable. Although it nullifies additional effects of moves, it significantly enhances their power by 30. Clearly, the advantages of this ability outweigh its drawbacks, as additional effects are contingent upon chance, and with the sheer force ability, one merely relinquishes that probability in exchange for a substantial increase in move potency. Sato Kaede has a profound understanding of Nidoking. During his gameplay, he developed a particular fondness for Nidoking, for reasons that are quite simple. Not only does it boast commendable base stats with a well-distributed allocation, but it also has access to a plethora of diverse moves. It can be confidently asserted that the Nido family excels among all Pokémon in terms of the sheer number of moves they can learn, particularly Nidoking and Nidoqueen in their final forms, who possess an extensive repertoire of moves, thus providing them with a broad range of offensive capabilities. Additionally, among the moves that Nidoking can learn, many possess additional effects. For instance, the commonly encountered Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunder, Blizzard, and Explosion are all powerful moves with additional effects that Nidoking can master. By synergizing these moves with its sheer force ability, their power can be elevated to an even greater level. One could confidently state that Nidoking, endowed with the sheer force ability, undoubtedly qualifies as a central figure among a trainer's Pokémon team. Its expansive offensive range, combined with the power-enhancing sheer force ability, renders Nidoking an immensely reliable ace in a trainer's arsenal. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that if the sheer force ability is combined with the Life Orb, the effect becomes extraordinarily formidable, as it can negate the Life Orb's adverse effects under certain straightforward conditions. Note, Life Orb, a Pokémon item, increases the power of moves by 30, while its side effect causes the user to lose 10 of their health each time an attack lands. Pokémon with the Magic Guard ability can ignore this side effect, and those with the sheer force ability can also eliminate the side effect when using moves that have additional effects. Thus, it can be stated that a Nidoking endowed with the ability of sheer force, when paired with the Life Orb, can significantly enhance the potency of its moves. Specifically, when executing an attack with a chasing effect, its power can be increased by 60, simultaneously negating the detrimental side effects of the Life Orb. For instance, the base power of Nidoking's Thunderbolt, originally rated at 90, would escalate to an impressive 144 when augmented by the sheer force ability and the Life Orb. One can only imagine the sheer terror that such a move would instill when wielded by Nidoking, especially considering that a Pokémon typically experiences only a 15-fold increase in power when using moves of its own type. Sato Kaede clutched the Nidoran egg, which possessed hidden potential, firmly in his hands. To him, this egg represented the greatest blessing bestowed upon him by fate and a crucial asset for his future ascent. Of course, this stroke of luck was facilitated by the assistance of the system, the egg's impeccable qualities, and the excessive greed of the seller, factors that all converged to allow him this fortunate acquisition. It is evident that this serendipitous find was the result of a fortunate coincidence. Without any single one of these conditions, Sato's endeavor would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve. After departing from the public market, Sato quickened his pace slightly, and within 2 minutes, he had returned to his dorm room. I've truly struck gold. Thankfully, I have the system, and this Nidoran is still merely an egg. Otherwise, such a stroke of fortune would never have graced a novice trainer like myself. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he gazed at the Nidoran egg in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure, his heart racing with excitement. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato was acutely aware of the value of a Nidoking with sheer force. Undoubtedly, this Nidoran egg would become one of his most formidable Pokémon in the future. After calming his exhilaration, Sato promptly took a clean, damp cloth to meticulously wipe the egg and began preparing the necessary items for hatching. Chapter 30. The Incubator and the Training Ground. As the clock struck 11:30, Sato was busy affixing an incubator to the egg, an apparatus he had procured from the point redemption system for 200 points. According to the item description provided by the redemption system, this incubator, resembling a glass jar, was termed the Super Incubator, designed to facilitate the rapid hatching of Pokémon eggs. Once Sato carefully placed the egg inside the incubator and sealed the lid, the mechanical apparatus began to automatically detect the egg within and initiated its operations. In an instant, a gentle light emanated from beneath the lid of the incubator, accompanied by the appearance of steam within. Ultimately, the temperature inside the incubator stabilized at an optimal level conducive to the egg's hatching. It appears the results are quite impressive. The quality of the items produced by the rockets is indeed commendable. On the lid, a small screen displays the fluctuations of the heartbeat, allowing Sato Kaede to clearly observe that the life signs of the Pokémon egg are remarkably stable. Clearly, under the influence of the incubator, the Pokémon egg is hatching healthily. Subsequently, Sato Kaede set about preparing lunch for his Noibat. Due to its recent recovery from injuries, Noibat exhibited a strong appetite for energy, swiftly consuming the remaining 5 liters of blood. Moreover, the speed at which it digested the food this time was significantly faster than usual. After devouring the 5 liters, its small belly was merely slightly swollen, revealing an expression of lingering desire for more. In the end, Sato Kaede also provided it with 2 calcium tablets purchased earlier from Dr. Fiali. After completing Noibat's lunch, Sato Kaede spent 10 points at the cafeteria for a lavish meal and acquired 20 liters of fresh blood. Following nearly 2 hours of rest, he took Noibat and the Pokémon egg to the training grounds. During his time resting in the dormitory, he discovered that his commission system had sold another 200 energy cubes. After deducting expenses for the calcium tablets, the Pokémon egg, the incubator, and food, he currently possessed 1,255 points. Owing to the ample points at his disposal and his desire to maintain discretion regarding the energy cubes and the Pokémon egg, Sato Kaede opted for the paid training grounds for his Pokémon training. The environment of the paid training grounds is, naturally, far superior to that of the public training grounds. The entire paid training area occupies a larger space than the public training grounds. However, unlike the barren concrete expanse of the public area, this facility is comprised of numerous interconnected walls, dividing the space into several separate rooms, forming a square tower reminiscent of a beam structure. The paid training grounds are divided into 6 levels. The first 3 levels consist of low-end training facilities, each with 50 independent training rooms, each approximately 120 square meters in size, providing ample space equipped with basic training apparatus. The 4th and 5th levels are mid-range training facilities, housing 20 independent training rooms, accessible only to rocket members of captain rank and above. Each of these rooms spans around 300 square meters and is furnished with superior training equipment compared to the low-end facilities. As for the 6th and final level, it contains 10 independent training rooms, exclusively available to elite members of the rocket team, equipped with the most advanced training apparatus and assistance from dedicated trainers. Currently, Sato Kaede, as an ordinary soldier, is only able to rent a low-tier training facility, which, despite its affordability, still requires a cost of 5 points per hour. After careful consideration, Sato Kaede decided to invest 15 points to secure the rights to use one of these low-tier training grounds for 3 hours. According to the training schedule, the afternoon session primarily focuses on physical conditioning. To be honest, Sato Kaede believes that the 15 points he spent were well worth it. Although categorized as a low-tier facility, he discovered that it was equipped with various apparatuses suitable for training his Noctowl in physical endurance, skill enhancement, evasion tactics, and aerial maneuvers. For instance, the powerful fan he had previously considered purchasing was available here. It was capable of generating intense airflow, ideal for his Noctowl's physical training and against the wind flying exercises. Additionally, a machine designed for evasion training was present, a room equipped with 10 launchers that could simultaneously fire high-speed air pellets from various angles. Furthermore, as for the flying technique training Sato Kaede envisioned, the ceiling of the training area boasted numerous suspended rings, all of which were adjustable in height and position. By configuring these rings into diverse flight paths, he could provide his Noctowl with an array of challenges at varying levels of difficulty. Come forth, Noctowl. Let us commence your training. Observing the array of training equipment within the room, a satisfied smile graced Sato Kaede's face. He carefully placed the Pokémon egg on a secure shelf and then released his Noctowl from its Pokeball. After a hearty meal and over 2 hours of rest, his robust Noctowl appeared revitalized and, having recently triumphed in battle, radiated an invigorated spirit. Upon its emergence, Noctowl chirped joyfully at Sato Kaede before settling on his shoulder. Noctowl, this physical training will differ from this morning's. This time, you shall contend with the force of strong winds. Sato Kaede guided Noctowl into the glass corridor housing the powerful fan, addressing his companion. This formidable fan bore a resemblance to a standard floor fan, but was at least 5 or 6 times larger, with a single blade measuring 2 meters in length. Currently stationed at the end of a long glass corridor, this fan boasted an impressively powerful motor capable of generating winds up to level 8, previously rated at level 10, deemed excessive and thus adjusted. To grasp the significance of level 8 winds, they are potent enough to lift a person off the ground or uproot a tree. To prevent the damaging effects of strong winds during training, a specialized glass corridor constructed from tempered glass was established, measuring over 30 meters in length and curving gracefully throughout the training facility. This corridor serves a dual purpose. It shields against fierce gusts while simultaneously ensuring that the wind's force remains concentrated. Additionally, a layer of premium sponge padding was laid upon the floor of the corridor, ensuring that even if the little Pokémon, the Noibat, were to tire and struggle against the wind, it would sustain minimal physical injury. After providing a brief overview of the training regimen for the Noibat, Sato Kaede exited the glass corridor and sealed the seamless glass door behind him. He then retrieved the remote control for a powerful electric fan placed atop the door. He commenced with the first level of wind strength, advancing sequentially through the second and third levels until reaching the sixth. At this point, the Noibat, initially adept at navigating the winds, found itself laboring mightily against the force of the sixth level, desperately flapping its wings to maintain flight. Note: a sixth-level wind speed ranges from 108 to 138 meters per second, sufficient to produce audible sounds in electrical wires and make umbrella usage difficult, along with causing branches of large trees to sway. The howling wind surged past, creating a persistent whooshing sound that echoed in Sato Kaede's ears as he stood at the edge of the glass corridor, timing the Noibat's flight duration in the fierce winds using the stopwatch on his Team Rocket watch. Although the Noibat exerted considerable effort to keep its flight posture, as time progressed and its stamina waned, it was ultimately overwhelmed by the relentless sixth-level winds, being propelled backward and unable to advance even a single step. After 5 minutes and 21 seconds, the Noibat could no longer withstand the force of the sixth-level wind and was swept onto the pile of sponge at the corridor's end. Chapter 40. Wind Resistance Training Duration at 6th-Level Wind Strength, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Upon recording the time displayed on the stopwatch in his notebook, Sato Kaede immediately switched off the powerful fan and hurried back into the glass corridor to retrieve the Noibat, which lay sprawled on the plush sponge, exuding warmth. He then placed a high-quality energy cube into the Noibat's mouth and fetched 2 bowls from the water dispenser located in the training area, one filled with clean, cold water for the Noibat to drink, and the other containing steaming hot water for massage purposes. After consuming the energy cube and indulging in a soothing hot water massage, along with half a liter of fresh cow's blood, the Noibat quickly regained its vitality, bouncing back to life with renewed energy. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to assert that the inherent constitution of the little sprite is remarkably robust, with an impressive capacity for physical recovery. In the presence of Sato Kaede, this particular Zubat has undergone merely 1.5 days of rigorous training, yet its demeanor has transformed entirely. The biological aura emanating from its body has expanded significantly, exhibiting a prowess that is more than double what it was upon their initial encounter. The once somewhat lax muscles of its wings have begun to firm up after countless repetitions of high-intensity training. In summary, Sato Kaede has genuinely perceived the escalating strength of Zubat, and the creature itself is acutely aware of its own enhancement. Consequently, Zubat wholeheartedly acknowledges the training regimen proposed by Sato Kaede, approaching it with utmost diligence and commitment. Once sufficiently rested, Zubat promptly returned to the glass corridor, resuming its contest against the wind. During the 3 hours of physical training, Zubat intermittently took breaks 18 times. Amidst the 18 sessions of Level 6 wind training, Sato Kaede meticulously collected data while observing and identifying some detrimental habits exhibited by Zubat when flying against the wind, subsequently correcting them one by one. Throughout its struggle against the fierce winds, Zubat gradually mastered the techniques required to counteract them. Initially, it began by attuning its body to the flow of the wind, seeking out the weak points in the air currents to optimize its flight, thereby conserving energy and prolonging its resistance against the level 6 gales. As a sprite endowed with the power of flight, Zubat's sensitivity to the aerial energies of the world is unparalleled by those of other elemental sprites. The glass corridor is infused with potent winds, teeming with abundant flying energy. In its confrontation with the strong winds, Zubat fully absorbed the rich ambient flying energy, prompting it to experiment with manipulating this energy to create counteracting air currents, thereby diminishing the ferocity of the approaching level 6 winds. In contemplating the use of counteracting air currents against the strong winds, Zubat unconsciously employed the wind-raising technique over 200 times on the first day, and today, at a critical juncture, it gained further insights into this skill. However, attempting to execute this technique while simultaneously flying proved unwise, as Zubat has yet to reach a level of proficiency that allows for multitasking. Initially, Zubat endeavored to do so, but this led to a lack of focus, resulting in a diminished duration of the wind-raising technique and a disruption in its flight rhythm, thereby wasting precious energy. Thus, having learned from this experience, Zubat resolved to maintain its concentration on sustaining its flight rhythm while allowing a modicum of mental focus to manipulate the flying energy surrounding it. Due to being able to allocate only a fragment of his focus to manipulate the energy of flight, the wind summoning technique employed by the Noctowl was significantly weaker than when he initially utilized it. A diminutive white whirlwind, measuring 5 meters in diameter, materialized before him, dissipating after merely 2 seconds of existence. Yet, despite its modest size and fleeting duration, this tiny white whirlwind successfully mitigated the ferocious winds that confronted Noctowl, affording him a momentary respite to catch his breath. Previously, Noctowl's attempts to navigate through the powerful winds resembled a sprinter relentlessly pushing forward, with no opportunity to fully inhale, an experience verging on unbearable. Now, with the slight assistance of the diminutive white whirlwind, he finally managed to draw in a much-needed breath, replenishing his vigor to continue his forward charge. Sato Kaede, who meticulously observed Noctowl's efforts to wield the white whirlwind against the fierce winds throughout the training, chose not to intervene, instead offering commendation for Noctowl's endeavor. Although Sato himself could not sense the elemental energies that permeated the world like the little sprite, he possessed a general understanding of their distribution. Just as an active volcano is saturated with fiery energy, and water sources are imbued with aqueous energy, the turbulent winds were undoubtedly filled with the essence of flight energy. Sato aimed for Noctowl's training in the strong winds to serve multiple purposes: to bolster Noctowl's stamina, to acclimate him to the challenging environment of flight amidst fierce gusts, and to enhance his sensitivity to and manipulation of flight energy. In this context, Noctowl's ability to control the energy of flight to create counteracting air currents was an undeniable manifestation of his engagement with the abundant flight energy present in the strong winds. Following 3 hours of stamina training in these gusty conditions, Sato Kaede compiled data indicating that Noctowl had extended his endurance to a remarkable 7 minutes and 41 seconds in winds rated at level 6, a significant improvement of 2 minutes and 20 seconds over his initial attempt. It is evident that Noctowl's progress during this stamina training was considerable. The extent of this advancement can largely be attributed to his skill in manipulating the energy of flight to generate counteracting air currents. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Through persistent attempts, Noctowl began to grasp the rudiments of multitasking. Sato's collected data revealed that, under the condition of allocating a sliver of his focus to control flight energy, the size and potency of the tiny white whirlwind remained relatively unchanged, but its duration had markedly increased from a mere 2 seconds to an impressive 13 seconds. It is evident that during this recent rigorous physical training, the Noctowl has made strides in its ability to perceive and manipulate flying-type energy. Even the slightest progress observed during these sessions was communicated by Sato Kaede to the Noctowl, subtly encouraging it to enhance its dedication to training. While assisting the Noctowl, Sato Kaede placed a Pokémon egg beside him. Intriguingly, during the training sessions, especially when he shared moments of laughter and relaxation with the Noctowl, the egg occasionally emitted a faint white glow, and the incubator displayed slight fluctuations in its heart rate. Noticing the lively signs emanating from the egg, the meticulous Sato Kaede felt a surge of joy within him. "Come forth soon. I look forward to training you well," he thought. After completing 3 hours of physical training, Sato Kaede recalled the Noctowl into its Pokeball for a rest and cradled the Pokémon egg as he departed the training grounds. On his way back to the dormitory, he smiled at the incubator containing the egg, and it seemed that the small life within sensed his kindness, gently swaying in response. Chapter 41. Subtle movements. Upon returning to his dormitory with the Pokémon egg, Sato Kaede noted the time to be 5:43 p.m. After carefully placing the egg on his bed, he reclined for a brief rest. As the clock approached 6:30 p.m., he awakened and began to prepare dinner for the Noctowl. After the Noctowl enjoyed its fill of blood and 2 calcium tablets, Sato Kaede ventured out of the dormitory, guided by the biological clock of his hunger, toward the public dining hall. He successfully entered the dining hall and treated himself to a nutrition-laden meal, costing 5 points. To remedy his malnourished state, after relishing a sumptuous dinner, he chose to retrace his steps back to his dormitory. However, on his return journey, Sato Kaede encountered some trouble. As he passed the new recruit's dormitory, he found himself confronted by 5 individuals clad in new recruit uniforms who emerged from a secluded corner, blocking his path. Armed with iron rods. "Is there something you need?" "I despise being obstructed," Sato Kaede remarked flatly, his expression turning cold upon realizing he was in the presence of 5 armed recruits. In the next moment, he swiftly pressed the button on his waist to release the Noctowl from its Pokeball. Upon its emergence, the Noctowl flapped its wings vigorously, enveloped in a radiant blue light, as it harnessed the energy of the air, unleashing a powerful gust comparable to a force of level 6 winds, surging forward. As the sudden gust generated by the Noctowl swept through the air, the 5 recruits, standing less than 5 meters from Sato Kaede, were immediately thrown into disarray. Struggling to keep their eyes open, The once orderly formation for intercepting was instantly shattered. Sato Kaede and Noctowl had transformed significantly from themselves 2 days prior, particularly after their recent duel with Rondo's sprite this morning. Both Sato Kaede and Noctowl shed their youthful naivety with remarkable swiftness. Victory had bolstered their confidence, leaving the recruits far behind in their shadows. After intimidating the feeble recruits obstructing his path, Noctowl obediently settled on Sato Kaede's outstretched arm, turning to observe the hesitant recruits who dared not advance further. Sato Kaede paid little heed to Noctowl's reprimand of the obstructive newcomers. Rather, he affectionately patted its head in acknowledgement. After all, he was now a member of Team Rocket, and these recruits daring to impede his progress were committing an act of insubordination. A reprimand was merely a mild response. Should they escalate their actions, Sato Kaede would possess the authority to eliminate them. Do not misunderstand, Lord Sato Kaede. We are not here to cause trouble. We seek your assistance. Please, do not allow your Pokémon to attack us. A particularly bold recruit called out with raised hands as the fierce wind subsided. Assistance? Your method of soliciting help is rather peculiar. Reveal the truth, or I shall ensure none of you pass this rookie assessment, relegating you all to menial tasks. Sato Kaede replied, his expression devoid of emotion, though the cold gleam in his eyes grew even sharper. Requesting help in such a clandestine manner, intercepting the very individual from whom assistance was sought in a location conveniently positioned within a blind spot of surveillance, was indeed an extraordinary approach. Sensing Sato Kaede's displeasure, Noctowl swiftly took flight from his arm, diving towards the bold recruit at the forefront, its massive beak wide open, clearly intent on delivering a harsh lesson. Yes, Rondo is coercing us. Please, spare me. The audacious recruit, upon seeing Noctowl's menacing approach, was immediately seized by terror, collapsing to the ground in a state of panic as he begged for mercy from Sato Kaede. However, Sato Kaede did not command Noctowl to halt. Instead, he allowed its teeth to pierce the recruit's neck, coldly listening to the shrill cries of terror that erupted from him. The world of Team Rocket was one governed by the law of the jungle, where the display of strength served to deter the unscrupulous. Upon hearing the name Rondo, Sato Kaede began to grasp the situation. It was evident that these recruits were being used as pawns by Rondo. As for why they willingly submitted to such manipulation, that remained a mystery to him. Moments later, the unfortunate rookie succumbed to unconsciousness, while the sound bat extracted its fangs from the nape of his neck, disdainfully spitting out a small amount of blood before returning to perch on Sato Kaede's right shoulder. In truth, the sound bat had not consumed the rookie's blood, for the lad possessed little flesh, and the concentration of vitality in his blood paled in comparison to the bovine blood he typically drank. Overall, it was simply unpalatable. Speak. Recount the events as they transpired, or you shall meet the same fate as him. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, especially if you believe your speed can rival his. Sato Kaede addressed the now fearful rookies of Team Rocket, aware that time was of the essence and that he must resolve the situation before the patrolling soldiers arrived. Under Sato Kaede's coercion, the terrified rookies hastily divulged the details of the incident. Upon hearing their account, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It turned out that after Rondo's defeat, he had been coerced by numerous gamblers who had lost their bets, and he, along with his 3 subordinates, had seen their points depleted. To evade threats and replenish their scores, Rondo and his cohorts had redirected their ambitions towards the numerous yet vulnerable newcomers. As the current underdogs, the newcomers naturally banded together for support. Rondo, a seasoned ruffian, possessed ample leadership skills and had resumed his old ways, recruiting followers among the newcomers and demanding protection fees. His methods of recruitment proved effective, targeting those despairing rookies who had lost points and saw no hope of advancing. By promising them assistance in capturing Pokémon, he successfully drew 10 newcomers into his fold within a mere afternoon. Such factionalism was commonplace within the shadowy realm of Team Rocket. Yet the emergence of a new force inevitably faced fierce suppression from the established powers. Rondo's overt recruitment activities had evidently encroached upon the interests of the old guard. Indeed, Rondo had earned his reputation as a leader amidst the gray areas of Nibby City, possessing keen insight into the underlying dynamics. After securing 10 new followers, he wisely ceased his expansion and even voluntarily surrendered a portion of the points he had seized from other newcomers. The individuals who had participated in the assault on Sato Kaede were those whose points had been deceitfully drained by the veterans, leaving them hopeless. They found a glimmer of hope for advancement in the ranks through Rondo and sought his assistance. Rondo, seizing upon their desperation, offered to help them capture Pokémon in exchange for causing trouble for Sato Kaede, even instructing them on ambush tactics at blind spots frequently traversed by him. In truth, Rondo, in his quest to incite trouble for Sato Kaede, resorted to all manner of persuasion, deliberately concealing the true circumstances surrounding Sato Kaede. He merely depicted him as a simple rural lad, devoid of any substantial background, and merely a frail 15-year-old boy. The newcomers, clearly individuals easily deceived, fell prey to Rondo's coercion and flattery, quickly being led astray. However, Rondo's disappointment was palpable. These newcomers were evidently timid souls who, upon catching a glimpse of Sato Kaede clad in his diminutive uniform, immediately faltered. Witnessing Sato Kaede's effortless command over his Pokémon only deepened their trepidation. Thus unfolded the scene. Chapter 42. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? After obtaining a definitive outcome, Sato Kaede exhibited little malice towards those who had been cornered. Within a mere 4 minutes, 2 patrolling officers swiftly arrived at the scene. At that moment, the newcomers were engaged in a frenzied melee, embodying the demeanor of reckless berserkers, catching the 2 patrolling officers off guard. Ultimately, it was only through the exertion of considerable effort that they managed to subdue these wild warriors. As the officers restrained the berserkers, several clandestine members of Team Rocket observed from the shadows. One, a rocket grunt with bleached hair, swiftly departed upon witnessing the subdued newcomers. This individual posed a threat that must be eliminated promptly, otherwise, similar incidents would undoubtedly recur. Should I gather some allies for this endeavor? Pondering this, Sato Kaede lay in his dormitory, a stormy expression upon his face. It was evident that Rondo's factional maneuvering posed a significant disadvantage to Sato Kaede, who remained isolated. He understood all too well that against a cohesive team, individual prowess, no matter how formidable, is often rendered futile. This was particularly true for him, a fledgling trainer whose strength was far from overwhelming. Should Rondo establish a faction within the Nibi City Team Rocket, Sato Kaede's existence in the city would become increasingly untenable. The incidents he faced now would pale in comparison to the future challenges, where betrayal might lurk at every critical juncture. The enmity between Sato Kaede and Rondo had been irrevocably cemented, and today a skirmish in Pokémon battling had made any reconciliation impossible. With no desire to mend ties with his adversary, the only viable course of action was to eliminate the threat that Rondo posed. I possess an abundance of secrets, rendering me unsuitable for collaboration with others. It seems prudent to proceed step by step. As it stands, Rondo dares not confront me directly. My foremost priority is to expedite the enhancement of my own abilities. If accounting is to be made, the upcoming novice competition presents an excellent opportunity. I must eliminate him in this confrontation. After a period of earnest contemplation, Sato Kaede arose from his bed, silently reflecting. Rondo is indeed a menace. Yet the pressing issue remains that he lacks the strength to vanquish me. Moreover, being within the protective confines of the Nibi City Rocket's underground base. Even if I possessed the capability to eliminate Rondo, I would be powerless against the internal regulations of the Rockets. Thus, my only recourse is to devise strategies to swiftly augment my power and find a way to eliminate him during the novice competition a month hence. Of course, during this interval, Rondo will not remain stagnant. He already possesses a foundation as a trainer. Given a little time to recover some manageable Pokémon, he will quickly regain a portion of his strength. Furthermore, Sato Kaede is acutely aware that Rondo's previous defeat in the Pokémon battle was solely due to his overconfidence. Had he approached the battle with full commitment from the outset, this novice trainer would have had no opportunity for resurgence. Currently, Rondo looms over Sato Kaede like the sword of Damocles, presenting a palpable and formidable threat. Very well, if he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige him. Sato Kaede, will see this through to the end. Having clarified all matters in his mind, Sato Kaede released his Zubat, signaling the commencement of his evening training session. Undoubtedly, Sato Kaede harbors little fear. As a transmigrator, he possesses foresight, an extensive knowledge of Pokémon, and a battle support system. With a remarkably promising Nidoran by his side, it remains uncertain who will emerge as the prey and who as the hunter in a month's time. Simultaneously, while Sato Kaede deliberates on how to contend with Rondo and his associates, Rondo, in his own chamber, confers with his 3 loyal subordinates. Upon receiving a report from his underlings, his countenance darkens considerably. Boss, do not be angered. Those individuals are nothing but a worthless bunch. There is no need to pay them any heed. That brat, Sato Kaede, cannot remain arrogant for long. We shall eliminate him during the competition. Remarked a rocket grunt with a pompadour, addressing Rondo, his demeanor dripping with disdain. The grunt, Ichiro Oda, is one of Rondo's 3 devoted followers, alongside the hot-headed Kuro and the loyal Kino, whose appearance is marked by dyed blonde hair and a nose ring. Indeed, once we capture him, I shall chop him up with a knife, along with that Zubat of his. Kuro, a towering figure with a fierce expression, declared, "Boss, shall we continue our pursuit of Sato Kaede? This individual exudes an air of complexity and danger. It is prudent to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity, lest it becomes exceedingly challenging to act against him in the future. His ruthless disposition is evident. Had he not been deterred by the potential repercussions of committing murder within the base, it is likely that many of the newcomers would have already met their demise." Kino cast a serious glance at his two nonchalant companions before turning to Rondo with a grave expression. In truth, Sato Kaede had been observing the newcomer's interception and the ensuing events from the shadows, and he was acutely aware of how Sato Kaede had utilized his Zubat's ultrasonic abilities to plunge the group of newcomers into chaos, leading them to turn upon one another. Thus, Kino recognized that Sato Kaede was decidedly not a benign character. He acted with remarkable rationality and discernment. His previous reluctance to retaliate against their bullying likely stemmed from a keen awareness of his own limitations. However, the situation has changed. He now wields a Pokémon and no longer fears them. "I know," Kino said. "This guy is even more perilous than you might think. Consider this morning's encounter in the Pokémon battle. Although I lost due to my own carelessness, his performance was far from that of a mere novice trainer. Reflect on your own initial experiences in Pokémon battles, and you will grasp just how formidable he truly is." Upon hearing Kino's words, Rondo's expression darkened. Rondo's comment caused the previously indifferent Ichiro and Kuro to stiffen, their faces transforming to mirror the grave countenance of Rondo and Kino. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. Recalling the scene where Sato Kaede commanded his Zubat during battle, they recognized that he maintained an air of calm under pressure, ultimately showcasing a high level of tactical prowess. Ichiro and Kuro vividly remembered their own inaugural experiences directing Pokémon in combat, which had been nothing short of disastrous. Lacking formal training, they were initially oblivious to the moves their Pokémon could execute. In comparison to Sato Kaede's first battle, they were akin to mere clods of mud, whereas he soared like a cloud above them. Return and wisely utilize your points to train your Pokémon. Otherwise, in the newcomer competition a month from now, the roles of hunter and prey may be reversed. Furthermore, cease your attempts to deceive those fools and refrain from any underhanded tactics against that individual. We are part of Team Rocket here, not on our own turf. I've received a warning. He is currently under protection, and we have no opportunity to act against him within the base. Rondo instructed his three loyal subordinates, his demeanor grave and forbidding. Power dynamics are reciprocal. While Sato Kaede perceives Rondo as a significant threat, Rondo equally regards Sato Kaede as a formidable adversary. At this moment, Rondo felt a twinge of regret for having provoked Sato Kaede, as he realized that he held no advantage against Sato Kaede. He initially believed himself to be part of a superior force, only to discover an indescribable sense of panic when he noticed that Sato Kaede was accompanied by others. He was merely a clever little thug, and his status was nothing but a farce in the face of the colossal rocket team. Even a solitary soldier from the Mavericks could effortlessly obliterate the power he took pride in. Furthermore, he was troubled by the fact that ever since he lost that morning's battle against the small sprites, his Arbok had begun to regard him with an unsettling gaze, one akin to that of a predator eyeing its meal. Chapter 43. The defensive changes of the Rising Wind technique. That evening, Sato Kaede accessed the internal points redemption system of the rocket team through the computer on his desk, only to find that his energy cubes had completely sold out. Moreover, his specially created online store had amassed over 30 requests for additional purchases. While he felt a thrill at the popularity of his energy cubes, he also experienced a twinge of concern. After careful consideration, Sato Kaede decided to disregard the messages on the sales platform, opting not to sell any more energy cubes in the near future. After selling the remaining 550 energy cubes, Sato Kaede accumulated a total of 725 points. He then used his ample points to purchase a portable laptop worth 2,000 points. Having witnessed the formidable power of a high-velocity fan, he had abandoned the notion of acquiring such a perilous device and chose instead to diligently train his Zubat's stamina at the paid training grounds. Shortly after placing his order for the laptop, a staff member delivered a brand new laptop to his doorstep within 5 minutes. This laptop, crafted by the Rocket team and valued at 2,000 points, bore a striking resemblance to the portable computers he had used in his previous life. However, the materials of its construction remained a mystery. It was remarkably sturdy yet light, weighing approximately 2 kilograms, a delightful surprise. After some experimentation, Sato Kaede discovered that the laptop's functions were largely as described. Its primary feature was automatic detection, utilizing an infrared camera to scan objects and accurately retrieve their specific data. To his unexpected delight, the laptop also contained a slot for holding Pokeballs. Upon placing a Pokeball in the slot, the computer would autonomously analyze the data of the Pokémon within, subsequently presenting a three-dimensional data visualization that showcased the skills possessed by the Pokémon. Finally, the laptop boasts a substantial battery capacity, capable of sustaining continuous operation for an entire week, even under full load. Its screen is adorned with a solar panel, enabling it to recharge autonomously through solar energy. Beyond its primary automatic detection capabilities, this laptop encompasses all the fundamental functions typical of standard laptops, and it can connect to satellites via wireless networks to utilize satellite navigation systems. Upon acquiring this costly laptop, Sato Kaede formally commenced his evening training regimen. Sato Kaede arranged the skill training for his Noctowl in the communal hall of his dormitory, beginning with the wind gust technique, which had shown brilliantly earlier that day, serving as a pivotal skill for Noctowl's victory. Perhaps it was the Noctowl's previous experience of an extraordinary burst of power during a critical moment, or the stamina training prompted by the strong winds at noon, that had further honed its mastery of this technique. Once again, Noctowl exhibited remarkable progress in executing the wind gust technique under Sato Kaede's guidance. A swirling white vortex, nearly the size of Noctowl's daytime burst, materialized before Sato Kaede, spinning counterclockwise toward the center, generating a formidable pulling force that compelled him to maintain a safe distance. Utilizing the infrared detection feature of his laptop, Sato Kaede effortlessly acquired precise data regarding the white vortex, eliminating the need for arduous visual estimation. At that moment, the vortex created by Noctowl's wind gust had a diameter of 21 meters and a height of 45 meters. Based on the analysis of the airflow's rotational speed within the vortex, its wind force was rated at level 5, lasting for 5 minutes, with Noctowl capable of manipulating the vortex within a 5-meter radius. Beyond this distance, the vortex's potency would gradually diminish, dissipating entirely once it reached 10 meters. Regarding Noctowl's advancement in the wind gust technique, Sato Kaede initially surmised that Noctowl had thoroughly mastered this skill. Evaluating skill proficiency, Noctowl had transitioned from a novice level to a proficient level in executing the wind gust, capable of releasing its power in an authentic manner. Recognizing Noctowl's commendable skill proficiency with the wind gust, Sato Kaede began to experiment with different applications of the technique. Following that morning's battle against a small Pokémon, particularly witnessing Noctowl's climactic use of the vortex to shatter Arbok's rock barrier and redirect its force back onto the opponent, Sato Kaede gained newfound insights into the capabilities of Pokémon techniques. Sato Kaede believes that attacking techniques are not solely employed for offensive maneuvers. At times, they can also serve defensive purposes. For instance, the white whirlwind generated by the Wingull's gust attack successfully intercepted the debris created by the Arbok's rock slide at a critical moment, even managing to counterattack the Arbok itself. Furthermore, Sato theorizes that had the trajectory of the white whirlwind been altered, different outcomes could have ensued. If, for example, the whirlwind had revolved outward from its center, it might have rebounded the Arbok's rock fragments. However, these remain mere speculations at present, as he has yet to implement them in practice. Currently, Sato directs the Wingull to envelop itself in the white whirlwind created by the gust attack, maintaining its center while executing the move, thereby utilizing the wind wall for self-protection. Following Sato's command, the Wingull attempts to center itself while executing the gust attack. Unfortunately, its initial attempt fails, but thankfully, as it generated the white whirlwind, it narrowly avoids self-inflicted harm. After 11 unsuccessful tries, the Wingull finally locates the precise center of the whirlwind, the point of minimal pressure, and successfully executes the gust attack, completely enveloping itself in the white whirlwind. The powerful airflow radiates outward, forming a circular wind wall. Well done, Wingull. This is it. Remember this sensation with your body. The variations of this technique will become your standard defensive measure in the future, Sato exclaims with a beaming smile upon witnessing the Wingull successfully execute his envisioned gust attack. Overjoyed by Sato's praise, the Wingull continues to exert control over the white wind, emitting cheerful cries. Although this is merely a prototype, Sato is confident that as the Wingull's strength evolves, the defensive capabilities of the gust technique will significantly enhance, potentially becoming Sato's means of self-defense. Ultimately, Sato bestows a vivid and fitting new name upon this defensive variation of the gust technique, dubbing it the Whirlwind Shield, though it remains fundamentally the takeoff move. After the Wingull successfully creates the Whirlwind Shield, Sato encourages it to capitalize on this momentum to further hone the technique, ensuring it masters the application. After expending 15 energy cubes and nearly 2 hours of practice, The Wingull executes the Whirlwind Shield 158 times, with 23 failures, establishing a foundational muscle memory and familiarizing itself with the technique. Simultaneously, the white whirlwind generated by the gust technique has increased its radius to 23 meters, height to 47 meters, and mobility range to 103 meters, while maintaining a wind force level of 5. Chapter 44. Shadow Ball Training. Upon concluding the training of the wind gust technique, Sato Kaede commenced the practice of the second range skill mastered by his Zubat, Shadow Ball. During the earlier morning skirmish involving small Pokémon, the execution of Shadow Ball proved to be indispensable. Note: Shadow Ball is a special ghost-type attack with a power of 80, possessing a 20 chance to lower the opponent's special defense by 1 stage. From the aforementioned description of Shadow Ball, it is evident that the decisive wind gust move employed by Zubat, which effortlessly vanquished the Arbok, was significantly aided by the considerable accumulation of damage dealt through numerous Shadow Balls, potentially weakening Arbok's special defense by several levels. Wind Gust is a special flying-type attack. In summary, Shadow Ball possesses above-average power, supplemented by beneficial effects, and boasts an impressive range, even at the novice level. Zubat can project Shadow Balls approximately 10 meters, making it an ideal skill for a long-range offensive strategy akin to kite flying against foes. Following Sato Kaede's directives, Zubat began to gather Ghost-type energy in front of its gaping maw. Unfortunately, as Zubat lacks a Ghost-type affinity and exhibits average sensitivity to the ethereal energies of the world, coupled with its inadequate control over such energies, the Shadow Ball it conjured was no larger than that of an egg. Moreover, despite possessing the ability to utilize echolocation, Zubat's lack of control over Ghost-type energy resulted in a slight deviation in accuracy. Within a range of 10, Zubat's Shadow Ball failed to strike the heart-shaped target, painted in red dye on the wall by Sato Kaede. Due to its diminutive power, the Shadow Ball merely left an inconsequential mark upon striking the reinforced concrete wall. Nonetheless, aside from the drawbacks of limited power and accuracy, Zubat's Shadow Ball exhibited notable advantages, such as an exceedingly brief gathering time, nearly achieving a rate of 1 per second. Naturally, there exists a limit to this continuous firing. After launching 7 or 8 egg-sized Shadow Balls, Zubat required a brief respite to regain its breath, necessitating a 2-second pause before it could resume the barrage. The average diameter of the Shadow Balls was 0.35 meters, assessed as weak in power. With an accuracy of 83, a maximum range of 12 meters, an average velocity of 10 meters per second, a gathering time of 1.12 seconds, and a maximum capacity for continuous firing of 9. After compiling data on 100 Shadow Balls launched by Zubat using his laptop, Sato Kaede reached this conclusion. Following the launch of 103 Shadow Balls, Zubat's stamina was ultimately depleted, necessitating a halt for rest. In light of the analysis regarding the Shadow Ball technique of Sableye, Sato Kaede is now contemplating how to enhance its potency. The data indicates that the primary drawback of Sableye's Shadow Ball lies in its insufficient power, whereas its advantages include a rapid gathering speed and a commendable degree of continuity. It is evident to Sato Kaede that the merits of Sableye's Shadow Ball are intrinsically linked to its shortcomings. The creature's inability to harness a substantial amount of ghostly energy for the condensation of the Shadow Ball results in a notably brief accumulation time. Moreover, Sato Kaede has discerned that after utilizing the Shadow Ball 100 times consecutively, Sableye's improvement in this technique has been negligible. According to the data collected on his laptop, the largest Shadow Ball produced during these 100 attempts measured a mere 0.38 meters in diameter, marking it as the most formidable of the lot. One cannot overlook the stark contrast in the rate of advancement between Sableye's Shadow Ball and the Wind Gust technique. The former's progress can only be described as tortoise-like. However, Sato Kaede harbors little disappointment, for he understands the limitations at play. It is akin to the sorcerers in a fantasy novel. While some may excel in wind magic and others in fire magic, it does not imply they are incapable of wielding other elemental magics, merely that they lack proficiency in them. This phenomenon likely correlates with their inherent affinity for different elemental energies. As a flying and poison-type Pokémon, Sableye is, understandably, highly attuned to the energies of flight and poison that permeate the world, which in turn are favorably disposed towards him. Consequently, when mastering the Wind Gust technique, Sableye demonstrates remarkable progress. In contrast, the Shadow Ball, being a Ghost-type move, presents a different scenario. Sableye lacks Ghost-type attributes and is not particularly sensitive to ghostly energies, which, conversely, exhibit indifference and even slight resistance towards him. To put it succinctly, if mastering the Wind Gust technique is rated a difficulty of 1, then the Shadow Ball's difficulty is 2. The time required for Sableye to elevate the Shadow Ball from a novice level to a proficient one will inevitably be significantly greater, potentially several times more arduous than that required for Wind Gust. Sableye, you have likely noticed the minimal progress of your Shadow Ball, Sato remarked, but do not be disheartened. Follow my guidance, and you should experience a notable improvement. After Sableye consumes an energy cube and takes a moment to rest, Sato speaks to him. As soon as Sato Kaede finished speaking, he immediately extinguished the lights in the hall. In an instant, apart from the glow of the computer screen in his hand, most of the hall was engulfed in darkness. With the onset of this darkness, the spirit bat's mental state seemed to improve slightly, becoming notably more animated. Do you feel the surrounding ghostly energy has intensified? Sato Kaede inquired of the spirit bat, which had grown more active due to the dim environment. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's question, the spirit bat emitted a sound in response, nodding in affirmation. In the spirit bat's perception, with the surroundings shrouded in darkness, the ghostly energy in the vicinity indeed became more concentrated, allowing it to sense the energy with greater clarity. Excellent. We shall proceed with the Shadow Ball training as I instructed. First, you must condense the Shadow Ball, and then exert your utmost effort to extend the duration of the condensation, allowing it to grow in size until it becomes uncontrollable. Only then will you be able to release the Shadow Ball. After receiving a definitive response from the spirit bat, Sato Kaede's face lit up with joy as he continued to articulate his training methodology. Given that strong winds could invigorate the nearby flying-type energy, Sato Kaede reasoned that darkness would similarly enhance the ghostly energy. Now, with the spirit bat's affirmative response, his hypothesis was validated. In Sato Kaede's conception, there are three key factors crucial to enhancing a Pokémon's skill proficiency. The first factor is naturally the Pokémon's inherent attributes. It is evident that when a Pokémon trains skills that align with its own attributes, the difficulty is significantly reduced. They can easily sense this attribute's energy and readily harness it to assist in their training, allowing for a swift improvement in their skill proficiency. In simpler terms, when a Pokémon practices moves that resonate with its attributes, it benefits from experiential enhancement. The second factor pertains to the density of various elemental energies present in the environment. This principle is straightforward. For instance, in areas rich in water-type energy, such as during rain, a Pokémon can more readily perceive water-type energy, which subsequently aids in their training of water-type moves. The third factor is the Pokémon's mastery over a specific type of elemental energy, which encompasses their controllability or manipulation techniques. Without innate advantages, the first factor, they must rely on acquired effort to develop this capability. This aspect tests the Pokémon's insight and diligence, as it requires dedicated practice to cultivate such strength, with no shortcuts available. To illustrate this simply, energy of the same attribute is akin to kin for the Pokémon, enabling them to adeptly manipulate it to their advantage. Different attributes of energy are akin to strangers for the little sprite. If the sprite wishes to command their attention, what course of action should be taken? Naturally, one must cultivate friendships with them, striving to be seen as one of their own. This process of befriending energies of various attributes is, in fact, the journey through which the sprite enhances its mastery over these diverse energies. To put it bluntly, as the sprite engages with a particular attribute of energy, it gradually accumulates experience, comprehending the methods or principles of manipulation, ultimately learning how to govern this energy, ensuring it obediently follows the sprite's commands. Evidently, among the three factors currently at play, the Zubat lacks the advantage of the first, and the third has yet to materialize. The only factor that can be improved is the second, allowing the Zubat to thrive in the densely saturated ghostly energy of the dark environment, undoubtedly aiding its practice of Shadow Ball. Chapter 45. Focus Training. Obeying the commands of Sato Kaede, the Zubat began to concentrate a Shadow Ball before its gaping mouth. Unlike before, in this darkened setting, it could more distinctly perceive the ghostly energy pervading the atmosphere, causing the speed of Shadow Ball formation to accelerate. In less than a second, a Shadow Ball the size of an egg materialized before the Zubat's mouth. However, instead of immediately launching this fully formed Shadow Ball, the Zubat continued to channel ghostly energy into it. Excellent. Take your time. There's no rush. If it becomes too much to bear, then release it. Utilizing the infrared scanner on his laptop, Sato Kaede observed the Zubat's progress in condensing the Shadow Ball with clarity. As the Zubat persisted in infusing ghostly energy into the egg-sized sphere, the once stable Shadow Ball began to tremble violently, irregular protrusions emerging from its surface. The Zubat, fully engrossed in controlling the energy, was now beaded with sweat, a testament to its exertion. After approximately 10 seconds, the Shadow Ball swelled to the size of a soccer ball, and at this moment, numerous irregular spikes erupted from its outer shell, resembling a volatile entity on the verge of explosion. Within the span of 2 seconds, the Zubat could no longer maintain control and promptly released the Shadow Ball, which, upon traveling a meter or two, detonated in midair with a resounding pop. The dark, ghostly energy dispersed before vanishing swiftly into the ether. Well done. Now, take a moment to rest. Seeing the unstable Shadow Ball explode without causing any harm, Sato Kaede exhaled a sigh of relief and instructed the panting Zubat to take a drink and recuperate. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, the Noctowl immediately utilized its echolocation abilities to soar to the water basin placed on the ground. With great delight, it drank the delicious water infused with high-quality energy cubes that had already dissolved within. At this moment, Noctowl appeared to be drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from the physical and mental exertion required to manipulate the ghostly energy over the course of just a few seconds. This effort was not much less than when it had been continuously launching Shadow Balls. Presently, Noctowl's Shadow Ball had a maximum volume of 0.45 meters, yet required 132 seconds to condense. With a stability that was exceedingly low, its maximum range was a mere 21 meters. It was evident that the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Gazing at the data derived from his laptop, Sato Kaede felt a twinge of helplessness. However, despite these thoughts, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, encouraging Noctowl by praising its progress. Naturally, Noctowl wholeheartedly believed in Sato Kaede's words. After a brief rest, it resumed its vigorous training of the Shadow Ball. The adage 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage rings undeniably true, even for a prodigy. True mastery cannot be achieved in just a day. The Shadow Ball training Noctowl was undertaking was no exception. Substantial effort was essential for any improvement. Clearly, the Shadow Balls Noctowl had previously executed would have been inadequate in a genuine battle. They were merely suitable for finishing off weakened foes. Engaging directly with an opponent using such techniques would be tantamount to squandering an opportunity and courting disaster. This reality was well understood by both Noctowl and Sato Kaede, especially after their encounter with the Arbok. Noctowl was acutely aware that had it been able to enhance the power of its Shadow Ball even slightly, it could have easily defeated the Arbok, sparing itself from the subsequent near defeat. Feeling a sense of pride and frustration over its close call with the Arbok, Noctowl yearned for the ability to dispatch enemies decisively with overwhelming strength. With Sato Kaede providing such excellent training conditions, Noctowl was determined not to squander the opportunity or disappoint its master. Thus, during its Shadow Ball training, Noctowl devoted itself wholeheartedly. Throughout the next 2 hours of training, there were several instances where Noctowl nearly fell victim to its own unstable Shadow Balls, a testament to its fierce ambition. However, it was precisely this determination, combined with the currently vibrant and potent ghostly energy and the steady supply of energy cubes from Sato Kaede, that led to notable advancements in its Shadow Ball skills. Over the course of 2 hours, factoring in an average of 2 minutes per Shadow Ball training session interspersed with rest, Noctowl completed a total of 60 Shadow Ball condensation exercises. The fruits of these labors resulted in an increase in the maximum volume of the Shadow Ball to a diameter of 0.47 meters, a reduction in condensation time to 7 seconds, and an enhancement in stability, extending its range to 29 meters. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the diligent and rigorous training, for entire hours swiftly elapsed. At this moment, the clock struck 11:31, signaling the conclusion of Sato Kaede's skill training for the evening. He commenced preparations for the recovery and late-night snack for his Noivern. Rest well, it's late now. You performed exceptionally today. Continue to strive tomorrow. With your rapid progress, I believe that in just a few days, the power of your Shadow Ball will elevate to new heights, he remarked, gazing at the Noivern that, having nourished itself, was now eager for further endeavors. Emerging from the bathroom, Sato Kaede gently patted the Noivern perched on his right arm, smiling as he did so. Perhaps more significant than innate talent is the character of a Pokémon. It is indeed my fortune to have acquired such an ambitious little creature from the outset. Sato Kaede mused silently while lying on his bed, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the familiar data on his computer screen. At that moment, the Noivern was upside down atop the now extinguished square light fixture in the room, its tail wings grasping the edges, quietly honing its Shadow Ball technique. In the following 5 days, Sato Kaede adhered meticulously to his regimen of physical training for the Noivern in the mornings and afternoons, reserving the evenings for skill training, disregarding all unrelated matters. Throughout this rigorous training period, the Noivern exhibited marked improvement. Unbeknownst to them, its level had risen to 15. In terms of physical training, The Noivern consistently engaged in level 6 wind gust exercises over these 5 days, achieving a maximum endurance time of 10 minutes and 13 seconds. A significant enhancement compared to the 2 minutes and 20 seconds it had managed the previous day. Furthermore, Sato Kaede endeavored to have the Noivern fly an entire lap around the public training ground, unencumbered, which measured 328 meters. The result revealed that the Noivern completed the circuit in a mere 25 seconds, translating to an astonishing speed of 312 meters per second, equivalent to a velocity of 723 kilometers per hour. For context, Usain Bolt's record for the 100 meters is 9:58 seconds, equating to a running speed of 10:43 meters per second, starkly contrasting with the Noivern's impressive 312 meters per second, a difference of 279 seconds. In the realm of skill training, after 213 repetitions of the wind gust maneuver, the Noivern's proficiency in executing this move had significantly advanced. The diameter of the white whirlwind it generated increased to 26 meters. Its height reached 5 meters, and the distance it could travel extended to 123 meters, all while maintaining a wind force level of 5. Notably, during the wind gust physical training, the Noivern's multitasking ability also improved. It could now simultaneously produce 2 white whirlwinds while executing the wind gust technique. Certainly, the white whirlwind produced simultaneously by the supersonic bat pales in comparison to the one generated independently. The size, power, and range of the 2 white whirlwinds are merely 1/3 of that created solely by the supersonic bat. Moreover, after undergoing 323 sessions of Shadow Ball concentration training, the supersonic bat's Shadow Ball technique has significantly improved, managing to stabilize the size of the Shadow Ball at a diameter of 0.5 meters, with a condensation time reduced to 2 seconds, achieving a high degree of stability and an ideal range of 13 meters. Currently, the proficiency of the supersonic bat's Shadow Ball technique has barely reached an adept level, with its power not significantly differing from a standard Shadow Ball, thus making it ready for combat. Lastly, what astonished Sato Kaede was the rather unusual rapid physical development of the supersonic bat over a mere 5 days. Its weight surged from 63 to 82, and its wingspan expanded from 0.5 meters to 0.8 meters, resulting in a considerable increase in size. The substantial progress the supersonic bat made during these 5 days of training is somewhat correlated with its physical growth. However, Sato Kaede harbored concerns regarding this atypical development. Despite the supersonic bat's appetite increasing notably, consuming 8 liters of cow's blood per meal, up from 5 liters, and supplementing after each training session, the velocity of its growth seemed unfounded. Initially, Sato Kaede attributed the rapid growth to the calcium tablets he administered, but upon researching online, he found that the clinical trials of these tablets indicated such rapid growth was implausible. Consequently, he informed Fiali, the physician who sold him the calcium tablets, about the supersonic bat's unusual development, asking her to conduct a thorough examination to rule out any underlying issues. The results indicated that the supersonic bat's health was entirely normal, leading Sato Kaede, lacking in medical expertise, to trust Fiali's professional assessment. Although he began to doubt the efficacy of the calcium tablets, the abnormal development of the supersonic bat appeared to be a positive sign. Additionally, after consulting several other doctors regarding the supersonic bat's unusual growth, he received consistent feedback affirming its normal health. Thus, Sato Kaede concluded that the individual who provided him with the calcium tablets bore no ill intentions, but rather was genuinely assisting him. Chapter 46. New members and assembly during these 5 days, aside from the significant enhancement of the supersonic bat's capabilities. Another noteworthy event was the hatching of Nidorann's Pokémon egg, which, with the aid of the super incubator, finally hatched on the evening of the 3rd day, introducing a robust and healthy Nidoran into Sato Kaede's team. The newly born Nidoran was scarcely larger than the palm of Sato Kaede's hand, remarkably petite and adorable. Due to Sato Kaede's constant companionship and the fact that Nidoran's first gaze fell upon him at birth, the little creature immediately regarded him as a cherished kin, clinging to him incessantly. Whenever Sato Kaede strayed even a step away, Nidoran would promptly erupt into cries and commotion. In the past few days, apart from dedicating time to training his Zubat, Sato Kaede devoted nearly all his remaining hours to attending to the newborn Nidoran. Indeed, it was astonishing how the behaviors typical of human infants were mirrored in this little sprite, and due to a metabolism significantly swifter than that of human babies, the frequency of its feeding, elimination, and sleeping was considerably heightened. Consequently, Sato Kaede found it imperative to maintain a vigilant watch over Nidoran, lest the entire dwelling descend into chaos accompanied by a cacophony of wails. Thus, For these 2 days, Sato Kaede embraced the role of a full-time caregiver. To cover the expenses for Nidorann's nourishment and future plans, he reluctantly resorted to crafting energy cubes for sale. On this occasion, he produced a total of 2,000 energy cubes, selling 1,200 of them and earning 5,400 points. The raw materials included 300 orange berries, which, after a 20 discount, cost 120 points, as well as 50 each of banana and cherry berries, totaling 100 points. The utilization of the fruit mixer 100 times amounted to an additional 1,000 points, bringing the total cost of crafting the energy cubes to 420 points. Upon consulting Philia, a specialized sprite physician, Sato Kaede learned that Nidorann's juvenile phase lasts for a week. Therefore, he deliberately spent 210 points to purchase a sufficient supply of premium milk for Nidoran, enough for a week, 10 points per bottle for 3 meals daily. Additionally, he invested 300 points in 3 boxes of high-quality food favored by poison-type sprites, 10 cans per box, to ensure Nidoran received appropriate physical training during its early development. Sato Kaede also allocated 100 points to acquire a small running wheel, allowing the sprite to frolic freely and expend its energy. Moreover, he spent 4,000 points to acquire 4 skill discs from Team Rocket's point exchange system: Scratch, 500 points, Water Pulse, 1,000 points, Wing Attack, 1,000 points, and Poison Sting, 1,500 points. He then utilized a learning machine to teach Nidoran the skills of Scratch, Water Pulse, and Poison Sting, while Zubat learned Wing Attack. In preparation for the impending jungle training, Sato Kaede expended 500 points to acquire a set of equipment suited for the wilderness, which included outdoor tents and various supplies. During these days, in addition to the aforementioned expenditures, he also incurred costs for meals and the rental of the training grounds. Sato's daily sustenance remained unchanged, amounting to 3 meals a day, each costing 5 points. Due to the abnormal physical development of his Noivern, he required at least 40 liters of fresh cow's blood daily, valued at 10 points, while the training ground rental for 6 hours each day cost 30 points. Altogether, these expenses totaled 275 points. Consequently, after accounting for his income and deducting the various expenditures, Sato Kaede currently possessed 660 points. Thus, the week-long initiation period for new recruits had concluded. On the morning of the 8th day, upon receiving orders, Sato Kaede once again arrived at the square of the underground base of the rocket team in Nibi City for assembly. This time, the square appeared even more expansive than during his initial arrival, as only 23 out of the 99 new recruits, who were also under Caesar's command, had successfully tamed their respective Pokémon. Therefore, only 24 individuals were qualified to stand in the square. At this moment, Sato Kaede leaned against the wall, feeding his Noivern while savoring a sumptuous breakfast. He occasionally glanced at the scattered individuals throughout the square. The announcement for assembly came rather abruptly at 5:50 a.m., demanding everyone to gather within 10 minutes, which left many unable to have their breakfast. Now, at 7:12 a.m., an hour and 12 minutes had elapsed since the scheduled assembly time. Perhaps the week had granted too much freedom, as most of the newly promoted recruits had developed the unfortunate habit of sleeping in. Many were seen rubbing their weary eyes and yawning extensively, while some even dozed off against the wall. Moreover, perhaps due to the early rise and prolonged stay, the square resonated with a symphony aptly titled Hunger. In contrast, Sato Kaede's routine had been rather disordered, thanks to his Noibat. When he received the assembly notification, he was in the midst of feeding his Noibat, who had awakened crying from hunger, thus affording him ample time to procure his breakfast, opting for a convenient beef burger. The taste was delightful. Observing the various reactions of those around him and listening to the intermittent growls of hunger, he relished the last morsel of his beef burger, washed down with the final sip of milk, feeling quite content despite his expression remaining impassive. After a week of nutritious meals, Sato Kaede had finally put on some weight. His complexion had significantly improved, no longer resembling the pale and emaciated figure he was when he first joined Team Rocket. Now, Sato Kaede had transformed into a handsome young man with a refined appearance, though the prominent dark circles under his eyes somewhat diminished his attractiveness. In the bustling square, it was evident that few like Sato Kaede were fortunate enough to enjoy breakfast, and none were indulging in such a lavish meal as he was, making him exceedingly conspicuous amidst the crowd. A considerable part of this attention stemmed from the enticing aroma wafting from the beef burger and large carton of milk he held in his hands. As Sato Kaede gradually devoured the burger accompanied by the milk, the sound of swallowed saliva echoed around him. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the intense gazes of longing directed at him from others, who were desperately restraining their appetites and the impulse to confront him. In reality, The air around Sato Kaede was not only infused with the tempting sense of food, but also carried an ominous undertone, emanating from a large bowl beside him. Within it lay a robust bat, indulging itself as it savored the blood contained in the bowl. Whenever anyone ventured within 10 meters of Sato Kaede, the bat would immediately turn its gaze towards the intruder, its blood-soaked maw appearing particularly menacing, causing all who approached to retreat. While most of the newly recruited soldiers endured hunger in the square, the orchestrator of this assembly, Caesar, lounged in his spacious and opulent room, relishing a sumptuous breakfast while leisurely watching the images displayed on the large screen before him, accompanied by a few trusted confidants, Sophia, Alice, and Ryuichi Sakata. The screen was filled with various angles of the scene in the square, showcasing Sato Kaede more frequently than any other participant. As the time drew near, Caesar glanced at his Team Rocket watch and instructed Ryuichi Sakata, who stood straight behind him, to proceed according to plan. In the next instant, upon receiving the command, Ryuichi pressed the red button on a hidden remote control. Simultaneously, a colorless and odorless gas began to silently infiltrate the square through the ventilation ducts. Chapter 47. The CH-Band Forest and the Wilderness Trials. If one were to inquire about the largest forest in the Kanto region, a local would undoubtedly respond without hesitation, naming the CH-Band Forest. Indeed, the Token Forest stands as the largest woodland in the Kanto region, nestled between the cities of Token and Nibi. Within its verdant expanse resides a multitude of wild sprites, naturally akin to other typical forests in the realm of sprites. The predominant inhabitants are of the bug and grass types. However, being the grandest forest of the Kanto region, it is only fitting that the variety of sprites dwelling within Token City extends far beyond merely bug and grass types, encompassing nearly every conceivable elemental attribute. As interactions among various regions within the sprite world become increasingly frequent, certain sprites that were originally confined to specific locales have, through both intentional and unintentional human influence, manifested in other areas. These sprites have demonstrated remarkable resilience, adapting to their new surroundings and thriving therein. Yet, incidents involving wild sprites do occur, such as unforeseen accidents during the transportation of captured sprites by poachers, or the callous abandonment of sprites by unscrupulous human trainers. It is worth noting that these invasive sprites typically exist in scant numbers within their new environments. This scarcity can be attributed to various factors, including the challenges of acclimating to unfamiliar conditions or the hostility exhibited by local wild sprites, which may lead to their expulsion or even aggression. The primary reason for the rejection of invasive sprites by local wild counterparts lies in two main aspects. Firstly, these newcomers often struggle to establish themselves in the local ecosystem, rendering their populations fragile and easily overpowered by the robust communities of indigenous wild sprites. Secondly, the presence of invasive sprites can threaten the interests of local wild sprites. After all, resources are finite, and the emergence of a newcomer seeking to claim a share inevitably meets with resistance from established forces unwilling to relinquish their territory. Note: the extensive discussion regarding invasive sprites aims to enlighten steadfast readers on the possibility of foreign sprites appearing within Token Forest, thus laying the groundwork for the subsequent narrative. In truth, the League has devoted considerable effort to nurturing its own core members, acting as both parent and guardian. Not only has it established the prestigious League tournament, which attracts countless trainers, but it has also designated certain safe habitats for wild sprites throughout the region. These so-called safe habitats are areas created by the League through strategic measures, ensuring a secure environment within the realms of wild sprites. The sprites residing in these protected zones typically possess low levels, and particularly dangerous species are seldom encountered within these confines. Furthermore, forest rangers play an indispensable role in these safe habitats, as these powerful trainers, directly affiliated with the League, uphold the sanctity and security of these regions. Indeed, the safety of the wild Pokémon habitats can be largely attributed to the diligent efforts of the rangers who tirelessly expel powerful Pokémon from the secure zones on a daily basis. However, it is worth noting that these safe areas constitute merely a fraction of the wild Pokémon's territory, as not all wild Pokémon are herbivorous. If pressed too hard, some formidable Pokémon may resort to desperate measures to protect their kin, rendering the Rangers one of the most perilous divisions within the Alliance. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, outside the secure zone within the verdant expanse of the evergreen forest, a youth clad in the uniform of a Team Rocket grunt lay unconscious amidst a lush patch of grass, where every blade towered at least a meter high, flourishing in its growth. This unconscious boy was none other than Sato Kaede, who had succumbed to slumber. When a thick cloud above the grassy field was swept away by the wind, Sunlight cascaded over the ground as anticipated. At that moment, Sato Kaede, affected by the prolonged exposure to light, began to experience discomfort in his head, and his consciousness stirred back to life. Gradually, he opened his eyes, shielding them from the glaring sun with his hand. As his eyes adjusted to the surrounding light, the haze of sleep faded, restoring his usual acuity and tranquility. Where exactly am I? I should have been in the plaza. I was affected by the hypnotic gas. As he surveyed the unfamiliar environment, Sato Kaede pressed his hand against his still aching head, striving to recollect the events that had transpired. Eventually, his memory crystallized on the moment he was enveloped by the hypnotic gas and forcibly thrust into slumber. Just before succumbing to sleep, he had vaguely seen a woman approaching him, after which all was blank until he awakened in this place. A minute later, with a grave expression, Sato Kaede scrutinized a map before him. After a brief period of recuperation, he realized that he had not lost any of his possessions. Most importantly, both his two Pokémon and his Team Rocket watch remained intact. The only additional item was a small backpack resting beside him. This was an ordinary backpack, not a spatial tool, containing merely two items, a signal flare and an unopened envelope. Upon tearing open the envelope and perusing its contents, he gleaned insights into his current whereabouts and the circumstances that led him here. Inside the envelope was a meticulously folded map, a handcrafted depiction of evergreen forest, exquisitely drawn with detailed information about various terrains, yet conspicuously devoid of any data regarding the habitats of the wild Pokémon. From the information provided by the map, it is evident that this is merely a fragmentary representation. The map distinctly marks his current location with a red star and indicates several perilous areas nearby with skull symbols in both white and red. Additionally, a few triangular symbols are noted, all situated within regions marked by red skulls. Notably, the grassy area where Sato Kaede currently resides is illustrated with a white skull. When the map is flipped over, it transforms into a letter which, judging by the elegant handwriting, appears to have been composed by a woman. The contents of the letter convey that Sato Kaede is to undertake a 2-week wilderness survival trial. Should he choose to abandon the endeavor, he may signal for help at any time using a flare gun, while failure in the trial would result in his being stripped of his small sprite and relegated to menial tasks. Furthermore, the letter explicitly states that the green triangular symbols represent essential items he must procure within the designated time frame. Otherwise, even if he endures the full 2 weeks, the wilderness survival trial will be deemed a failure. This unexpected turn of events has taken him by surprise, leaving him bewildered and thrust into a genuine wilderness training scenario. Upon reflecting on the letter's message, Sato Kaede's expression turned serious. He then stood still, utilizing the map's information and employing his body as a makeshift stick to discern direction through the sun's shadow, promptly heading towards the nearest supply location. As he began to move from his original spot, a majestic bee drill hovering above him suddenly glinted, flapping its wings and soaring northward. Shortly after the bee drill's departure, the previously eerie silence of the grassy expanse was restored to its usual clamor, with rustling noises emerging from various directions. Awaken already? Excellent. Let me see your capabilities. If you cannot even surpass this challenge, you shall never contend with the monstrous adversaries in the newcomer tournament. Merely playing a background role, Sophia mused. Stroking the bee drill's head atop a solitary peak, her expression dimmed. Chapter 48. Wilderness combat within the densely overgrown grass. Standing over a meter tall, Sato Kaede bent low, cautiously navigating through the underbrush. As an ordinary human, despite possessing the formidable Zubat as a combat ally, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The reason for his unease was simple. Zubat is a nocturnal sprite, and until it evolves into the more resilient Golbat, which can withstand bright light, engaging in battle under the intense sunlight would undoubtedly diminish its combat effectiveness. Moreover, it is evident that one has ventured deep into the heart of the evergreen forest, where the landscape stretches endlessly, devoid of any trace of human presence. This indicates that at any moment, a formidable little sprite could emerge. Presently, the level of the Zubat is merely 15, capable of executing its moves, namely Supersonic, Gust, and Shadow Ball, with full efficacy. These moves are certainly sufficient for dealing with the diminutive sprites inhabiting the safe zones. However, they seem rather inadequate when confronted with the wild sprites dwelling in perilous territories. This disparity is a significant source of trepidation for Sato Kaede. Additionally, this marks his inaugural experience traversing such a treacherous wilderness alone, inevitably giving rise to feelings of anxiety and unease. Sato Kaede discerned that since departing from the location of his unconsciousness, He had an unsettling impression of being observed by something lurking within the dense grass, a sensation that pricked at his skin like 1,000 needles. The rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding foliage only intensified his growing disquiet. Having perused the map meticulously, he recognized that this meadow was indeed categorized as a danger zone, with the skull symbol indicating threats beyond his current capabilities. Upon reflection, Sato Kaede realized that despite lying unconscious in the heart of the evergreen forest for an extended period, he had miraculously avoided encounters with beasts or wild sprites. Clearly, someone had been safeguarding him from harm. However, the moment he stepped away from his place of unconsciousness signified the conclusion of his protection, leaving him to confront the impending perils alone. He must hasten to vacate this glaringly illuminated area and seek a suitable refuge before nightfall, lest he remain oblivious to the dangers that might await him in the dark. At this juncture, Sato Kaede had already discarded the uniform of the Team Rocket Grunt, donning instead a camouflage outfit, complemented by a matching hooded cloak, and wielding a gleaming hunting knife in his hand. This ensemble was meticulously procured for field training, costing him 500 points, and included 3 sets of changeable clothing along with various tools designed for survival in the wild. The colors of his attire blended seamlessly with the surrounding grassland, providing him with a semblance of invisibility, though this illusion only held while he remained still. Gradually, Sato Kaede progressed over 500 meters towards the eastern direction, eventually catching sight of the forest's edge. However, at that moment, the rustling sounds in the grass intensified. Suddenly, a robust Rattata leapt from the underbrush to his side, bearing its glistening white fangs in the sunlight and charging towards him with a gluttonous gleam in its elongated eyes, as if it had spotted a rare delicacy. It is abundantly clear that Rattata, the omnivorous sprite, has now set its sights on Sato Kaede, perceiving him as a mere morsel, despite the latter's diminished threat level. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, a glimmer of triumph sparkles in Sato Kaede's eyes. With an anticipatory sidestep, he deftly evades Rattata's attack, simultaneously wielding his sharp hunting knife to deliver a swift, decisive blow to Rattata's flank. In an instant, a sharp squeal pierces the air as the blade grazes Rattata, drawing forth a stream of crimson blood from the creature that had miscalculated its strike. Beneath the camouflage cloak enveloping Sato Kaede, a Zubat stealthily conceals itself at his back. As Rattata approached to launch its offensive, Zubat had already issued a timely warning. When Rattata fell to the ground after its failed pounce, Sato Kaede promptly utilized the system's detection capabilities to scrutinize the enemy before him. The data on Rattata is as follows: Species, Rattata level, 23 type, normal ability, guts gender, male moves, swords dance, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, focus energy, lick, bite, pursuit. Hyper Fong, knock off from the information at hand. It is evident that this Rattata is quite ordinary, lacking any inherited special skills and having not mastered any abilities unattainable through level progression. Nevertheless, this particular Rattata boasts a notably robust physique and has successfully evolved from the countless wild Rattatas, indicating that it is no weakling. With a level of 23, it surpasses Sato Kaede's Zubat, which stands at a mere 15, thus establishing a considerable level disparity. Thus, for Sato Kaede, this adult Rattata, comparable in size to a hefty dog, poses a significant threat, as its formidable incisors could easily claim his life. This wild creature, having survived the harshness of nature, reveals no hint of fear even after sustaining an injury from Sato Kaede's knife. Instead, its eyes ignite with a murderous glint. Recovering from its failed ambush, Rattata springs back to its feet, a brilliant white light enveloping its form as its speed surges dramatically. It unleashes quick attack, closing in on Sato Kaede with alarming rapidity, its incisors glowing ominously as it prepares to execute its lethal Hyper Fong. With the speed of lightning, Rattata's movements exceed Sato Kaede's ordinary dynamic vision. However, undeterred by the creature's swift assault, Sato Kaede focuses intently, sharpening his perception to track Rattata's attack trajectory. Commanding Zubat, which has now emerged from the folds of his cloak and positioned itself before him, Sato Kaede readies for the impending battle. As the words fell, the supersonic bat skillfully harnessed the energy of flight within the realm, conjuring a white whirlwind with a diameter of 26 meters. In midair, Lotta seemed to plunge into a trap, colliding headfirst into the swirling tempest. Ultimately, Lotta was unable to break free from the supersonic bat's formidable wind-raising technique, becoming ensnared within the white whirlwind, spinning helplessly while enduring relentless assaults from the flight energy contained within. When the supersonic bat concluded its wind-raising maneuver, Lotta fell to the ground, disoriented and staggering, adorned with numerous minor lacerations inflicted by the razor-like winds. Evidently, although Lada was struck squarely by the supersonic bat's technique, the disparity in their levels meant that the damage inflicted was minimal. Yet, combat is often unpredictable. The seemingly weaker party can still possess the ability to triumph over the stronger one. The balance of power can shift due to unforeseen factors, and a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors, making it exceedingly difficult to reverse the tide of battle. At this moment, the formerly disadvantaged Sato Kaede and the supersonic bat had evidently assumed the role of the dominant forces. This transformation was not unfounded. Lada, recently liberated from the confines of the White Whirlwind, was clearly still in a dazed state. Seizing the opportunity, Sato Kaede commanded the supersonic bat to unleash its wind-raising technique upon Lada once more. Thus, a relentless cycle ensued, with Lada being repeatedly swept into the air by the white whirlwinds conjured by the supersonic bat. Lacking any long-range offensive abilities, Lada could only watch helplessly as it was rendered incapable of further combat. 2 minutes later, a bloodied Lada collapsed before Sato Kaede and the supersonic bat. Regrettably, before they could exhale a sigh of relief, Sato Kaede and the fatigued supersonic bat, weakened by their prolonged exposure to the sun, the nearby grassland echoed once more with ominous sounds. Suddenly, the supersonic bat emitted a piercing warning cry as a massive purple figure surged forth from the underbrush beside Sato Kaede, devouring the fallen Lada in a single gulp. In an instant, a profound sense of danger enveloped Sato Kaede's mind. Chapter 49. The Pursuit of the Abominable Beast at the apex of its long, robust purple form. A monstrous and menacing head loomed, its gaping maw filled with sharp, venomous teeth. Its chest bore a vividly colored, grotesque serpentine pattern, and its vertical pupils radiated insatiable greed and ruthlessness. This was the abominable beast, a top predator reigning supreme over this patch of grassland. The battle between the supersonic bat and Lada had attracted the attention of this formidable predator, and the scent of Lada's blood had further piqued its appetite. Having just devoured a delectable rodent, it now discovered a new, tantalizing morsel, a rare and precious meal, its murderous intent unmistakably palpable. As Sato Kaede stood before the towering purple serpent, its head raised high above him, a chilling sensation coursed through his entire being, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, especially when locking eyes with the creature's frigid, merciless gaze. A long-buried fear stirred within him. Biting his lip to dispel the terror, he summoned a flicker of azure light in his eyes. Upon a swift glance at the data of the creature before him, the only thought that remained in his mind was to flee. The data of the creature, known as ABO Monster, was as follows: Species, ABO Monster, Level, 35, Type, Poison, Ability, Intimidate, Gender, Male, Skills, Bite, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Bind, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite Down, Snake Glare, Screech, Acid, Charge, Swallow, Spit, Acid Bomb. Poison Attack, can be taught. Shadow Clone, can be taught. In stark contrast to the ABO Monster, Sato Kaede's Zubat was utterly incomparable, a staggering 20 levels below, resulting in a clear disparity in power. There was no possibility for Zubat to triumph against the ABO Monster. Without a moment's hesitation, upon absorbing the information about the creature, Sato Kaede promptly dashed towards a nearby forest, pouring every ounce of energy into his escape. As the ABO Monster observed its prey begin to flee, a hint of anthropomorphic mockery glimmered in its icy eyes. It relished fresh prey, particularly those filled with lively fervor. Such flavors were its most cherished. After Sato Kaede had put some distance between them, the ABO Monster finally sprang into action. This patch of grassland was its hunting ground, and it was intimately familiar with the terrain. It slithered through the underbrush with an eerie swiftness, as if gliding effortlessly. In mere seconds, the distance that once separated the ABO Monster and Sato Kaede, over 50 meters, dwindled to a mere dozen. At this point, Sato Kaede still had at least 100 meters to reach the forest, and at this pace, he would not escape the ABO Monster's hunting ground before being caught. Damn it, this serpent moves too swiftly. I must intercept it, otherwise, I will be caught before I even reach the forest. Sato Kaede thought anxiously as he noticed the ABO Monster's form closing in behind him. Zubat, use the wind gust to intercept it. Be careful, avoid a direct confrontation, and just maneuver in the air. Do not let it strike you. Faced with such dire circumstances, Kaede gritted his teeth and could only command Zubat to engage the ABO Monster. Heeding Sato Kaede's orders, Zubat wasted no time and soared from beneath his cloak, taking to the skies. After a brief period of resting within the folds of Sato Kaede's cloak, Zubat's spirits were considerably rejuvenated. Confronted with the unprecedented adversary, Arbok, Zubat unleashed its full potential from the very outset, harnessing the aerial energies of the environment to conjure a nearly 3-meter-wide white whirlwind in the path of the pursuing Arbok. However, being a level 35 Pokémon, Arbok's power far surpassed that of the previously encountered Rattata. The white whirlwind, crafted with Zubat's utmost effort, could only impede Arbok for a mere 3 seconds before it was shattered. With an air of dominance, Arbok broke through the whirlwind and launched an acid arrow composed of corrosive liquid towards the airborne Zubat. The foul-smelling acid arrow traveled with astonishing speed, reaching Zubat before it could fully react, invoking an immediate sense of peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Zubat executed its defensive move. In an instant, a vibrant emerald energy shield enveloped Zubat's entire form, and the acid arrow struck the shield. The next moment, a hissing sound erupted as the arrow's corrosive impact began to show signs of melting the energy shield. Fortunately, the emerald shield absorbed the blow, allowing Zubat to evade Arbok's attack unscathed, seizing the opportunity to ascend higher into the sky. Meanwhile, seizing the moment when Zubat momentarily hindered Arbok, Sato Kaede sprinted fervently, closing in on the forested area, now less than 20 meters away. Observing that its prey was on the brink of escaping its territory, Arbok swiftly redirected its focus from the relatively insignificant Zubat to Sato Kaede. Suddenly, the serpentine pattern on Arbok's chest shifted dramatically, and its speed surged to a new level, covering over 30 meters in a mere second. As it approached Sato Kaede, another acid arrow was unleashed from its maw, hurtling towards the young man. Rather than allow its quarry to flee from its hunting grounds, Arbok preferred to obliterate it, fully aware that a prey tainted with its corrosive liquid would lose much of its flavor. Yet it was a compromise better than none at all. What a pity it could not savor the most delectable of meals. A sharp, piercing cry echoed as Zubat witnessed Arbok launching the acid arrow at Sato Kaede. Unable to intercept the attack from its aerial position, Zubat emitted an urgent screech as a warning to Sato Kaede, simultaneously unleashing a Shadow Ball assault against Arbok. Responding to Zubat's sudden warning and sensing the imminent threat from behind, Sato Kaede instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading the acid arrow. As Sato Kaede dodged the attack, Zubat, desperately pursuing Arbok above, unleashed a barrage of Shadow Balls, each the size of an egg. Since Zubat had successfully executed the Shadow Ball move with its pure essence, its previously egg-sized projectiles had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once able to unleash a maximum of 8 consecutive attacks, I have now achieved the remarkable feat of 15. This time, my Noivern initiated a long-range Shadow Ball assault with an impressive 15 strikes, and thanks to rigorous training, the accuracy of each egg-shaped Shadow Ball was commendable, boasting a hit rate of 90. Admittedly, the inherent power of Noivern's egg-shaped Shadow Ball is rather modest. Even when striking a Gengar, it fails to inflict significant damage. However, the Shadow Balls serve as an incessant annoyance, akin to a bothersome mosquito flitting about, constantly capturing Gengar's attention. As the sovereign of this patch of grass, Gengar's temperament is understandably irritable, especially when incessantly harassed by Noivern's Shadow Balls. Frustration boiling within, Gengar directed its ire towards Noivern, launching a barrage of acid arrows from its mouth. In an instant, a multitude of acid arrows surged toward Noivern from various angles. Gengar's acid arrows possessed the ability to dissolve the emerald green energy shield, a formidable defense. Thus, if Noivern were to be struck by one of Gengar's acid arrows, it would surely suffer a dire fate. Fortunately, thanks to the defensive training imparted by Sato Kaede over the past few days, Noivern remained composed in the face of the onslaught of acid arrows. Anticipating Gengar's counterattack, Noivern summoned a white whirlwind, creating a protective barrier. This whirlwind, rotating counterclockwise from its center, effortlessly deflected all of Gengar's acid arrows, some even ricocheting back towards Gengar, forcing it to dodge in haste. Gengar, well aware of the perilous nature of its own dissolving liquid, was cautious not to allow it to touch itself. While Gengar grappled with the situation, Sato Kaede successfully managed to navigate through the grass and into the dense forest. Ultimately, Noivern, taking advantage of its aerial superiority, soared into the nearly impenetrable forest, all under Gengar's helpless gaze. Chapter 50. An encounter in the forest, seeing what it deemed a cooked duck attempt to flee. Along with that accursed mosquito boldly escaping its pursuit, Gengar's fury reached a boiling point. Nevertheless, despite its seething anger, Gengar hesitated at the boundary between the grassland and the forest, especially upon noticing deep claw marks etched into the trunks of the towering trees. Ultimately, it chose to abandon the chase after Sato Kaede and Noivern. In the realm of Pokémon, each possesses its own territory. Should Gengar intrude upon another's domain, it would inevitably face the wrath of other formidable Pokémon. For instance, the forest adjacent to its territory is home to a powerful Ursaring, the undisputed ruler of this small woodland. Upon contemplating the terrifying strength and fiercely aggressive nature of the formidable Abago, an overwhelming sense of trepidation flickered in Sato Kaede's eyes, prompting him to gradually retreat to his territory. Meanwhile, as Abago departed, Sato Kaede and his companion, the Noctowl, found refuge within the dense canopy of a nearby grand tree. Utilizing Noctowl's echolocation abilities, Sato Kaede discerned that the imminent crisis had finally passed. However, his tense demeanor remained unrelieved. After providing Noctowl with an energy cube to recuperate its stamina, he retrieved a laptop from his Team Rocket wristwatch and employed its infrared detection capabilities alongside Noctowl's ultrasonic scanning to survey their surroundings. Why had the ferocious Abago not pursued them? This question had lingered in Sato Kaede's mind since Abago had halted at the edge of the grassland and forest. After some contemplation, he quickly deduced the answer from the trunks of nearby trees. It was evident that Abago's reluctance to chase was not out of kindness towards Sato Kaede, the delectable prey, but rather due to apprehension of a powerful presence lurking within the forest, most likely the small sprite that had left claw marks on the nearby tree. It seemed that he had inadvertently trespassed into the domain of another formidable sprite, and he could only hope that its master would not manifest before him as abruptly as Abago had. Having found the answer to his question, Sato Kaede mused. Perhaps due to Abago's presence, the creatures that typically roamed the area had sensed impending danger and fled or hidden away, resulting in an eerie silence within 100 meters of Sato Kaede for the next 7 or 8 minutes, devoid of any signs of life. Seizing this moment of safety, Sato Kaede and Noctowl took the opportunity to rest quietly within the lush treetops, recovering from their earlier exertions. Sato Kaede vowed that the perilous events of those fleeting minutes constituted the most dangerous experience of his life. The Rattata and Abago, typically regarded as mere fodder in the game, had nearly cost him his life, especially Abago. Had it not been for Noctowl's timely intervention and its final screech of warning, he might have found himself devoured by the serpent, destined to become mere fertilizer within hours. He resolved to exercise even greater caution. The earlier encounter with Abago had evidently been provoked by the sanguine scent emanating from Rattata. Henceforth, battles must be swift and decisive. Otherwise, in the face of a similar scenario, even multiple lives would not suffice. During this reflective pause, Sato Kaede compiled a series of lessons learned from the recent ordeal. The trees within the forest soar majestically, their branches abundant with lush foliage. Consequently, the rays of sunlight filtering through the canopy above can only penetrate the forest in slender beams. Thus, the illumination within the woods is rather subdued, at times. When clouds obscure the sun, the forest takes on a somewhat shadowy demeanor. The incessant movement of various creatures has resulted in the emergence of numerous winding paths, crisscrossing and intertwining, rendering the entire woodland akin to a natural labyrinth. As time passed since the departure of the abominable snowman, signs of life began to re-emerge in the vicinity of Sato Kaede. First to appear were the grass-type sprites, who shed their cloaks of invisibility and emerged from the grassy undergrowth, venturing down the forest paths in varied directions. Following them, a multitude of insect-type sprites emerged, including several horned caterpillars and green caterpillars, which began to emerge from their concealed abodes within the towering trees. Large wasps and butterflies flitted swiftly through the woodland. Soon after, other creatures also revealed themselves from the treetops. Pidgeys and fletchlings took to the air, chasing after the insect-type sprites that had once again become visible. Timid and cautious Rattatas cautiously ventured from their hidden nooks beneath the dense foliage, continuing their search for any edible morsels nearby. In addition to these sprites, Sato Kaede, concealed among the treetops, observed a plethora of wildlife within the forest. Various ordinary birds and wild beasts frequently traversed the woodland paths. In an instant, the entire forest came alive once more, as the sounds of chirping birds, buzzing insects, and the chorus of diverse creatures reverberated through the trees. Utilizing the system's detection capabilities, Sato Kaede meticulously noted the details of all visible sprites within his line of sight, feeling a subtle sense of relief. It was evident that creatures of a higher caliber, akin to the abominable snowman, were indeed rare. Among the sprites currently in view, only a handful exceeded level 20, while the majority maintained levels ranging from 15 to 19. Naturally, the numerous horned caterpillars and green caterpillars were of lower levels, predominantly between 5 and 10, with a few larger specimens astonishingly surpassing level 10. Note: in the realm of sprites, evolution is not solely dictated by level. For instance, not all Kinglers exceeding level 20 can metamorphose into the fearsome Gyarados. And there are instances of premature evolution, as exemplified by Ash's Charmeleon, which evolved due to overwhelming anger, having confirmed the absence of insurmountable threats in the surrounding environment. Sato Kaede, after resting for nearly half an hour, gradually descended from the great tree, embarking on a journey along the forest path with the Zubat perched upon his right shoulder. During the recent respite, Sato Kaede discovered a matter of considerable importance. The drinking water stored in the Rocket Team's Spirit Watch was running perilously low. Apart from the pressing need to find shelter before dusk, it was imperative to locate a water source swiftly. Otherwise, they would face the dire prospect of dehydration within a single night. Fortunately, Sato Kaede was accompanied by the formidable sound-based radar known as Noivern, which made the search for water relatively straightforward. Upon informing Noivern of their quest, it adeptly utilized its echolocation to pinpoint a nearby water source. Now, guided by Noivern's indications, Sato Kaede cautiously approached the location of the water. However, the path ahead to the water source was anything but tranquil. Water, the essence of all life, invariably attracts biological activity, and as they drew closer to the source, the signs of life became increasingly pronounced. Indeed, after traversing less than 100 meters along a forest path toward the water source, they encountered an obstruction. A buzzing sound filled Sato Kaede's ears, and under Noivern's alert, 6 hostile Beedrills emerged before them. Without so much as a greeting, these irritable Beedrills raised their stingers and charged towards Sato Kaede and Noivern. Chapter 51. Beedrill. Sato Kaede was well acquainted with Beedrill, having encountered this Pokémon in both games and comics, where its popularity remained consistently high. The reason for its acclaim was clear: its formidable power upon evolution and its status as one of Giovanni's signature Pokémon. Initially, Sato Kaede held a rather low opinion of Beedrill, largely due to its weakness in earlier iterations of the games. However, his perspective shifted after reading a special comic edition in which Giovanni's Beedrill showcased an astonishing performance, defeating both Lance S. Dragonite and Dialga, and subsequently demonstrating remarkable combat prowess in later battles. It was through this comic that Sato Kaede became a fan of Giovanni, a character often deemed weak within the gaming community. It was evident that, while Beedrill is typically viewed as an underappreciated, common Pokémon, its elevation to such formidable strength under Giovanni's guidance attested to the extraordinary prowess of its trainer. Although this Beedrill was undoubtedly a specimen of exceptional talent, it would have struggled to achieve prominence without the exceptional guidance of a trainer like Giovanni, for while excellent steeds may be plentiful, discerning trainers are a rare find. Furthermore, after the mega evolution of Beedrill, Sato Kaede underwent a profound transformation in his perception of this diminutive Pokémon. The Mega Beedrill, endowed with remarkable adaptability, unparalleled offensive capabilities, and extraordinary speed, undeniably stands as a supreme blade and a harbinger of harvest. In the realm of the game, the Beedrill that attains Mega Evolution undergoes a dramatic metamorphosis, elevating itself into a formidable mainstream Pokémon. Simultaneously, within this world of Pokémon, Beedrill is a remarkably common species, exhibiting an astonishingly rapid growth cycle. A Weedle, from birth to its evolution into Beedrill, requires merely about a week, coupled with commendable battle prowess. Thus, to many novice trainers lacking substantial backgrounds, Beedrill is perceived as a Pokémon capable of swiftly augmenting the strength of their teams. However, as numerous trainers navigate through the challenging phase of their early journeys, they often choose to abandon this Pokémon, which gradually falls behind due to its limited potential, opting instead to nurture more promising Pokémon. Once, after Sato Kaede traversed into this world, he contemplated capturing a Weedle, aspiring to train it into a Beedrill as formidable as the one wielded by the illustrious Giovanni. Yet, the harsh reality revealed to him that replicating Giovanni's Beedrill was nearly impossible. Not every Beedrill possesses the latent potential to rival Giovanni's. Nor does everyone have the same conditions and resources as Giovanni. Upon reflection, who is Giovanni? The sole heir of the first-generation Team Rocket leader, the favorite of the Viridian Forest, a prodigy born with a golden key, and a genius endowed with unique abilities. It is evident that Giovanni's Beedrill, aside from its exceptional innate qualities, has been the recipient of immeasurable resources poured into its training, certainly receiving treatment akin to that reserved for quasi-legendary Pokémon. What does Sato Kaede possess? He possesses only a wealth of Pokémon knowledge and a system capable of detecting Pokémon data without revealing their potential. Therefore, the endeavor to replicate the legendary Beedrill of Giovanni is undoubtedly fraught with unimaginable difficulty. According to Sato Kaede's conjecture, Giovanni's ability to cultivate Beedrill to such formidable heights may be intricately linked to the power of the Viridian Forest, as Giovanni's Beedrill was born within its embrace, possibly connected to its mysterious energies. Sometimes, a shift in perspective may yield unexpected outcomes. For instance, if the Viridian Forest can bestow mystical powers upon humans, why might it not also grant such powers to Pokémon? Would a Beedrill blessed by the Viridian Forest possess less potential than a quasi-legendary Pokémon? Currently, Sato Kaede lacks the luxury of time to ponder these possibilities. He must first devise a strategy to counter the combined assault of 6 Beedrills. When the Beedrills emerged, Sato Kaede promptly utilized the system's detection functionality to examine the data of the 6 Beedrills. Upon reviewing their information, his initial anxiety considerably dissipated. The highest level among these 6 Beedrills was merely 17, and their skills were almost entirely identical, lacking any moves learned through inheritance or skill transfer. Clearly, these Beedrills were merely low-level sentinels patrolling the vicinity, well within Sato Kaede's current capabilities to handle. Beedrill data, highest level species, Beedrill level, 17 type, bug poison ability, swarm gender, male skills, poison sting, string shot, bug bite, twin needle, fury attack, rage. Pursuit. Sato Kaede commanded his Zubat to first execute a gust attack against the 4 advancing Beedrills, creating a barrier against them, before using a protect move to shield against the attacks from the 2 Beedrills approaching from behind. Once Sato Kaede received the warning from Zubat, he quickly assessed the situation and made the optimal combat decision. In the next moment, upon receiving the command, Zubat immediately harnessed the aerial energy, conjuring a white whirlwind that swiftly obstructed the path ahead. The 4 oncoming Beedrills collided into the white cyclone. Due to the type advantage, Zubat's gust attack inflicted significant damage upon the 4 Beedrills, with 2 of the comparatively weaker ones being spun outwards by the swirling wind, crashing heavily to the ground and momentarily losing their combat capability, while the other 2 sustained severe injuries. However, as Zubat dealt with the formidable winds, the 2 Beedrills at the rear seized the opportunity, charging towards the relatively defenseless Sato Kaede with their stingers poised. A flash of purple appeared at the tips of their stingers as they executed a twin needle attack on him from either side. In the face of their relentless assault, Sato Kaede had no choice but to immediately dive forward, successfully evading the first Beedrill's twin needle strike, and commanded Zubat to employ Protect to block the second Beedrill's attack. With a resounding clang, the second Beedrill's twin stingers struck against the verdant energy shield created by Zubat's Protect move. Due to insufficient power, the Beedrill's attack failed to even create a crack in the shield. After successfully repelling the Beedrill's assault, Zubat, having regained its composure, mercilessly unleashed another gust attack against the Beedrill before him. This time, the direction of the white whirlwind's rotation was reversed, drawing the Beedrill directly into its grasp. 2 seconds later, the white whirlwind dissipated after moving a short distance forward, leaving the Beedrill helplessly collapsed on the ground, unable to move. In the brief span of a minute, half of the 6 Beedrills had fallen, leaving the remaining 2 gravely injured. Yet, these Beedrills were notoriously irritable and prone to bullying. Just after the Soundbat had vanquished 3 of these lesser foes, Sato Kaede noticed a swarm of Beedrills approaching, numbering at least a dozen. Their sheer quantity resembled that of an animated series, arriving in a formidable throng. Observing the reinforcement of Beedrills ahead, Sato Kaede sighed in exasperation. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the Soundbat to unleash a sonic wave towards the aggressively advancing Beedrills and promptly retreated in the opposite direction. A wise man does not court immediate danger. Chapter 52. A reliable ally. 20 minutes later, Sato Kaede had successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the Beedrills, concealing himself amidst a dense thicket. Aided by the scent of grass and his camouflage attire, apart from their exceptional compound vision, Beedrills possessed a keen sense of smell, compelling Sato Kaede to roll on the ground, allowing the grass's essence to mask his own scent. This tactic proved remarkably effective. The pursuing Beedrills, unable to detect him and the Soundbat, begrudgingly retreated. It was evident that an alternate route was necessary, for the path he had traversed lay within Beedrill territory. Once the swarm had dispersed, Sato Kaede emerged from the underbrush, his attire speckled with grass fragments. He then cautiously navigated back along the trail marked by his hunting knife on several trees, ensuring he returned to a location significantly distant from his original position. This time, the scent of grass effectively cloaked him, and his choice to avoid the well-trodden forest path allowed him to evade the patrolling Beedrills. With the guidance of the Soundbat, he carefully selected routes that were devoid of Beedrill sentinels or where their numbers were sparse. As he ventured through the grass rather than the path, he encountered numerous small sprites flitting about the underbrush. Among them, the grass-type sprites were most prevalent. When they nestled within the foliage, they seamlessly blended into their surroundings, making visual detection nearly impossible. Fortunately, the sound bat's echolocation enabled Sato Kaede to remain aware of these concealed wild sprites, allowing for timely reactions. In truth, most grass-type sprites exhibited gentle dispositions. As long as they were not trampled upon, they would typically disregard him, or, in their timidity, hastily flee. Certainly, this description pertains mostly to common situations. However, there exist certain grass-type Pokémon whose temperament leans towards the more ferocious. For instance, when Sato Kaede stumbled upon a patch of grass exuding a foul odor, he was unexpectedly confronted by a Sudowoodo, which, without hesitation, launched an attack. In truth, this Sudowoodo had been slumbering in a burrow it had crafted amidst the underbrush, and Sato Kaede, in passing, inadvertently disturbed its rest. Upon sensing the approach of an unfamiliar presence, the Sudowoodo instinctively resorted to its favored defensive tactic, releasing a noxious stench from its blossoming bud. The sudden assault on Sato Kaede's senses by this foul odor was undeniably unpleasant, causing a reflexive grimace to cross his face. This Sudowoodo, evidently a rather sensitive creature, took note of the distaste evident on Sato Kaede's visage, and, in a fit of anger, leapt from its hiding place to launch an offensive. It unleashed a stream of putrid liquid, a potent corrosive substance that threatened to wither the very grass beneath Sato Kaede's feet. The rapid approach of this dreadful liquid was alarming. Being struck by it would be far from pleasant. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Sato Kaede found himself compelled to retaliate, albeit reluctantly, as he wished to avoid conflict, knowing that engaging would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Beedrill patrolling nearby, leading to a swarm of them pursuing him. A subtle glimmer of blue flickered in Sato Kaede's eyes as he activated his system's scanning feature, instantly revealing the details of the Sudowoodo before him. The data was as follows: Pokémon, Sudowoodo, level 22, type, grass poison, ability, stench, gender, female, skills, absorb, growth, sweet scent, corrosive liquid, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder. Super absorb, secret power, inherited, photosynthesis, inherited, natural power, taught. To encounter a Sudowoodo with the stench ability, which had also inherited the secret power move, was indeed fortuitous. Upon reviewing the Sudowoodo's information, a spark of excitement ignited in Sato Kaede's heart. As an aficionado of Pokémon, he was well versed in the various abilities of these creatures, and the effect of the stench ability, which grants a 10 chance to intimidate an opponent upon close contact, was particularly advantageous. Moreover, placing a Pokémon with this ability at the forefront of his team reduced the likelihood of encountering wild Pokémon by 50. It became apparent why the surrounding area was permeated with an unpleasant odor and why the patrolling Beedrill and numerous wild Pokémon deliberately avoided this vicinity. It was all due to the presence of this Sudowoodo, thriving in its stench-laden domain. Although the stinky flower emits a rather unpleasant odor, it is evident that the foul stench produced by its noxious variant is far more terrifying than that of its chlorophyll counterpart. The move known as secret power varies in effectiveness depending on the terrain, most notably allowing the creation of a concealed space amidst tall trees, dense grass, or rocky caverns, essentially a hidden base. This technique proves immensely beneficial for trainers navigating the wilderness, as a Pokémon possessing this ability can provide a temporary sanctuary for weary travelers. The stinky flower's assault did not inflict harm upon Sato Kaede. Instead, the swift and perceptive Noibat, utilizing echolocation, anticipated the impending danger and instinctively shielded Sato Kaede from the corrosive liquid with its protective move. In response, the stinky flower unleashed another wave of its acidic solution, targeting the now exposed Noibat, who had lost its verdant energy shield. To Sato Kaede's astonishment, the stinky flower then turned to flee. Do not let her escape, Noibat. We must act swiftly. Utilize the wind gust to ensnare her liquid and return it. Recognizing the immense value the stinky flower held, Sato Kaede promptly commanded the eager Noibat. Having triumphed over significantly stronger opponents, including a formidable Rattata and a high-level Arbok, as well as defeating numerous Beedrills of equal standing, Noibat had gained substantial battle experience and had unexpectedly risen to level 18. Due to this elevation in level, Noibat instinctively learned the move Strange Light. Energized by its newfound strength, Noibat eagerly embraced the opportunity to engage in combat, relishing the prospect of a challenge. Without hesitation, at Sato Kaede's command, Noibat unleashed Wind Gust, summoning a swirling white vortex that spun counterclockwise from the periphery toward the center. This tempest effectively intercepted the stinky flower's corrosive liquid, drawing it into its swirling embrace. As the stinky flower found itself in a state of alarm, Noibat directed the vortex, laden with the absorbed liquid, straight at it. The stinky flower attempted to evade, yet its sluggish mobility, compounded by the vortex's powerful pull, ultimately ensnared it within the swirling storm. Due to the elemental advantage, the flying-type wind gust inflicted considerable damage upon the grass-type stinky flower. The invisible blades of wind within the vortex inflicted numerous lacerations upon its body, while the presence of its own corrosive liquid led to further deterioration of its form. Moments later, the battered oddish collapsed onto the ground. It struggled to rise, but a high-grade Pokeball, marked with inscriptions, struck it down once more, ensnaring it within. Chapter 53. The third companion. As the oddish was captured by the high-grade Pokeball thrown by Sato Kaede, a resonant buzzing sound emanated from nearby. Clearly, the commotion caused by Sato Kaede had drawn the attention of the patrolling Beedrill. Ugh, this is never-ending. Zubat, show them what we're made of. Use wing attack to take one down swiftly, Sato Kaede commanded, spotting 3 Beedrill advancing as the vanguard. Upon hearing this, Zubat immediately flapped its wings with vigor, propelling itself toward the aggressive Beedrill. In the midst of its rapid flight, a powerful surge of flying-type energy enveloped its wings. After a week of training and a recent level increase, Zubat's speed had significantly improved, allowing it to swiftly approach the leftmost Beedrill. Taking advantage of its surprise, Zubat delivered a formidable blow with its wings to the Beedrill's back. In an instant, the Beedrill, struck by Zubat's attack, was sent flying, incapacitated by the severe injury it sustained. However, the remaining 2 Beedrill, witnessing their comrade's swift defeat, did not retreat in fear. Instead, their aggression surged as they attempted to encircle Zubat for a close-quarters battle. Zubat, unwilling to be cornered, executed the wind attack, conjuring 2 smaller white whirlwinds to besiege the Beedrill. Utilizing these whirlwinds to momentarily immobilize the 2 Beedrill, Zubat unleashed a powerful Shadow Ball at each adversary. 3 seconds later, the 2 whirlwinds dissipated, leaving the Beedrill incapacitated and collapsed on the ground. Within a mere 10 seconds, Zubat had accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents. As the high-grade Pokeball on the ground wobbled, the button at its center flashed a vibrant red before extinguishing with a resounding thud. Seeing the oddish tamed, Sato Kaede swiftly grasped the Pokeball and, accompanied by the returning Zubat, made a hasty exit from the scene. Shortly after Sato Kaede departed, a swarm of at least a dozen Beedrill arrived. Upon spotting their injured comrade on the ground, their multifaceted eyes flared crimson with rage. Under the leadership of one particularly fierce Beedrill, the enraged swarm dispersed, scouring the vicinity for the elusive assailant. In a short while, a commotion erupted in the nearby thicket, as a multitude of feeble wild sprites began to flee in all directions. The irritable Beedrills, unable to locate the perpetrator, indiscriminately launched attacks on any creature that appeared nearby. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Sato Kaede, concealed himself within the dense canopy of a nearby tree. Utilizing the lush foliage for cover and the sap he had smeared on himself to mask his scent, he successfully evaded the Beedrill's search once more. Humph. As long as I understand your habits, avoiding you is not a challenge, he mused silently as a Zubat informed him that the Beedrills had departed. Sato Kaede then promptly pressed the button on his Ultra Ball, releasing a stinky flower. As the Pokeball opened, an unpleasant odor immediately permeated the surroundings. In an instant, a cacophony of rustling sounds emanated from the nearby bushes, as small sprites and creatures, unable to endure the foul stench, hastily fled. Observing the chaos, the stinky flower, now freed from the Pokeball, displayed an expression not only of anger, but also of profound sadness. Once all the nearby sprites and creatures had vacated, she buried her head deeply in the grass. Come forth, stinky flower. Zubat and I have not departed yet. This odor is trivial. You are now my Pokémon, a companion to Zubat and me. I look forward to our future together, Sato Kaede said with a smile, approaching the hiding stinky flower. Though Zubat found the stinky flower's odor somewhat unbearable, upon hearing his trainer's words, he also endured the stench, extending a welcoming gesture to her. Upon hearing Sato Kaede and Zubat's encouragement, the stinky flower, who had been wallowing in self-pity, perked up and hesitantly emerged from her hiding place, casting a shy glance at Sato Kaede and Zubat. Since her evolution from a Budew to a stinky flower, other sprites and animals had begun to distance themselves from her. The reason was simple. Her noxious characteristic made her far smellier than other stinky flowers, leading her former friends to shun her due to their inability to tolerate her terrible stench. Consequently, She quickly transformed from the once innocent and cheerful Beauty into the lonely and self-doubting stinky flower she had become. Sato Kaede and Zubat were the only beings since her evolution to express a desire to befriend her, which touched her lonely heart deeply. Rest assured, Stinky Flower. We are partners now, and I shall not mind your odor. Here, this is a token of our meeting, Sato Kaede said, offering a sincere smile as he presented a gem energy cube to the Stinky Flower. In truth, Sato Kaede initially found the foul odor emanating from the Stunky quite unbearable. However, upon witnessing the disappointment and sadness etched on the creature's face, as it was shunned by other sprites and animals, he resolved to endure the stench. He recognized this as a splendid opportunity to bond with the newly captured Stunky. Once the creature heard Sato's earnest words and beheld the genuine smile gracing his face, it finally believed that he sincerely wished to befriend her, and a joyful smile broke forth upon her countenance. Without hesitation, she accepted the alluring gem-like energy cube that Sato offered her. As she swallowed the precious item, a look of sheer ecstasy enveloped her features, and she emitted sounds of profound enjoyment. Moments later, the Stunky emerged from her trance, only to discover that her vitality had remarkably surged, and the injuries inflicted by the Zubat had significantly healed. It seems you truly appreciate my gift. I look forward to your cooperation, Stunky. Sato remarked with a sense of propriety, extending his right hand toward her. Perhaps due to their prolonged exposure to the noxious atmosphere, both Sato and the Zubat had grown somewhat accustomed to the stench. While it still caused discomfort, it was no longer as overwhelming as it had been before. Thank you. The Stunky expressed gratefully, nodding her head before extending her two blue plant-like arms to firmly grasp Sato's hand, her face radiating a pure and innocent smile. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, the buds atop her head bloomed further, releasing an even more potent odor. In an instant, Sato, being closest to her, found himself ensnared by the overwhelming stench. The Zubat, unable to bear it, took refuge in a nearby tree. All right, Stunky, welcome to the team. Now, heed my command and make use of photosynthesis under that patch of sunlight over there. You need to recover swiftly, Sato declared, mustering his steadfast willpower to withstand the Stunky's proximity and the accompanying noxious aroma. Gently patting her blue plant-like hand, he addressed her, acknowledging her lingering injuries. The Stunky, feeling a deep fondness for Sato due to his ability to endure her odor for such an extended period and still appreciate her, obediently followed his instructions. She moved toward a beam of sunlight filtering through the leaves, commencing the process of photosynthesis to heal her wounds. As she departed, the foul stench surrounding Sato diminished considerably, granting him a sense of relief and bolstering his confidence for the upcoming 2-week survival trial in the Konohana forest. For the relatively weak individual he is today, the foul odor emanating from the Stinky Flower serves as a miraculous boon that significantly enhances his chances of survival in the forest. When weighed against his own life, such a mere stench is hardly a concern. Chapter 54. Arrival at the water source. As the sun cast its rays upon the Stinky Flower, it immediately activated its photosynthesis ability. In an instant, the flower buds and leaves radiated a brilliant white light, followed closely by a gentle green glow enveloping its entire form. Under this soft green illumination, the injuries on the Stinky Flower began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. The photosynthesis lasted nearly 30 seconds, and upon its conclusion, the Stinky Flower's wounds were completely healed, restoring her to peak vitality. Indeed, the recuperative abilities of grass-type Pokémon are formidable. Had those same injuries been inflicted upon a Zubat, it would have required healing potions and several hours of rest for recovery. Observing the Stinky Flower's wounds mend so swiftly under the sun's gaze, Sato Kaede couldn't help but express his admiration. At that moment, he donned a gas mask, an essential piece of outdoor gear originally intended to shield against the forest's miasma, which now proved invaluable in countering the Stinky Flower's foul odor. Previously, he had refrained from using it in hopes of winning the Stinky Flower's favor, but now that his objective had been accomplished, he no longer needed to endure the stench. With the air-filtering mask in place, he felt a significant alleviation from the discomfort he had previously experienced. Of course, Sato Kaede harbored no prejudice against the Stinky Flower. He treated all Pokémon he had captured with equal regard. It was merely the pungent odor that made it difficult for him to concentrate as he navigated the perilous forest. After healing, the Stinky Flower returned to his side, noticing the gas mask on his face. However, she was evidently unaware of what it was and paid it little mind, understanding that Sato Kaede and Zubat were companions. She also retracted the odoriferous flower buds atop her head, striving to contain the stench she emitted. Having long endured solitude, the Stinky Flower had cultivated a resilient yet sensitive heart. She understood the rarity of having companions like Sato Kaede and cherished that bond, striving to improve herself and avoid causing unnecessary trouble for her allies. Although the stinky flower still exuded an unpleasant odor, it was a significant improvement from the previous stench, which had been potent enough to incapacitate other creatures. At this moment, the now less fearful Zubat returned to Sato Kaede's side, who promptly retracted his gas mask into the Team Rocket wristwatch. For the time to come, he needed to acclimatize to the foul odor emanating from his companion. The stinky flower. Let us proceed, stinky flower, Sato Kaede said with a smile to the flower, which was struggling to suppress its noxious scent. And he continued to let Zubat lead the way towards the water source. Look, look, the stinky flower responded joyfully, nodding its head, and it followed Sato Kaede closely. From this moment on, it no longer had to live in solitude. Wherever its companion went, it would follow. Thanks to the stinky flower's offensive odor, Sato Kaede found the journey remarkably smooth, encountering few wild Pokémon that would obstruct their path. The Beedrills patrolling nearby merely turned a blind eye to these foul-smelling creatures. After nearly half an hour of travel, Sato Kaede and his companions successfully located the water source, having traversed the forest to arrive at the bank of a rushing river. The riverbank was strewn with numerous pebbles, and the sound of the swift current echoed in their ears. A gust of wind brought a wave of moisture, and before long, Sato Kaede found his clothes dampened as he gathered water from the river. After filling several large containers with water, Sato Kaede quickly departed from the riverbank and began preparing lunch in a shaded clearing near the forest, covered by the shadows of towering trees. With their journey marked by stops and starts, the time had reached past noon. By this hour, both Sato Kaede and Zubat were exceedingly hungry, and the young Nidoran within its Pokeball was no exception. Come forth, Nidoran. After ensuring that Stinky Flower had left its noxious juices around the clearing and Zubat had confirmed their safety with echolocation, Sato Kaede released the Nidoran that had been confined within its Pokeball. After 2 days of careful nurturing, the young Nidoran had grown significantly, expanding from a palm-sized creature to one now measuring the size of 15 palms. As soon as Nidoran emerged, it leaped into Sato Kaede's arms, its eyes glistening with tears, a clear sign of its displeasure, indicating it wanted to cry and seek affection. Having cared for it over the past 2 days, Sato Kaede recognized this behavior all too well. He swiftly produced an energy cube from his hand and placed it into Nidoran's eager mouth. With its desire fulfilled by the delicious treat, Nidoran ceased its fussing and happily nuzzled its small head against Sato Kaede's embrace. Come, allow me to introduce a new companion. This is Stinky Flower. You two shall forge a good relationship henceforth. Stinky Flower, this is Nidoran. He is still a child, and I hope you will take good care of him in the future. After Nidoran playfully cuddled for a brief moment, Sato Kaede gently cradled him and presented both Nidoran and Stinky Flower to each other. Being a child of simple thoughts, Nidoran was elated to have gained another companion. He paid no mind to the foul odor emanating from Stinky Flower and promptly approached her to extend a greeting. Stinky Flower, too, was filled with joy at the arrival of yet another companion who acknowledged her, and she endeavored to mask her unpleasant scent, offering some sweet nectar she had stored as a token of their first meeting. In a short while, the two became well acquainted and began to play joyously. Most of the time, Stinky Flower acted like a gentle big sister, entertaining Nidoran. On the other hand, the behavior of Noibat was rather aloof and composed. He chose not to engage in their playful antics, remaining dutifully attentive to Sato Kaede's instructions. Hanging upside down from a large tree branch while meticulously using echolocation to monitor the surrounding environment. After a few minutes, Sato Kaede prepared lunch for the little Pokémon. Noibat's meal consisted of cow's blood, while Nidoran received a bottle of whole milk and a can of premium poison-type Pokémon food. Stinky Flower's fare was a bowl of fresh water and some nutrient-rich river mud from nearby. It is noteworthy that to avert attracting formidable carnivorous Pokémon with the strong scent of blood, Sato Kaede took precautions with Noibat's food. He punctured a small hole in the cap of the container holding the cow's blood and inserted a straw that matched the size of the hole, allowing Noibat to enjoy the delectable blood without releasing its pungent aroma. Initially, Sato Kaede contemplated offering Stinky Flower the premium poison-type Pokémon food that Nidoran adored, but it appeared that she favored water, sunlight, and soil instead. Thus, he provided her with fresh water and riverbank mud. While feeding, Stinky Flower behaved like an ordinary plant, even burrowing into the soil to absorb moisture and utilize photosynthesis to generate organic matter to fulfill her nutritional needs. In Sato Kaede's vision, as a grass-type Pokémon with a body comprised entirely of plant matter, her physiological structure would undoubtedly differ from that of flesh and blood Pokémon. Thus, in the future, to nurture her properly, it would be essential to provide her with fertile soil and high-quality plant fertilizer. Chapter 55. The plan. While the three little sprites joyfully indulged in their meals, Sato Kaede busied himself nearby, gathering dry twigs and fallen leaves from the thicket. He then constructed a rudimentary stove using pebbles and retrieved a large iron pot from Team Rocket's watch. After filling it with river water, he employed a lighter to ignite the dry twigs and leaves to boil the water. Sato Kaede was particularly attentive to dietary hygiene. While the grass-type Pokémon, Oddish, might drink directly from the river, he, along with his Zubat and the young Nidoran, could not. The consequences of consuming contaminated water could lead to illness, a serious predicament in such an isolated wilderness. Thus, the water had to be brought to a rolling boil before it could be consumed. During this interval of boiling water, Sato Kaede took out his own food to eat. He munched on compressed biscuits made from coarse grains, which were relatively nutritious and quite filling, an ideal portable food for the wild. Its only drawback was the less than pleasant taste, and after consuming them, one would require copious amounts of water to quench their thirst. For this lunch, Sato Kaede ate swiftly, finishing a pack of compressed biscuits in just a few minutes, followed by several gulps of the boiling water he had prepared. He then began to extract the map provided for this trial along with his laptop. Currently, Sato Kaede was cross-referencing the map while utilizing some drawing software on his laptop to create a personalized map, compared to the general map provided for the trial. His rendition was far more detailed, incorporating the distribution of various Pokémon along the route. As of now, Sato Kaede's map consisted of 3 sections, the first being the initial grassy area, home to numerous Rattata and dominated by a high-level Arbok. The second was the forest. Due to the limited scope of exploration, he had only sketched a small portion. Based on his journey through the forest, it appeared that the area he traversed was part of Beedrill territory, albeit likely on the outskirts. Additionally, the claw marks on the trees bordering the grassy area and Arbok's decision to abandon its pursuit suggested that the forest's owner might be a formidable Ursaring, with the Beedrill colony potentially resembling a herd of livestock under its care. The third section depicted the river where he currently resided. According to the task's provided map, this river was also inhabited by exceedingly dangerous Pokémon, as indicated by the blood-red skull symbol, signifying the highest level of peril. At present, Sato Kaede's wilderness survival trial required him to endure 2 phases and procure the scattered task items marked on the map. The nearest task item was located within the forest he was currently exploring. What does this task item resemble? It is truly challenging to search within this forest. Observing the map provided for the task, which marks 3 green triangular indicators within the woods, Sato Kaede turned his head, a look of exasperation crossing his face. He was acutely aware of his current strength level. At present, his supersonic bat had reached level 18, while his newly captured Stinky Flower was at level 22. As for his Nidoran, which had yet to surpass its larval stage, it remained at level 1. This meant that Sato Kaede only had 2 Pokémon at his disposal, and his exploration area within the forest was merely a small fraction. He had already encountered a swarm of Beedrills that he could hardly hope to defeat. To thoroughly explore this forest, he needed to swiftly enhance the strength of his team. The most expedient way to bolster his power was undoubtedly to capture some formidable Pokémon. However, Sato Kaede was well aware that, given his current status as a novice trainer and the limited resources he possessed, merely sustaining his 3 Pokémon was already a considerable challenge. His points were running low. Fortunately, since Stinky Flower required minimal resources, it seemed feasible for Sato Kaede to capture another Pokémon. Yet, capturing strong Pokémon was no simple feat. Even if he succeeded, those captured through underhanded tactics would hardly acknowledge Sato Kaede's authority, making it exceedingly difficult to command them. Moreover, Sato Kaede had chosen to pursue an elite path, dismissing Pokémon of average potential. He would never consider capturing those he deemed unworthy. In fact, had it not been for Stinky Flower's rare hidden ability, Stench, which offered him significant assistance, and her uncommon move, Secret Power, he would not have contemplated capturing her based solely on her apparent statistics. The reason was clear. Stinky Flower's physical development was notably poor, compared to ordinary Stinky Flowers. She appeared diminutive, giving Sato Kaede an immediate impression of lacking potential. However, upon realizing Stinky Flower's self-esteem issues stemming from her stench ability, Sato Kaede understood why she had grown so small. It was evidently due to prolonged self-isolation rather than a reflection of her innate potential. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato Kaede also adhered to his principles and standards. He deeply admired Ash's sincere treatment of his Pokémon, treating all captured creatures equally. And he strongly disdained Shinji's tendency to abandon Pokémon simply because they did not meet his expectations. In Sato Kaede's view, a trainer must take responsibility for their Pokémon, They are companions, and once captured, they must be cared for and trained to become powerful allies. Simultaneously, as companions, trainers must respect the choices of their Pokémon. Should they decide to depart, it is only fitting to bid them farewell and allow their departure. For now, concerns regarding task items can be set aside. The priority is to establish a foothold in the Viridian Forest without delay. It is imperative to exert maximum effort in enhancing the abilities of Zubat, Oddish, and Nidoran. After a moment of contemplation, Sato Kaede quietly resolved this in his mind, subsequently closing his laptop and pouring the boiling water into a large steel kettle with a spoon. At this juncture, Sato Kaede had devised an effective strategy for leveling up. Nearby, there existed a swarm of Beedrills, which had audaciously attacked them on several occasions, displaying a most vexing demeanor. Sato Kaede had resolved to utilize this Beedrill swarm as a sharpening stone over the coming days, diligently training his Pokémon while thoroughly exploring the forest. Ultimately, in pursuit of task items, he would inevitably need to scour the entire forest, engaging in battles with the formidable Pokémon that inhabit these territories. Moreover, Nidoran had less than 5 days remaining before it could emerge from its juvenile stage. Sato Kaede sought to nurture this future ace during the wilderness survival trial. The characteristic of Nidoran and its evolution, Nidorino, is vitality. Only upon evolving into Nidoking does its characteristic transform into sheer strength. Thus, Sato Kaede must swiftly bolster Nidoran's abilities, enabling it to evolve into Nidoking at the earliest opportunity. Having spent some time in the Viridian Forest, Sato Kaede realized that mere training was insufficient. Pokémon must engage in battles with one another to rapidly enhance their strengths. Zubat serves as a prime example, having elevated its level from 12 to 15 through rigorous training at the base. However, after participating in several real battles, its level has ascended to 18. Naturally, this is also attributed to the higher levels of the Pokémon currently experienced by Sato Kaede and his companions. Once Zubat's level aligns with the average level of surrounding Pokémon, further advancement through easy battles will be significantly more challenging. Eventually, it will necessitate combat against Pokémon of equivalent levels to achieve any progress. Additionally, the skills learned through level advancement require time to train and improve proficiency. Currently, Zubat can only utilize the moves Supersonic, Gust, and Shadow Ball. Relying solely on these techniques to confront potential adversaries would be impractical. The Beedrill, being a bug-type Pokémon, can be countered effectively. However, should a Pokémon of a different type, such as a Ghost type, arise, Zubat would find victory considerably more arduous. Thus, training and combat are of paramount importance, with the former serving as a safeguard for the latter. One must not be negligent, for a lack of foundational skills could lead to dire consequences in battle. Chapter 56. In the midst of combat, the heavens are unpredictable. Just as Sato Kaede had filled 2/3 of the iron pot with boiling water, the sky suddenly darkened, and a cloud began to expand rapidly above. Simultaneously, the nearby river exhibited unusual turbulence, with waves lapping at the banks, nearly reaching the forest's edge. Sensitive to the weather, the Oddish hurried to Sato Kaede's side, pointing at the swiftly approaching cloud, signaling an imminent downpour. "I understand. We must find shelter from the rain. Come back, Nidoran," Sato Kaede instructed, recalling the trembling creature into its Pokeball. The sudden alteration in weather led Sato Kaede to surmise that a battle involving powerful water-type Pokémon was taking place nearby. Such a fierce confrontation could indeed conjure a storm of this magnitude. Knowing that Oddish possessed a special ability to create hidden bases within trees, grass, and caves, Sato Kaede sought a nearby large tree, one that would require at least 5 or 6 individuals to encircle, with a diameter of approximately 5 to 6 meters. Due to some mysterious protective force within the evergreen forest, the area remained untouched by human hands, preserving its primal essence. "I beg of you, Oddish, use your secret power on this tree," Sato Kaede urged as he climbed onto a sturdy branch. Obeying his command, Oddish pressed its small blue hands against the bark of the tree, and instantly, a radiant white light emanated from its being. Moments later, a rustling sound resonated from within the trunk, continuing for several seconds before ceasing, while the light around Oddish began to fade. Once the glow completely dissipated, Oddish effortlessly removed a piece of oval bark from the trunk, causing an abundance of foam-like with shavings to pour forth. After a brief period of meticulous cleaning, a hollow space measuring approximately 5 to 6 square meters emerged before Sato Kaede. The cavity created by Oddish was executed with great care, leaving the surrounding bark largely intact, ensuring the tree remained stable and secure. "What an incredible power! I am truly grateful, Oddish. You deserve to rest in your Pokeball now." After bestowing compliments upon the stinky flower, Sato Kaede returned it to its Pokeball and sought refuge in a tree hollow with his Zubat. He seamlessly sealed the oval piece of bark back into place. To ensure proper ventilation, Sato Kaede skillfully utilized his hunting knife to create several minuscule air holes in the relatively thick trunk, eventually forming a peculiar little window. With a door, the oval bark, a window, and ample space, a quaint treehouse was born. Given the proximity of the grand tree to the river and the satisfactory height of his treehouse, Sato Kaede could gaze through the little window to observe the river and its banks. As the tempest began to rage outside, the leaves rustled loudly in the ferocious wind. Within a minute, the rain that had previously fallen in the distance arrived at his location, cascading down in a torrential downpour from the ominous clouds above. An abundance of rainwater poured from the sky, causing the river's water level to rise abruptly, accelerating its flow and intensifying its turbulence. In no time, the pebbled riverbank was submerged by the surging waters, inching closer to the edge of the forest. The onset of the rain prompted numerous fish and aquatic Pokémon to surface due to a lack of oxygen in the water. While nestled within his treehouse, Sato Kaede utilized the infrared camera of his laptop to capture the scene unfolding in the river with remarkable clarity. Kingler, Goldeen, Tadpole, Poliwag, Goldfish King, and many other aquatic Pokémon native to Kanto appeared before his eyes, leaving him in awe. However, a sudden appearance of a particular Pokémon drew his keen attention. To his astonishment, he discovered that a wild Squirtle resided in this river. Moreover, he was equally surprised to identify a wild flea in this area. When Sato Kaede first spotted the Squirtle on the still image of his computer screen, he felt a surge of joy. Yet, upon witnessing the flea, he was profoundly astonished. The Squirtle, being one of Kanto's cherished starters, did not surprise him in the river of the Tokiwa Forest. However, the flea, a starter Pokémon unique to the distant Fuan continent, appearing here was utterly unexpected and filled him with wonder. Alas, the number of flea in this river was evidently scarce. They had only graced the screen of Sato Kaede's laptop once, whereas the Squirtle had made appearances no less than 10 times, indicating a considerable population of Squirtless thriving in this grand river. The torrential rain had persisted for over an hour, yet the ominous clouds overhead showed no signs of dispersing, remaining a thick, dark mass. Intermittent rumbles of thunder began to echo in the distance. With the aid of his laptop, Sato Kaede observed the harsh environment outside, his expression turning grave. He realized that without the secret power of the Stinky, he might have become a drenched wretch by now, facing significant peril to his life. In the rain, the combat prowess of his Unown was woefully inadequate. Encountering malicious grass-type and water-type Pokémon in such weather could have dire consequences. A thunderous clap echoed, illuminating the sky for a fleeting moment, and at that instant, Sato's pupils constricted as he gazed at the screen. A furious Gyarados clashed with a Froakie, its body drenched in flowing water, both appearing on his laptop display. The formidable Pokémon had evidently battled upstream before arriving here, and to Sato's astonishment, the massive Gyarados was being overwhelmed by the smaller Froakie. In the downpour, the Froakie's speed was astonishing. It navigated the raging river with ease, striking the Gyarados with powerful punches that sent it reeling, eliciting pained roars from the latter. Consumed by fury, the Gyarados had nearly lost its sanity, its eyes blazing with rage as it unleashed destructive beams and torrents of water. However, the Froakie's agility rendered it nearly impossible for these attacks to connect, resulting in widespread devastation to the surroundings. Wild Pokémon taking refuge nearby trembled in fear, either cowering in place or fleeing in the opposite direction, unwilling to disturb the fierce duel. Only a few powerful Pokémon dared to spectate from the riverbank, one of which was a towering Ursaring, scarred and formidable, standing at least 5 meters tall. The intensity of this battle stirred a longing within Sato as he watched the spectacle unfold on his screen. Chapter 57, Serendipity and Uninvited Guests. The clash between the two mighty water-type Pokémon was both fierce and extraordinary. Yet Sato lamented that he could not witness the entirety of the confrontation. The Froakie employed a tactical retreat, seemingly intent on luring the enraged Gyarados downstream. Consequently, the two powerful water types did not linger in the section of the river visible on Sato's laptop for long, quickly vanishing from the screen. Nonetheless, Sato meticulously recorded every moment of this captivating high-level battle, confident that analyzing the footage would yield him invaluable insights. As the two formidable water-type Pokémon gradually retreated, the ominous clouds in the vicinity also began to dissipate. Approximately 20 minutes later, the torrential downpour that had previously engulfed the area began to lessen, eventually ceasing altogether. The river, which had swelled alarmingly, gradually returned to its usual state, due to the lack of subsequent rainfall. Once the rain had ceased, Sato Kaede retracted his laptop back into the hands of Team Rocket and opened the door to the treehouse. With the assistance of his Noctowl, he carefully navigated the now somewhat slippery trunk of the tree to reach the ground. Having just emerged from the heavy rain, the forest floor remained quite damp, with countless droplets adorning the grasses and wildflowers, as well as the trees. Under the newly emerged sunlight, the entire forest sparkled with an ethereal beauty. As Sato Kaede walked through the woods, his swift footsteps created a hurried patter as he splashed through the water, and in no time, he arrived at the riverbank, where a multitude of pebbles were still slightly submerged beneath a shallow layer of water. Sato Kaede's sudden presence at the riverbank was not without purpose. He hoped to test his luck and see if he could discover a valuable water-type Pokémon by scavenging the area. The video displayed on his laptop screen made it abundantly clear that numerous water-type Pokémon had been caught off guard, becoming collateral damage from the chaos. Most unfortunate were these water-type creatures, which had been driven to the shore by the wrathful Gyarados, and as a result, they were likely gravely injured, perfect for Sato Kaede's intentions. Indeed, as he approached the riverbank, he beheld a considerable number of water-type Pokémon laying battered upon the pebbled shore, too wounded to swim back into the river. To Sato Kaede's dismay, these unfortunate creatures were predominantly common in the Kanto region, with Magikarp being the most numerous, followed by Goldeen, Tadbulb, and Kingler. As for the Squirtle and Phoeba he had hoped to encounter, not a single shadow of them was in sight. "Come forth, Stunky, and protect me alongside Noctowl." Sato Kaede promptly summoned his Stunky, and together with her and Noctowl, he boldly ventured toward the riverbank. Observing the plight of the injured Pokémon, Sato Kaede felt a surge of elation, but for caution's sake, he kept his grass-type Stunky close by his side. With the aid of the system's detection capabilities, Sato Kaede now scrutinized the information regarding the water-type sprites along the riverbank. Regrettably, the sprites washed ashore were not only weak in strength, but also possessed only mediocre qualities, lacking any remarkable attributes. Among them, perhaps the most promising was a Magikarp, which boasted a skill transferability. Yet its diminutive size rendered it inadequate for Sato Kaede's current needs. He required a water sprite robust enough to assist him in crossing the river. Nevertheless, Sato Kaede's disappointment was fleeting. He quickly reconciled with the reality that exceptional sprites were indeed rare and not easily encountered. Having already acquired 2 sprites with hidden abilities, he considered himself fortunate. It seemed that after the unexpected joy of obtaining a Stunky, his luck for the day had been entirely exhausted. After a moment of self-deprecating humor regarding his fortunes, Sato Kaede cautiously returned the injured water sprites, unable to swim back to the river, to their aquatic home. Although he had not discovered any impressive water sprites, he could not disregard those before him. If he did not hasten to return them to the river, the shallow waters at the riverbank would recede, exposing them to the harsh midday sun, leading to their dehydration and demise. Initially, these wild water sprites regarded Sato Kaede warily as a stranger. However, upon witnessing him return a small Magikarp to the water, they realized he was not a threat and patiently awaited their turn to be returned to the river, refraining from struggling. Once back in the water, several sprites expressed their gratitude with splashes before sinking beneath the surface, unexpectedly playing the role of a benefactor. Sato Kaede decided to view this as a means of accumulating goodwill. His heart warmed at the sight of the sprites expressing their thanks, and he silently reveled in the moment. However, his brief stint as a good Samaritan was abruptly interrupted when he was startled away by several imposing figures. Just as he was preparing to return the remaining 10 water sprites from the nearby riverbank to their home, his vigilant Zubat, perched on his shoulder, suddenly emitted a warning cry. Not long after, a normal-sized Ursaring burst forth from the nearby woods, swiftly seizing a Magikarp that Sato Kaede had yet to return to the river. Within moments, it devoured the fish, leaving behind only a bare skeleton. Soon after, under Sato Kaede's apprehensive gaze, 3 more Ursarings emerged from the foliage, 2 of which were evidently female, each accompanied by an adorable cub. The final appearance of the formidable Circle Bear indeed rendered Sato Kaede's complexion ashen. This particular Circle Bear was impressively robust, towering at least twice the size of the other Circle Bears present. Standing upright, it surpassed 5 meters in height, making Sato Kaede appear diminutive in comparison. An aura of a top-tier predator emanated from it, and even a mere glance sent chills through Sato Kaede, his supersonic bat, and Stinky Flower, instinctively causing their bodies to shudder as their heart rates escalated abruptly. Upon the emergence of this colossal bear, Sato Kaede instinctively activated the system's detection function to gather information on the creature, the data displayed before him being the primary source of his trepidation. The details of the Circle Bear were as follows: Pokémon. Circle Bear level. 43 type. Normal ability. Perseverance gender. Male skills. Arm hammer. Desire. Scratch. Glare. Lick. Fake cry. Fury swipes. Critical hit. Sweet scent. Harmony. Split. Scary face. Roar. Tot skill. Destructive beam. Tot skill. Protect. Tot skill. Brick break. Tot skill. Heavy slam. Tot skill. Fire punch. Tot skill. Ice punch. Tot skill. Chapter 58. Disparate treatment with a size that was more than double that of its kin and a level of 43. This was undeniably a figure capable of instilling fear in the current Sato Kaede, especially upon witnessing the multitude of skills at its disposal. His fighting spirit waned entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Sato Kaede, along with the equally apprehensive Stinky Flower and Supersonic Bat, turned and fled. In truth, the banks of the gradually drying river were not only home to numerous water-type Pokémon, but also teemed with an abundance of ordinary fish. Initially, Sato Kaede had intended to return all the nearby water types to the river before indulging in the free bounty of fish. However, the sudden arrival of these terrifying interlopers compelled him to retreat. Sato Kaede understood without a doubt that these circle bears had come for the delectable feast before them. Continuing to assist the remaining water-type Pokémon in returning to their aquatic habitat would undoubtedly provoke these fearsome creatures, and in that case, he might very well become a dessert for the circle bears. As Sato Kaede and his companions made their hasty exit, the circle bears, blissfully feasting on their sumptuous meal by the riverbank, showed no inclination to pursue. Their keen sense of smell detected the unpleasant odor emanating from Sato Kaede, and in comparison to the sweet, fishy delicacies readily available, he and his companions were but an unwelcome distraction to their appetites. In the present moment, those factors that influence their appetite have chosen to depart with such discretion that they are naturally pleased to witness their absence, showing no inclination to pursue what is distasteful to them. As the colossal leader of the circle bears, he dutifully fulfilled his role, keenly observing the escape of Sato Kaede and his companions. Upon noticing them moving away from the riverbank and into the woods, a glint of cold light flickered in the leader's eyes, and a massive orange beam of destructive energy was instantaneously unleashed from his gaping maw. This destructive light was released with little preparation, showcasing the leader's mastery over the technique, clearly aimed at Sato Kaede and his group. Reacting swiftly to the leader's sudden attack, Sato Kaede, who had been focusing much of his attention on the circle bear, immediately dashed towards the left thicket, rolling on the ground to evade the impending disaster, ultimately escaping the calamity just in time. The destructive ray unleashed by the leader proved to be immensely powerful, resulting in a tremendous explosion near Sato Kaede's original position, obliterating nearby trees and leaving a deep scar extending several meters forward, culminating in a crater several meters in diameter. The shockwave generated by the explosion affected Sato Kaede and his companions, violently propelling them a distance away before crashing against the trunk of a large tree. The leader of the circle bears appeared utterly indifferent to Sato Kaede's survival. Once he witnessed the annihilation of the little insect, he joined the feast, relishing the bounty of plump fish brought before him by several mother bears. Meanwhile, while these circle bears indulged in their meal, Sato Kaede found refuge in a treehouse. Utilizing the infrared camera on his laptop to monitor the situation of the circle bears along the riverbank, he narrowly escaped death. This particular circle bear was undoubtedly the dominant force in the nearby forest, boasting an impressive level of 43. It was no wonder that Abakai dared not encroach upon its territory, for the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. As he gazed at the images on his computer screen, a newfound gravity filled Sato Kaede's expression, accompanied by a simmering desire for vengeance. He had barely escaped the leader's destructive ray, and though his vigilance had saved his life, he was forced to retreat like a mere rodent. Meanwhile, the circle bear leader contemptuously observed everything, the enemy's casual demeanor igniting a profound sense of humiliation within Sato Kaede, fueling the flames of his murderous intent. Sato Kaede harbored a profound affection for the sprites, and even when he inadvertently offended them, he generally refrained from causing them distress. However, he held a deep-seated disdain for those malicious sprites that inflicted harm without provocation, particularly those intent on taking his life. He would show them no mercy. The mere ability to survive in the realm of sprites could not be sustained solely through love and friendship. It was the requisite force that ensured safety. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate, but should one provoke me, I shall respond in kind. Although he acknowledged that being small was an original sin, if one dared to strike him without cause and allowed him to survive, they must be prepared to endure his wrath. With a grim expression, Sato Kaede contemplated this notion. Moreover, it was not only Sato Kaede who felt overwhelming humiliation. The self-prideful Noivern shared his sentiments. Quietly perched upon Sato Kaede's shoulder, Noivern directed his gaze towards the direction of the bear leader, utilizing his echolocation abilities. As for Stunky, having lived in the adjacent forest from a young age, she was acutely aware of the bear leader's existence and considered herself fortunate to have escaped his grasp. The thought of revenge never crossed her mind, for she understood the immense power wielded by the bear leader. The belief that he was unbeatable was firmly entrenched in her psyche. Nevertheless, with her sensitive nature, Stunky could distinctly sense the animosity that Sato and Noivern felt towards the bear leader. Thus, she felt compelled to join them in their disdain. For the fear of the bear leader paled in comparison to the dread of solitude. The group of bears lingered by the riverbank for only a brief time. After indulging in the delectable offerings of the riverbank for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, they continued downstream in search of more sustenance, clearly still unsatiated. About 5 or 6 minutes after the bears departed, Sato Kaede descended from the treehouse once more, making his way back to the riverbank. He then proceeded upstream against the current, hoping to discover water-type sprites that caught his fancy. However, after walking several dozen meters upstream along the bank, he opted to turn back, for he found the banks devoid of any water-type sprites, or indeed, any living sprites at all. Due to the terrain, the upstream banks had long since returned to their natural state. The pebbles were parched under the midday sun, and the smell of decaying fish, sun-dried and lifeless, began to waft through the air. On their return journey, Sato Kaede and his companions encountered several wild sprites drawn by the scent of fish, who quickly launched attacks. These included the Meowth led by their leader, as well as some dark crows that typically only emerged at night, and a few timid rattatas that approached cautiously. Do you truly regard us as soft persimmons? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Prepare for battle, Zubat and Oddish. Observing the malevolent glances from the feline leader and the multitude of surrounding Meowth, and glancing at the fresh scratch on his left arm inflicted by the leader, a flicker of blue light shone in Sato Kaede's eyes. He then spoke with a cold and resolute demeanor. Chapter 59. United Resistance. Confronted by the onslaught of these wild Pokémon, Sato Kaede felt undaunted upon discovering their average level was merely around 16. Following the acquisition of Oddish, an idea had taken root in his mind, and the opportunity for practical application had finally arrived. Moreover, the humiliation from the earlier encounter with the level 43 Beartic, which had dismissed him and Zubat, still lingered. Now, driven by a surge of righteous indignation, Sato Kaede and Zubat were eager to retaliate against these evidently hostile wild Pokémon. While they could not contend with the formidable Beartic, a group of Meowth averaging only level 16 posed no significant threat. With a huff, Zubat unleashed its Cyclone technique, while Oddish deployed Sleep Powder in tandem. Faced with the Meowth blocking their path, Sato Kaede's eyes sparkled with determination. Upon acquiring the enemy's data, he promptly commanded Zubat and Oddish to initiate their assault. Responding to his orders, Zubat swiftly conjured 2 miniature white whirlwinds, and Oddish released a copious amount of green powder from its flower buds. These lightweight green particles, upon dispersal, were immediately absorbed by the white whirlwinds, transforming them into swirling green gales. As Sato Kaede issued his command, the encircling Meowth, under the directive of their leader, launched a rapid close-range attack. A multitude of Meowth, brandishing their sharp claws, targeted the seemingly vulnerable Sato Kaede. However, under Zubat's deliberate control, the 2 green whirlwinds, in a triangular formation, shielded him effectively. Consequently, before most Meowth could approach, they were intercepted by the green whirlwinds, which still emanated the sleep powder from Oddish, causing them to succumb to drowsiness. Witnessing the astounding effectiveness of the sleep powder combined with Zubat's Cyclone technique, a hint of a smile appeared on Sato Kaede's face as he had just repelled one Meowth with his hunting knife. He promptly seized the moment to pursue the offensive, directing Zubat and Oddish to unleash their tactics upon the remaining Meowth and their leader. With the majority of their ranks now ensnared in slumber, the Meowth's numerical advantage swiftly dissipated. Before long, the battered leader, accompanied by its equally bruised cohorts, retreated into the forest, vanishing swiftly from Sato Kaede's sight. Due to the noxious characteristics of the stinky flower, combined with the presence of sleep powder and the assistance of the flying-type Pokémon, Noibat, the resulting chemical effects are exceptionally potent, rendering them unafraid of engaging in group battles. Particularly, the stinky flower's sleep powder, when synergized with Noibat's wind attack, creates a formidable combination. When these 2 moves are executed together, they prove nearly invincible in certain skirmishes. Any wild Pokémon ensnared within the white whirlwind of the sleep powder inevitably succumb to a forced state of slumber. subsequently falling prey to the sequential assaults of Noibat and the Stinky Flower. However, when confronted with the similarly flying-type Darkrai, the synergy between Noibat and the Stinky Flower becomes somewhat disadvantageous. Nevertheless, leveraging their proactive advantage, the duo's combined moves still achieved remarkable success, successfully repelling the group of timid Darkrai. Following the demonstration of their formidable strength, the wild Pokémon that rushed from the forest in search of food hesitated to launch an attack on Sato Kaede and his companions. Noticing Sato Kaede's indifference towards the numerous dead fish along the riverbank, they allowed him and his companions to depart unchallenged. After Sato Kaede and his group had distanced themselves significantly, a chaotic scramble for the limited food resources ensued. At this juncture, Sato Kaede, having sustained multiple injuries, promptly retrieved some disinfectant, bandages, and healing ointments to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Noibat and the Stinky Flower utilized their respective healing abilities through absorption and photosynthesis to recover a substantial portion of their injuries. They now busily consumed the energy cubes provided by Sato Kaede to swiftly replenish their depleted stamina. Following several arduous group battles, Noibat's level finally ascended to 19, and it learned the move Air Cutter, a ranged special attack of the flying type. In contrast, the higher-level Stinky Flower remained at level 22. However, their teamwork had significantly improved through repeated collaboration. Notably, the acquisition of Air Cutter by Noibat, which boasts a more potent attack and broader range than Wind Attack, greatly alleviated the challenges faced in subsequent battles for Sato Kaede and his companions. Air Cutter, when combined with the Stinky Flower's Sleep Powder, not only inflicts area damage upon enemies, but also induces collective status ailments, making it an exceptional complement to the Stinky Flower's powder moves. Nonetheless, this combination does possess a vulnerability when facing other flying-type Pokémon. If Noibat's manipulation of the flying energy fails to overcome the opposing winds, this technique could inadvertently backfire. In less than half a day, the level of the Zubat soared by 4, akin to a rocket's ascent, almost leading Sato Kaede to believe he was immersed in a game. Of course, in a game, reaching level 15 in merely half an hour is quite ordinary. Yet, upon recalling that this was a genuine battle involving fragile creatures capable of injury and death, Sato Kaede found solace, especially considering his own numerous injuries, which were all too real and painfully present. Not long ago, he narrowly escaped being caught by the astonishingly swift Meowth, had it not been for the quick reflexes of his Stunky, who unleashed a foul odor attack just in time to disrupt the opponent. He might have succumbed. After enduring several life-and-death encounters, it would indeed be unjust if he could not achieve rapid growth. Due to his injuries, Sato Kaede abandoned the idea of further exploring the forest, contemplating instead the necessity of strengthening his own physical condition. During the recent battle, his subpar physical capabilities had been a significant hindrance. Although he possessed the ability to manipulate time, his body often lagged behind his awareness, a clear indication of his inadequate physical fitness. Upon returning to the base of the great tree where his treehouse was situated, and with ample time before dusk, Sato Kaede seized the moment to train the skills of his small Pokémon. The Zubat had now reached level 19 and had learned 2 new moves, Confuse Ray and Air Slash, both of which required diligent practice. Particularly, the Air Slash move, which Zubat had only just acquired from its inherited memory, was still not executed with sufficient finesse. The recent battle had demonstrated that it had merely generated a gust of wind rather than the intended slashing attack. In Sato Kaede's recollection, Air Slash was meant to create blade-like gusts akin to a scythe for offensive maneuvers. However, the Zubat could presently only summon a sudden, fierce wind devoid of any actual slicing attack, while the Zubat's Air Slash could still synergize effectively with Stunky's Smog attack to yield commendable results. This was evidently not the outcome Sato Kaede desired, as an offensive move that failed to inflict damage lost its very purpose. Chapter 60. Mastery of Control Zubat. Unleash Air Slash against that large tree ahead, Sato Kaede commanded, retrieving his laptop. Upon hearing the instruction, Zubat nodded and promptly directed its newly learned Air Slash towards the towering tree. In an instant, Zubat's wings, enveloped in flying-type energy, flapped vigorously, conjuring a gust of wind comparable to a force 7 gale. In an instant, a small grove ahead of the bat was tossed about by the wind, with dried branches and leaves being swept away over considerable distances. The mighty tree, which served as the primary target for the bat's air blades, bore several shallow scratches upon its robust trunk. Witnessing the efficacy of its attack, it became evident that such force could only propel an adversary a short distance. Defeating them would require much more. However, there was no need for despondency, as this was merely a reflection of its recent training. With diligent practice, the bat could enhance the power of this technique, allowing it to triumph over even more formidable foes alongside its companion, Stinky Flower. After recording some data on the bat's recent air blade technique, Sato Feng addressed it. Upon hearing Sato Feng's words, especially the prospect of conquering stronger opponents, the bat's spirit ignited with determination. The scornful gaze of the round bear still fueled its anger, yet it recognized its current strength was insufficient to overcome such a rival. Thus, it resolved to train earnestly, aspiring to master the power required to defeat the round bear. The sound of strong winds continued to resonate as the bat, now with the round bear as its target, trained tirelessly with the air blade technique, pushing itself to the limits of its strength. Through relentless practice, it aimed to enhance its proficiency with the air blades. Having previously engaged in wind techniques and stamina training, the bat's control over flying energy had significantly improved compared to a week prior. As an aerial technique, the air blade naturally relied on the manipulation of flying energy. Consequently, as the bat grew more accustomed to the steps involved in executing the air blades, its progress became apparent. During the 2-hour skill training session, the bat finally managed to produce several white air blades, though the maximum number it could generate at once was only 6. The potency of these blades was remarkable, leaving deep cuts on the trunk of the targeted tree. However, due to its still developing proficiency with the technique, the bat was unable to effectively control these air blades to select specific targets, resulting in only random attacks within a certain range. While the bat trained, Sato Feng also began training Stinky Flower, which currently possessed 5 attack techniques: Absorb, Dissolving Liquid, Super Absorb, Secret Power, and Natural Power. Among these, Absorb and Super Absorb required a target for training, rendering them unusable in the absence of live subjects. Thus, focus shifted to the remaining techniques: Dissolving Liquid, Secret Power, and Natural Power, with Sato Feng particularly intrigued by the latter. The force of nature, as its name suggests, refers to the little spirits harnessing the elemental energies of the natural world for their attacks. The intriguing aspect of this technique lies in its ability to automatically adapt to the strongest elemental energy present in the environment, resulting in a diverse array of attack forms. For instance, in different surroundings, the manifestations of this power vary. A cluster of buildings and roads yields a triple attack. A graveyard produces Shadow Ball. Sandy and rocky terrains evoke Earth Power. A volcano releases smoke. Caverns generate Power Gem. Icy surfaces unleash Ice Beam. Snowy fields produce Ice Shard. Grassy areas and forests result in Energy Ball. Swamps create Mud Bomb. Water surfaces generate Water Gun. The sky produces Air Slash. Electric fields yield Thunderbolt. Misty areas manifest Moonlight. And psychic fields invoke Psychic. For example, in the forest where the Stunky resides, when she unleashes her force of nature, her secret power automatically transforms into Energy Ball for execution. Sato Kaede's current aspiration is to enable Stunky to familiarize herself with the application of Energy Ball, thereby mastering this theoretical special ranged attack. Energy Ball, boasting a power of 90, is a special grass-type ranged move that releases life energy collected from nature, occasionally diminishing the opponent's special defense. Stunky diligently engages in her training, positioning herself in a small patch of grass and launching energy balls, generated by her force of nature, towards a nearby large tree. Due to Stunky's inherent stench characteristic, coupled with her grass-type nature and tendency for self-isolation since her evolution, she has confined her activities to a small, slightly odorous grassy area previously visited by Sato Kaede. Consequently, Stunky has had little interaction with wild spirits, with her battles alongside Zubat surpassing all her encounters since her evolution. This prolonged self-isolation and comfort have led to a neglect of her skill training, leaving her proficiency in each attack move at a rudimentary level. Currently, the energy balls crafted through her force of nature are comparable to Zubat's initial attempts at Shadow Ball. However, given that Energy Ball aligns with Stunky's grass-type attributes, its power is slightly superior. Initially, the energy ball she conjured had a diameter of approximately 35 centimeters and a range of about 10 meters, capable of leaving only a faint spiral indentation on the tree trunk. Yet, this is merely a modest beginning. Stunky, a grass-type spirit that has resided in the nearby forest for nearly 2 decades, has found her only solace during the long, solitary days in sleeping and manipulating the abundant grass-type energy of the forest. For the Shroomish, only those verdant energies, which bring her an extraordinary sense of comfort, stand apart from the wild Pokémon that typically recoil from her unpleasant odor. To her delight, during her conversations with these grass-type energies, she occasionally perceives a faintly familiar voice responding to her. In her quest to communicate with this unique voice, Shroomish tirelessly engages with the lush grass energies of the forest. It is precisely this solitude and ennui that often leads her to seek solace in such interactions, which, unbeknownst to her, have gradually cultivated her unparalleled mastery over grass-type energy. Having merely practiced the energy creation through natural forces 2 or 3 times, Shroomish, with her formidable control, discerned the utilization of the energy ball technique and promptly executed a remarkably proficient energy ball. Subsequently, it seemed as though she had unlocked a hidden prowess. As each energy ball she conjured grew in size and strength. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of Sato Kaede and his bewildered Noibat, a 1-meter diameter emerald energy ball was effortlessly produced by Shroomish, its stability astonishingly robust, with not a trace of energy leakage, a testament to her utmost control. With a resounding crash, the tree designated as a training target could no longer withstand the powerful onslaught of Shroomish's energy ball, collapsing to the ground with a woeful cry. Could this be what they call destiny? Observing Shroomish swiftly mastering the energy ball technique and enhancing her skill proficiency, Sato Kaede swallowed hard, deeply astonished. Chapter 61. Evolutionary direction. In light of Shroomish's formidable talent showcased through her training of grass-type moves, Sato Kaede felt an overwhelming sense of joy alongside his astonishment. There was no doubt he had stumbled upon a treasure. Shroomish's potential exceeded all his expectations. Well done, Shroomish. Your command over grass-type energy is impressive. Congratulations. This is indeed a rare ability. Now, let us practice the energy ball once more. There is no need to replicate the magnitude of the previous one. First, have some water and eat this. After a brief rest, we shall continue your training. Sato Kaede smiled at Shroomish, offering her a bowl of fresh water and a high-quality energy cube. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's praise, Shroomish felt a bit shy and turned her head, quickly finishing the water in the bowl before eagerly consuming the energy cube he provided. After resting under the sun for a brief period, Shroomish regained her vigor and approached Sato Kaede, once again raising her hands to deftly manipulate the gentle grass energies, as docile as sheep, coalescing them between her palms. In an instant, a verdant energy sphere swiftly coalesced between the hands of the blooming flora, expanding to a diameter of 0.5 meters in less than a second. Excellent. Let it remain at this size, instructed Sato Kaede, urging her to attempt a series of rapid-fire shots using this magnitude of energy sphere. Upon forming the sphere, the blooming flora nodded in compliance with Sato Kaede's directive, ceasing the infusion of pure grass-type energy into the sphere. She then directed the energy sphere toward a large tree standing 10 meters ahead, releasing it with precision. In the ensuing 20 seconds, the blooming flora unleashed a continuous barrage of 25 energy spheres, each maintaining the same diameter of 0.5 meters. The relentless assault resulted in a substantial gash appearing in the trunk of the targeted tree. Perfect. In just 0.8 seconds, she can create a sphere of standard potency and release 25 consecutively, seemingly with ease. This is truly astonishing. The blooming flora has effectively supplanted the previous primary attacker. The sonic bat, Sato Kaede mused, documenting the data of the energy spheres released by the blooming flora on his laptop. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the blooming flora had mastered the creation of energy spheres through her formidable control over grass-type energy. With this powerful grass-type attack, her prowess had undeniably transitioned from that of a mere support role to that of a formidable primary attacker. After confirming her complete mastery of the energy sphere technique, Sato Kaede encouraged the blooming flora to train in other long-range attacks, such as the dissolving liquid, which aligned with her poison-type abilities. However, to Sato Kaede's surprise, the blooming flora displayed no particular aptitude for the dissolving liquid technique. Instead, she appeared somewhat clumsy. It seemed she held little enthusiasm for poison-type moves, her focus wavering during training. Witnessing this, Sato Kaede decided to halt the training on the dissolving liquid, redirecting her efforts back to perfecting the energy sphere technique. Clearly, the blooming flora's talent for skill development was predominantly evident in grass-type abilities. Rather than forcing her to labor over the poison-type technique she disliked, it would be more beneficial for her to continue honing the grass-type abilities she found joy in and excelled at. According to Sato Kaede's current understanding, the blooming flora had reached a proficient level of mastery with the energy sphere technique, but had encountered a plateau, still distant from achieving the 4th tier of skill proficiency, which would allow for greater fluidity in her technique. Certainly, the stinky flower aspires to harness energy to reach a level of mastery, yet the current training time remains insufficient. It is imperative for her to deepen her comprehension of this technique. Presently, it appears that her proficiency in skill training is gradually confined to grass-type moves. and her command over grass-type abilities is evidently the result of years of diligent effort. Observing the stinky flower joyfully practicing the energy ball, Sato Kaede mused silently. Concurrently, he pondered the future role of the stinky flower within the team. Initially, he contemplated positioning her as a support member. However, upon witnessing her remarkable control over grass-type energy, he began to envision her as a primary attacker. Yet, upon realizing her feeble grasp of poison-type energy and her disinterest in poison-type techniques, he reconsidered her role as a support member. The stinky flower has two potential evolutionary paths, one through the use of a leaf stone to evolve into a Venusaur, or through a sunstone to become a Bellossom. Due to her hidden ability, evolving into a Venusaur would grant her the Spore ability, while evolving into a Bellossom would bestow upon her the Heal Bell ability. The Heal Bell ability has the effect of curing allies of abnormal statuses with a certain probability. Undoubtedly, when comparing these two abilities, a Bellossom with the Heal Bell trait would make an exceptional team medic. Furthermore, compared to Venusaur, Bellossom would utilize a greater variety of grass-type moves and inherently possess the powerful buffing move, Quiver Dance. Most importantly, Sato Kaede wishes to transform the stinky flower's self-deprecating demeanor, which has been shaped by years of exclusion, into a radiant metamorphosis akin to that of a swan emerging from a humble duckling. This transformation is, without doubt, the most effective method. Meanwhile, as Sato Kaede guided the Zubat and the stinky flower in their training, the young Nidoran diligently engaged in the task assigned to him, running a distance of 2 kilometers on a small running wheel. This specially purchased running wheel, roughly 10 times the size of a typical hamster wheel, appeared somewhat spacious for Nidoran, making his endeavor quite strenuous. The small wheel was equipped with an automatic distance tracking device, and after over an hour of intermittent running, the young Nidoran successfully completed the task ahead of schedule. Initially, he intended to return to his Pokeball for a leisurely nap after training. However, upon noticing his elder companions, Zubat and the stinky flower, diligently honing their skills, he rushed to Sato Kaede's side, eager for further guidance and skill training. "You little slacker, how unexpectedly diligent. Very well. Your training will consist of lifting a stone 10 times with psychic force. Remember, the height must not fall below this mark." Seeing the typically indolent Nidoran voluntarily request additional training, Sato Kaede picked up a small stone weighing approximately 50 grams from the ground while smiling at Nidoran. "Neato, neato." Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, Nidoran earnestly nodded in response. Almost immediately, a blue glow emanated from his eyes as the small stone placed before him became enveloped in a layer of psychic energy. Under Nidoran's control, the stone gradually ascended to a height of about 20 centimeters above the ground. However, once the stone reached this elevation, Nidoran could no longer sustain the effort. The blue radiance in his eyes swiftly faded, and he sprawled lazily onto the ground. The psychic energy surrounding the stone dissipated instantaneously, causing it to plummet to the earth. "Very well, keep up the good work. You are just 9 repetitions away from completing the task. Upon completion, I shall reward you with your favorite treat, the energy cube." Sato Kaede praised Nidoran for successfully utilizing his telekinesis in training, launching a culinary incentive. Nidoran, with his simple-mindedness and true passion for food, was utterly defenseless against delectable offerings, particularly the candy mentioned by Sato Kaede, which made his mouth water. The prospect of receiving candy after completing 10 telekinesis training sessions invigorated him, prompting him to focus once more on the small stone and apply his psychic abilities. Enticed by the prospect of a delicious reward, Nidoran swiftly completed the 10 repetitions of telekinesis training, ultimately indulging in the candy provided by Sato Kaede. After savoring a high-quality energy cube, he promptly succumbed to slumber. "Sleep well. Your current task is to grow healthily. Leave everything else to your companions. In the future, you will be the strongest pillar of support for them." Sato Kaede mused as he watched the young Nidoran doze off in his arms. He then gently recalled Nidoran into his Pokeball. Chapter 62. Dread. The sun in the west gradually disappeared beyond the distant mountains, its afterglow slowly fading as the twilight embraced the evergreen forest, ushering in the night. At this moment, Sato Kaede had kindled a fire beneath the towering tree where he had constructed a treehouse, roasting a robust hind leg of a wild deer over the flames. Under Sato Kaede's meticulous care, the deer leg, seasoned with salt, gleamed a rich golden hue, and a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The evergreen forest, abundant not only in wild Pokémon, but also in a wealth of wildlife, provided ample resources. With the assistance of a Zubat, Sato Kaede effortlessly stumbled upon a herd of deer and successfully captured a magnificent stag using the paralysis powder from a Stunky. In regard to the wild deer, Sato Fong endeavored to utilize it to the fullest extent. The rich, sanguine deer blood was carefully preserved in a glass bottle that had previously contained cow blood, while the hide was meticulously removed and washed to eliminate any trace of the metallic scent, subsequently hung to dry upon a sturdy branch. As for the venison, Sato Fong only took the 4 most valuable and succulent legs, offering the remaining meat to the ravenous carnivorous sprites lurking nearby. Naturally, he did not overlook the most precious antlers. As he beheld the perfectly roasted golden legs of the deer before him, Sato Feng's appetite was stirred, prompting him to swiftly carve a piece of meat with his hunting knife for a taste. The other members of his party had already partaken of dinner, but he had exerted considerable effort for this delightful feast, while Sato Feng relied on the deer meat for sustenance. The enticing flames and savory aroma also attracted numerous wild sprites. Surrounding the great tree where Sato Feng resided, pairs of eyes glowed red or green, keenly observing the scene. With the assistance of the echolocation sprite, Sato Feng was acutely aware of the wild sprites drawn in by the firelight and the scent of meat. However, rather than ceasing his work, he chose to remain vigilant. From his experiences during the journey through the ancient forest, Sato Feng had come to understand an essential truth: fleeing was futile. To truly establish himself within the forest, it was imperative to appropriately display his strength. A previous encounter where he had vanquished numerous wild sprites by the riverbank had served as a prime example, deterring others from acting recklessly. In reality, if the pursuing wild sprites had continued their chase, the nearly exhausted echolocation sprite and the stinky flower would undoubtedly have been defeated, leading to Sato Feng's demise. Yet, these wild sprites refrained from such action. Upon witnessing the fallen sprites around Sato Feng, they sensed a formidable threat emanating from him and his companions. As creatures accustomed to life in the wild, these sprites had a profound belief in their primal instincts and had learned through bitter experience that a dying beast is the most dangerous. The system's detection revealed that none of the nearby wild sprites exceeded level 30, indicating that the situation remained within Sato Feng's capacity to manage. Furthermore, the disunity among the wild sprites diminished their threat level considerably. Most importantly, after their triumph over several wild sprites, the echolocation sprite and the stinky flower exuded an aura of confidence, embodying the essence of strength. The nearby wild sprites sensed this newfound vigor surrounding Sato Feng, causing them to hesitate in their approach. Simultaneously, the wild sprites possessed an acute intuition. They sensed the murderous intent emanating from the humans seated before the campfire. Any reckless advance could lead to immediate demise, serving as a cautionary tale for others. Indeed, Sato Kaede was now prepared for bloodshed. For the law of the forest dictated that only the strong survive. Since these wild sprites harbored thoughts of ending his life and devouring him, they too must brace themselves for the possibility of being vanquished. Submitting passively to death was not in Sato Kaede's character. He must steel himself. There existed a distinction among the sprites. Some were benevolent, and fostering harmony with them was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet, others were less amiable. He would not provoke them, but if they sought him out, he would show no mercy. Thus, Sato Kaede savored the roasted venison leg in his hand, all the while casting a keen gaze upon his surroundings. Just as he was nearing the halfway point of his meal, a wild cat, the formidable cat lord, could no longer resist the temptation of food and sprang forth. The cat lord moved with remarkable speed and stealth, having silently climbed to a branch above Sato Kaede's head. Suddenly, it launched itself from the branch, descending like a phantom cloaked in night. Its sharp claws poised to strike at Sato Kaede's crown, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Alas, the cat lord's every movement had been under the vigilant watch of the hovering Noibat. As the feline made its move, Noibat, perched on Sato Kaede's shoulder, sprang into action. Channeling the energies of flight, a centripetal white whirlwind materialized above Sato Kaede, ensnaring the cat lord as if it had willingly walked into a trap. Simultaneously, the attentive Stunky, who had been observing the unfolding events, launched an offensive against the ambusher. Within mere seconds of the cat lord being ensnared in the white whirlwind, several emerald energy orbs emanated from Stunky's grasp, striking the cat lord with pinpoint accuracy. Upon contact, the energy orbs detonated, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Moments later, a battered cat lord lay on the grass before Sato Kaede, bruised and weary, though not entirely devoid of fighting spirit. The cat lord attempted to rise and flee. However, Sato Kaede, armed with a hunting knife, appeared before him. As the cat lord's consciousness began to fade into darkness, all it beheld were eyes filled with reluctant, yet resolute determination. With a swift and decisive stroke, Sato Kaede ended the cat lord's feeble existence. He then returned to his place by the fire, continuing to savor the remaining roasted venison leg, as Noibat and Stunky resumed their original positions. At this moment, the eyes that had been peering from the nearby grass had largely vanished, and those remaining. Upon witnessing the lifeless body on the ground gradually succumbing to the chill of death, silently chose to depart. Soon, the previously eerie silence of the surroundings was pierced by the nocturnal symphony of chirping insects, accompanied by the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. I regret that I cannot meet my end so swiftly. Thus you must take my place, Sato Kaede murmured softly to himself, gazing at the corpse. Its blood now a mere memory of crimson. Chapter 63. Adapting to the harsh laws of nature after the audacious cat leader had made an example of the weaker. The entire night passed without any wild sprites to disturb Sato Kaede and his companion's slumber, allowing them to enjoy a restful night in their treehouse. Throughout the night, the sound-based Pokémon, Noivern, vigilantly utilized its echolocation abilities to monitor the vicinity, remaining most alert during the night, and executing its watchful duty in a state of half-sleep. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the sun rose once more from the eastern horizon. Sato Kaede awoke precisely at the time set on his Team Rocket watch. It was only 6:30 in the morning. The eastern sky was still cool, yet by this hour, most of the forest's inhabitants had already risen. As Sato Kaede pushed open the door of the treehouse, he startled a flock of unknown small birds into flight. Upon descending from the great tree, he noticed signs of disturbance around the extinguished campfire, and the body of the cat leader that had previously lain on the grass had mysteriously vanished. Taking note of the chaotic footprints scattered across the ground, he scrutinized the surroundings but could not discern which sprite or creature had left them. Thus, he decided to temporarily set aside this enigma and made his way toward the riverbank. As Sato Kaede approached the river to freshen up, several wild sprites and animals drinking from the water were startled into a hasty retreat, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The more formidable solitary sprites observed Sato Kaede and his companions with caution. However, upon realizing they bore no ill intent, they merely paused to sip from the water before leisurely turning away. After splashing his face and invigorating his spirit by the river, Sato Kaede commenced preparing breakfast for his three little sprites. Noivern eagerly drank the deer blood collected the previous day. Nidoran continued to enjoy its large bottle of milk along with premium poison-type Pokémon food, while Oddish savored the morning sunlight, the rich river mud, and the crystal-clear water. Certainly, after the three little Pokémon finished their breakfast, Sato Kaede provided the two corporeal Pokémon, Zubat and Nidoran, with a calcium tablet to promote their physical development. As for Sato Kaede's breakfast, it consisted of leftover venison from the previous night and a delightfully sweet peach. Once breakfast was concluded, Sato Kaede did not immediately venture into the forest for exploration. Instead, he continued to allow the three Pokémon to engage in morning exercises on the open ground by the riverbank. Indeed, the morning was designated for physical training. Zubat donned a weighted vest, this time with a burden of 10, aiming to perform 20 laps of back-and-forth flying over a nearby stretch of the river, approximately 500 meters per lap. Meanwhile, the still relatively small Oddish also wore a 5-pound weighted vest and engaged in running training on Nidoran's usual running wheel, with a goal of 5 kilometers. As for Nidoran, Sato Kaede did not schedule any training for him. Instead, he allowed him to eat and drink to his heart's content before returning him to his Pokeball for some well-deserved rest. Young Pokémon do tend to be quite sleepy. During this interval of physical training for his Pokémon, Sato Kaede took the opportunity to remove the bandage from his own wounds, disinfect them again with antiseptic, apply ointment, and then re-wrap them with medical bandages. Thanks to timely treatment and the effectiveness of the ointment, most of his wounds had scabbed over after a night of rest, and in a few days, he would be fully recovered. Of course, for the next 2 or 3 days, Sato Kaede needed to refrain from any strenuous activities. Otherwise, the scabbed wounds could easily reopen, leading to further injury. Approximately an hour later, Sato Kaede entered the forest with his 2 rejuvenated Pokémon to continue the exploration journey from the previous day. According to the original plan, the target of this exploration was, of course, the territory of Beedrill. The forest area Sato Kaede had traversed previously was merely the periphery of Beedrill's domain. Even so, the Beedrill Sentinels patrolling the border possessed the capability to send Sato Kaede and Zubat fleeing in panic upon their initial encounter within the Everwood Forest. However, with Zubat's enhanced strength and the acquisition of a new group attack move, along with the substantial support from Oddish, Sato Kaede no longer feared the collective assaults of Beedrill. If the patrolling minions were to appear again, they would merely serve as experience fodder for Zubat and Oddish. As the morning sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, illuminating the somewhat eerie forest, Various wild Pokémon and animals scurried through the woods, busily preparing for the new day's endeavors. Sato Kaede observed a swarm of butterfree encircling a cluster of sunlit flowers, diligently extracting nectar. He also glimpsed a few Rattata, clutching nut-like fruits as they burrowed into small crevices, while a group of Pidgey fluttered down into the grass, foraging for seeds and tiny insects. With the dawn breaking, the entire forest swiftly came to life, presenting before Sato Kaede a scene devoid of conflict, tranquil and harmonious. Regrettably, what Sato Kaede beheld was merely a tableau of creatures at the base of the forest food chain. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the emergence of aggressive wild Pokémon such as Beedrill, Spearow, and Arbok, igniting once more the primal dance of predator and prey that routinely unfolded in the woods. Perhaps the purpose of this wild survival trial was to allow us, the novices, to witness firsthand the unyielding laws of nature, illustrating that the weak are destined to serve as sustenance for the strong. To avoid becoming prey, one must relentlessly strive to grow stronger, Sato Kaede mused solemnly as the serene scene disintegrated before his eyes. With resolve, Sato Kaede pressed onward through the dense jungle, accompanied by his Zubat and Oddish, engaging in encounters with various wild Pokémon along the way, even daring to challenge some formidable foes. In his wake, numerous vanquished wild Pokémon lay incapacitated, a testament to his incursions into their territories. However, Sato Kaede refrained from delivering fatal blows, only incapacitating those who dared to confront him. Naturally, his journey was not devoid of peril. He too found himself pursued by more powerful wild Pokémon. As was the case at this very moment. Cursed be it, truly vexing. Zubat, unleash Air Cutter upon the Beedrill ahead. Oddish, synchronize with Zubat's Air Cutter and deploy Sleep Powder. As 5 Beedrill approached from multiple angles like a bulldozer, Sato Kaede swiftly commanded his Zubat to strike. During his forest traversal, Sato Kaede fortuitously stumbled upon a peach tree laden with ripe pecha berries. When Zubat informed him that no other wild Pokémon were in the vicinity, he seized the opportunity to collect a few as provisions. Yet, as he approached the tree, instructing Zubat to assist in harvesting the berries, a Beedrill erupted from the ground nearby, launching a fierce assault. With the aid of Zubat and Oddish, he swiftly defeated the level 25 Beedrill, inadvertently stirring a hornet's nest. Moments later, a swarm of over a dozen Beedrill emerged from the earth surrounding the pecha berry trees. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the formidable behemoths, Sato Kaede instinctively sought to evade their wrath, leading to the current scene of pursuit. Chapter 64. Relentless Pursuit of the Behemoths. Each of these colossal creatures, pursuing Sato Kaede and his companions, possessed a minimum level of 20 and exhibited an astonishing strength. They could effortlessly shatter any tree that did not require the combined efforts of several individuals to encircle. Their formidable horns could sever a slender sapling in twain with a mere strike. Fortunately, these behemoths bore a significant flaw. Whether due to their habitual arrogance or an innate stubbornness, they relentlessly charged forward without detours. Sato Kaede cleverly capitalized on this weakness, utilizing numerous obstacles to delay their chase and luring them towards the territories of some robust wild sprites, hoping to divert their attention. The brash behemoths fell into his trap, charging heedlessly into the wild sprite habitats he had beckoned them into, wreaking havoc with their reckless rampage. The wild sprites, originally disinclined to confront these terrifying behemoths, found their homes grievously threatened as the behemoths bulldozed through their living spaces like relentless machines. In response to the egregious destruction of their homes, the once reluctant wild sprites, incensed by the devastation, swiftly rallied to defend their territory against these marauding bullies. Thanks to the aid of these aggrieved sprites, the pressure on Sato Kaede significantly diminished. After several successful diversions, he managed to reduce the number of pursuing behemoths from an initial 17 to a mere 5. Regrettably, in his frantic flight, Sato Kaede inadvertently stumbled into a sparsely wooded area where the trees were relatively low in stature. However, these diminutive trees bore vibrant red berries, showing signs of having been nibbled. To the behemoths, these small trees were inconsequential, and with reckless abandon, they smashed through the saplings that stood in their path. Sato Kaede, who typically lacked physical exertion, found himself drenched in sweat, his complexion flushed from the sudden strain of excessive activity, exacerbated by reopened wounds from prior injuries. Recognizing that if he continued in this manner, he would collapse before his foes could strike him down, he resolved to confront the remaining 5 behemoths in a final stand within this small grove. The air blades of his Noibat, combined with the hypnotic powder from his Stunky, proved remarkably effective, as one behemoth charging directly at him not only sustained significant damage from the air blades, but also succumbed to a forced slumber. However, the colossal beetle in the forefront created opportunities for its four companions pursuing from different angles, successfully closing in on Sato Kaede and his group within a mere 10 paces, subtly forming a quadrilateral encirclement. Among these four beetles, one possessed a relatively larger stature and was the leader of the group. The colossal beetle that Sato Kaede had initially vanquished happened to be the offspring of this leader, which explained the relentless pursuit by the group. With the aid of the system's detection capabilities, Sato Kaede scrutinized the data on this formidable beetle. The profile of the beetle leader is as follows: species, colossal beetle level, 35 type, bug ability, overconfidence gender, male skills, grip, charge, bind, earth throw, harden, revenge, leverage toss, double strike, slate split, cross cut, close combat, inherited, knockdown, skill transfer, heavy stomp, skill transfer, dig, skill transfer. From the data, it is evident that this beetle leader possesses considerable strength, boasting a level of 35, which far exceeds the previously leveled up supersonic bat at level 20. The disparity in levels translates into a significant attribute advantage, effectively overshadowing the type advantages between the two. The remaining three colossal beetles are considered the elite of their species, each possessing at least a level of 25. Currently, Sato Kaede commands a level 20 supersonic bat and a level 22 stinky flower, revealing a considerable imbalance in power. As the four colossal beetles prepared to envelop them, Sato Kaede, unwilling to succumb to fate, promptly issued commands to his two Pokémon. Aware that they were at a critical juncture of survival, both Supersonic Bat and Stinky Flower acted without hesitation upon receiving Sato Kaede's orders. In the next moment, under the control of Supersonic Bat, a strong gust of wind surged forward, unleashing a flurry of air blades towards the beetle. Simultaneously, Stinky Flower followed Sato Kaede's directive, releasing a cloud of green powder from her flower bud, which drifted slowly towards the beetle leader under her guidance. The beetle in the upper left corner, deemed the breakthrough point by Sato Kaede, held the lowest level among the four. Faced with the air blades from Supersonic Bat, it mirrored its companion's temperament by opting not to evade, instead charging directly into the onslaught of wind and blades towards Sato Kaede and his group. On the other hand, the seasoned beetle leader instantly recognized the hypnosis powder being unleashed by Stinky Flower, in a bid to evade the hypnotic powder that was spreading towards him. The leader of the Dagia tribe pressed his head against the ground, allowing his entire body to sink beneath the surface. He deftly employed his tunneling technique to sidestep the foul-smelling flower's hypnotic attack and swiftly burrowed underground towards Sato Kaede's direction. Damn it, charge forward. Supersonic Bat, use Wind Gust. Foul Flower, Energy Ball, launch an assault to send the blocking Dagia flying, Sato Kaede exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he witnessed the ineffectiveness of Supersonic Bat and Foul Flower's attacks. Without hesitation, Sato Kaede brandished his hunting knife and charged towards the approaching Dagia, while Supersonic Bat unleashed Wind Gust, conjuring a white whirlwind to clear the path ahead. Foul Flower followed closely beside Sato Kaede, rapidly conjuring a series of emerald green energy balls aimed at the Dagia before them. The Dagia, already battered from withstanding Supersonic Bat's air blades, could not endure the combined onslaught of Wind Gust and Foul Flower's 5 consecutive energy balls, collapsing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. Thus, Sato Kaede and his companions successfully broke through the encirclement of the Dagia and fled towards the area laden with obstacles. Seeing their companion fall once more, the remaining 3 Dagia were filled with rage, particularly their leader, who unleashed a brief burst of acceleration, charging towards Sato Kaede and his allies like an arrow, nearly closing the distance to a mere 3 meters. In pursuit, the Dagia leader wielded its formidable, sharp horns, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds as it aimed to cleave Sato Kaede and his companions in two. The path it carved in its straight-line assault left all obstacles in ruins. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 Dagia followed closely behind their leader, intent on pursuing Sato Kaede. However, as they were about to match their leader's pace, a figure engulfed in flames suddenly surged past them. With a resounding crash, the 2 Dagia, standing one in front of the other, were struck with the force of a bowling ball, sent flying as flames ignited upon their bodies. Their agonizing screams pierced the air before they plummeted to the ground, charred and smoking, rendered incapable of further combat. Chapter 65. Mutual Assistance. The anguished cries of the 2 Dagia reached both the leader and Sato Kaede's ears. In an instant, the Dagia leader, who was on the verge of catching up to Sato Kaede, skidded to a halt, furiously turning to glare at the adversary who had vanquished its subordinates. Meanwhile, Sato Kaede seized the opportunity to retreat behind a rock that offered a modicum of concealment, pausing to alleviate the pounding of his heart, which felt as though it might explode. At this moment, Sato Kaede's physical condition was exceedingly dire. The wounds on his body had reopened, and due to the vigorous exertion, blood circulated more rapidly, causing the gaping wounds to expand swiftly. Coupled with the sweat that seeped into these injuries, waves of excruciating pain incessantly assaulted his nerves. Nevertheless, Sato Kaede gritted his teeth and endured the torment inflicted by his various wounds. He hastily retrieved 2 bottles of canned water and 2 high-quality energy cubes from his bag, offering them to the equally fatigued Noctowl and Gloom. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the unfolding events behind him. As he cautiously peered from behind the rock, his pupils constricted and a hint of astonishment crossed his face. Before Sato Kaede lay a scene of fierce combat, where a fiery Houndoom was engaged in a fierce battle with a Beedrill leader. Judging by the current circumstances, the Beedrill, whose attributes were disadvantageous against the Houndoom, found itself at a distinct disadvantage. This Houndoom exhibited considerable strength and remarkable bravery. Its stature was modest, akin to that of an average adult Chinese rural dog. Yet it adeptly maneuvered around the Beedrill leader using its powerful moves, Flame Charge and Spark. The Flame Charge conferred upon Houndoom a substantial increase in mobility, rendering the Beedrill leader utterly incapable of countering its relentless guerrilla tactics, much to its dismay. Utilizing the system's detection capabilities, Sato Kaede took note of the information regarding the Houndoom that had unexpectedly come to their aid. The details were as follows: species, Houndoom level, 28 type, fire ability, Flash Fire gender, male known moves, Bite, Roar, Spark, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Flame Wheel, Fire Fong. Tackle, Flare Blitz, Inherited, Flame Charge, top move. From the data, it was evident that the level disparity between Houndoom and the Beedrill leader was substantial, with a difference of 7 levels. This discrepancy in levels was markedly influential in their ongoing battle. During the skirmish, the weaker Houndoom refrained from confronting the Beedrill leader head-on, and despite landing a few hits with Spark, it failed to inflict significant damage. However, Houndoom possessed a wealth of combat experience, and the guerrilla tactics it executed were its secret weapon in overcoming its adversary. Should the Beedrill leader fail to devise a strategy to reverse its precarious predicament, it would only be a matter of time before defeat befalls it, regardless of its formidable strength. The searing flames enveloping the chief of the Dejia tribe relentlessly tormented his nerves, and the intense agony brought him to the brink of madness. Yet, what incensed him further was the sight of a diminutive creature leaping about before him, while he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Upon witnessing the rock he had conjured with his ultimate move being effortlessly evaded by the agile canine, the Dejia chief let out a furious roar. With a foot enveloped in earthy energy, he forcefully stomped the ground. Employing his heavy stomp technique, the earth within a 10-meter radius of the battlefield trembled violently, and the ground energy he channeled surged forth from the quaking earth, inflicting physical damage upon other creatures nearby. Regrettably, the canine did not afford the chief a single opportunity to strike, as it sensed the impending danger the moment he began to concentrate the ground energy in his foot. Thus, when the chief unleashed his heavy stomp, the creature adeptly evaded the attack with a nimble leap. However, seasoned combatants were not limited to the canine alone. The chief was equally experienced. At last, he crafted an opportunity to vanquish his foe. As the canine soared high into the air, a glimmer of determination ignited in the chief's eyes. He swiftly gathered rocky energy between his empty hands, conjuring a boulder the size of a millstone. With his immense strength, he effortlessly hurled the stone towards the airborne canine, executing his ultimate rock drop move. Undoubtedly, should the canine be struck by the boulder, the combination of the rock-type attack and the chief's furious throw would surely inflict grievous injuries, potentially incapacitating it. At that moment, the enraged chief could easily eliminate the canine. Yet, it seemed he had overlooked a crucial detail. His adversaries included more than just the agile creature. The foes he had previously chased were still very much alive. As the chief beamed with confidence, watching the boulder hurtle towards the canine, 2 energy spheres, one a vibrant green, the other a deep black, suddenly appeared in tandem. In a shocking turn of events, these 2 disparate energy spheres joined forces, shattering the very rock the chief had painstakingly crafted. Indeed, at a critical moment, Sato Kaede promptly extended a helping hand to his canine companion, the Maitena. The energy balls from the Budu and the shadow balls from the Zubat struck preemptively, successfully sending the Beedrill leader crashing into the rocky terrain. The notion of a comeback was utterly futile. The Zubat and Budu unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks upon the Beedrill, assisting the Maitena in its conquest. Witnessing the crisis facing his ally averted, Sato Kaede's face broke into a smile, and he addressed the two rejuvenated Pokémon beside him. Sato Kaede was acutely aware that his fate was intertwined with that of the Mytena. Should this formidable ally falter against the Beedrill leader, he would undoubtedly become the next target. Thus, he knew he must intervene. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's command, the Zubat and Mewtwo complied immediately, releasing a flurry of Shadow Balls and Energy Balls that further exacerbated the Beedrill leader's already precarious situation. Notably, both the Shadow Balls and Energy Balls possessed the effect of diminishing the target's special defense, and after being struck multiple times, the Beedrill leader found itself in an even more dire predicament. Meanwhile, with the timely assistance from Sato Kaede and his companions, the Mytena easily dispelled its imminent danger. Having learned from this encounter, the Mytena was resolute in denying the Beedrill leader any chance of retaliation, seamlessly coordinating with the Zubat and Mewtwo to toy with the Beedrill leader, almost to the point of mockery. Ultimately, with no glimmer of hope for victory, the Beedrill leader chose to flee, burrowing into the ground using its dig move to escape the battlefield. Chapter 66. Cultivating affection after the Beedrill leader was repelled. The nearby grove returned to a state of tranquility. However, the once vibrant woodland now bore the scars of battle, with numerous saplings adorned with fiery red berries broken by the Beedrill's reckless charge. The fierce confrontation between the Mytena and the Beedrill had left significant destruction in its wake, with many trees ignited by the intense flames emitted by the Mytena. At this moment, Sato Kaede cautiously approached the vigilant Mytena, which was utilizing its ability to absorb flames to extinguish the remaining embers throughout the grove with ease. Once the flickering flames had been quelled by the Mytena, a female Mytena, slightly smaller than her male counterpart, emerged from her hiding spot, accompanied by two petite pups. She approached the male with affection, engaging in warm conversation, while the two young pups gazed up at him with admiration, circling around him in delight. If Sato Kaede is not mistaken, it is evident that this small grove, adorned with vibrant red berries, serves as the territory of the Kaede dog. The reason the Kaede dog has taken action against the Beedrills is primarily to safeguard its domain and protect its family. However, Sato Kaede is acutely aware that the current state of this place is largely a consequence of his own actions in luring the Beedrills here, rendering the Kaede dog's potential response to them uncertain. From the recent battle, it became apparent that the Kaede dog possesses formidable strength and remarkable combat experience, even overpowering a Beedrill leader of a higher level initially. Should the Kaede dog decide to confront them, Sato Kaede surmises that the impending crisis they would face would surpass that of the Beedrills. After all, the Kaede dog's agility far exceeds that of the Beedrills, and it is evidently astute. Aside from the Noibat, none among them could escape its pursuit. Fortunately, the Kaede dog appears disinclined to engage Sato Kaede and his companions, though it certainly shows no intention of being amiable towards them. As Sato Kaede approached within 10 meters of the Kaede dog and its family, the creature immediately bared its teeth and emitted a series of resounding barks, warning Sato Kaede and assuming a stance ready for battle. In truth, the Kaede dog's decision not to attack these intruders, who had unwittingly drawn the Beedrills to its territory, is largely due to the fact that Sato Kaede had saved its life at a critical moment. Thus, there exists a mutual understanding between them. However, the Kaede dog has no inclination to assist Sato Kaede. Its aggression towards the Beedrills stems solely from the latter's destruction of its territory and the distress caused to its family, rather than a genuine desire to aid Sato Kaede and his group. Do not be alarmed, Kaede dog. We harbor no ill intentions. We are truly grateful for your earlier assistance. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Observing the Kaede dog's wary demeanor, Sato Kaede immediately halted his advance, wearing a smile to convey goodwill as he placed two golden-brown, crispy roasted deer legs on the ground and stepped back to avoid any misunderstandings. Upon witnessing Sato Kaede's retreat, the male Kaede dog relaxed its fierce posture, its expression shifting as it gazed curiously at the roasted deer legs on the ground. Its keen sense of smell informed it that the legs would be quite delectable. At that moment, the two young Kaede dogs, lacking their father's restraint, swiftly approached and joyfully began to feast upon one of the roasted deer legs. Meanwhile, Sato Kaede promptly employed the detection function of his system to assess the two lively and adorable young Kaede dogs before him. The information regarding the two little Houndours is as follows. Species, Houndour level, 3 type, fire ability, flash fire gender, female moves, bite. Roar species, Houndour level, 3 type, fire ability, flash fire gender, male moves, bite, roar. At first glance, the data on these two Houndours appears rather unremarkable, as neither has inherited any special skills. However, Observing the male hounder's impressive combat prowess displayed earlier, Sato Kaede believes that these two little houndars, clearly descendants of the male, must possess commendable potential as well. In truth, upon witnessing the houndar valiantly subduing the Beedrill leader, the thought of capturing a houndar crossed Sato Kaede's mind. In a forest teeming with various grass and bug-type Pokémon, possessing a fire-type companion would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune. Particularly, having a fire-type Pokémon like Houndour is exceedingly fortunate. It is well known that Houndour serves as a dedicated guard dog within the Pokémon League, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to its trainer, along with exceptional sense of smell and insight, making it an outstanding scout. Moreover, Houndour's combat capabilities are remarkably formidable. It fights valiantly, unafraid of powerful adversaries, and exhibits keen intelligence. The recent battle between the male Houndour and the Beedrill leader serves as a testament to this. Ultimately, upon evolution, Houndour boasts a formidable base stat total of 555, which is only 45 points shy of semi-divine Pokémon. Additionally, it is one of the rare Pokémon that can naturally learn the powerful move agility through leveling up. It is also worth mentioning that Houndour's appearance is extraordinarily striking, combined with its substantial size and remarkable agility, making it a favored mode of terrestrial transportation among numerous trainers. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato Kaede undoubtedly holds a deep admiration for Houndour after its evolution. There is no denying that sometimes, aesthetically pleasing Pokémon possess an inherent advantage. Furthermore, when such charming creatures also exhibit great strength and unwavering loyalty to their trainers, it becomes quite difficult for trainers to resist their allure. Houndour undoubtedly encapsulates all of these admirable qualities. However, despite his strong desire to capture the Houndour, Sato Kaede promptly abandoned this notion upon noticing the female Houndour and the two little Houndars beside it. After all, it is essential to respect the familial bonds they share. Forcibly separating a family would be utterly inhumane. Sato Kaede, possessing a sound moral compass, would never resort to such an unkind act. Family is invaluable, and having lost loved ones, he deeply understands this truth. Certainly, as the male cat-eyed dog proved untrainable, Sato Fong shifted his focus to his two offspring. These young cat-eyed dogs, being descendants of the male, possessed innate potential that could hardly be deemed inferior. In fact, compared to their male counterpart, the allure of the two young cat-eyed dogs was even greater to Sato Fong. The male cat-eyed dog, having matured, had already developed a distinct offensive strategy, indicating limited adaptability. In contrast, the two young cat-eyed dogs remained blank slates, brimming with potential. Sato Fong was confident that, under his meticulous guidance, one of the young cat-eyed dogs would surpass their father's achievements. Although Sato Fong was not yet able to capture the young cat-eyed dogs, he recognized that the growth cycle of most small Pokémon was remarkably swift. The two young cat-eyed dogs before him had already weaned, marking their transition from infancy to adolescence. He believed that, given some time, once they acquired a degree of hunting prowess under the male cat-eyed dog's tutelage, they would be driven away by their father to fend for themselves in the forest. At that juncture, Sato Fong would be able to capture one of the young cat-eyed dogs without reservation. Therefore, his current task was straightforward: to cultivate the favor of the two young cat-eyed dogs as much as possible. Chapter 67. Rest and Progress. The actions of the young cat-eyed dogs momentarily displeased the male, but upon hearing the affectionate calls of his mate, he relinquished the urge to reprimand his children. Subsequently, the male and female cat-eyed dogs hastily approached, each taking one of their young in their mouths, all the while casting vigilant glances at Sato Fong and his companions before swiftly retreating to a hidden dwelling nearby. Observing the cat-eyed dog couple's protective demeanor, Sato Fong could not help but chuckle wryly. To avoid misunderstandings, he turned to leave with his Zubat and Stunky, for he was in no condition to linger and needed to find a place to tend to his wounds. After enduring a stern reprimand from the male cat-eyed dog, the two young cat-eyed dogs lowered their heads in a pitiful manner. However, one of the male pups occasionally glanced toward the entrance of their dwelling, his eyes betraying a gluttonous yearning, for the aroma of roasted venison had been more delectable than anything he had previously tasted. After a brief interval, sensing that Sato Fong, along with Zubat and Stunky, had distanced themselves, the male cat-eyed dog hesitated but ultimately emerged from the dwelling. Amidst the jubilant calls of the two young cat-eyed dogs, he returned with two roasted venison legs in tow. On the other side, Sato Kaede had already departed from the small grove adorned with vibrant red berries. Accompanied by his Pokémon, Noibat and Gloom, he re-entered the dense, primeval forest and, utilizing Gloom's secret techniques, established a treehouse in a large tree near the grove, where he now rested. Unfortunately, it seemed that for the next few days, he would be unable to act freely. Otherwise, he might meet his demise, either at the hands of wild Pokémon or due to his own injuries. Gazing at several reopened and exacerbated wounds on his body, Sato grimaced as he disinfected them with antiseptic, contemplating the gravity of his situation. The recent encounter with the Beedrill had undoubtedly dealt him a heavy blow. Clearly, with his current strength, it would be quite improbable for him to traverse the nearby forest without caution. If he wished to survive, he needed to exercise utmost prudence. Moreover, Sato recognized that he had become overly reliant on Noibat's ultrasonic detection abilities. While formidable, Noibat's echolocation had its limitations, particularly against Pokémon burrowed deeply underground. The reason Sato had recklessly ventured into Beedrill's territory was twofold: his excessive trust in Noibat's detection capabilities and his insufficient understanding of Beedrill's characteristics. Note: Beedrill is sensitive to cold and typically burrows underground to retain warmth while sleeping. Now, Sato's condition had worsened, without 4 or 5 days of rest. Any attempt at high-intensity activity would be ill-advised. Should he reopen his already deteriorating wounds, even if wild Pokémon did not claim his life, he would succumb to the lack of effective medical care. Faced with such dire circumstances, Sato felt helpless, but prioritizing his survival. He abandoned his plans to explore the nearby forest and chose to focus on recuperation. By around 5 in the afternoon, Sato, with the assistance of Noibat's echolocation and Gloom's noxious properties, cautiously evaded most wild Pokémon and successfully returned to his original dwelling. Subsequently, he spent the next 5 days resting in this abode near a water source. Naturally, during this period of recuperation, Sato was not idle. He diligently directed Noibat and Gloom in training. After 5 days of rigorous and systematic practice, both Pokémon exhibited notable improvements in stamina and skill proficiency. Notably, Noibat, who had made remarkable strides in energy manipulation, had mastered the air cutter technique, enabling him to generate 10 small blades or 30 miniature blades in a single maneuver, and also to slightly adjust their trajectories. Meanwhile, with the assistance of a reckless little Rada, the Zubat has begun to grasp the art of hypnosis, mastering the necessary hypnotic waves at a novice level. Similarly, with the aid of a bewildered Oddish possessing the skills of Razor Leaf and Grass Knot, the Chikorita has successfully learned these 2 Grass-type moves, rapidly honing them to proficiency through its formidable control over Grass-type energy. During the ensuing 3 days, after sensing a recovery from his injuries, Sato Kaede proactively sought out wild Pokémon of comparable levels to his Zubat and Chikorita for battles near his dwelling. Thanks to the restorative properties of the energy cubes he possessed and the healing abilities of his 2 Pokémon, Zubat's Leech Life and Chikorita's Photosynthesis, he engaged them in nearly 100 battles with wild Pokémon in a single day. Of course, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of a Beedrill swarm, Sato Kaede was more inclined to seek out evenly matched opponents to refine his Pokémon, diligently allowing them to accumulate combat experience. Among these challengers, many had become timid after repeated defeats and, despite Sato Kaede's provocations, remained hidden in their nests, unwilling to engage. Ultimately, due to the lack of suitable opponents and a reluctance to venture too deeply into other forest regions, Sato Kaede resorted to facing the numerous, easily provoked opponents in the nearby woods. Consequently, the number of injured Beedrill in the vicinity surged dramatically, with many territories falling one after another. Aware of the perilous environment he inhabited, both Zubat and Chikorita relentlessly trained to grow stronger and protect Sato Kaede. They poured their efforts into battling other wild Pokémon, fervently pushing their limits to enhance their abilities. Thus, under Sato Kaede's deliberate guidance, the strength of both Zubat and Chikorita began to incrementally rise. Their levels soared through the experience gained from numerous battles, with Zubat reaching level 24 and Chikorita advancing to level 25. In addition to training and battling Pokémon, several joyful events occurred over these 5 days that greatly pleased Sato Kaede. The most delightful news was that Nidoran had finally transitioned from its week-long infancy into its growth phase, thriving on a diet of fresh milk, high-quality poison-type Pokémon food, and premium calcium tablets, rapidly flourishing during this period of accelerated development. Compared to 5 days ago, when Nidoran was merely the size of a small rabbit, he has now grown to half the size of an adult Chinese rural dog. Following Nidoran's transition out of his juvenile phase, Sato Kaede promptly commenced training him. Throughout the past 5 days, Sato Kaede has consciously engaged Nidoran in telekinetic skill training. As a result of successfully overcoming his childhood, Nidoran has undergone a remarkable transformation in physical fitness, and his telekinetic abilities have naturally progressed to a rudimentary level, signifying his initial mastery of these skills. The second piece of good news is that, in the subsequent 2 days, Sato Kaede deliberately followed the signals he had previously left on a tree and successfully returned to the grove inhabited by the Kaede dogs. There, he managed to lure out a greedy little Kaede dog with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Although the little Kaede dog was swiftly reclaimed by a male Kaede dog, which nearly confronted Sato Kaede, the delicious roasted meat and a gem-grade energy cube ultimately won over the little Kaede dog's heart. Henceforth, whenever Sato Kaede visited the grove, the little Kaede dog, having memorized his scent, would eagerly emerge for a treat. After several unsuccessful attempts to dissuade the little Kaede dog, the male Kaede dog, seeing that Sato Kaede harbored no ill intentions, ceased to intervene. Consequently, under the allure of delectable food, the little Kaede dog developed an increasingly fond affection for Sato Kaede. The third piece of good news has recently unfolded before Sato Kaede. In Chapter 68, The Four Forces. After 3 continuous days of employing the local forest Beedrill as combat targets for his Zubat and Oddish, the Beedrill swarm could no longer withstand the pressure inflicted by Sato Kaede's guerrilla tactics and chose to relent, no longer exhibiting their previous ferocity. During these 3 days, the Beedrill, as the dominant force in the nearby forest, had treated Sato Kaede with unprecedented seriousness. In their most aggressive maneuver, they assembled over 30 elite Beedrills, all above level 20, and hundreds of Beedrill grunts to conduct a sweeping operation against the local forest, aiming to encircle Sato Kaede and his companions. Regrettably for them, after engaging in no fewer than 100 encounters with these diminutive creatures, Sato Kaede had become well acquainted with the Beedrill's habits, utilizing the secret powers of Oddish to create concealed spaces and employing grass liquid to mask their scents. The Beedrills could only return empty-handed. Ultimately, as these weary Beedrills prepared to retreat to their hive, they fell into an ambush set by Sato Kaede and his Pokémon. Several squads of Beedrills were decisively defeated by the combined efforts of Zubat and Oddish, resulting in an increase in casualties. Each squad consisted of approximately 8 to 9 Beedrills. Now, upon encountering Sato Kaede and his 2 Pokémon once more, the Beedrills no longer charged at him like vengeful foes. Instead, they chose to flee at once, retreating to a safe distance. Sato Kaede felt a sense of helplessness regarding the unusual submission of the Beedrill. As a consequence, the wild Pokémon he could use as opponents for his Zubat and Oddish in the nearby forest had nearly vanished, leaving only those he was currently ill-equipped to provoke. However, this predicament also afforded Sato Kaede the opportunity to thoroughly explore the territory of the Beedrill. The time for the wilderness survival trial had passed its midpoint. Although he remained alive, he had yet to collect any of the required task items, and it was imperative that he hastened to complete his objectives. After 3 days, Sato Kaede found that only a small portion of the forest, which concealed the task items, remained unexplored. These areas were beyond his current capabilities, as they were inhabited by exceptionally powerful Pokémon groups. For instance, there was the Beedrill swarm, consisting of over a dozen members, the Scyther faction, also boasting a similar number, and the Ursaring group, which included Pokémon at level 43. While these groups were numerically inferior to the Beedrill, their individual strength far surpassed that of the Beedrill. Sato Kaede was not particularly fearful of facing these wild Pokémon one-on-one. Rather, his apprehension stemmed from the fact that they were social creatures. Provoking one would inevitably summon a horde, and should they charge en masse, they would overwhelm him with both their numbers and strength. Thus, with respect to these 3 formidable and aggressive factions, Sato Kaede could only bide his time, refraining from direct confrontation, particularly with the last 2 groups. Should he dare to provoke them, he would likely not survive until the next day. He had encountered the Scyther faction, which harbored a level 40 Scyther leader, whose combat prowess was only surpassed by the absolute ruler of the nearby forest, the level 43 Ursaring. Over the past few days, aside from engaging in sporadic battles with various wild Pokémon of notable strength, Sato Kaede had also summarized the power distribution within this expansive forest. In this realm of verdant wilderness, the sovereign is the Circle Bear, and Sato Kaede has aptly designated this expanse as Circle Bear Forest. Currently, this forest is inhabited and divided among 4 distinct Pokémon clans: the Circle Bears, the Beedrills, the Pincers, and the Scyther. Primarily, the Circle Bear clan occupies the most resource-rich central region of Circle Bear Forest. According to Sato Kaede's explorations, this central area boasts a natural pond and a modest hillock. Surrounding the pond is a vast sea of blossoms, home to several wild bee colonies, while the hillock is adorned with numerous fruit trees. This hillock, along with the vicinity of the pond, serves as the frequent haunt of the Circle Bear clan, who typically refrain from venturing far from their self-sustaining territory. In contrast, the Pincer clan resides in the northwestern sector of Circle Bear Forest, where an abundance of peach trees flourishes. The activity of the pincers revolves predominantly around these peach trees, not for the delectable fruits they bear, but rather for the sweet sap that oozes from their trunks. The Scyther clan claims the northern region of the forest, where a small grove of orange trees serves as their main territory. Compared to the pincers, Scythers exhibit a more aggressive temperament. However, these creatures are proud and will not engage in conflict unless they perceive a worthy adversary. Notably, Scythers possess an intense territorial instinct. Any creature or Pokémon that trespasses into their domain without permission is met with the merciless scythe of their blades. Lastly, the Beedrill clan appears to enjoy special favor from the Circle Bear clan, as they remain undisturbed by both the pincers and Scythers. The formidable presence of the Circle Bear clan acts as a steadfast barrier, effectively restraining the expansion of these two clans southward, thereby allowing the Beedrills to occupy nearly half of Circle Bear Forest. Certainly, although the population of the large hornets is considerable, their strength pales in comparison to that of the Dagia tribe, the flying mantises, and the Circle Bears. Within their ranks, no individual has emerged capable of rivaling the leaders of the Circle Bears, the Dagia, or the flying mantises. In terms of combat prowess, the wild large hornets are vastly outmatched by the other three species. A single Dagia can effortlessly vanquish a squad of large hornets, and even two teams of large hornets struggle against the flying mantises. As for the formidable Circle Bears, their thick, resilient fur renders them nearly impervious to the assaults of the large hornets. A single swipe of their powerful paws can obliterate a substantial number. However, the large hornet tribe finds itself at a disadvantage against these three groups, yet it remains dominant over other wild sprites inhabiting the Circle Bear forests. They frequently exploit their numerical superiority to bully weaker wild sprites. Yet, in recent days, the once peaceful large hornet tribe has encountered three malevolent entities. Under the relentless harassment from these demons, the tribe's combat effectiveness has diminished by 2/3, leaving their vast hive teeming with injured members and plunged into its most vulnerable state in history. In response to this dire situation, the large hornets contemplated summoning reinforcements to confront Sato Kaede and his companions. However, the Circle Bear clan, which routinely extracts copious amounts of honey from their hive, disdainfully dismissed their pleas for assistance. According to reports from patrolling comrades, the three demons have returned, and as expected, the brave hornet warriors sent to intercept them were swiftly defeated, instilling fear throughout the entire tribe. Finally, having arrived at this juncture, Sato Kaede gazed ahead in awe at the grand hive of the large hornets. Is this truly their hive? It is magnificent. Is the task item located here? I never anticipated it would be placed in such a location. I presumed it would be hidden in the perilous territory of the Circle Bears. It seems I was mistaken. After Sato Kaede commanded his Zubat and Oddish to effortlessly defeat a squad of elite large hornets, he found himself at the very heart of their domain. The hive is constructed atop a towering tree that would require the embrace of several adults to encircle. The hive itself spirals around the trunk, nearly enveloping the entire tree. From a distance, the large hornet hive resembles a small mountain, its surface riddled with numerous holes, enough to induce fear in those with a phobia of clusters. However, the apex of this hive-like mountain has suffered some damage, and from afar, the patterns of destruction form a strikingly recognizable symbol. Chapter 69. The defeat of Sato Kaede. The arrival of Sato Kaede and his companions could not escape the watchful eyes of the vigilant Beedrill swarm. As they approached within 100 meters of the Beedrill nest, a dozen elite Beedrills, each at least level 20, swiftly descended upon them. Accompanying these formidable warriors were over 30 newly evolved Beedrill foot soldiers, freshly emerged from their hardened pupae, as well as a contingent of horned caterpillars. To thwart Sato Kaede's advance towards the nest, the Beedrill swarm had mobilized their reserve forces. In an instant, Sato Kaede found himself encircled by Beedrills and horned caterpillars from all directions. Yet, facing this overwhelming display of force, Sato Kaede, burdened by a massive tree, and his two small companions remained unfazed, devoid of any fear. The Beedrills employed a straightforward battle strategy. First, they would send in their expendable troops to wear down the enemy, and once the foe was sufficiently fatigued, the elite forces would emerge to execute the final assault. This tactic remained unchanged, and at the behest of the elite Beedrills, over 50 newly evolved Beedrill foot soldiers and numerous frail horned caterpillars surged towards Sato Kaede. Having witnessed such large-scale charges before, both the Noibat and the Oddish felt no trepidation. Without waiting for Sato Kaede's command, their extensive combat experience against Beedrills guided them to instinctively launch the most effective counterattack. Noibat immediately unleashed an air blade towards the advancing foes. In an instant, energy of the flying type coalesced, and under Noibat's adept control, this amassed energy transformed into a brief, yet powerful level 7 gust of wind, replete with numerous delicate air blades. The onrushing Beedrill foot soldiers and horned caterpillars were swept back, suffering severe injuries from the slicing gusts. Many of the fragile Beedrills and numerous weak caterpillars fell to the ground, incapacitated. However, the impact of Noibat's air blade on the battlefield was far from over. As the air blade was unleashed, a plethora of green hypnotic powder wafted from Oddish's buds, swiftly hitching a ride on the high-speed train of Noibat's creation, mingling intimately with the advancing Beedrills and horned caterpillars. Those Beedrills and horned caterpillars ensnared by the hypnotic powder, whether wounded or not, were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, and soon, a vast swath of Beedrills and horned caterpillars succumbed to slumber on the ground. In an instant, the enemy's combatants were reduced by half. The synergy of Noibat's air blade and Oddish's hypnotic powder proved to be a divine tactic in group combat. As long as the adversary was not a powerful flying-type Pokémon or a creature with insomnia traits, this combination yielded remarkable results. However, while the echolocation bat was preoccupied with the enemy charging ahead, foes on both sides and above successfully seized their opportunity to attack. Almost simultaneously, 3 formidable Beedrills, resolute in their advance, surged from the flanks, their sharp stingers aimed directly at Sato Kaede, who was closely guarded by the echolocation bat and the Stunky. Meanwhile, from the canopy above, a dozen caterpies had successfully ascended the great tree, launching themselves downward, their purple-tipped horns poised to strike at Sato Kaede. It appeared I was indeed a soft target. Everyone wanted to eliminate me first. Stunky, use your binding grass technique to hold off the Beedrills on the sides, Sato Kaede commanded, his expression shifting from helplessness to determination as he observed the battlefield. The echolocation bat prepared its wind-based move to repel the caterpies, cautioning, "Be careful not to be too harsh." Upon hearing the command, Stunky let out a loud cry, and a surge of grass energy enveloped its body. In an instant, from the dense underbrush, long strands of vibrant green grass erupted, ensnaring the Beedrills that had charged within 2 meters of Sato Kaede. The sudden onslaught of grass impeded their assault, and as more green tendrils emerged to bind the Beedrills, they soon found themselves enveloped like dumplings, rendered powerless by the sheer number of resilient grasses. 2 days prior, while leading his 2 little companions against various foes in the nearby forest, Sato Kaede had discovered a relatively strong Oddish in a small flower patch, who was the leader of the grass-type Pokémon in that area. Not only that, but this Oddish had mastered the impressive binding grass technique, effortlessly capturing its prey with the vibrant green grass it produced. Beedrills were a staple on its menu, and Sato Kaede had witnessed it capture one live. This spectacle left Sato Kaede astounded by the binding grass technique's formidable ability to ensnare foes, and he yearned to harness such power himself, especially since he had the opportunity to teach Stunky this very skill. Thus, Sato Kaede hoped that the stunned flower would impart this technique to the stinky flower, offering a plethora of food in exchange. Unfortunately, as a carnivorous plant, the stunned flower possessed a rather irritable temperament and dismissed Sato Kaede's request as mere nonsense. It even contemplated capturing him alive to serve as a potential meal. Faced with such unfriendliness from the stunned flower, Sato Kaede responded in kind. Confronted by the flying-type Pokémon, the supersonic bat, the stunned flower found itself utterly helpless, ultimately becoming a captive of Sato Kaede. Of course, Sato Kaede did not take advantage of the stunned flower without reciprocity. In exchange for its cooperation, he generously provided sustenance and comfort, culminating in the stinky flower teaching him the energy ball technique to maintain its freedom and the pleasures of its previous lifestyle. The stunned flower was compelled to enter into a series of unequal treaties with Sato Kaede, with the stinky flower serving as a mentor for the technique. However, the stinky flower, with its formidable mastery of grass-type energy, had surpassed its predecessor, now capable of using the bind technique to simultaneously control 6 Beedrills, whereas the stunned flower could only manage 5 at most. Meanwhile, as the stinky flower ensnared the approaching Beedrills with its bind technique, the supersonic bat launched an attack on the horned insects perched above on the branches. In an instant, a small white whirlwind materialized, ensnaring the descending horned insects. They were severely injured by the flying-type energy contained within the whirlwind and were blown away, falling to the ground incapacitated. After dispatching the horned insects, the supersonic bat shifted its focus to the Beedrills ensnared by the stinky flower. In the next moment, shadow balls erupted from its mouth, incapacitating the frail Beedrills. Faced with the devastating aerial blades of the supersonic bat, the strong control of sleep powder and bind from the stinky flower, and Sato Kaede's agile evasion behind the giant trees. These intellectually limited wild Beedrills stood no chance, ultimately succumbing to a swift defeat. 3 minutes later, the battlefield lay devoid of any Beedrills capable of flight, all severely wounded and sprawled on the ground, rendered temporarily unable to fight. The remaining horned insects, stripped of their fighting spirit, scattered in disarray. Chapter 70. Mission items after vanquishing the Beedrills and horned insects before him. The remaining Beedrills in the hive seemed to have lost their will to fight. Repeated failures had made them acutely aware that Sato Kaede was an insurmountable adversary. To avoid annihilation, they had no choice but to abandon their nest and flee. What is happening? They are fleeing? Well, this is fortuitous. It means I shall no longer face any hindrance. Observing numerous healthy and undamaged hornets being released from their hive and scattering in all directions, Sato Kaede wore an expression of bewilderment. He had anticipated that these inherently fierce hornets would choose to fight fiercely to defend their nest. However, to his astonishment, the climactic battle he envisioned did not materialize, as the hornets opted to abandon their hive in flight. This unexpected turn of events truly surprised him. In reality, the hornets' decision to flee was not solely due to the fear instilled by Sato Kaede and his companions, but rather because their clan had reached a critical juncture of survival. Should the remaining hornets be defeated by Sato Kaede, the hope of their entire lineage would extinguish. Interestingly, Sato Kaede's choice to spare the hornets and allow them to live inadvertently contributed to the grave crisis now afflicting the hornet community. The overwhelming number of injured hornets had become a tremendous burden on the hive. Naturally, the hornet clan could not turn a blind eye to their injured kin. They nourished these wounded hornets with the finest honey, hoping for their swift recovery so they could once again contribute to the community. However, as the number of injured hornets continued to rise, the labor force capable of foraging for nectar dwindled correspondingly. Consequently, the honey reserves accumulated by the hornet community were rapidly depleting as they sought to sustain their incapacitated members. At present, the number of injured hornets had surpassed those capable of labor, leading to a significant deficit in honey production. Additionally, just 4 days prior, the Circle Bear clan had extracted more than half of their honey reserves, leaving the hive perilously low on sustenance. If the remaining labor-capable hornets fell prey to Sato Kaede and his companions, even if he chose not to kill these defenseless hornets, they would inevitably succumb to starvation. While the hornets capable of battle had fled from the hive, a considerable number of injured hornets and larvae still resided within. A hasty entry could prove fatal. Thus, for the sake of safety, Kaede commanded the sound bats to create a strong wind directed at the immense hive, together with the hypnotic powder emitted by the stench flower. He aimed to ensure that the creatures within the hive enjoyed a deep slumber. After several minutes, Sato Kaede orchestrated a thorough cooling breeze over the entire hive, allowing the sound bats to utilize ultrasonic waves to confirm that most of the hornets and larvae had indeed been coerced into a state of sleep. With this assurance, he proceeded into the hive alongside his 2 small companions. The markings at the top of the hive were evidently not without significance. If Sato Kaede's conjectures were correct, the items related to the Team Rocket mission he sought in the nearby forest were indeed within this nest. The beehive, resembling a small hill, has been constructed by the great needle bees with remarkable sturdiness and intricate layering. To facilitate movement within the hive, the passages are remarkably spacious, allowing Sato Foam to traverse them with ease. As he walked through the hive built by the great needle bees, he soon came upon a miniature chamber, the dwelling place of these bees. Within this 2-tiered realm of numerous tiny spaces, a great number of injured needle bees lay in slumber, oblivious to Sato Foam's presence. Sato Foam held no interest in these injured bees, guided by the echolocation of his ultrasonic bat. He swiftly navigated through the labyrinthine hive to locate the correct passage leading to the hive's apex. The uppermost region of the hive served as a nursery, where numerous spirit eggs of horned worms were nestled. Some of the eggs had already hatched, and the newborn worms lay peacefully asleep, unaware of Sato Foam's arrival. Ultimately, with the assistance of the ultrasonic bat, Sato Foam arrived at the pinnacle of the hive, discovering his target within a nursery, a black backpack adorned with a single letter, quietly embedded in the hive wall. The backpack emitted a scent that was thoroughly detestable to the little spirits, insect repellent. Thus it remained untouched by the great needle bees, perfectly intact within the hive wall. This must be the item required for the task. It was cleverly concealed, given the vastness of the hive. Without the ultrasonic bat's guidance, it could have taken an entire day to uncover this. Upon noticing the letter on the black backpack, Sato Foam mused silently. He then seized the backpack from the hive wall without inspecting its contents and promptly stored it in the rocket team's watch. With the ultrasonic bat and the stinky flower in tow, he retraced his steps to the lower section of the hive. The stinky flower sleep powder could only induce a forced slumber for approximately half an hour, necessitating a swift pursuit of other endeavors. Now that Sato Feng found himself within the great needle bee's lair, it would be remiss not to procure some spoils from this venture. As for the treasures within the hive, they were undoubtedly the exquisite honey brewed by the great needle bees. Although Sato Feng had yet to taste the honey produced by these bees, he had encountered descriptions of this food within the rocket team's internal point exchange system, thus he was well aware of its value. In comparison to honey crafted by ordinary bees, that of the great needle bees not only boasted superior nutritional value, but also constituted a high-quality sustenance for little spirits. Possessing the ability to quickly restore energy and heal wounds, it could be regarded as a purely natural supply and remedy, especially the wild honey from the great needle bees, which proved even more effective. Therefore, the worth of wild great needle bee honey is substantial. 1 liter of this honey within the rocket team's internal point exchange system is priced at 500 points, and it frequently experiences shortages. The honey-making chamber of the large needle bee's hive is constructed at the very bottom of the hive. Under the guidance of the ultrasonic bat, Sato Kaede has now reached the honey-making chamber, where blocks of honey, seemingly enveloped in a waxy substance, are quietly stored within hexagonal cells. However, within this chamber, which contains at least several hundred cells, only 21 remain filled with honey, indicating a rather meager supply. How could there be so little left? It seems these creatures did not forget to take their treasures with them before departing. Nevertheless, the remaining honey should suffice for quite some time. Observing the almost barren honey chamber before him, a hint of disappointment flickered across Sato Kaede's face. He swiftly and deftly gathered all 21 blocks of honey sealed with beeswax into the storage space of his Aero Team watch. Note: each block of beeswax-sealed honey contains approximately 3 liters, meaning Sato Kaede has directly taken away 63 liters of honey. After confirming that no more honey remained in the chamber, Sato Kaede, accompanied by his 2 small sprites, quickly exited the large needle bee's hive and made his way back to his current dwelling. As Sato Kaede and his companions departed the hive, an unusual distortion suddenly emerged from the shadows of the hive. In an instant, a shadow zipped across the ground and darted into the forest. Chapter 71. An unexpected situation. After Sato Kaede and his 2 small sprites evacuated from the large needle bee's hive, they encountered no obstacles along the way. In recent days, Sato Kaede, with the help of his 2 sprites, had subdued most of the wild sprites in the nearby forest, and now they faced no challenges. After spending over 10 minutes, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sato Kaede successfully returned to the base of the great tree where his temporary residence was located and quickly ascended to the hidden treehouse above. Upon entering the treehouse, Sato Kaede eagerly retrieved the black backpack obtained from the large needle bee's hive and began to unpack its contents one by one. This black backpack, like the ordinary one at the start of the mission, contained 6 Pokeballs, a card sealed within a black paper, and a letter. The 6 Pokeballs were clearly handcrafted and not manufactured by Team Rocket, resembling those created by traditional Pokeball artisans using natural materials, for example, the Steel Master from a Krutique City. These handcrafted Pokeballs, compared to those available on the market, exhibit superior performance, personalization, and confidentiality. Of course, such artisanal Pokeballs tend to come at a steep price, yet they are highly favored by elite trainers and the affluent. All 6 Pokeballs share an identical appearance, featuring a design of a blue top and a white bottom, with a golden star engraved upon the blue shell. Regarding the 6 artificially crafted Pokeballs, Sato Kaede briefly glanced at them before setting them aside, directing his attention instead to a card sealed with a piece of black paper. Upon tearing away the black paper from the card and revealing its true nature, his pupils dilated, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. The card turned out to be a legitimate League identification card, prominently featuring Sato Kaede's current likeness in the upper right corner, indicating that it belonged to him. Goodness! Team Rocket truly possesses remarkable capabilities. This identification card is authentic, not a mere counterfeit produced in the black market. As he examined the League identification card in his possession and turned it over to observe the Pokeball emblem that shimmered under the faintest light on its reverse side, Sato Kaede's expression softened as he spoke. In truth, upon discovering he was an undocumented individual, he had contemplated obtaining a legitimate League identification card. However, being a penniless individual with no connections rendered him incapable of appealing for one, even with a certificate issued by the village chief of his rural hometown, which proved utterly ineffective. Consequently, Unable to acquire a league identification card through proper channels, Sato Kaede resolved to seek someone in the black market to fabricate one. Nevertheless, the anti-counterfeiting measures employed by the League are undoubtedly among the most sophisticated in the Pokémon world. Those forgeries produced in the black market might deceive rural residents. But in towns and cities patrolled by the likes of Miss Junsha, such fake identification cards would be utterly worthless and could even lead to dire consequences. Being caught with a counterfeit card would result in immediate pursuit and imprisonment. Now, the identification card before Sato Kaede was evidently genuine, with the reflective Pokeball emblem on the back serving as irrefutable evidence. According to those who produced documents in the black market of Nibi City, this anti-counterfeiting technology is exclusively controlled by the League. However, he pondered, what use is this identification card to me now? I have already embarked on this treacherous path with Team Rocket, wanting to extricate myself from it. This card provided by them instead becomes a formidable shackle. After a brief moment, the initial surprise on Sato Kaede's face gradually transformed into a wry smile of resignation. It was obvious to him that since Team Rocket could provide him with a League identification card, they must have completely grasped the details of his identity. Even if he were to defect in the future, he could never leverage the identity of Sato Kaede to seek refuge with the League. Of course, with this League identification card, Sato Kaede could now live openly under the sun, freely entering any territory governed by the League without the fear of evading the League's law enforcement or worrying about being subjected to identity checks. Regrettably, even as Sato Kaede contemplates these matters, he finds it impossible to feel any semblance of joy. The League identification card, once a symbol of significance in his life, now serves merely as a facade to conceal his affiliation with the Rocket Team. At his core, he remains a member regarded as a villain by many. With a deep sigh, Sato Kaede set aside the League ID, which had once held great meaning for him, and redirected his attention to the final item within his black backpack. He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter contained within, beginning to read its contents meticulously. After comparing the handwriting on the task map with that on the letter, he immediately recognized it belonged to the same individual. As he carefully perused the letter, a look of discomfort crossed his face, akin to having swallowed a fly. Simultaneously, a profound sense of confusion arose within him, for the contents of the letter were startlingly abrupt, leaving him somewhat bewildered and even skeptical. The essence of the letter was as follows. The wilderness trial task had been completed, and he now had a new assignment. This new task required him to make his way to Lara City in the Hoenn region and achieve 10 consecutive victories in the battle tower there, all within the next 25 days before the rookie competition. What on earth was this situation? Was it not previously established that all task items needed to be gathered to complete the wilderness trial? How had the task requirements shifted so suddenly? The expectation for him, a novice who had only recently acquired a Pokémon, to travel such a distant place and triumph in the world-renowned battle tower was utterly overwhelming. Was this a jest? After absorbing the letter's contents, a torrent of frustration surged within Sato Kaede. Lara City, situated in the Hoenn region, is an island metropolis known for its advanced technology, with the battle tower being its most famous landmark. The battle tower of Laris is renowned worldwide, serving as a grand stage where trainers showcase their prowess. Compared to the league competitions held across various regions, the level of competition here is significantly higher. Trainers from around the globe flock to this tower to enhance their skills and gain immense fame, striving for victory through consecutive wins. The status of Lara City's battle tower is akin to that of the Sky Arena in the world of hunters. Now, as a fledgling trainer who had only recently embarked on this journey, Sato Kaede found himself burdened with an extraordinarily daunting task, causing him considerable distress. Meanwhile, atop a small mountain near the Tokiwa forest, Sophia smiled and nodded at the recently returned Jengar, offering words of praise. The wilderness survival trial could be deemed a reluctant success, yet the adversaries that await you henceforth shall not be the dim-witted wild sprites. Instead, your forthcoming opponents will possess far greater cunning. Sophia gazed into the distance at the Everwood forest, contemplating quietly to herself. Chapter 72. The changing plans. After meticulously reviewing the letter in his hand once more, Sato Kaede could do little more than sigh, resigned to the reality of his situation. He was now merely a foot soldier of Team Rocket, devoid of influence or power, and lacking the strength to defy the orders from above. Of course, if those in command were to send him to his demise, he would refuse to comply. However, this current task was far less perilous than such a fate, prompting him to grit his teeth and accept it. Similar to the task map provided previously, the reverse side of this letter bore another map, one that was more comprehensive, encompassing the entirety of the Everwood forest. This new map illustrated a route that would allow him to exit the forest with relative safety. From this accurately marked map indicating his current geographical position, Sato Kaede realized that the individual issuing the task possessed an intimate understanding of his circumstances, almost as if they were privy to every detail. In summary, every action he took within Everwood Forest was under the scrutiny of the other party, rendering it nearly impossible for him to contravene their commands. With 25 days remaining, he thought to himself, "Goodness, this is Everwood Forest, even by air. Reaching the Hoenn region would take a full day, and if memory serves, there is no airport in Nibby City. I can only hope that Everwood City has won. Otherwise, I will have to explore alternative means." Gazing at the map in his hand, Sato Kaede's expression grew grim. In truth, due to his status as an undocumented individual, his activities within the Pokémon world were confined to Nibby City and the current Everwood Forest, leaving him unfamiliar with the other cities in Kanto. Consequently, he had little insight into how to reach the Hoenn continent. In the Pokémon world, transportation methods such as airplanes, trains, and ships do exist. However, due to the presence of wild Pokémon, the safety of these modes of transport is far from guaranteed. In the skies, flight paths must circumvent the airspace of formidable wild flying-type Pokémon. Train tracks must steer clear of powerful wild Pokémon territories. And maritime travel is fraught with danger as well. Should one inadvertently trespass into the territorial waters of a wrathful Gyarados, the consequences would be dire. Thus, while communication between human continents is not entirely severed, it is certainly not frequent. The proximity between the Kanto and Hoenn regions facilitates a relatively steady exchange, whereas the distance to the Unova region, separated by countless seas, results in far less interaction. The vast, boundless oceans and skies remain realms beyond human conquest, teeming with an abundance of formidable wild spirits. Some particularly powerful wild spirits even possess the capacity to annihilate the world. In truth, the territories of land, ocean, and sky that humanity occupies are remarkably limited, with vast expanses still inhabited by numerous wild spirits. The history of human development can be likened to a chronicle of conflict against these spirits, in the pursuit of survival and proliferation. Humanity has had to wrest control of land, ocean, and sky from their grasp. In the distant past of the spirit world, these beings were referred to as monstrous creatures by humans, highlighting the extent of their fear. Had it not been for the emergence of trainers, humanity would still be confined to a marginal existence. Nevertheless, one must adapt to circumstances as they arise. Today, it is imperative to complete the tasks at hand and hasten away from the everlasting forest, with only 25 units of time remaining. The journey to Laru City on the continent of Fengyuan is uncertain in duration, leaving little time to achieve 10 consecutive victories at the Battle Tower. Sato Kaede carefully organized the letter in his hands and secured it properly, his expression turning serious as he contemplated the situation. Indeed, this unexpected task had disrupted his plans, particularly his quest to locate wild Squirtless and Mudkips and to capture a small Houndour. Since discovering a wild Squirtle and Mudkip in the nearby river during a torrential downpour caused by a battle between a powerful Frogadier and a Gyarados, he had taken to frequenting the riverbank, hoping for a stroke of luck in encountering these amphibious water-type starters. Unfortunately, his fortune had waned over the past week. Not only had he failed to capture a Squirtle or Mudkip, but he had also not even glimpsed a shadow of either creature. He surmised that another downpour akin to the previous one would be necessary to encounter these spirits. On the other hand, his endeavors with the small Houndour had been quite successful. After several days of culinary persuasion, the little Houndour had grown quite familiar with him, affectionately licking his hand with its tiny tongue. Regrettably, the male Houndour remained rather aloof, and the little one still required time to attain independence. As Sato Kaede prepared to depart, he grew anxious about whether the small Houndour would accompany him and whether the male would permit its departure. While he contemplated capturing the small Houndour outright, he was acutely aware that such an action could foster resentment, making it challenging to earn its trust and obedience in the future. For Sato Kaede, a mischievous sprite that occupies resources yet remains disobedient is not worth the trouble. It would be better not to capture it at all. As for Squirtle and Mudkip, they can be disregarded. Wild starters are quite rare. To unexpectedly encounter a Herdier in the wild would indeed be a stroke of luck. However, one must make every effort to secure the little Herdier. If that fails, so be it. I would not wish for my Pokémon to harbor resentment towards me for a lifetime, Sato Kaede mused, a hint of bitter amusement crossing his face. The adage that plans cannot keep pace with changes aptly describes Sato Kaede's current predicament. Yet, in order to adapt to these changes, he must revise his strategy. Otherwise, he would merely await his demise. In his present state of powerlessness, he is bound to execute the orders given from above, as long as they do not lead him to certain death. After pondering these pressing matters and organizing his thoughts, Sato Kaede commenced his next journey. For the time ahead was exceedingly precious and must be utilized with utmost efficiency. Descending from the treehouse, Sato Kaede adhered to the schedule laid out for the past few days, initiating a 2-hour skill training session for his 3 Pokémon to enhance his capabilities. Daily training and battles with his Pokémon are indispensable, with the former taking precedence over the latter. "Come forth, Zubat, Oddish, Nidoran, let us begin our training," he declared, casting 3 Pokeballs into the air. Chapter 73. The transformation of Zubat and Oddish. Following Sato Kaede's training regimen, Zubat diligently practiced the move Air Cutter. After 5 days of rigorous training, it had mastered the technique, rendering it capable of executing it flawlessly. As Zubat's wings, infused with potent flying-type energy, unfurled, a gust of wind comparable to a level 7 gale erupted, and 10 crescent-shaped blades of air manifested, arranged in a fan-like formation for a wide area assault. Each blade approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. Upon the emergence of the 10 crescent-shaped air blades, Zubat's wings, still enveloped in flying-type energy, quivered slightly, and 3 of the blades exhibited a slight alteration in trajectory before striking the trunk of a large tree in succession. "Excellent, Zubat. Your control over the air blades has advanced significantly. You can now manipulate 3 of them. Keep up the hard work. And when you refine Air Cutter from an area attack to a single target move, your power will surely increase immensely," Sato Kaede praised, nodding in approval at Zubat's successful execution of Air Cutter. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's praise, the somewhat breathless Noctowl nodded in delight and continued to unleash the air blades. However, at present, Noctowl could only master 3 air blades, still a distance away from controlling the 4th. In Sato Kaede's perspective, the potential of the air blade technique is immense. Its attack principle involves releasing air blades in a concentrated area, umbrella-shaped, in a single burst, with the number of blades contingent upon the user's ability. Regrettably, the trajectories of these blades are unpredictable after their creation, resulting in chaotic attacks within a certain range, thereby diminishing the overall potency of the technique and preventing maximum damage. Nonetheless, since the blades are generated by the Pokémon itself, they possess the inherent capability to control them, albeit this necessitates a test of the Pokémon's proficiency with the technique. The ability to create air blades signifies that the Pokémon has reached a novice level with this move, while producing 10 blades merely indicates a transition to an adept level. Thus, to fully harness the technique's power, agile manipulation of these blades is essential. In Sato Kaede's vision, the ultimate form of the air blade should involve the Pokémon merging the released blades into a singular, colossal blade to launch a ferocious attack against its adversary. Currently, Noctowl still has a considerable journey ahead to attain this envisioned final form. However, Sato Kaede finds himself perplexed. If Noctowl could transform the air blades into the powerful single-target attack he imagines, what would distinguish this technique from the air slash learned by higher-level Noctowl? This uncertainty lingers in his mind. Following a week filled with the perils of wilderness survival, Noctowl has undoubtedly undergone significant transformation. Unbeknownst to him, his level has ascended to 24, indicating that he possesses the potential for evolution within the realm of the game. Yet, Sato Kaede is puzzled that, thus far, Noctowl has exhibited no signs of evolution. During this period, perhaps in response to the demands of intense battles in the wild or the richness of its diet, Noctowl's physique has notably changed. A week ago, Noctowl's wingspan measured approximately 0.8 meters, with a weight of 82, consuming about 8 liters of blood daily. Now, its wingspan has expanded to 1.2 meters, weight increased to 103, and daily consumption has surged to 12 liters of blood. Undoubtedly, the size of the ultrasonic bat has now reached that of a small falcon, making it a veritable giant among bats. This increase in size has correspondingly augmented the bat's physical prowess, and its broad, robust wings enable it to unleash flying-type moves with unparalleled power. Sato Kaede finds it rather unsurprising that the ultrasonic bat has undergone another notable transformation within the span of a week. The relentless intensity of battles has continuously drawn out the bat's potential, and subconsciously, it yearns for enhanced physical capabilities. Moreover, the sustenance it has been receiving lately, wild deer blood, which is far richer in vitality than bovine blood, has been steadily increasing in quantity, not to mention the daily calcium tablets Sato Kaede provides to promote its growth. Given this amalgamation of external and internal factors, it would indeed be peculiar if the ultrasonic bat did not exhibit some extraordinary change. Meanwhile, the stinky flower is diligently training in the grass knot technique. With its formidable control over grass-type energy, the Stinky Flower has now mastered this move to an expert level. Currently, the Stinky Flower finds itself in an open area surrounded by 10 scattered wooden blocks, each approximately 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. Suddenly, a brilliant emerald glow emanates from the Stinky Flower, and immediately, a profusion of verdant grass, composed of grass-type energy, sprouts beneath the 10 wooden blocks, swiftly entwining them. Regrettably, only 6 out of the 10 blocks can be completely enveloped by the emerald grass, while the remaining 4 are merely wrapped around their midsections. At present, the Stinky Flower can assume various roles within the team. By skillfully combining its growth techniques with the ability to release energy balls and razor leaf moves, it can serve as a damage dealer. When it unleashes 3 powders in conjunction with the ultrasonic bat's combat prowess, it can act as a support member. Additionally, its recent ability to utilize the grass not to immobilize numerous foes allows it to function as a controller within the team. It can be said that since the Stinky Flower has mastered various grass-type moves and rapidly honed them to an expert level, it has undoubtedly become a vital pillar of Sato Kaede's team. Currently, Sato Kaede's team has begun to take shape in terms of offensive capabilities, yet it lacks adequate defensive measures. For instance, when faced with wild Pokémon, Sato Kaede's self-preservation abilities are notably deficient, and should he inadvertently allow an enemy to close in, it could spell disaster. Thus, in order to enhance the team's survivability, Sato Kaede has no choice but to assign the Stinky Flower, equipped with the grass knot control technique, to act as his personal bodyguard. Originally, in the game, the move Grass Knot was a technique that involved entangling small blades of grass to trip opponents and inflict damage. The power of this move was contingent upon the weight of the enemy. Generally speaking, the heavier the opponent, the greater the damage inflicted by Grass Knot. Note, Grass Knot is a special grass-type attack whose power varies, effect, ensnares, and trips the opponent, with increased potency against heavier foes. However, in the realm of reality, the function of Grass Knot transcends merely tripping adversaries. The resilient green blades of grass, conjured from grass-type energy, are remarkably sturdy. They can only be broken with considerable effort unless they are subjected to attacks from fire, flying, poison, or bug-type energies. Thus, in the real world, this technique serves as an excellent means for grass-type Pokémon to bind their foes, particularly within forested areas where they can even manipulate actual wild grass to ensnare their enemies. Presently, the Stinky Flower has honed its skills to ensnare 6 enemies within a 10-meter radius using Grass Knot. Unless the opponents possess extraordinary abilities, they will be rendered immobile until the green grass formed by grass-type energy dissipates, which typically lasts for about 10 seconds. Similar to the Zubat. After a week of survival training under the guidance of Sato Kaede, the Stinky Flower has undergone significant transformation, both internally and externally. The first change is in the Stinky Flower's demeanor. Having gained recognition from her companions, she no longer exhibits the same level of self-doubt, particularly when playing with the innocent Nidoran, during which she often laughs. Coupled with the victories achieved alongside Sato Kaede in numerous battles, she has blossomed into a more confident being. The second change pertains to the Stinky Flower's physical form. Previously, her size was comparable to that of a newborn human infant, but perhaps due to her newfound joy, she has experienced notable growth. During Sato Kaede's recovery period, he diligently collected some animal droppings and fallen leaves to create a natural fertilizer for the Stinky Flower, thus supplying her with essential nutrients for her rapid growth. With a positive disposition, ample sunlight and water, along with fertile soil, the Stinky Flower has received sufficient nourishment during this time, leading to a remarkable increase in her size. Now, the Stinky Flower has regained a stature comparable to her peers. If she was once the size of a few-month-old human infant, she has now reached the dimensions of a 1-year-old child, standing approximately 75 centimeters tall. Chapter 74. Nidoran and a discussion on poison types. Upon observing that the Stinky Flower's skill training was progressing well, Sato Kaede offered her words of praise before shifting his attention to Nidoran, who was diligently training in front of a large rock. Sato Kaede now assigns the skill of Poison Sting to Nidoran for training, a technique belonging to its own type. Having transitioned past its juvenile phase, Nidoran has experienced a significant enhancement in its physical prowess, no longer exhibiting the fragility of its earlier years. The purple, keratinous spines adorning its body have gradually thickened, particularly the sharp, purple horns situated on Nidoran's forehead, which has attained a hardness comparable to steel, marking it as the most resilient part of its anatomy. This formidable horn has also become Nidoran's primary weapon of offense. Note, Poison Sting is a physical contact move of the poison type, with a power of 80. It allows the user to pierce the opponent with toxic appendages, with a chance of inducing a poison state. Following its maturation, Nidorann's profile is as follows. Species: Nidoran level, 5 type, poison ability, vital spirit gender, male skills, Leer, Peck, Amnesia, inherited, Disable, inherited, Psybeam, inherited, Scratch, taught, Poison Sting, taught, Water Pulse, taught. According to Sato Kaede's directives, Nidoran begins each training session and battle with the Scratch move, compensating for its reduced accuracy and physical attacks due to its vital spirit ability, while simultaneously enhancing its offensive capabilities. At this moment, a Nidoran, roughly the size of a Chinese rural dog, is charging forward with its robust limbs. During this charge, the sharp purple horn on its forehead emanates a faint purple glow. As it approaches a large tree, merely half a meter away, Nidoran suddenly propels itself forward with vigorous force. With a resounding thud, Nidoran's horn pierces a large red dot painted on the surface of a rock, causing the entire 2-meter-high boulder to tremble slightly, with fragments of stone immediately scattering upon impact. Once Nidoran effortlessly withdraws its horn from the rock, a small hole begins to ooze a trickle of purple liquid, while cracks permeated by the same purple substance radiate outward from the tiny opening, revealing signs of corrosion on the inner surface and edges of the rock. Before long, a small section of the rock, corroded and fragile, crumbles away like tofu, shattering into pieces. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran is imbued with toxins throughout its body, particularly in its sharp spines, which secrete potent venom. The most concentrated and fierce toxins are naturally found in the sharp horn on its forehead. Currently, when employing the Poison Sting move, Nidoran opts to channel its poisonous energy through its horn, as it is the hardest part of its body and can instantaneously secrete a substantial amount of toxin at will. Therefore, utilizing it to execute the Poison Sting move, which requires the concentration of poisonous energy, is indeed a fitting strategy. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran is inherently attuned to the toxic energies of the world around it. However, due to its youth and limited control, the amount of poison energy it can currently harness is minimal. The dim purple glow emanating from its horn during the execution of the Poison Sting technique stands as testament to this. Despite Nidoran not yet having mastered the intricacies of this attack, its inherent vitality and the physical attack enhancement from its sharpened claws, combined with the respectable power of the Poison Sting itself, allow it to generate considerable destructive force. When confronted with relatively hard rocks, Nidoran can penetrate them with ease, akin to piercing through soft tofu. It utilizes the toxins released from its horn, along with the poison energy enveloping it, to inflict corrosive damage upon the rocks. Should it encounter larger trees or living beings, the result would likely be a puncture wound, leading to a high probability of inducing a poison state. This is merely a glimpse of what Nidoran can achieve, considering its current limitations in accumulating substantial quantities of poison energy for its Poison Sting. It is evident that, with further mastery over poison energy, Nidoran could potentially shatter rocks instantly and leave them severely corroded. In fact, Sato Kaede has already encouraged Nidoran to test its Poison Sting on some nearby saplings, all of which withered without exception due to the toxic effects. After witnessing the terrifying potency of Nidoran's Poison Sting, Sato Kaede refrained from allowing it to practice on living creatures, opting instead for inanimate rocks. In the world of Pokémon, poison types are significantly more perilous than their counterparts of other attributes. Their danger largely stems from the toxins they harbor. Any injury inflicted by them carries the risk of poisoning the affected target. It is important to note that the nature of toxic energy is inherently aggressive and corrosive. The reason Pokémon fall victim to poisoning is that poison-type Pokémon inject this toxic energy into their opponents, leading to internal destruction, a form of energetic toxin. This explains why even non-poisonous Pokémon can inflict poison status upon their adversaries when utilizing poison-type moves. In reality, the state of poisoning is far more complex than portrayed in games. Once a Pokémon succumbs to poison, the adverse effects can be far graver than those of burns, paralysis, or freezing. Initially, the symptoms may be mild, but as the toxins spread throughout the body, the Pokémon's combat effectiveness will plummet. Moreover, if timely antidotes are not administered, a poisoned Pokémon could indeed face death. Even if rescued at the last moment, it would inevitably suffer from severe illness. Additionally, different species of Pokémon possess varying toxins, resulting in a diverse array of symptoms manifesting from poisoning. Under normal circumstances, poison sprites exhibit one of 3 conditions, the first being a general weakness, the second manifesting as hallucinations, and the third resulting in the rotting of the poisoned area. Naturally, these scenarios pertain to typical cases. However, if certain toxic sprites possess particularly potent venom. The aforementioned conditions may occur simultaneously or in conjunction. Note: toxic sprites, along with some others that inherently harbor certain toxins, can induce a state of physical poisoning in flesh and blood beings. This is a creative interpretation. Please do not criticize. Note: steel-type sprites, due to their inherent steel attribute, possess a natural immunity to toxic energy, rendering them nearly invulnerable to poisoning unless their steel properties are removed or their resistance is significantly weakened. Again, this is a creative interpretation. Please do not criticize. Currently, through various practical experiments, it has been observed that the toxin exhibited by Nidoran possesses a degree of corrosiveness. Once exposed to air, this toxin undergoes an immediate chemical transformation. Moreover, when combined with corrosive toxic energy, it produces an amplifying effect, easily leading to corrosion in most materials. Well done. But refrain from relying solely on your horn as a vessel for your poisonous attacks. Such a tactic makes it easy for opponents to target your vital points. Perhaps you should consider utilizing your claws, which are equally formidable and will spare you the dizziness from head-on collisions. Sato Kaede remarked with a smile as he observed Nidoran's poisonous strike shatter a portion of a large boulder, only for Nidoran to feel slightly disoriented from the recoil of the impact. Unfortunately, Nidoran remained unmoved by Sato Kaede's advice, continuing to employ its horn as the primary instrument for its poisonous assault. After retreating a short distance from the boulder, it charged forward once more. Chapter 75. The abduction of the Houndour. The training of the three sprites proceeded in an orderly and conscientious manner. With over an hour remaining before dusk, Sato Kaede took the opportunity to gather some twigs and fallen leaves from the vicinity to construct a campfire. Subsequently, he retrieved a leg of wild deer, packaged in a plastic bag, along with some salt and seasonings from the storage space of his Team Rocket watch, as well as a jar of freshly acquired wild beedrill honey. After a careful roasting process, a golden brown, crispy leg of deer emerged from the flames. At that moment, Zubat and Nidoran arrived promptly by Sato Kaede's side, gazing eagerly at the roasted deer leg resting above the fire. In reality, both Zubat and Nidoran are omnivorous creatures. Although Nidoran is slightly more versatile in its diet, both sprites are capable of digesting meat. Hurry up and train. That roasted deer leg is not intended for either of you. Beholding the two little sprites gazing hungrily at the roasting venison leg dancing over the fire, Sato Kaede remarked with a stern expression. This exquisite venison leg, meticulously crafted with a plethora of spices, was prepared specifically for the little Houndoom. With his impending departure from this place set for the morrow, he intended to consult the little Houndoom regarding its willingness to accompany him. Should the little Houndoom express a desire to follow, this sumptuous venison leg would serve as a token of initiation. If it chose not to accompany him, it would serve as a farewell gift instead. Moments later, Sato Kaede concluded the training session for the sprites, and, having spent a brief span of time, adeptly made his way to the small grove where the Houndoom resided. Suddenly, a rustling sound filled the air, and just as Sato Kaede stepped into the grove, a splendid male Houndoom appeared before him, leaping directly into his embrace. In comparison to the diminutive Houndoom of 5 days prior, this one had grown considerably, now reaching 2/3 the size of its father and exhibiting a slight plumpness. The rapid growth of the little Houndoom could largely be attributed to the delectable treats Sato Kaede had been bringing during the early mornings and evenings, ensuring it was well-fed and well-rested, resulting in its newfound portliness. Moreover, during these days, the little Houndoom's father had evidently begun a rigorous training regimen for it, as its level had now risen to 10, and it astonishingly mastered both the charged fire attack and flame wheel within such a short span. This clearly indicated that the young male Houndoom had inherited his father's remarkable talents. The little Houndoom's profile is as follows: species, Houndoom level, 10 type, fire ability, flash fire gender, male skills, bite, roar, ember, leer, odor sleuth, flame wheel, taught, charged fire attack, trained, ha ha ha. Alright, Houndoom, I know you're welcoming me. I brought you some treats today, Sato Kaede said, with some effort pushing aside the little Houndoom that was incessantly licking his face, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's words, the little Houndoom ceased its affectionate antics and stood on the grass, adopting a gluttonous demeanor as it gazed at Sato Kaede. Observing the little Houndoom's comically voracious expression, Sato Kaede affectionately patted its head and chuckled. Then, under the eager gaze of the little Houndoom, he retrieved the specially prepared venison leg from the storage compartment of his Team Rocket watch, glazed with a layer of wild beedrill honey. The venison leg appeared dazzling in the eyes of the little Houndoom the moment it caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the leg. Drool began to pour forth uncontrollably, and without a moment's hesitation, the little houndoom lunged directly at the venison leg in Sato Kaede's hand. Upon devouring a substantial piece of roasted venison, the little Katy dog instinctively closed its eyes, emitting a series of joyful barks, its face adorned with an expression of sheer ecstasy. Meanwhile, as the little Katy reveled in its delightful feast, a robust Katy dog lurking not far away in the grass, upon catching the enticing aroma of the roasted venison, displayed an equally gluttonous expression, drool cascading from the corners of its mouth. However, the strong male Katy dog exhibited remarkable self-control, suppressing its desire as it keenly observed Sato Kaede, who sat beside the little Katy. "Is it delicious, Katy?" Sato Kaede inquired with a smile, noticing the little Katy's blissful demeanor as it savored the leg of venison he had prepared. Without a moment's hesitation, the little Katy enthusiastically nodded in response. In its youthful heart, the food provided by Sato Kaede over the past few days was the most delectable it had ever tasted. Or none. "Ah, that is wonderful to hear. However, dear Katy, I must leave tomorrow and may not be able to bring you such delicious treats in the future," Sato Kaede remarked, his expression shifting to a more serious tone. Upon hearing this, the little Katy's joyful countenance faltered, transforming into one of a forsaken creature, its eyes brimming with tears, radiating an aura of profound sorrow. "It's not that I no longer wish to see you, but I must temporarily depart for a distant place, and it will be a long while before I can return. Hence, I won't be able to bring you delicious food for quite some time," Sato Kaede reassured, gently stroking the little Katy's head. Yet, the little Katy, being a true foodie, was evidently reluctant to part with Sato Kaede, gripping his pant leg with its teeth and tugging insistently, as if determined to prevent his departure. "Of course, I too hope to see you again," Sato continued. "This visit is to inquire about your willingness to accompany me. Would you like to explore the vast world beyond this small haven? There are countless delicacies out there, far surpassing the roasted venison I offer." Sensing the little Katy's reluctance, Sato Kaede felt a spark of hope and promptly articulated his true intention for this visit. However, a twinge of dismay washed over Sato as he noticed that although the little Katy initially brightened at the prospect of accompanying him for more delectable experiences, it soon fell into a contemplative gloom, its spirits dampened by some unspoken thought. "Fear not, Katy. Should you choose not to come, I would never impose. We shall remain good friends, and I shall visit you whenever time permits." The subtle transformations in the expression of the little Katy dog did not escape Sato Kaede's notice. With a gentle sigh emanating from his heart, he offered a sincere smile to comfort the little Katy dog, who appeared to be in a state of emotional disarray. Unfortunately, his words of solace did little to alleviate the Katy dog's melancholy. It seemed that, due to its despondent mood, even the delectable roasted venison leg before it lost its appeal. After taking a few more bites, the little Katy dog turned and dashed into the underbrush, vanishing from Sato Kaede's sight in an instant. Indeed, it seemed that such emotional ties were too profound for the little Katy dog, who had yet to experience independent living. It was a pity. Had this mission arrived a few days later, the outcome might have been different. Witnessing the Katy dog abandon the roasted venison and depart, disappointment etched itself on his Sato Kaede's face as he sighed softly. After waiting for several minutes without the Katy dog's return, he shook his head in disappointment. He then left behind a dozen spicy, high-quality energy cubes, which the little Katy dog adored, before departing the grove with his companions, the Noivern and the Oddish. Respecting the Katy dog's choice to remain behind was imperative, for they had already forged a bond of friendship. Upon returning to his dwelling, the sky had completely darkened. As per usual, Sato Kaede fed his three little companions generously before retreating to the treehouse atop the giant tree, where he quietly spent his last night in the evergreen forest. Time flowed swiftly, and before he knew it, a night had passed. Around 6 in the morning, the sun began to rise gradually from the east, heralding yet another dawn in the evergreen forest. At that moment, a chorus of joyful barks jolted Sato Kaede from his slumber. Chapter 76. The fourth companion rising promptly at 7 each morning had long been ingrained in Sato Kaede's biological clock. However, today, even before the clock struck 7, he was awakened by the sounds from outside. Rather than annoyance, he felt an unusual delight. Hearing the familiar barks, his thoughts raced back to the little Katy dog, and without waiting for a prompt from Noivern atop the treehouse, he swiftly opened his eyes and hurried downstairs. There, beneath the tree, stood the familiar figure of the little Katy dog. Upon spotting Sato Kaede, its barks grew even more exuberant, with its front paws resting on the trunk, exuding excitement. "Why have you come alone? Where is your father? Is he injured?" Sato Kaede asked with concern as he climbed down from the tree and embraced the little Kaede dog that leapt into his arms. He had inquired with Noivern, who had not detected the presence of the Kaede dog's father nearby, indicating that the little Kaede dog had ventured to this place all on its own. Currently, the little Houndour has only reached level 10. Although it is a fire-type Pokémon, venturing alone from the small woods to this place poses considerable danger. A moment of carelessness could lead to an encounter with formidable Pokémon, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Fortunately, the little Houndour has not encountered any threats and bears no significant injuries, only some minor wounds that can easily be treated with ointment. Given its robust physique, it will recover swiftly. Upon hearing Kazuto's words, the little Houndour's expression momentarily darkened but quickly brightened again. It picked up a Pokeball from Kazuto's belt with its mouth and retreated to the side, gently placing the ball on the ground before nudging it back towards Kazuto. "Do you wish to accompany me? Is that your intention, Houndour?" Kazuto inquired, his face lighting up at the sight of the little creature's actions. The Houndour nodded eagerly in response, sitting down with an expectant look directed at Kazuto. The outside world that Kazuto spoke of intrigued the little Houndour immensely. However, it felt a deep reluctance to part from its family. Torn between the allure of the outside world and the bonds with its family, it ultimately chose to remain with them. To its surprise, its father discovered these thoughts and, in a fit of rage, expelled it from the small woods, forbidding its return. In its sorrow and disappointment, the little Houndour thought of the kind Kazuto and sought him out. Initially, the little Houndour was terrified, having ventured beyond the familiar woods for the first time. However, to its astonishment, the journey guided by Kazuto's lingering scent proceeded smoothly, devoid of any significant peril. "Since this is your choice, I shall respect your decision. I am truly delighted by your addition to our team, so welcome aboard, Houndour." Upon receiving the little Houndour's affirmative reply, Kazuto's face broke into a joyful smile. He bent down to retrieve the advanced Team Rocket Pokeball and gently tapped it against the little Houndour that had approached him. The moment the Pokeball made contact, it opened, enveloping the little Houndour in a beam of red light and drawing it within. Soon after, the button at the center of the Pokeball blinked a few times before extinguishing. "I have captured Houndour." As the button dimmed, a surge of exhilaration washed over Kazuto, prompting him to raise the Pokeball and strike a rather dramatic pose, reassured by the absence of onlookers. After indulging in a moment of whimsical delight, Kazuto swiftly regained his usual composure, pressing the button to release Houndour once more. Simultaneously, he released all the other Pokémon he carried, informing them of Houndour's new status as a companion. Kaede Dog, Supersonic Bat, Nidoran, and Stinky Flower are no strangers to one another, having engaged in amiable interactions in the past. Now, with Kaede Dog truly becoming a companion, their bond has deepened, and the three little Pokémon have warmly welcomed Kaede Dog's presence. Meanwhile, as Zatafang and his friends revel in the joy brought by their new companion, a male Kaede Dog halts its advance several hundred meters away, turns its head slightly towards Zatafang's dwelling, and emits a resounding howl. This howl, echoing through the air, prompts Kaede Dog, who is conversing with its new companions, to perk up its ears, a look of determination crossing its face. It then pivots towards the direction of its father and lets out a youthful yet powerful howl in response. "Go for it, Kaede Dog. It seems your father is watching over you from afar. You will surely meet again, and at that time, let him see how formidable you have become. I will assist you in surpassing your father and evolving into a powerful fire-type Pokémon." Zatafang, hearing the male Kaede Dog's howl, notices the resolute expression on the little Kaede Dog's face and gently pats its head, smiling encouragingly. Clearly, the little Kaede Dog's safe journey to Zatafang was aided significantly by its father, the male Kaede Dog, and that recent howl was a farewell from him. As a fire-type Pokémon, Kaede Dog possesses a strong sense of pride and an intense desire for power. Upon hearing Zatafang's words, its fighting spirit ignites even further, and its howl grows even more resonant. On the other hand, upon hearing the familiar and determined voice of the little Kaede Dog, the male Kaede Dog feels a significant alleviation of its worries and continues its journey towards its territory in the grove without looking back. After a while, the little Kaede Dog ceases its howling, and Zatafang begins his morning routine, preparing breakfast for both the Pokémon and himself. With Kaede Dog's addition, Zatafang's breakfast spread is particularly lavish. He even takes the time to roast a delicious wild deer leg as a welcoming gift for Kaede Dog. Unlike usual, after the Pokémon finish their meal, Zatafang does not proceed with his morning exercises. Instead, he retrieves a map that outlines the route out of the Tokiwa forest and heads towards Tokiwa City. According to the map, Zatafang's current location lies in the western part of the non-safe area of Tokiwa Forest still several kilometers away from Tokyo City, situated to the south of the forest. Moreover, the routes indicated on the map do not truly guarantee safety. They encompass the territories of several formidable wild Pokémon clans. Consequently, along their journey, Sato Kaede and his companions faced multiple assaults from wild Pokémon exceeding level 30. However, after a week's worth of wilderness training, Sato Kaede's strength had significantly improved. With the protection of a Zubat and a Gloom, both having reached levels above 24, even if they were unable to prevail in battle, escaping was not a considerable challenge. Thus, they navigated through all dangers without severe incidents. At last, after more than 8 hours of winding travel, guided by the map, Sato Kaede and his group successfully entered the safe zone of the Evergrande Forest. Following an additional 2 hours, the silhouette of Evergrande City finally appeared in the distance before them. They had at long last returned to human society. This week of survival in the wild had indeed felt prolonged. Evergrande City, here I come. Observing the human structures now clearly visible ahead, a smile finally graced Sato Kaede's face as he mused to himself. Chapter 77. Entering Evergrande City. Evergrande City, also known as the City of Eternal Green, is located in the southern part of the Evergrande Forest. Among the myriad cities in the Kanto region, Evergrande City is, economically and in terms of scale, merely a third-rate city. Yet, its renown in Kanto is quite substantial. This notoriety largely stems from two exceptionally famous figures associated with the region. One of them is the Dragon-type champion, known as the Invincible Dragon Master, Ren-T, while the other is the esteemed gym leader, Sakaki, who would later elevate Team Rocket to its zenith. Both individuals hail from Evergrande City and, coincidentally, both have been blessed by the Evergrande Forest. It is a pity for the common folk that their paths diverged. One became a pillar of the light forces, while the other ascended to prominence within the dark factions. Now, Sato Kaede has stepped into this illustrious city. Upon entering the Evergrande City area, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. However, Sato Kaede did not seem to garner much favor among the city's residents. As he walked through the streets, passers-by regarded him, a stranger, with evident disdain, avoiding him and whispering amongst themselves. Unfazed by the curious glances and murmurs of the onlookers, Sato Kaede remained indifferent. It was hardly surprising, as he had spent the past week living outdoors. His limited attire had become tattered and worn from battles with wild Pokémon in the wilderness. After enduring a long and arduous journey, Sato Kaede emerged from the depths of the J-Band forest, appearing quite the wild man. His skin was sun-kissed, his attire tattered, and he exuded a potent odor of sweat, presenting an overall disheveled appearance. Fortunately, the Pokeball secured at his waist proved to be crucial at this moment, coupled with an aura emanating from him that instilled a sense of oppressive intimidation in those around. Thus, while the passers-by did not openly welcome him, they dared not provoke this evidently formidable trainer. Among them, some perceptive individuals transformed their disdain into a mix of respect and fear, hastily retreating before Sato Kaede became aware of their presence. However, the commotion caused by Sato Kaede caught the attention of nearby patrolling officers. Shortly after Sato Kaede entered J-Band City, Officer Junsha, accompanied by her Arcanine, approached in a police vehicle. "Please present your identification, returning trainer," she instructed as she dismounted the vehicle, a hint of caution flickering in her beautiful eyes, while her Arcanine assumed a defensive posture. As an officer of the Alliance, Officer Junsha was astute and did not underestimate Sato Kaede due to his appearance. Instead, she regarded him with utmost seriousness. The impression he left was starkly different from that of the pampered trainers accustomed to the safety of urban areas. If those trainers were akin to lambs, Sato Kaede was a wolf, having faced countless life and death battles in perilous territories, exuding a temperament forged through relentless trials. "Very well, Officer Junsha, here is my identification. I have just returned from a mission in the wild and am quite fatigued. I hope to rest soon," Sato Kaede replied cooperatively, retrieving his Alliance identification from his pocket and presenting it to her. The identification card obtained for Sato Kaede by Team Rocket had evidently been meticulously prepared. When Officer Junsha inserted it into a verification device, detailed information regarding Sato Kaede instantly appeared on the screen. This documentation explicitly outlined his birthplace, date of birth, and unblemished background, encompassing his journey from a bug-catching youth to a registered trainer of the Alliance, a veritable testament that would satisfy any inspector. "Everything appears to be in order. Thank you for your cooperation. It must have been a taxing journey," Officer Junsha remarked. Her initial apprehension alleviated as she reviewed the data and, upon confirming its validity, regarded Sato Kaede with a newfound warmth. As soon as she finished speaking, Junsha promptly returned her identification card to Sato Kaede, and then continued her patrol with her canine companion. Nearby, the onlookers, upon witnessing Miss Junsha returning the ID to Sato Kaede, noted a marked change in his demeanor, which softened considerably. They had faith in Miss Junsha. Since Sato Kaede was not harassed, he was evidently not a nefarious individual. It seemed that he had successfully passed the scrutiny, confirming that the identification was indeed authentic. As Junsha departed in her vehicle, Sato Kaede felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, reflecting inwardly. In truth, upon encountering Miss Junsha, Sato Kaede, now a mere foot soldier of Team Rocket, felt a slight flutter of anxiety. When she approached him directly to inspect his identification, he inwardly lamented the precariousness of his situation. Fortunately, his mental fortitude held firm, and the genuine nature of the ID provided by Team Rocket kept him from revealing his true identity. Following the inspection by Miss Junsha, Sato Kaede's subsequent journey became considerably easier, as the nearby pedestrians no longer regarded him with the same disdain reserved for a feared outsider. Now, Sato Kaede had numerous tasks at hand. He needed to ensure that both he and his Pokémon had adequate rest, swiftly replenish essential supplies for his upcoming journey, and ascertain the most effective route to the Hoenn region. Of course, given his current circumstances, it was imperative that he improved his appearance. Before he could purchase a fine outfit to transform his image, he first needed to acquire some funds. To be candid, Sato Kaede was utterly destitute, a veritable pauper. Without money, none of his future plans could come to fruition, thus he urgently needed to secure a financial boon. By following some roadside signs, Sato Kaede found himself at a shop in Shirjima City that sold Pokémon supplies. Given his present situation, selling off some of his less essential belongings seemed the quickest way to obtain the necessary funds. Sato Kaede possessed few valuable items, but perhaps the most valuable and easily liquidated asset was the wild Beedrill honey he had collected from a wild Beedrill nest the previous day. This honey held considerable worth within the internal point exchange system of Team Rocket, and undoubtedly, it would be equally valuable on the open market. Upon his arrival, the trainers shopping in the store turned their attention towards him. Most of the young trainers, dressed in splendid attire, immediately displayed expressions of disdain, with some young women hurriedly covering their mouths and noses as they exited the shop in haste. However, the owner of the Pokémon supply store and some seasoned staff exhibited discernment upon seeing Sato Kaede. They promptly intervened to prevent their younger colleagues from foolishly attempting to expel him. "Is there anything I can assist you with, sir?" inquired a middle-aged male attendant, approaching Sato Kaede with a courteous demeanor. "Indeed, I wish to sell a few items, that is all. Do you accept such items here?" Upon hearing this, Sato Kaede nodded and immediately produced a jar of wild Beedrill honey, sealed with beeswax. Chapter 78. Pokémon Center. As anticipated, the wild Beedrill honey possessed considerable value, fetching a price of 5,000 Alliance coins per liter. A middle-aged trainer, browsing for Pokémon supplies, approached him directly, offering 6,000 Alliance coins per liter. Naturally, Sato Kaede welcomed the monetary gain, adhering to the principle that the highest bidder prevails. Ultimately, he sold 3 jars, totaling approximately 10 liters of wild Beedrill honey, and earned 60,000 Alliance coins from this middle-aged trainer. It is noteworthy that the Alliance identification card not only serves to verify one's personal identity, but also functions as a bank account. Thus, the 60,000 Alliance coins were transferred directly into Sato Kaede's bank account. Carrying such a large sum of cash is impractical. Initially, his bank account balance stood at 0. Now, it boasts 60,000 Alliance coins. After acquiring this liquid asset, Sato Kaede spent 10,000 Alliance coins at the Pokémon supply store to purchase a mid-tier space backpack and allocated another 20,000 coins for 25 bottles of intermediate healing spray. He concluded his shopping spree by spending 10,000 Alliance coins on sufficient Pokémon food to last a week for Nidoran, Oddish, and Herdier. Having completed these purchases, Sato Kaede swiftly exited the Pokémon supply store and spent 3,000 coins at a clothing shop to acquire 6 sets of changeable attire, specifically the trendy trainer uniforms that have recently gained popularity, akin to those often worn by Ash. The shopkeeper, noticing Sato Kaede's disheveled appearance and recognizing him as a customer, kindly allowed him to take a hot shower in-store and change into the freshly purchased clothes. Thus, when Sato Kaede emerged from the clothing shop, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a scruffy wildling into a dashing and confident young trainer. Subsequently, he followed the directional signs to his lodging for the evening, the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. The Pewter City Pokémon Center, located in the heart of the city, serves as a hospital dedicated to healing Pokémon injuries. It spans a considerable area, at least the size of half a football field, and rises 5 to 6 stories high. Dressed in his trainer uniform, Sato Kaede raised no suspicions from the security personnel stationed at the entrance. After presenting his alliance identification for verification, he smoothly gained entry into the Pokémon Center. To be candid, this marked Sato Kaede's inaugural visit to a Pokémon Center since entering the Pokémon world. Previously, due to his status as an undocumented individual, he had never had the opportunity to access such a strictly regulated establishment governed by the Alliance. Unlike the animation's depiction of the Pokémon Center, this establishment is staffed not only by the familiar Nurse Joy, but also by numerous healthcare professionals. As many trainers enter the Pokémon Center seeking treatment for their Pokémon, these caregivers are exceedingly busy. In such a life-saving medical environment, maintaining proper order is undeniably crucial. Unless it is an emergency, anyone wishing to have their Pokémon treated must adhere to a first-come, first-served policy. Thus, akin to a conventional hospital, one must queue and wait for medical attention. Sato Kaede's purpose for visiting the Pokémon Center, aside from seeking accommodation, was to ensure the well-being of his Pokémon. Although Pokémon possess remarkable self-healing abilities, they inevitably sustain hidden injuries during intense battles. While these concealed wounds may seem trivial at first, their accumulation can become perilous, leading to lifelong complications that severely hinder a Pokémon's potential, or worse, resulting in their demise. Hence, it is essential to regularly conduct comprehensive medical checkups to eliminate any internal afflictions, and the Pokémon Center, equipped with cutting-edge medical technology, serves as a vital facility for trainers to fulfill this need. It is fair to assert that trainers achieve tremendous success not solely through their own efforts and those of their Pokémon, but also thanks to the invaluable support of the medical teams behind them. Sato Kaede endeavored to remain inconspicuous. After receiving his queue number, he quietly settled into a secluded corner of the waiting area, patiently biding his time. Notably, after acquiring a spatial backpack, he transferred the contents from the Team Rocket watch into it, while also replacing the Pokeballs housing his 4 Pokémon with custom-crafted ones. During this waiting period, he familiarized himself with the layout of the Pokémon Center through a simple diagram displayed on the wall of the waiting hall. The Pokémon Center in Tokiwa City comprises 5 floors, categorized by function. The first floor serves as the minor injury treatment area, the second for severe injuries. The third is designated for patient wards, the fourth accommodates temporary lodging, and the fifth is reserved for the League. In addition to these primary zones, the first 4 floors boast several functional areas, such as the League Shop on the first floor, the League Task Area on the second, the Communal Dining Hall on the third, and the Outdoor Training Grounds. With the assistance of Chansey, a Pokémon specifically trained by the Joy family to serve as a medical aid, the efficiency of healthcare in the Pokémon Center is remarkably high. After a wait of approximately 13 minutes, the announcement system in the waiting area called out Sato Kaede's number. Following the instructions given over the intercom, he approached the medical counter, where a Nurse Joy, adorned with a professional smile, inquired about the type of medical service he required. "This is my Alliance ID. Please provide my Pokémon with a complete healing, and I would also like to stay overnight at the Pokémon Center." Sato Kaede first presented his ID to Miss Joy before placing 4 Pokeballs on the counter, smiling gently. "Very well. A full treatment for 4 Pokémon will cost 8,000 Alliance coins, and the accommodation fee is 500 coins. Shall I charge this to your bank account, or would you prefer to pay in cash?" Miss Joy inquired, maintaining her professional smile after confirming Sato Kaede's status as a registered trainer through the device into which he had inserted his ID. "Please deduct it from my bank account. I entrust them to your care," Sato Kaede replied. "Understood. We will strive to provide your Pokémon with the best healing services. Here is your claim ticket and room key. Please keep them safe. The treatment will take some time, so kindly wait in the lounge," Miss Joy responded, nodding as she pressed a transfer button on the desktop device and handed his Alliance ID along with a white ticket to Sato Kaede. Money flows like water. After selling wild bee drill honey and a series of expenditures, Sato Kaede's bank account balance now stood at 8,500 Alliance coins. This medical fee is quite steep. Being a trainer truly is an expensive profession. Reflecting on it, Team Rocket does provide rather good benefits for its official members. No wonder so many ordinary trainers choose to join them. It's all out of necessity, Sato Kaede mused quietly as he returned to the waiting area, feeling a twinge of regret for his dwindling funds.